The god demon war 1,000 years ago one day, the demons suddenly broke through the front line and attacked humanity. To fight for survival, humans struck back, spawning a brutal, endless war. Blood stained the ground red, while waves of monsters surged like tides, gradually pushing humanity to the brink. But then a sorcerer appeared. He rode a black dragon, sweeping across the battlefield, unleashing earth-shattering spells that annihilated hordes of monsters. His dominance made the beasts tremble in fear, and humans cheered, as if witnessing the arrival of a god. Yet at the climax of the god-demon war, that sorcerer mysteriously perished. The chosen one, the power-obsessed, the one who resisted corruption, I have swapped them. A strange whisper echoed, signaling a change about to occur. Back to the present, in South Korea, on a subway car, passengers stared at their phone screens, watching a live boxing match with bated breath. The announcer's voice rang out, full of heat. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you all. Today's grand event, the 17th title defense of the world champion, is about to begin. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was a seething furnace, the crowd roaring insanely, cheers drowning out everything else. The announcer continued, voice soaring. The challenger steps out of the blue corner. He has a hulking frame, muscles bulging like bronze statues, standing imposing in the ring. The crowd screamed with excitement. A few sniffed disdainfully and raised hands to jeer. The MC didn't stop. Next, from the red corner, the defending champion, with an undefeated record, 37 fights, 37 wins, a world champion with a perfect knockout rate, Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho tore off his robe, revealing a body forged of steel, his icy face radiating the aura of the unbeatable. The MC interjected quickly. Pay attention. In recent fights, Jin-ho hardly moves his feet. There was an interview with Patrick, the challenger, who predicted he's nursing a leg injury. Maybe today he'll exploit that weakness. After all, Kim Jin-ho is over 40. If the leg injury is real, a new king could be crowned today. No sooner had he finished than the match began. The referee signaled, and the two fighters immediately took their stances. The challenger Patrick sweated from the first second, his eyes darting wildly under crushing pressure. He thought, damn, what's with this terrifying aura? He marveled at Jin-ho's power, truly a champion. Kim Jin-ho stood still, said nothing, a single cold glare enough to make his opponent shrink. Patrick clenched his teeth, but what if he only attacks my leg? Here's my chance. Smack, a dry smack rang out. Patrick lunged at Kim Jin-ho like a raging beast, breath ragged, eyes bulging. He snarled in his head, dare to step into the ring with me on that lame leg. Arrogant bastard, I'll break it forever. He swung his arm, aiming to grab Jin-ho's injured leg. A smug curl at his mouth as if victory were certain. But at that moment, the MC shouted, "Down, he's down," a perfect spinning kick from Kim Jin-ho. Patrick collapsed to the canvas, clutching his face in pain, his features mangled as if smashed, his mouthguard flying off, eyes rolling white, apparently unlikely to continue. The MC screamed, "Patrick can't get up," a shocking knockout in the first round. Only then did Jin-ho speak, his deep voice taunting, "See, this is why you shouldn't mess with the leg." Scene shifts to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zips up his jacket, slams his locker door, and walks out. Scene shifts to the locker room. Kim Jin-ho zips up his jacket, slams his locker door, and steps out. The coach calls after him in a panic. Hey, where are you going? No press conference." Jin-ho turns his head cold. "Handle it yourself." The coach snaps angrily. "Listen, man, whatever else, you have to do something today. Your fans are like ants, don't you care?" Jin-ho doesn't bother to answer, just nods slightly. "Take care. When the next fight is scheduled, let me know." The coach sighs in exasperation. "How many times have I told you and you never listen? Fine, then take a car. The weather outside is terrible." He startles when Jin-ho throws back a line. "Perfect, suits the traffic jam scene. I'll run." Bam, the door slams loudly, making the coach flinch. He mumbles, "That must be Jin-ho." He's about to open the door and yell, "Kid, it's 30 kilometers back to your place." But as he opens it, a swarm of reporters is waiting, rushing in like hungry sharks. They swarm around the coach in a chaotic crush. A black-haired reporter asks immediately, "Coach, where is Kim Jin-ho right now?" A female reporter pushes in, "Share your thoughts on today's fight." He's surrounded, cursing inwardly, "Kim Jin-ho, you bastard." Another shouts, "So when will you hold the press conference?" A different voice interrupts. Was the rumor about Kim Jin-ho's leg injury fake? Was it staged? Outside, rain pours and wind howls in gusts, but Kim Jin-ho still runs, his breath forming thin clouds in the cold air. He mutters, "Just as I expected. At least now I know what's on his mind." He recalls his glorious victories. Down. In his debut match, Kim Jin-ho began his career with a classic knockout. Kim Jin-ho, that's right. Once again, he finished his opponent with a thunderous punch. Down. Victory belongs to Kim Jin-ho. He tells himself, "I pity him, but until I retire, no opponent will truly rattle me." The coach's voice answering reporters drifts back. "Injury. Do you really believe that rumor?" Kim Jin-ho said he brought the punishment on himself. Understand. Arriving at the apartment elevator, soaking wet, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue, the elevator takes him to the 34th floor and stops. Outside his door, gifts from fans are piled up, blocking the way. He snaps, "I told you not to block the entrance." Then he bends down and squeezes through. A modern two-story home appears. A luxurious living room with high-end sofas, a fully equipped kitchen, exactly the digs of a star. Jin-ho emerges from the bathroom, towel drying his hair and tossing the towel aside, excited. "All right, fire up the computer." The screen light floods the room. He sits down, straightens his posture. "Let's start." The screen displays the title, Last Savior, a notorious console and PC game known for brutal difficulty, driving even Korean gamers to give up. But Kim Jin-ho has played it every day for 10 years straight, not missing a single day, honing skills to face ever stronger enemies, even though that drive has long faded in real life. The boxing title still has no new owner. Jin-ho snorts. Maybe he still hasn't beaten it today, but here, he rediscovers that spark, the spirit of a challenger. On screen, his warrior appears. Solid armor encasing the body, a colossal sword slung over the shoulder, walking with grandiose bearing. Today, the warrior will face Demon King Era. The Demon King wears shiny black armor, a helmet hiding his face, radiating no less fierce an aura. Jin-ho mutters, "Die, you bastard." Outside, the rain kept pouring harder and harder, the sky lit up by lightning. But Jin-ho sat inside, not bothering with the weather. What mattered was the game. Demon King Era was nearly out of help. Jin-ho frowned and growled, "What? At this rate, you're done for." The warrior told Era, then swung his sword, aiming to finish the Demon King. Jin-ho shouted. Jin-ho was on edge, yelling encouragement. "Come on, go all out. What if you can't dodge this, you bastard?" He swore as the blade closed on the Demon King. Suddenly, the Demon King countered, swinging his sword to block the warrior's move. A tense expression crossed the brave warrior's face. Jin-ho grit his teeth. Even after the counter, the warrior's technique was too strong. It pushed back the Demon King's move and landed a killing blow. Jin-ho thought, "Why are your moves so simple today? And why did your attack hit so perfect?" The warrior took his stance after that slash. Suddenly, the Demon King writhed in pain. The warrior had unleashed the final move, bearing the majestic strength of a lion, ending the enemy. Lost in the game, Jin-ho was stunned as the battle neared its end. A challenge born of the hunger to win, yet ironically the fear of victory crept over him. The Demon King tried to struggle up. Jin-ho's voice rang out, "Come on, Demon King, you can do it." With that encouragement and a technical counterattack. But in the end, the Demon King was defeated by the mighty warrior. The screen displayed, "Congratulations, Demon King Era has been defeated. Thank you for playing Last Savior." Kim Jin-ho, champion of two worlds, still hasn't found anyone to surpass him despite all the challenges. Furious, he shouted, "Damn it," then hurled his mouse at the screen, leaving a big crack. Who should I fight next? How about a crazy bear? Jin-ho kept swearing. Ah, damn it, what a pile of nonsense. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside blazed with golden light, identical to the battle light from 1,000 years ago. Why is it showing up here? Has it found someone with heroic aura? Boom, a sound exploded. A golden lightning bolt struck, and Jin-ho felt something approaching. Thus he turned and saw a golden light barreling in. Boom, lightning hit the apartment building, right on the 34th floor where Jin-ho was gaming. He cried out dazed, "My head's spinning. My whole body feels like it's on fire." A strange voice shouted, "Hey, hey, number 218. Hey, number 218. Jin-ho opened his eyes to a rainy sky. When did I go outside? He wondered, his mind in chaos. Shouts echoed, "Charge, everyone move forward." A hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, number 218. Jin-ho turned around, but he was no longer Kim Jin-ho. A blonde girl with emerald green eyes, Ryu, a prisoner here, glared at him. She snapped, "I've been calling you. What are you doing? Time's up, get out of here now." He stared blankly. "Who are you?" Seeing the number 172 on her shirt, he thought to himself, "Number 172. He asked, "Where is this?" He looked up. A crowd in orange uniforms was charging toward the city gate, as if fleeing. He gasped as recognition hit. He vaguely remembered that flag. He'd seen that emblem somewhere before. The girl's shout snapped him awake. "Hey, hey, wake up. You want to rot here forever. They say today is the last chance to escape this damn Kyrian." Jin-ho couldn't believe his ears. Stunned, he asked again, "What? This is called Kyrian." He doubted it but seemed to realize something terrifying. "This is Kyrian." He hesitated, voice cracking with doubt, though deep down a bad feeling flickered. Ryu's urgent voice cut through his muddled thoughts. "Don't just stand there. Run, there's no time." Jin-ho no longer looked like himself. He'd been sucked into the fantastic world of Last Savior, the game he used to binge for hours, and become a 15-year-old scion of the prestigious Arahan mage clan, Zed Arahan. Standing mid-battlefield chaos, Zed in his new form blinked around dizzy. What the hell is going on? Am I trapped in some dream? In front of him, prisoners grouped together, straining their necks to pull massive ropes tied to the towering city gate. They pulled and shouted determined battle cries, trying to bolster each other's strength in this desperate effort. All for one goal: escape the damn Kyrian prison, a place even birds wouldn't bother to drop by. Encouragements echoed, cutting through the wind. Almost there, give it one more push. Zed ransacked his memory for clues about where he was and what had happened. No, this felt too real to be a dream. Maybe he'd been pulled into the game world he lived and died for. A hurried voice yelled at the crowd, including Ryu and Zed. Move quick, run, don't dawdle. Zed stayed lost in a storm of thoughts, his mind a tangled mess. Even these prisoners felt so real. Everything was mysterious, full of questions, but he told himself, whatever it is, first get out of this hellhole. Suddenly Zed froze and turned to Ryu with a firm look. Wait, stop a sec. He grabbed the other's wrist tightly, trying to hold him still as he was being dragged forward like a whirlwind. Yanked back mid-escape, Ryu spun and yelled irritably, "Hey, you crazy idiot, what the hell are you stopping for? I haven't even finished." Zed cut him off without a breath. Can't you see? If this really is Kyrian, things couldn't be this messy and shabby. Sloppy, ridiculous. Ryu hurriedly replied, breathless and frantic, "That's because Chief Warden Clark isn't here." Zed frowned, eyes sharp. Chief Warden Clark? Who's that? Right, exactly, Ryu said confidently. He just slipped away a moment ago. This is our once-in-a-million chance. But as he babbled on, Zed suddenly seized his collar with both hands and yanked so hard, he nearly knocked him over. Calm down, then bolt. He dragged Ryu, scraping him along the ground, heading the other way to avoid the gate and the chaos like a smashed beehive. Ryu thrashed wildly, screaming like he was being tickled to death. What the hell are you doing, you lunatic? Zed ignored the arguing, face cold as ice. Fine, assume that's true. If what he says is right, this isn't completely unreasonable. But the instinct of someone who once became champion told him, under no circumstances, step foot through that damn gate. Ryu shoved his hand away angrily. Let me go, you bastard. The prisoners cheered in unison, excitement peaking. The doors about to burst open, almost there. A bolt of lightning split the sky, tearing the atmosphere like an omen of coming doom. The crowd pushed and shoved, surging toward the gate like ants whose nest had been smashed. Meanwhile, Ryu kept struggling, shouting like mad. No, no, don't. Let me go, I have to get out there. Other prisoners beamed, eyes glittering with fierce faith in the day they'd taste freedom, the day they'd escape a life of miserable imprisonment. But then everything suddenly turned into a nightmare when they faced the horrific scene. Their eyes bulged in terror, blood spurted everywhere like streams, an arm was severed and thunked to the ground. A prisoner collapsed, clutching the wound, screaming in heartrending pain. The crowd all screamed, voices trembling as they recognized who stood blocking the gate, Chief Warden Clark. It turned out he hadn't left as rumored, but had set a deadly trap, waiting for the moment. The moment the prisoners dared open the gate, he'd swing his sword and kill without hesitation. Clark stood there with a wicked grin. He, you stupid bastards. He raised his sword menacingly toward the prisoners and roared to his men. Slaughter every last one of them for me. Ryu gaped, voice hoarse with shock. Chief Warden Clark is here. Zed didn't bother with small talk, his tone icy. Are you blind? Look, it's a trap as clear as day. Shut up and run now. Clark and his thugs immediately sprang into action, swinging swords and slaughtering mercilessly. The prisoners panicked and fled for their lives. Help me. The pitiful cries echoed everywhere, but no one could be saved. No strength, no weapons, they were sheep led to the slaughter. The rain poured down, each drop soaked with fresh blood, highlighting the tragedy of the place. Clark stepped forward, stamping into the reddened puddles of blood, and ordered Kurt, "Round up the ones still alive and line them up neatly for me." "Yes, sir, Chief Warden," a subordinate barked, voice full of authority. "Stand in line, don't you move an inch." The lucky survivors were herded and forced to line up straight like soldiers. On the ground, motionless bodies lay strewn about, faces twisted in pain. Ryu and Zed were pushed to the front of the line. Ryu froze, staring at the gruesome corpses, his stomach churning like rough sea. His face went pale, and then he retched violently on the spot. Hands clamped over his mouth to stop the flow. Tears streamed down his cheeks, mixed with an uncontrollable horror. Suddenly, a jailer lunged over, face full of murderous intent. He grabbed Ryu by the hair, growling, "I told you not to move." He turned to the rest, threatening, "From now on, anyone who so much as twitches, I'll kill without mercy." Zed glanced at Ryu, thinking, they're so weak even a kid could knock them out. If another bloodbath happens anytime soon, it won't be surprising. Then I'll have to gamble everything. Suddenly, Clark appeared right in front of Zed, towering like a mountain, his ferocious presence dominating everything. Zed blurted out, voice trembling unconsciously, "I was lucky to get away, but wait, do I not have the guts to run?" Clark sneered with contempt, "Ha, you bastard mages. You're nothing but cowardly rats. The thought of treating you as opponents is humiliating enough." He leaned close to Zed, sarcasm dripping like a favor. "You'll pay dearly for not dying today, Arahan." He knew exactly who Zed was. Zed stood frozen, his head spinning from what he'd heard. Clark turned and walked away, tossing a cold threat over his shoulder. "Just wait and see." The prisoners stood rigid, not daring to breathe until his figure faded. Zed bent down and looked at his reflection in the dark red pool of blood. It was the first time he clearly saw his form in this strange world. This face, this body, so I'm called Arahan. A week passed in the prison camp. Today the sky was unusually clear, deep blue with not a cloud in sight, bringing a pleasant feeling. Lifting a bit of the prisoners' spirits, Zed was forced to carry heavy stones, stacking them into towering columns. His work here revolved around building stone towers, a senseless, torturous task designed to break the prisoners' bodies and minds. After several days surviving in this hell, he began to understand his new body better. Zed panted, sweating buckets, thinking, even if this body is as weak as a noodle, it can still collapse miserably. Just carrying a rock like this makes me want to faint on the spot. He gradually pieced together his identity and why he was imprisoned here. He came from a prestigious clan, about 15 years old. He'd tried sneaking magic at night, but the result was a solid 0. Wiping sweat from his brow, he wondered in puzzlement. Arahan and no magic. The Arahan clan is supposed to be the cradle of top mages. How is this even possible? Then he suddenly snapped awake, as if struck by revelation. Oh, so that's why he was dumped in this miserable place. Arahan must be overflowing with talent and didn't need a useless one like. A jailer roared, cutting off his wandering thoughts. Move all those stones to the other side immediately. He sat perched on his chair, pointing like some petty king. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, you lazy bum. Irritated, carrying the stones. Zed muttered under his breath. Synchronizing overloaded data here. Progress only at 78%. He sighed wearily. When will this damn thing be finished? At the mess hall, the prisoners gathered for lunch, some in groups, others hunched alone in a corner. The meal was nothing but a watery soup and a rock-hard loaf of bread. Zed thought, since I arrived I've trained every day, but with food like this I'm doomed. No matter how much I train, I won't get better. Ryu called out from afar, number 218, skipping breakfast again. When he came over, Zed replied lightly, ah, here he is. He pushed his only loaf of bread toward him. Eat, don't starve. Ryu beamed, eyes sparkling like 2 stars, grinning ear to ear. Wonderful. Zed sat and pondered. While the rest of the prisoners avoid me like the plague, this girl's totally different. She clings to me. In the Supreme Arahan Mage clan, rumors told of characteristic red eyes, a mark of a terrible curse from too much killing. Anyone who looked into those red eyes would surely die on the spot. Maybe that's why people here treat him like a monster and keep their distance. Watching Ryu devour the bread, Zed thought, she's my age and in the same cell. Seems before being possessed we were pretty close. Even if I'm useless, why is such a tiny kid imprisoned in cursed Kiri? Ryu turned, worried. Hey, be more careful, okay? Zed blinked. What did you just say? Ryu continued in a flat, storytelling tone. Lately, because of you the workload's doubled. The other prisoners are getting noisy and showing resentment. Why are you hauling those stones so fiercely? Take it easy. Zed made a small hum, thinking. No wonder lately prisoners glance at me with murderous looks like they want to eat me alive. Ryu added in a lowered whisper. Be especially careful of number 589. He's the leader of the prisoners here, once famous in the arena. Rumor says he's inside for murdering like crazy. Zed asked suspiciously, then why is he still sitting here with me? Following me isn't dangerous. Ryu replied simply, anyway, I think you're not bad. I couldn't just leave you. Suddenly Zed shot up from his seat, blurting out words nobody understood. Yeah, suit yourself. But you're in my way, move over. Ryu stared, mouth agape. Huh, why are you suddenly saying things with no head or tail? Heavy footsteps thundered from afar, growing closer by the second. Zed turned to Ryu, eyes sharp. I think that thing he's worried about is really about to happen. Ryu slowly turned his head, then jolted, eyes bulging as if about to pop, mouth hanging open. Number 589 I just mentioned. He's actually here. He led a pack of savage prisoners charging straight at Zed. Their momentum like they wanted to swallow everything whole. He roared first, voice threatening. Hey, Arahan, heard the workload doubled because of you, right? Zed hardened his expression, calm but defiant. So what if it did? I'm just beefing up my strength. No sooner said than a punch flew straight in. Number 589 aimed right for Zed's face, trying to smash it in, but only hit the table behind him, shattering it to pieces. Ryu standing nearby stammered, voice trembling. New number 218. Immediately, Zed grabbed the fat 589 by the collar with both hands, his face lighting up with smug satisfaction, as if victory was already his. He sprang up, drove his knee up like a thunderbolt straight into 589's chin. The onlookers gaped, stunned by Zed's unexpected counterattack. His cronies yelled, "Boss." But when the dust settled, Zed was shocked to see him still standing like a mountain, wearing a dangerous, satisfied grin. Zed thought in confusion, why did my hit do nothing to him? In a flash, 589 seized Zed by the collar and threw him like he was a worthless ball. The throw was so powerful it shook the corner of the room, making Ryu scream his name in panic. Zed. His body crashed to the floor, aching all over. Just then a cold voice rang in his head. Notification. Synchronization process complete. Seeing the words flash before his eyes, Zed only curled a faint smile after the data assimilation finished. Power had returned now, flooding every fiber. He stood tall before the hulking prisoners, muscles rippling like heavyweights, but Arahan Zed himself smiled nonchalantly. A pale blue aura rose from his body, curling like an eerie mist, as if long-suppressed power was slowly awakening. No hint of fear crossed that cold face. His hands clenched, blue energy twisted around them like a small vortex, spewing flashes that crackled like lightning. Then with a stomp that felt like a heavenly strike to the ground, energy bolts scattered everywhere, shaking the stone floor. Zed stood at the eye of the storm he created, clothes torn as if chewed by dogs, but his aura sword gone was the previous weakness. His eyes blazed crimson like twin embers, his fingers slowly curling into fists. The rhythm of bouncing footsteps rang out steadily, as if his body had fully rebooted and was ready to throw down. Zed sneered and tossed a taunt at the big guy nearby. Try me again then. The guy looked at him, eyes bulging, then burst into loud, mocking laughter and replied. A guy even abandoned by his own clan. Where does our great young master get his confidence? As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles loudly, ready to pounce and smash him immediately. No sooner had he finished. Zed didn't bother, kept taunting. Shut up and come at me already, you scare. Hearing that, the big guy roared and charged like a raging bull, shouting, oh, you want some? I'll kill you just like you wish. The air tightened like a drawn bow. As the guy closed in, Zed sprang up and unleashed a spinning kick of bone-shattering force. But suddenly he froze, eyes flashing with caution. Something was off. Just as his kick launched, the big guy snatched his leg like lightning. He sneered, sure he'd won. Ha ha ha, that little runt will soon learn who he's dealing with. Before he could gloat further, Zed spun and delivered a thunderous kick straight to his head. The big guy staggered, exclaiming, huh, seeing him lose focus. Zed didn't hesitate and landed another strike right on his chin, blood spraying everywhere like rain. For the finish, he leapt up, spun midair, and drove a powerful stomp into the bully's face, sending him rolling unconscious. Zed turned, eyes icy with a hint of menace, and said, that's why I tried not to use my leg. Seeing their leader felled, the others roared, what are you standing there for? Kill the bastard. Get ready, I'll make him die in unbearable pain. But before they could rush in, Zed stepped over to the sprawled big guy and stomped hard down on his back. Shouting, don't move, the prisoners froze in panic. He growled, if any of you take another step, I'll make him beg for food his whole life. Zed gripped the man's right arm with both hands, as if to break it to intimidate the others. If you don't want that, go fetch the warden. The prisoners went pale and stared at one another in silence. Seeing his initial threat wasn't enough, Zed tightened his grip, pressed his foot harder into the man's back, and barked, is this a joke? Don't believe me. I'll tear off one of your arms. He made as if he might actually do it. One prisoner went white with fear and sprinted to the door, calling back as he ran, okay, all right, I'll go get it. Realizing Zed wasn't to be trifled with, the others quietly helped the big man up and left the dining area. Before they went, they shot threats back. Zed, you brat, next time we won't show mercy. Zed just smirked inwardly, that line belongs to me. After the brawl, he returned to the cell. Prisoner 172 stood there, eyes bright, excitedly asking over and over, hey, when did you learn that? That's seriously impressive. But then he looked at Zed and seeing the once scrawny frame now noticeably taller, asked, were you always this tall? I remember you being about my height. Not wanting to reveal his secret, Zed flopped down and replied casually, same as you, keep hauling stones. You really think lifting rocks will make you taller? Prisoner 172 chuckled in response. After synchronizing his strength, Zed quietly pondered, it seems this assimilation process turned my real-world stats into in-game stats. Still, compared to my actual body, it's like a kid's. He opened his status panel to check quickly. The most important thing right now is the actual stat sheet. This is Zed's real-world power fused with the in-game body. I've wanted to see this for a long time. After staring for a moment, he snapped to attention and thought, wait, hold on, is this real? Mana is 0. Damn it, he's supposed to be a mage, right? He's Arahan. How the hell is his mana 0? Zed stared at the status sheet in disappointment, muttering, why did they give me such lousy stats and then transfer my consciousness here? Still, only he could see that panel. Prisoner 172 watched him, pointing and grinning dumbly, asking, what the heck are you doing? Within the four walls of the cell, Zed lay back on the bed, hand over his brow, muttering, "Looks like you've been abandoned by the Bampunira clan." Well, that's nothing new for an era. First, calm down and slowly check everything. Luckily, strength, agility, stamina, and perception are all maxed at 100, even though I was penalized for stunting growth. With this skin and bones body, how am I supposed to make use of max stat? Zed lay there analyzing the body that had been assimilated, wondering, is there a way to increase power faster? Maybe physical training is a route, but the rations here are pitiful. And why are there so many strange attributes I've never seen before? Plus, they're all S-rank. Poison immunity, immortal brawler. These things clearly come from a game. If mana weren't 0, I'd be absolutely broken, not just for show. After thinking a bit, Zed sat up excitedly. All right, I'll figure this out slowly. Anyway, there's still a way to fix the mana. Suddenly from outside the guard bellowed, "From now on, everyone whose number I call, step out immediately." Zed hadn't processed it yet when prisoner 172 sighed. They're at it again. Number 114, number 456, number 890, number 2918, step forward. Those called shuffled out, faces exhausted and resigned, heavy iron cuffs on their hands, lined up like soulless corpses. Zed looked around and asked, "Who are those people?" Prisoner 172 answered, "They're death row inmates, out for their last meal. Yeah, before they die, you can eat whatever you want." Zed snorted inwardly, thinking, "Oh, got it, here we go." Then he turned and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" Prisoner 172 replied, "My name. Now that I think about it, I've only called you by your number." He stood up and smiled innocently. "Ryu. Wanderers like me have no clan. What's your name?" Zed nodded. "I'm Zed Arrowhand." Finally, they knew each other's names and chatted like old friends. After a while, Zed asked, Ryu, do you want to get out of here?" Ryu blinked. "What did you say? What do you mean?" Ryu continued, "I won't stay long. I have things to do." Zed nodded. "Oh, really? Have you figured out an escape plan?" Ryu thought for a moment. The only exit is the main gate, and the warden holds the key. So does that mean we have to take him down and grab the key?" Hearing Zed, Ryu's eyes widened. "Are you insane? The warden may be retired, but he's a 5-ring knight." A quick intro to Warden Clark. He's the embodiment of a knight filled with hatred toward mages in the world of Illa's savior, where knights and mages despise each other like cats and dogs. Hearing Ryu, Zed pondered, "A retired 5-ring knight. I don't know if I could beat him now." Then he added, "But there's another way. Just steal it from him." Ryu sneered and explained, "Don't you know, wanderers learn pickpocketing before manners, but there are always tons of eyes around the warden. Chances are rare." After Ryu's analysis, Zed thought a moment, then curled a smile. "I see. I'm starting to think of a way to escape from here." Under the blazing sun as always, the prisoners kept their heads down and worked at the guard's command. He shouted, "Start working." Then, by order of the warden, from today your labor load will increase significantly. Everyone, stop walking. Grun. Hearing the increased workload announcement, the prisoners froze and shouted, "What? Take it slow. How many more times do we have to do this? Keep the load reasonable." One shouted back. The warden immediately growled, "Are you defying the warden's orders?" The prisoners continued to grumble. "This is ridiculous. Can't they just sit still?" Before he could finish speaking, the warden drew his sword and pressed it to the man's throat, startling him. He snapped. "I'm merely relaying orders. If you have a problem, take it up with him yourself." The man trembled, sweat pouring down. "What the hell is this? Isn't this going too far? What's the reason for this county?" "A reason." The warden glanced at Zed, then turned away. "You still don't know who's at fault here." Understanding the hint, the prisoners turned to glare at Zed, faces full of murderous intent. The warden cleared his throat. I need to step outside for a smoke," and then he left. Sensing trouble, Ryu warned softly, "Zed, this doesn't look right." Zed turned. "Stay away from me." He understood inwardly. That bastard Clark, he stirs up riots because he can't act himself. Is he planning to use the prisoners to kill me? Don't tell me it was the same thing yesterday. A so-called official knight resorting to such cowardly tricks. Hearing Zed, Ryu dashed off, looking back at him as he ran, face full of worry. This time even the guards are involved. I won't let it slide like yesterday. I can't let Zed die. When the warden left, the prisoners slowly advanced. One shouted, "We have to kill that bastard. Otherwise, we're as good as dead." Zed gave a cold, bitter laugh, voice icy. "I understand what you think. It's just that this situation couldn't be avoided." The prisoners surged forward, shouting, "HMPH, you still acting like an Arahan. Kill him now." Typical behavior of a glorified punk. As they closed in, Zed delivered a devastating kick to the nearest man's jaw, sending him sprawling unconscious. He growled, "But I'm not going to die like this, am I?" Seeing their comrade fall, the man next to him shouted, "Has this bastard gone mad?" Zed fought harder, taunting, "Right on time. I need somewhere to vent my anger." "Perfect." The prisoners roared, "That lunatic thinks he's about to die, so he's gone rabid. I'll kill him now." Zed clenched his fists, assumed a fighting stance, smiling broadly, his spirit soaring. Nearly a dozen men rushed him at once, but he dispatched each one as easily as snapping a cookie. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, muttering, "It's like my dream coming true. I used to dream of this back in the fighting cage. I wish they'd all attack at once instead of one by one." As he fought, he taunted, "Yeah, this is exactly it. This is the thrill of a champion, fighter's power 1,000 times over." To Zed, these men were nothing but punching bags for training. He said as he knocked out 2 more in an instant, "Give it everything you've got and rush me hard." His eyes blazing red, he ducked a sneak strike from behind, then countered cleanly, taking down each man in a flash. Ryu hid at a distance, watching Zed fight, exclaiming excitedly, "Whoa, what the hell am I witnessing right now?" Suddenly a big guy behind called out, "Hey, come over here a sec." Ryu turned, face a little panic. The prisoners kept surging in one after another, but were all felled by Zed. He shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Keep coming at me all at once." Zed sank deeper into the fight. Yeah, exactly like that. The exhilaration of dodging an attack. The thrill of landing a solid blow. His eyes cold as steel, a murderous smile on his lips. Yes, I'm addicted to that feeling. That's exactly why I chose the path of martial arts. More of it. Blood sprayed everywhere, spattering his face, but it couldn't stop Zed. Now he was like a bloodthirsty killer. From afar, someone shouted, "You Arahan, you'd better stop causing trouble and just die." Seeing they couldn't take Zed down, 2 of them grabbed Ryu as a hostage to force him to give up. Zed turned around, face full of fury. Eyes ice cold, "Can't you see, you bastards?" But that didn't make him hesitate. Zed cracked a sinister smile and said, "Hey, you scum, you've made a huge mistake now. Now you've truly brought disaster upon yourself." Zed stared at the prisoners, his eyes glowing red like fresh blood, his voice icy as he spoke each word. "Trash, listen up." At Zed's roar, the lead prisoner sneered contemptuously. "Ha, besides that mouth of yours, what else have you got?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Ryu's neck, choking him until his face went bright red, nearly passing out. "Consider yourself honored that I even bother to watch you. After all, I'm a second-ring knight." He crowed with pride, then suddenly leapt high, the knife in his hand flashing as he lunged straight for Zed. "And you, pitiful Arahan, not a drop of mana in you. You're just courting your own destruction." As he landed, he swung the knife viciously at Zed's head, swift as a cut. But before it could reach, Zed spun, his gaze razor-sharp. In an instant, he vanished from the man's sight. The man was stunned. Where did he go? His missed stab buried into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Before he could recover, Zed quietly appeared behind the big man holding Ryu hostage. A thunderous punch landed. The man collapsed unconscious, sprawled like a slaughtered pig. Zed remained cool, turning to ask Ryu, "You okay?" Ryu gasped, nodded, "Yeah, thanks, I'm really sorry." The second-ring knight, seeing his comrades down, panicked and shouted, "What did you do? You can't use magic, can you?" Zed stood there with a faint smirk, replying, "That wasn't magic, it was." Before he finished, he spun and unleashed a bone-shattering kick straight to the knight's head. The kick was so powerful the man's neck seemed about to snap. He flew several feet and hit the ground like a sack of garbage. After clearing out the prisoners, from a distance, Warden Clark and the guards approached. Warden number 218, standing stern with a face as cold as ice, spoke up, "Explain yourself." Before Zed could speak, Ryu blurted out, "Wait, number 218 is the victim here." Zed turned, slightly surprised that Ryu had stepped forward to defend him. He continued, "They took me hostage trying to kill him. I was just acting in self-defense." Clark glanced around at the prisoners sprawled unconscious across the floor, beaten to pieces by Zed. He muttered, "You filthy scum." After a moment, Clark turned to Zed, his voice low, "Let me ask you something. Have you unleashed your power?" Zed shrugged, expression nonchalant, replied, "Who knows?" Immediately, Warden Clark emitted a dense, dangerous black-purple aura that spread everywhere. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure, collapsing as if crushed by gravity, unable to stand. The prisoners trembled, their bodies convulsing. One muttered, "I can't breathe." But only Zed remained standing, completely unaffected. Clark stared at him in surprise. "You're not affected by the leader's aura. Not everyone can withstand the aura of a first-tier 5-ring knight." Around Zed, a blue glow enveloped his body, visible only to him. Clark wondered inwardly, what is happening? It turned out Zed's S-rank trait, Noble Soul of the Champion, had automatically activated, fully resisting Clark's pressure. Zed snorted and muttered, "Is this some kind of mental immunity trait? It's really an absurd ability. After all, in my world, I'm someone who's reached the top. There's no way a half-baked amateur like you, a 5-ring knight, can control me." Seeing Zed still standing despite not releasing his mana, Clark blurted in shock, "You can still stand even without releasing your mana. That useless idiot isn't enough." He drew a deep breath, and forced himself to unleash his full aura. The ground split open as power erupted violently, sending the prisoners and the other guards sprawling, gasping for air. But Zed remained unshaken and proud. With the system's dominant trait, Clark's ability was completely useless against. That's an S-rank trait, not something to joke about. What are you planning to do? Seeing Zed unhurt, Clark froze again. What is this? What happened here? The prison guards, unable to withstand the warden's power, trembled and pleaded, "Warden, please stop." Seeing his men collapse, Clark clicked his tongue. Stopped but remained angry inside. He glanced at Zed. Good thing it ended this way. I nearly lost control and swung my sword in a fit of rage. Clark and the guards turned away, shouting, "Get back to work." But before they could go far, Zed called out, "Wait, actually, I have something to tell you." Clark turned back. "What is it?" Zed continued, "I'm tired of stacking these stone towers, and I'm sick of always worrying about when the prisoners will attack. So I'm planning to end it all." Ryu stared blankly, looking up. Number 218, what the hell? Zed stood squarely in front of Clark and replied, "Actually, I'm going to become a condemned man." Clark was taken aback and confirmed, "Do you know what that means? If this is just a passing whim, I won't forgive you. No kidding around." Zed said seriously, worried I'll change my mind. Or should I record it in the crystal orb as proof? There's no better evidence than that. Faced with Zed's determination, Clark turned to the guards and barked, "Guards, bring the crystal orb here now." It seemed Zed had some ulterior motive, using the condemned status to carry out a plan. He thought to himself, "I'm really excited." With his decision made, Zed requested, "I heard the last meal can be anything you want. Decide the menu now for my final dinner. For my last meal, I'll choose Verity beef, and I want a very large portion enough to be stuffed." Hearing Zed, the guards suddenly shouted, "What? Verity beef? Unbelievable. How extravagant for a condemned man." To describe it, Verity beef is a premium beef raised naturally on the Verity pastures in the Southern Empire. One of the most prized foods in Illa's savior. Rumor has it it's so delicious it can restore lost strength, even turn the tide of battle. There's even a game quest that requires bribing an NPC with. Zed thought, I'm about to enter an important battle, so I should stock up while I can. Honestly, even once I'd like to taste how miraculous it is. After all, the price I'm paying is my life isn't that reasonable. Besides, I only trade in S-rank items, and if you pull any tricks, I'll cancel every. Zed added, he will go with me. Prepare enough food for two to eat their fill. Ryu panicked, what? Me too. After some discussion, Clark agreed, do it. To the guard's surprise, Zed remained carefree, mumbling, considering taking Arahan's life, at least pay that price. Being this harmonious isn't so bad, right? Ryu heard this, his face went pale, sweat pouring, stunned. Hey, what about my proposal? They said it would take a week to get Verity beef because it's so rare. During that time, Zed didn't slack off. In the cell, he trained tirelessly to raise his stats as quickly as possible. Instead of sitting idle, the guards served him while he continued to train. In Illa's savior, there's a special system. If a stat reaches max 100, experience points overflow into other stats. Although in real life Zed's stats were all full, when transferred into Arahan's body, some stats were restricted and fell dramatically. Still, Zed kept training to recover his original strength. Except for mana, all his stats reached 100. That means all the experience I earn here can only increase mana. Suddenly a guard approached in a serious tone. Number 217, number 218, come out. Zed stood up excited, so you finally arrived. Meanwhile, Ryu clutched his head in panic. Oh god, could my life end here too? In the dining hall, plates of Verity beef were brought out juicy. Aromatic cuts prepared for the two condemned men, Zed and Ryu. After trying a bite, Ryu exclaimed in happiness, I've never tasted anything this good in my life. Zed turned to him, joking, don't forget, this is all thanks to me. After eating, not only was the flavor supreme, but performance also surged. The punishment eased thanks to the premium beef. It felt as if experience that had been blocked all this time was now flooding into the body. First objective complete. Next up. In Warden Clark's office, a guard entered. Warden, the feast has begun. Clark nodded, good, make sure no one gets near it. Even seeing the chance to kill Zed right before him, he still felt something was off. What exactly happened that day? There was no sign of coercion. How to put it caused no ripple at all. He pondered, speculating, even retired. I'm still a 5-ring knight. No way a young mage who hasn't even unlocked mana could stand up to my aura. Something seriously wrong must have happened that day. This time, I'll personally verify it. After a hearty meal, Ryu sighed in satisfaction. This was truly amazing. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Zed replied, I can't die just yet. Zed's strength had recovered. He clenched his fists, eager to test his combat ability right away. My body is full of vitality, bursting with power. I could punch a heavy bag all day without tiring. I can't wait to test this strength. From outside came the sound of a door opening. Zed and Ryu turned, smiling slightly. So you finally made it. What now? It's all been eaten. The guard stepped in and said gently, number 218. No, Zed Arahan. Zed taunted, what is it? Are you sulking because there's no portion for you? Seeing Zed's arrogant demeanor, murderous intent rose in the guard. An arrogant brat who only relies on lineage like you. He reached out and placed a bracelet with a stone that emitted a mysterious, dangerous light onto Zed's shoulder. He wore a malicious grin. I'll make that contemptible face writhe in pain. Warden Clark put his hand on Zed's shoulder, his face radiating murderous intent as he stared at him. Arahan's name from the most elite magical bloodline, where even a sliver of information can be worth a mountain of gold, depending on its value. He thought to himself, if I can exploit something from this brat, I might finally leave this miserable hidden post. As he thought that, the magic device in Clark's hand flashed. Power from the bracelet erupted like chaotic lightning, tearing the space. Zed glanced over and immediately sensed, there it is, a genuine magic artifact. But before he could react further, Clark unleashed his aura. Energy around them seemed ready to explode. The air grew oppressively heavy. He kept pouring in power, sneering with arrogance as he looked at Zed. What do you think? Even you, no matter what. Oddly, though Clark's aura was strong enough to make the ground and rocks tremble, Zed stood there unscathed. He smirked confidently. Startling Clark, what? Suddenly Ryu lunged forward, collapsing and grabbing Clark's sleeve as if to do something. Even as a mere civilian who couldn't withstand that terrifying aura, Ryu still tried to hold on to him, his face flushed from the suffocating pressure. Clark snapped pest and hurled Ryu aside, sending him sprawling unconscious. Seeing his friend beaten, Zed growled, hey Warden, show some decency. Facing him was a furious Clark, but Zed remained calm, unfazed by his power. Clark shouted, that arrogant brat. Unable to contain his rage, he grabbed Zed with both hands and pushed his aura to the limit. Around them, a violent purple light flared, as if to crush everything. But Zed only sighed and casually shoved Clark's hands away with both palms, as if brushing off dust. You told me to stay calm, right? If you want to kill someone, do it properly, don't fumble around like a coward. Startled by Zed's terrifying composure, Clark panicked. He couldn't understand how Zed resisted his mana. I used a magic device, so why didn't it work? My mana was nullified, which means this guy must be at least one rank above me. Does that mean he's 6th rank? Confronted with a power that left even him helpless, thousands of questions raced through Clark's mind. Impossible. How can this be? Wait. He stared into Zed's blood-red eyes and guessed, could this be the Arahan bloodline's power? 5 ring is a realm you train for a lifetime to reach, yet even an apprentice mage couldn't force him to submit. Having thought this, Clark slumped as if all his strength had drained away. The magic device in his hand sizzled, reached its limit, and then died out. Seeing that everything seemed over, Zed asked, are you done with all that useless posture? Clark didn't answer. After standing in thought for a while, he turned and left, saying coldly, the death sentence will be carried out tomorrow morning. Even you, great as an Arahan, cannot ignore the law decreed by His Majesty the Emperor. Enjoy your last night. In the warden's room, under the dim candlelight on the table, Clark sat there, hurriedly jotting notes into a book. He pondered, I still don't fully understand everything, but this could be valuable intel for the active knights. Record the events of today. Record the events of today. His eyes were tired, exhausted after pushing his mana to the limit and using the magic device. Still, I have to finish this report. No sooner had he thought that than he collapsed face first onto the table, his hand dropping the pen mid-stroke, unconscious before he knew it. Back in the cell, Ryu had just regained consciousness. Seeing this, Zed asked, you awake? How's your body? Ryu replied weakly, yeah, I feel nauseous, like I'm about to vomit. Zed scoffed and praised, but you've really got a talent with your hands. Ryu grinned complacently, heh, see. As he spoke, he held up the key he had stolen from Clark to show off. What do you think of my skill? Zed nodded, well done. For an ordinary person that could be dangerous, but this guy was surprisingly resilient. Ryu explained it worked because he was focused on you. But are you really okay? Zed replied confidently, I'm perfectly fine. Hearing that, Ryu looked at him puzzled, weird. There's definitely something I don't know. Seeing Ryu suspicious, Zed dodged, raised those stones some more. By the way, Zed opened his status panel. His stats had increased significantly. Strength, agility, stamina each rose by 10. The results are amazing, just as promised, tasty, and nutritious. He could clearly feel his body differentaler and more muscular than when he first arrived. My body feels invigorated like never before. I wish I could quickly remove all these penalties, but I guess that's not possible. With that, Zed turned to Ryu. Hey Ryu, we need to leave tonight. As soon as you recover, we go. Ryu asked, do we have to go now? The warden could notice at any moment. Zed replied confidently, "Don't worry about that. He's probably knocked out by now." Ryu surprised, "How can you be so sure?" "Of course I know," Zed scoffed. "That bracelet he's wearing is such a precious item that I can't even remember its exact name. But it definitely amplifies mana in an instant and simultaneously leaves the body in a severe state of exhaustion. By now he's probably collapsed somewhere." As Zed predicted, Clark had passed out. His prison escape plan became increasingly simple, especially since the warden showed up at the banquet with the key and then abused the magic device. "My plan just got a lot easier." After they both recovered, Zed said, "Let's move." Ryu, fearful, "Is this really okay?" Zed coldly, "If you're afraid, stay behind." Hearing that, Ryu cried out, "What? You're my ally, you should stick by me." "But without the cell key, what do we do now?" Zed heard this and told Ryu, "Step aside for a moment." No one knew what he planned. Suddenly, Zed unleashed a thunderous kick at the cell door. The blow was so powerful the gate shuddered violently and slowly collapsed. Ryu stood behind, stunned. He didn't expect Zed could do that. This kind of strength, are you really a mage? What else is there? The other prisoners saw Zed and Ryu escaping and shouted, "He's breaking out. Alert the wardens. Catch him." Zed and Ryu sprinted full force toward the main gate. While running, Ryu warned, "Zed, ahead." Zed looked straight ahead and saw the wardens already blocking the main gate. One of them yelled, "At all costs, we must stop them here." The others replied in unison, "Understood." Seeing the path blocked, Zed didn't hesitate and shouted to Ryu, "Don't stop, keep running." Ryu ran, sweat pouring. "Ah, got it." Zed advanced, and a warden stepped forward, swinging his sword straight at him. Zed twisted to dodge neatly and delivered a crushing palm strike to his face, sending the man flying backward, colliding with the wardens blocking the path, throwing their ranks into chaos. Seeing this, another guard lunged forward in anger, but before he could act, Zed struck his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Pressing forward, Zed charged straight into the remaining group. They shouted, "Kill him." The wardens braced, swords raised to form a defense. Zed flipped and drove both feet into the face of the man in front. The man, stunned and in pain, dropped his sword. Zed's power and speed terrified them all. After landing, another guard still hadn't given up and rushed forward, face hostile. Zed dodged the sharp blade swinging down, leaned with agility, his eyes calm as he controlled the situation. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a devastating spinning kick at the man. Overwhelming strength and formidable combat skill caused the wardens to fall one by one. Zed propelled himself into the air and delivered a killing blow to the head of the man on the ground. The others kept rushing in, panicked but powerless against his strength. The more he fought, the more bloodthirsty Zed became, breaking into a dangerous, exhilarated grin. "Damn it, show some enthusiasm when facing your enemies." Closing in, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, knocking two men away at once. Watching Zed's display, Ryu stood aside, stunned. "This is insane." When Warden Clark woke up after overusing his mana, he stepped out dazed, seeing his men defeated. One guard regained consciousness and trembling said, "Ah, Warden, I'm sorry. Number 218 has escaped." Hearing that, Clark frowned, his face full of anger, and shouted, "Capture him immediately." Under the cover of night, in the village of Murata near the prison, Zed and Ryu hid inside some wooden crates in an alley. Hiding, Ryu watched and said, "I think he completely lost our trail." Zed asked, "Where are we exact?" Ryu explained, "This is a small town called Murata, the only village near the prison." Zed nodded, "So the guards will come here first, right?" Ryu rummaged through an old crate as he spoke. "We have no other choice. The other towns are too far, but if we blend in with the locals we might be safe." Zed replied, "I'll go along with your plan for now, but what are you really looking for?" Ryu pulled out a few shabby old outfits and handed them to Zed. "These are perfect, put them on." Zed looked them over. "These are the kind of rags a tramp would pick up. This place is full of homeless people. Disguising ourselves as beggars is the safest choice." After saying that, they both put on the tattered clothes. Ryu instructed, "I'll go get some necessary supplies. You stay here, wait like a mouse absolutely still." Zed asked, "But how will you do that without a single coin?" Ryu confidently raised his hand as if showing off, "Why would I need money?" Zed thought, "This guy's way of thinking is really strange." Ryu hurried off, adding, "I won't be gone long, so don't go anywhere, because you're my assistant." Zed watched him leave, doubtful. "Assistant, huh?" An hour or two later, Ryu returned. "I'm back." Zed asked, "What did you get?" Ryu produced colored contact lenses. "Put these in." Zed put them on. His blood-red eyes turned a mysterious blue, hiding the signs of the Arahan clan. Ryu nodded. "There, that should do it. Red eyes mark Arahan, so be careful. In these southern lands in the Bahanan clan's territory, blue contacts are trending. For those weird nobles, eyes are just jewelry." Zed pondered and analyzed. Bahanan is a prestigious clan. My former main character was Tor's Bahan, also the identity I use for the final ending. In terms of magic, I chose Arahan, and the swordsman is Bahan. As in that world of two hated factions, their eye colors are completely opposite. After disguising themselves, Zed and Ryu moved to a safer spot. Zed said anyway, thanks for caring. Ryu replied on the way back. I found a pretty good place. Follow mule rest there for a bit. Inside an old stable-turned-warehouse, seldom used and hidden in dense woods, Zed and Ryu spent the night. Lying down, Zed sighed. Why on earth did I end up like this? When I open my eyes, it's like I've been thrown into a game. Now I'm hiding in a horse stall to sleep, and on top of that, I'm a prisoner. At least it's a bit interesting. But why does that Ryu keep clinging to me? Zed turned to look at Ryu, suspicious. He even calls me his assistant. Clark is targeting me. He knows it's extremely dangerous to be seen with me. I still don't know much about Ryu. After all, he's just a street kid who steals for a living, but I need his help now, so I'll stick with him for the time being. Can I really trust him? Despite his doubts, the two decided to travel together for now and then fell asleep. The next morning, the sun rose, and rays of sunlight filtered through the old stable's window. They both woke up. Zed looked around as Ryu complained, "Damn, it was too dark last night so I couldn't see. Did I really sleep in a place like this?" Ryu yawned and replied, "Maybe since we're from upper-class nobility, places like this just feel uncomfortable." Zed snapped, "No, I can't be like that. I need to start making money. But if we want to survive, we have to eat first." Ryu wondered, what do we do? Just avoiding the warden's gaze is exhausting enough. Why don't you learn a bit of pickpocket? Zed refused, forget pickpocketing. Take me to the place I mentioned. Ryu didn't understand, where? Zed answered, the arena. Having said that, the two left. They went to the underground arena, a place where fighters fight every day for sky-high prize money. Inside, intense matches were underway, and the atmosphere was electric. Zed and Ryu had arrived, promising to cause a stir in this place. At the underground arena, Zed and Ryu were glued to the ring where two famous fighters faced off. Icas, the arena's strongest fighter and a stubborn challenger. The air was hotter than ever, the crowd wildly excited, cheering as if the stands might explode. Ryu looked pale and sweaty at the scene, turned to Zed in panic. "Zed, I think we're in the wrong place." Zed remained calm, eyes on the fight, replying tersely, "No, you're exactly where you need to be." On the ring, the challenger gritted his teeth and, summoning all his strength, bit into Icaz's arm. Fresh blood gushed out, the metallic smell sharp in the air. Icaz staggered from the surprise attack, then spun around and delivered a crushing punch to the man's face, flattening it. But the challenger quickly regained his balance, returned to a defensive stance, eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared at Icaz. Suddenly, Icaz launched a vicious strike from the right, lunging to slam a hard punch into the challenger's left ribcage. If it landed cleanly, several ribs would surely break and blood would splatter everywhere. The crowd below, seeing the tide turn toward Icaz, jeered, "Fight properly, challenger. I bet my whole fortune on you." Another shouted, "Kill him." Someone else yelled, "This time I'm rooting for Icaz." Under the stands, Zed savored every moment, thinking, "I thought this would just be a brawl among scum, but it's much more entertaining." Ryu, terrified, stammered, "Zed, this place is terrifying. Let's get out of here." Back in the ring, Icaz took a powerful step, sprinting like lightning toward the unlucky challenger. Before he could collect himself, he took a direct punch to the face, blood spraying from his nose like a fountain as he crashed backward across the floor. Now only prayers could reverse the situation. Icaz didn't stop, striking relentlessly, giving his opponent no time to breathe, fresh blood spraying everywhere like a downpour. Ryu below trembled, clutching Zed's hand. "Zed, you see, killing someone here is nothing, and Icaz is way stronger than those Kyrian prisoners. Trying to handle him with petty tricks won't work." Seeing Zed silent, Ryu felt uneasy and turned to look. Zed had disappeared without a trace. He stammered, "Zed." The crowd all looked up at the stands in unison, puzzled. Zed's voice rang out from there as he called loudly, "Icaz." Zed grabbed Icaz's hand as he was about to rain more blows down on the now unconscious challenger. Blood from Icaz's hand kept flowing, staining the floor red. Zed opened his mouth. "Can't you see he's already out?" Icaz glanced over, scowling at being interrupted, but Zed remained unfazed, eyes sharp as he ordered, "Relax." Icaz looked bewildered, staring at Zed as if he didn't understand what was happening, his expression dazed. Ryu finally found his friend, mouth agape as if his jaw would drop, silently wailing, "Why did you climb up there, you crazy idiot?" Zed shot a look at the referee. "Hey, aren't you the ref? Have you been bribed? The outcome is obvious yet you let the match continue. Are there no rules here?" Startled by Zed's barrage, the referee stood dumbfounded, unable to respond. "Who the hell is that? Why are you interfering?" Icaz ripped his hand away from Zed, snarling in irritation. "What the hell is this?" He thought to himself, "If you're nobility, this will be even more troublesome." Now the center of attention, Zed confidently introduced himself. "Me. Can't you tell just by looking?" The crowd held its breath, waiting. Zed sneered, obviously just a street urchin. The crowd, expecting someone grand, were disappointed and erupted. One man shouted, "He's insane. Is that guy really some lowlife? Another added, damn it, who lets someone ruin the atmosphere like this? I'm having a good time. Zed paid them no mind and casually said, yeah, it's too noisy. I'll take responsibility. Then he pointed at Ika's and declared, I'm the one who should fight him, right? Zed grinned triumphantly. Just wait, I'll show you something interesting. Ryu shouted Zed, then unleashed a torrent of scolding. How many times have I told you? His power here far exceeds your limits. The whole crowd is on his side. If your chance to win is 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, no matter how much I beg the gods or pray to luck, there's no way to beat him. This is completely unacceptable. Ika's is untouchable. No way, better go pick a different fight. After being scolded, Zed was a bit flustered. He knew Ryu was cowardly and feared he'd get killed, but he just scratched his head calmly, put everything on me. Ryu, exasperated, are you even listening? Are you going to keep doing this? Stop and get down here right now. Zed cried out, calming Ryu a little, after this match. Let's have a massive beef feast like there's no tomorrow. Ryu sighed in resignation. Don't bring trouble on yourself. The referee shouted, the match begins. Zed and Ika's will face each other. The two sized each other up. Ika's muttered, even if that bastard's crazy, he stays composed. Then he was surprised, interesting. He looks only about 15, but what's with those eyes? He assessed Zed, steady breathing, an unusual stance, not like anyone else. It seems Zed has a power I didn't expect. Suddenly Ika's trembled. Why am I so scared? Am I really afraid of a filthy brat like that? He screamed inside to steady himself, seriously. Afraid of someone like that? Then he lunged like a madman at Zed, swinging his fist. But unexpectedly, the one who got hit wasn't Zed but Ika's himself. He bulged his eyes. What the hell? Looking over, Zed still stood in a guarded stance and pointed out the flaw. A punch shouldn't be retracted a few times. It should be thrown from a ready stance, straight to the opponent's face, along the shortest path, fastest and cleanest. As he spoke, Zed launched a barrage of punches at Ika's face, leaving him breathless. Each blow came faster than the last. Ika's was completely overwhelmed, and at times Zed even put his full weight into the strikes. Zed drove his foot hard into the ground to build momentum, preparing the final blow. The force tore through Ika's head and sent him flying backward, rendering him unconscious, face battered, teeth broken, and more importantly, he hadn't managed to counter or block a single strike. The crowd erupted, unbelievable. What on earth is that guy? Is Ika's holding back? Ryu squeezed his eyes shut and muttered prayers. O god of war, goddess of luck, miracle worker, mother of life, please let him come back safe. The debate snapped Ryu back to reality. What do you mean let him go? Open your eyes and look. Ryu cracked one eye open. That lowlife is dominating him. Ika's can't stand. Ryu stared straight ahead. What are you thinking? Can't trust your own eyes. Really, he already won. Could Zed beat Ika's? Ika's couldn't stay on his feet, but with a trace of strength left, he thought in amazement, what the hell? Zed's form blurred before his eyes. He can beat me. I lost to a kid, proud of his title as the arena's strongest, now taught a lesson by an unknown brat. Why couldn't I dodge those awful punches? This is insane. Ika's tried to rally his spirit, but Zed unleashed a final move using Kai, knocking him completely out, unconscious on the floor. Silence fell like a sheet. Zed broke the silence. Ref, what are you doing? Shouldn't I be allowed to fight without rules too? The referee snapped awake. The match is over. He announced the challenger wins. Zed thought to himself, barely warmed up and it's over already. I should have held back my strength a bit more. Zed went to collect the prize money but wasn't satisfied. Are you kidding me? You said the odds were 62-1 and this is all I get. He pointed at the purse. You think because I look young you can cheat me? I can't believe you can't even do a simple calculation. The arena staff panicked, waving their hands. No way. I calculated it correct. Zed argued there's no way the payout is this low. Give me the bets, recalculate now. Ryu stood to the side trembling, too afraid to intervene. Zed stopped arguing and turned. Ryu, how much did you bet? He accused because Ryu hadn't listened. I told you I bet everything. Suddenly a pair of beautiful legs in bright red high heels approached. Ryu tearfully explained, I really hate gambling. Besides, we need to save money for dinner. The cashier tried to stop them, thinking a fight was about to break out. Don't do this here. A woman spoke up. Hello. She was Herna, the arena owner, coming to see who was worthy of taking down her strongest fight. Herna flashed a sly smile, then said, may I have a word with you? Zed swept his gaze and remembered she had been watching him from the stands, asking, but who are you? Herna smiled, judging by your stunned look. This must be your first time here. I'm the manager of this Aranami, name is Herna. She invited, can we talk for a moment? Zed flatly declined, no, thanks, and walked away, leaving an embarrassed Herna standing there. Ryu felt uneasy and looked back. Herna signaled, and two burly guards blocked Zed's path. He wasn't afraid, annoyed, warning, you boys want the same fate as him. Should I put you to sleep for a few days? The two stood motionless. Zed thought to himself, I wouldn't even dare imagine this in my dreams. Is it because of absolute loyalty to that woman? From behind, Herna spoke. Ikas, whom you defeated today, is a champion I recruited from the capital. You get the idea, right? Today I'll let you off. We'll meet again anyway. She smiled smugly. Next time we'll talk in a more private setting. I really enjoy strong opponents. You're a rough gem worth polishing, you know. Zed merely glanced at her and said nothing, walking away as if she were air. Herna stood there, her smile hardening, thinking this kid is more interesting than I expected. The crowd still buzzed, not yet over Zed's performance, while Ryu breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled, lucky he didn't die. But next time, don't play with fire like that. Leaving the arena as promised, Zed led Ryu to a meat house to eat their fill. Ryu was so hungry he flopped face down on the table and moaned, I'm starving. If you keep me waiting much longer, you'll have to carry me to the table. Ryu sat up, rubbing his belly as he spoke. On the surface, Herna's just the arena manager, but in reality, she's the one who holds the city's power. As long as she's around, sooner or later we'll run into her. Zed replied nonchalantly to me, she's just a greedy old fox. Ryu burst out laughing in agreement. Exactly. They even call her the old vixen. Zed heard that and thought to himself, she must have approached me to take advantage of me. It reminded me of when I first stepped into the martial world just like this. When I started to stand out, all kinds of forces came calling. Most of them only saw my talent as a way to make money. Back then, I was fooled many times, just a hopeful rookie from the countryside. Meeting my current manager was pure luck. He's the one who helped me become a champion. Zed unconsciously remembered his old manager and wondered, I wonder if he's okay now. Thanks to him, I'm no longer that naive country kid people exploited. I've been through it all and climbed to the top. The image of Kim Jin-ho wearing the championship belt flashed through his mind. I am the champion. Then Zed turned his thoughts to Herna's advances and judged an old vixen. Just wait, season ones will show themselves soon enough. The server's voice cut through his thoughts and pulled him back to the present. One serving of your meat is ready. Ryu cheered, wow, it's Verity beef. The meat was neatly arranged on a plate and set before them, ready to eat. Ryu salivated, hand reaching for a piece when Zed stopped him. Ryu, wait a sec. Ryu hurriedly, what's wrong? Zed explained, eyes fixed on the plate, this meat is fake. The color and marbling are all wrong. He examined it closely. Ryu, do you see? If this were real Verity beef, the marbling would be finer and the color deeper than this. Ryu was surprised, what fake, but what exactly is marbling? He thought it over, something's off. Even the prison warden takes a week to get it. Zed added, if it could be sourced from a neighboring city, it wouldn't take that long. Besides, Verity is extremely rare, right? They couldn't possibly serve that to every customer here. As he spoke, Zed pointed to the next table. Look, that looks like a lower grade cut. Even one grade down makes a huge difference. First, just look at the price. Ryu, now ravenous, blurted in disappointment, really. But whether it's a lower grade or Verity, isn't it all the same once it's in your stomach? He clutched his belly and pleaded softly, I'm so hungry. But Zed refused to let it go. If I'm paying for Verity and they serve a fake, isn't that a scam? Besides, we don't have much money. As customers, we have the right to clarify this. Then he waved, hey, over here. The server, seeing their shabby appearance, put on a look of contempt. You've been bothering, use it and leave, okay? He muttered, so annoying. You only ordered one serving and you're wasting our time. Zed, unfazed, growled, this is fake. I ordered a serving of Verity beef, shouldn't you bring the correct dish first? On the surface he was calm, but inside Zed was furious. I hate scammers who sell fake goods and act high and mighty. The server scowled and challenged, you think this is some street con? Zed snapped, enough, call the owner here. At that the server's true colors surfaced, this brat really has no fear. Zed didn't hold back and retorted, fine, let this fearless brat speak. The people at the next table stirred, what's going on? You looking for a fight? The server, afraid of escalating things, relented, shut up and follow me. Zed and Ryu were led to another room to meet the owner, likely his office. The server brought them in and said politely, boss, I brought them here. In front of them sat a fat man with a mustache, flanked by two burly thugs holding butcher's cleavers, looking like a pack of butchers. They sneered, you lot the troublemaking customer. Zed didn't bother to be intimidated, straightening up, you're the ones with no manners. You're selling counterfeit goods. The owner laughed heartily, I have to say I like a bold brat like you. He pointed, but you should know how to read people's faces. Zed said coldly, you may not feel the tension, but you definitely don't understand the situation. If you charge at me, which side do you think will die? The owner flew into a rage, laughing with glee, arrogant, aren't you? Consider this a life lesson. Prepare to be beaten to pieces. No sooner had he spoken than his butcher henchmen lunged forward with their cleavers. Zed didn't waste words and neutralized them one by one. He landed a punch on the first man's face. The second took a knee to the gut and doubled over. Zed twisted his arm to restrain him and slammed a hard blow to the jaw, then leaped back and struck the back of the third man's neck. The fourth fared no better. Zed moved in to lock the hand holding the cleaver, spun, and clamped down on his wrist, bending and throwing him hard to the floor like a sack of sand. The owner gaped in horror at Zed's strength. His ruddy complexion drained pale, sweat ran down his forehead, and he stammered this. Zed stood there, barely winded and still brimming with energy. Around him, the henchmen lay strewn, bruised and battered. The owner shouted in fear, "What the hell is this?" Ryu stood to one side, watching and celebrating. "Serves you right, you bastards. Do you know who this is? He really beat Ika's. That was Ika." At the mention of Ika's, the owner suddenly remembered the earlier loss and had laughed it off. "But is this for real?" He asked Zed, "So what do you want from me?" Zed didn't mince words. "Now we understand each other, right? I just want fair compensation. I'm reasonable." He held up 2 fingers. "2 conditions for compensation. First, return the money you took from us. Second, from now on you will pay for the beef we eat here, and of course at Verity prices." Agreed. The owner was speechless and nodded like a machine. Verity beef wasn't cheap. After Zed left, he blew up in anger. "What? Those guys are a bunch of hooligans. On a day like this." Night had fallen. A bright crescent moon hung in the starry sky. Ryu flopped back onto the soft bed, feeling the softness spread, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, so soft." He acted like a child, waving his arms and legs. "I've never slept on a bed this soft before. This is the best." Ryu propped his chin and turned to Zed. "But Zed, that was awesome earlier. That's consumer power, just like you'd expect from someone of standing, huh?" Zed crawled into the blanket, smiling. "Yeah, if bad rumors spread, the restaurant could go under. For someone with no bargaining power, negotiating is pure hell." Ryu recalled the owner's flushed face and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I've never seen anyone go that red before. Anyway, thanks to that I'm living comfortably." Zed smiled. "All right, go to sleep." The night deepened, the moon lazily slipping away, and absolute silence settled. In the room, Zed had fallen into a deep sleep before anyone noticed. But Ryu still hadn't dozed off. He opened his eyes, hesitated as if thinking something over, then sat up to check whether Zed was truly asleep. Ryu whispered, "Zed, are you asleep?" Zed faced inward, sleeping soundly, and didn't respond. Reassured, Ryu quietly slipped out of bed, moving carefully to avoid waking Zed. He walked to the door and began unlocking it slowly. Zed suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out he had been pretending to sleep to see what Ryu was hiding. A few days later, during the day, Ryu woke up and called Zed, then complained, "I'm starving. When are we going to eat? You never risk, you just keep training nonstop." Beside him, Zed was pushing himself through physical training. Ryu continued, "Mages hate sweating more than death itself. Are you training your body because you have no mana?" Zed wiped his sweat and replied, Pretty much." Ryu widened his eyes. "Pretty much? That was a joke. I can't believe you admitted it." Zed checked the status board for Zed Arahan and thought, "But it really hasn't increased at all. No matter how many times I check the status each day, it's the same. At this rate, I'm starting to think I'm cursed." On the status board, his mana stat remained a flat 0. He reasoned, maybe going from nothing to 1 is like creating something from nothing, so it will take a very long time. The first point is the hardest. After that, it should climb faster. Then Zed turned and said, "Ryu, morning training's done. Let's go eat." Ryu perked up. "Where are we going today?" "Salad, stewed potatoes." Zed smirked. "No, let's switch it up and have beef." Ryu lit up with excitement, eyes bright. "Oh, finally we get to eat." He skipped happily to the eatery while Zed walked slowly behind, thinking, "We haven't been to the steakhouse in 3 days. The reason's simple. We had to check their operation to avoid trouble. Most importantly, on our first day we polished off 10 servings, so money's not an issue." He turned and asked Ryu, "How much gold do we have left?" Ryu answered, "We don't have much now. The cost of living in this city is insane." Zed gave a soft hum and fell into thought. "I've been at this game for 10 years, though. I not know normal prices. Spending that much in a few days is like throwing money out the window. Does he think because I'm noble-born I don't understand how the world works?" Zed suspected Ryu. What is he hiding? Greed or gambling? For now, I'll pretend not to notice him skimming money, since there's no sign of betrayal. But I won't let this continue forever. Once I find the reason, I'll know what kind of man he is. Among the owner's staff, a red-haired worker ran in and reported, "Boss, they're here." The owner asked, "Really?" He ran the steakhouse with pride exceeding his competence and had once been humiliated by a common brat. He told the staffer, "You're prepared as I told you, right?" A table set with steaks was prepared neatly. Steaks arranged around, a grill beside the table, a plate of sliced eggs in the center, and a candle to whet the appetite. The server called out, "This way." He courteously invited, "We've prepared a lot of meat, please help yourselves." Ryu excitedly asked, "Wow, how much is this worth?" The server backed away, greeting them, "If you need anything, just call me." Zed found it odd. Why are they suddenly friendly? Ryu said, "Maybe because we're back." Zed objected, "No way. When I scoped this place earlier, I didn't see anyone who looked like an assassin. The inside of the restaurant is exactly the same as before, so what's all the commotion about?" Seeing Zed hadn't touched his chopsticks, Ryu asked, "Zed, aren't you hungry?" He'd already wrapped a portion and held it out to Zed. "This is the special roll just for you, eat it in one bite." Zed murmured thanks, but kept thinking, "All right, first we need to watch the situation." He took the food Ryu made and put it in his mouth. "If we watch closely, we'll see what they're planning." Suddenly, Zed noticed something in the food and shouted, "Ryu, spit it out now." Zed's shout made Ryu, who was mid-bite, stop. "Don't eat that piece of meat." Ryu panicked, retching and coughing as he realized the food was poisoned. He collapsed onto the table and moaned, "Poisoned. Am I going to die?" Zed immediately reassured him, "You'll be fine. It's such a small dose you won't die from it." Realizing the food had been poisoned, Zed thought, so this was his plot. He actually dared to poison the meat. "If I didn't have absolute poison immunity, we'd have been taken out without anyone knowing. Seems every pain I went through to get that trait was worth." Ryu still couldn't believe it and, disappointed, turned to Zed, "But it didn't taste like anything. Is it really poisoned?" "How did you know?" Zed replied tersely, "Because I'm an Arahan." Just as you'd expect from a noble Elitian, a different level. Hearing that, Ryu asked anxiously, "So what do we do now? They clearly tried to kill us. Shouldn't we run?" Zed bluntly, "Why should we run?" Ryu stared blankly, "Then what do we do?" Zed smiled, a plan flashing in his eyes, "Make them pay." Zed called the owner over. The man entered and snapped with a sour tone, "If beggars come here, you should obediently eat the meat. What right do you have to act high and mighty?" Zed sat down, giving a pale smile amid the empty plates and wiped clean dishes. "I only called you here to clear up a few misunderstandings. There are some things I want to ask." Seeing the spotless plates, the owner thought to himself, "These beggars sure ate their fill. If they'd eaten that much poison, the effects should be kicking in soon." With that thought, he said contemptuously, "What misunderstanding? You're just thugs who bully and rob others." As he finished speaking, Zed pointed at Ryu. From somewhere, Ryu produced a wrapped roll of meat with a smile. "See? You misjudged us. Let's settle the misunderstanding and make peace by sharing a meal." Ryu offered the roll to him. "Have a bite." The owner exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, what's this?" He looked at the rolled same meat he himself had laced with poison and said anxiously, "Why are you giving this to me?" Zed answered, "As a gesture of reconciliation. If you accept, I'll drop the second condition from before. We're not bandits or anything." Ignoring Zed's offer, he hurriedly replied, "No way. I have no intention of making peace with you." Seeing the owner's anxiety, Zed cut to the chase. "Strange, huh? Do you really want to keep being extorted? Or is there another reason you won't eat? Like that this piece of meat is poison." The owner, frightened, kept denying it. "Nonsense." Seeing he had no way left to deny it, Zed said, "It seems you rather enjoy acting out this little play, don't you?" As he finished, Zed flipped the dining table aside, raising the tension in the air. The owner panicked. "What are you doing?" He looked closely and saw plates and poisoned meat pieces scattered on the floor, and suddenly realized he didn't eat the meat, just left it there. Could he have known it was poisoned? Damn, that can't be happening. Zed sat among the overturned dishes and scattered food with an expressionless face and calmly said, "Out of respect for you, I only intended to drop by occasionally. But you're a wicked man. You dare poison the meat." Still unwilling to believe Zed and Ryu had figured it out, the owner kept thinking, "Calm down. There's no way they really realized." Then he shouted, "Bastards. I told you there's no poison. Do you have proof? Where's your proof?" Faced with his denials, Zed unhurriedly put a hand to his eye and removed a contact lens. "Proof? Oh, I have proof right here. Right here." He takes off his glasses and Zed's eyes blaze red. Proof of the Arahan MAGE family. Seeing those eyes, the tavern owner panicked. "Arahan red eyes. How?" Zed slowly stood up, his voice dangerously threatening. "You dared deceive an Arahan. You will pay with your life." He collapsed, trembling. "No. Someone disappearing without a trace here is no big deal." Hearing the threats, his face changed color, terrified at having deceived someone from a noble family. "I'm going to die." Realizing this involved his life, he knelt and begged, "Zed, please, I didn't realize the honored one in front of me. I sincerely apologize for not knowing you are a T-letter 1EED T-letter 1EED. Zed took advantage of the threat, leaving him utterly terrified. "Why would an Arahan from the west come all the way to this remote southern area? Why didn't you reveal your identity from the start? Why act like a lowly wanderer?" He thought and cried like a child, "Please, just this once. Just this once. Please forgive this foolish, cowardly person. If you pardon me, I'll do anything." Watching the man beg like a child for his life, Zed recognized the absolute sway of the Arahan title. This authority is terrifying. Maybe I should use it more. Zed thought, then made a demand. "You said you'd do anything. Fine, because I see your sincerity, I'll generously spare Yaoanli this once." Hearing Zed spare him, the tavern owner bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor." Zed laid out conditions first. "Do not reveal my identity to anyone." He hurriedly replied, "Of course. Until the day I die, even when I go to the other world, I won't utter a single word." Zed continued, "Second, hand over half your wealth. Do that and I'll consider today never happened." Without hesitation, he agreed. "Understood. I can give it to you right now. Please wait a moment. After all, if you die, money is useless, and it's only half anyway. Zed thought, I've succeeded in fooling this guy. He hurried to comply. We must hand it over before he changes his mind. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. After successfully intimidating him, Zed put his contact lens back on to avoid being recognized. Seeing this, Ryu smiled brightly. Indeed, an Arahan. He doesn't even dare speak. Zed replied, once we get the money, we leave this city tonight. Ryu agreed, yeah, sounds like a good idea. From outside, a familiar red high-heeled shoe stepped in. Where are you two rushing off to? Zed and Ryu were stunned as a familiar voice sounded. Well, hello, Herna. She appeared unexpectedly, leaving them speechless. We meet again, ha ha ha. Turns out you're quite an intimidating figure, aren't you? Zed fell silent, his face serious, guessing, could she have known I was an Arahan in such a short time? Did that bastard reveal his identity? From a distance, the tavern owner kept shaking his head as if to signal he was still keeping absolute silence. No, no way. He's genuinely terrified. Zed thought that means there's only one place she could have gotten information about me. If Herna discovers I'm a fake Arahan, I'll lose all the money. We need to change locations fast. Without hesitation, Zed requested, let's go somewhere else. Let's talk privately. Herna replied, fine. In another room, the three sat down. The space was quiet without a sound. Zed spoke first, so why are you here? Do you have business with me? Herna smiled faintly and looked at Ryu. Oh my, you misunderstood. It's not me who has business with you. I'm here today to meet my client. Zed hurriedly turned to Ryu, a client. No way. Ryu, his face full of fear and worry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but… Before he could finish, Herna interrupted. I investigated at your request, but it turns out I need more money. Ryu panicked. What? You slam the table, jump to your feet angrily and shout. No, this wasn't the original deal. Do you know how much I already paid you? Herna fires back. That money wouldn't even cover my daily meals. Do you think finding a missing person is easy? Someone no one even knows the whereabouts of alive or dead. Furious but powerless, Ryu can only stand and cry, his lips trembling. How could you do this? That was my last hope. Finally, Zed understands why Ryu often goes out at night. I get what's going on here. Wanting to help his friend, Zed makes a proposal to Herna. Wait, do this. You said you had business with me, right? Fold this into that. Herna replies, oh, so if I fulfill this client's request, you'll accept mine. Sounds good, my request is simple. She continues, fight Ikas one more time, that's all. Sensing something's wrong, Ryu yells to stop him. Wait, Zed, this is clearly a trap. Zed doesn't care and immediately answers, fine, I accept the rematch. Ryu keeps shouting Zed, despite knowing it's Herna's trap. Zed confirms, so you'll carry out Ryu's request too. Herna licks her lips lightly, eyes full of scheming danger, of course. I always keep my promises. The moment arrives, Zed and Ryu move slowly toward the meeting spot. Although he knows Zed agreed to rematch Ikas to help him, Ryu walks on sadly. Zed tries to reassure him, why the long face? You did get quite a bit of money. Ryu replies, I'm really sorry. From the start, I didn't intend to deceive you. Zed answers, I know. Ryu rushes to explain, actually, I secretly hired that woman. I knew it was foolish, but I had no other choice. Zed gently, I know that too that you stashed away some money. Ryu surprised you knew. Zed nods, yeah, but only today did I learn you went to Herna, so why pretend you didn't know? Ryu asks. Zed replies, because I don't care. I figure the help you've given me is at least worth that much. After saying that, he warns, but we can't let this happen again. From now on, don't hide anything, tell me everything. The thing I hate most in this world is repaying trust with betrayal. No matter how harsh your past was, don't become garbage. Hearing Zed, tears well in Ryu's eyes from being moved. Okay, I'll remember that. Worried Zed will be in danger, Ryu tries to stop him. Don't take the rematch. Take this money and leave like we originally planned. Zed answers, what about your request to find your brother? Ryu replies, you know the truth. That woman just plans to trick us again. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled by Herna. Yet the fact Ryu still went to her shows how desperate he was. In his desperation, he clung to a rotten rope, even knowing it could snap at any moment. Herna is exactly the kind of person who would betray a desperate child. Feeling pity for Ryu's situation, Zed decides, I know. I was originally going to leave, but I've changed my mind. Ryu panics, what? You really intend to take the rematch? I believe in your ability, but this time Herna is going all out to bring you down. Zed grows more confident. That's precisely why I want to fight even more. Ryu is stunned. What? Why? Zed smiles. When I see garbage, I want to clean it up. And beating an opponent when he's putting everything into it is the most thrilling feeling, right? At the same time, at the Kyrian prison camp, the guards hastily assemble to prepare to hunt down Zed and Ryu. A guard shouts, all personnel assembled. Good, move out immediately. Start with the vanguard team, Roger. The warden slammed the table in fury because Zed had escaped right under his nose, his hand crushing the wood until the surface splintered. "You damned sewer rats. They escaped right in front of us. This time I'll personally finish them off." As he spoke, a dangerous, malevolent aura enveloped, making the air thick and tense. His face showed extreme rage, a terrifying power filled with killing intent and the determination to crush his enemies. Teeth clenched in fury, he roared, "Zed Arahan." Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the match between Zed and Ikaz finally arrived. The two of them stood in the arena, surrounded by countless shouts and cheers from the crowd. And the hulking Ikaz was thoroughly enjoying the noise. This made Zed curious. Why was that guy so confident? After everything he'd been through, he still wore that expression. Something's up, he thought to himself. Behind him, his friend Ryu couldn't hide his worry, warning Zed, "If things get dangerous, promise me you'll stop immediately, okay?" Hearing that, Zed fell silent and said nothing. Next, so as not to keep the spectators waiting any longer, the referee's announcement rang out. The rematch between Ikaz and the beggar officially begins. No sooner had the words fallen than the crowd saw the big Ikaz assume a certain stance, causing an uproar. "Wait, Ikaz is using that stance." Across from him, Ryu's face darkened as he cursed, "That bastard. He's copying Zed's stance." From their viewpoint, Ikaz had taken a boxing stance and was secretly grinning to himself. "Herna guaranteed this match, so I got on the stage. But an Arahan with no mana docent that sound off. He was abandoned in prison, so maybe it's true. I'll find out for myself." Clenching his fist and driving it toward his chest, Ikaz lunged forward with wind-tearing speed and immediately launched a thunder strike straight at Zed. Seeing that, Zed instantly tilted his head to the side to dodge. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eye. That only made Ikaz feel even more smug. He threw his punches in a storm of speed and taunted, "What? Surprised? You think you're the only one who can do it? Once I trained it myself, I realized how useful it is." From Zed's perspective, while dodging the big man's attacks, he had to admit inwardly, I have to admit that's a bit surprising." Then he threw a punch, striking Ikaz's cheek squarely and sending the giant staggering back a few steps. But with his beast-like toughness, Ikaz seemed not to feel any pain at all. He even burst out laughing as his suspicion was confirmed. "What the hell? Are you serious? Turns out you're truly a chicken with no mana at all." For Zed, after that punch, he could confirm one thought. It was confirmed. The belt he was wearing was the ogre's belt. It reduces physical damage by 90%. Because of that, and with 0 mana, this was clearly the worst possible opponent for me, so that's why he was so confident. As for his friend Ryu, he also realized something was wrong and wondered, what's going on? Zed's attacks have no effect. Thinking that, a little unease welled up in him as he warned, "Zed, I bet that woman did something. This match is too dangerous." In response to that worry came the protagonist's confident smile. "Ryu, just stand there and watch." Zed's smile left Ryu dumbfounded, unable to understand how Zed could be smiling in a situation like this. Still, Zed offered no explanation and began to focus on his opponent. Across from him, the hulking Ikaz continued to taunt, "What is this? You planning to give up?" Zed answered firmly, "No way. I'm just a little surprised. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You think I'd quit?" As he spoke, Zed began to change his stance. Seeing that, Ikaz felt a flicker of caution. He is changing. Before he could finish the thought, Zed's figure flashed and suddenly appeared right in front of him. Zed then drew his leg up and delivered a high kick straight into Ikaz's ear. The kick hit so hard it left his head spinning, his thoughts growing fuzzy. "Am I being pushed back?" he wondered inwardly, before taking a straight stomp to the gut from Zed. For Zed Kim Jin-ho, the strongest on Earth thighs, was the first time he felt true exhilaration. No one could last more than a minute against him, so he'd never had the chance to use his full set of skill. But look at this guy. After those kicks, he was still standing firm. For Kim Jin-ho, this was a first. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zed became, and he couldn't suppress his smile. "This is a living punching bag made for me." He rushed in again. Judging from Zed's stance, Ikaz guessed a high kick was coming and curled his right arm up to protect his face. But unfortunately for him, he'd never faced this style of martial arts before, so he could hardly predict Zed's next moves. Zed unleashed a barrage of kicks into Ikaz's body, making his eyes bulge. All he could do was stand there taking it and curse inwardly. "Damn it, I can't even read his moves, let alone defend. How is he a mage?" The more he thought, the more hopeless Ikaz felt. Meanwhile, Zed attacked with increasing ferocity, exclaiming with excitement, "Don't even think about giving up. It doesn't hurt that much, does it?" Zed's mad words pushed Ikaz past his limit, and he cried out in surrender, "Please stop, I give up." No sooner had he spoken, Zed drove a knee upward, striking him squarely in the jaw. Then, to the stunned gaze of everyone present, Zed followed with a hooking kick, aimed straight at the belt around his waist, splitting the belt cleanly in two. At that moment, the belt's damage reduction effect vanished, and Ikaz's face went ashen with pain. He immediately dropped to one knee before Zed. But the protagonist had no intention of letting him off so easily. He called out, "What's the matter?" not getting up. His icy gaze terrified Ika's into blurting, "All right, I surrender." The belt is broken. Referee, end the match now, before he could finish speaking. Zed's foot shot forward, stomping into his face as a warning. Not nearly enough. This isn't over yet. Ending it here would be a waste. At that point, Zed's contact lens slowly dissolved, revealing his two red eyes. After seeing those eyes, Ika's immediately fainted, leaving Zed slightly regretful that he hadn't even finished beating him. Is that it? At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of energy appear in his chest. It slowly spread throughout his body, making Zed feel very strange. What is this? This odd sensation, like something is running inside my body, he wondered inwardly. And to explain it, a system notification appeared on the screen. Mana increased. Mana from none increased to 1. Reading the notification, Zed laughed so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, my body feels like it's on stimulants. This is better than I thought. Right, this is how it should be. A mage with no mana sounded ridiculous. But wait, why is it so quiet around here? Zed thought as he scanned his surroundings with his eyes. Meanwhile, his friend Ryu rushed up and shouted a warning. "Zed, why did you take your lenses off?" Zed replied with a bewildered look. "Huh, I didn't wait so someone saw my real eyes." "Obviously," Ryu shouted. Meanwhile, Zed had a guess about this. "It didn't seem like they fell off. Did my mana dissolve them?" Unaware of Zed's thoughts, Ryu studied his eyes closely and remarked, "Looking again, they seem redder and glowing, right?" Back among the crowd, after a few stunned seconds, someone suddenly yelled, "Red eye. That's an Arahan, run. If you look at them you'll die. Get away." At that cry, the entire audience stampeded in panic. Zed realized things were bad and quickly turned his head. "Damn it, this is bad. The guards will be here soon." "Run, Ryu," Ryu retorted angrily. "Damn it. Are you crazy? I told you to leave immediately." Before fleeing, Zed didn't forget to glance at Herna, who was watching from the side, and warned, "Hey, you. I'll come find you later, so remember to find Ryu's brother." For Herna, seeing her champion get mauled by Zed like that, even though he'd used that damage-reducing belt, made her bite her nails in frustration. "Damn, I should have listened to the warden from the start. Damn it, that bastard. I'll tear you apart, Zed Arahan." She hurried to check the bets on the match to see how much she'd lost. Ika's was a top fighter brought in from a big city for a huge, some high's contract fee was 600 gold coins over 3 years. But because of this incident, that entire amount was gone. Moreover, the ogre belt was worth 200 gold, and 1,200 gold had been transferred to Kirian's warden, bringing the total loss to 2,000 gold coins. Thinking of that enormous sum, Herna started to lose her mind. She tore at her hair and scolded herself. "Damn it. I should have listened to the warden from the beginning. Oh my precious 2,000 gold coins. That bastard, I'll rip you apart," she shouted, eyes full of hatred. Back to Zed's viewpoint, he had hurriedly grabbed the money and contact lenses and left. However, they hadn't gone far before the two had to hide in a narrow alley, because the streets were filled with the silhouettes of wardens searching for them, with no other choice. Zed and Ryu resorted to their old trick. They crawled into wooden crates to hide, and didn't dare come out until midnight. After scanning the area and confirming no one was around, Ryu finally exhaled. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Wait here, I'll borrow a carriage and be right back." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a footman drove up to them and said, "Miss Herna sent me. She said there's information to relay, so I'll take you to her. Besides, you won't find another carriage at this hour." His words made Zed a bit suspicious. Still, as he said, there really weren't any carriages available at that hour, so they had no choice but to follow him. Once aboard, Ryu leaned in and whispered to Zed, "Hey Zed, do you think this is okay?" Zed replied with a calm face, "No, this is clearly a trap. Maybe they're waiting to throw us in jail." Hearing that, Ryu couldn't hide his shock and asked, "Then why did you tell me to get on the carriage?" Zed answered, "Didn't we have to deal with this eventually? It's hard to run now." Hearing that, Ryu sighed like a man facing death. "Oh God, am I really going to die this time?" Time flew by and the carriage took them deep into the forest. In fact, before Zed and Ryu could disembark, Warden Clark from a distance swung his sword at the carriage, shredding it to pieces. Fortunately, Zed reacted quickly and pulled Ryu out in time. Clark then coldly asked them, "How did you escape?" Upon hearing this, Ryu scanned the enemy numbers and anxiously asked the protagonist, "Hey, Zed, what should we do now?" Before Zed could answer, Clark's accusing voice rang out opposite them. "How dare you steal my key and run off? You're nothing but a rat mage." Behind him, the sly woman Ika's poked her head out and taunted, "Hee. I feel sorry for you. If you'd cooperated from the start, things wouldn't have ended like this." Facing the danger, the protagonist showed no flinch and coldly replied, "Even in a million years, I'd still say no. I'm not going to meekly wait to die." Clark tightened his grip on his sword. As if wanting to duel Zed one-on-one, he ordered the others, "Zed Arahan, today is your funeral. Everyone stand back." Seeing that, Zed said to Ryu, fall back. With that, the spectators slowly backed away, leaving a wide clearing for Zed and Clark to fight. Clark laughed, haha, you plan to fight me in a situation like this. You're bold, mate. Zed replied confidently, the odds here are 50-50 anyway. Then he silently reminded himself, 50% chance to win. This is my magic to keep from being cowed by stronger foes and to avoid letting my guard down. Even if he's a level 5 knight, if the odds are still 50-50, I have no reason to be afraid. On the other side, Clark wasn't interested in more talk. He slowly wrapped his sword in a stream of purple mana and growled, proud even facing death. Good, then I'll go all out from the start. After saying this, his whole body was engulfed in an aura. With a single stomp, Clark surged forward like an arrow, shouting, Die, Arahan. As for Zed, the moment Clark launched his attack, he widened his eyes to watch the opponent's moves closely. He thought to himself, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I don't need much. I just want to relive that feeling. In this moment, I'm once again the challenger. At the same time, as if to aid Zed, the system announced, trait, challenger with strong will has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10 points. At the sound of the announcement, Zed's contact lens slowly dissolved, revealing his red eye. Then a massive explosion occurred before everyone's eyes, sending chunks of earth and rock flying everywhere. Ryu, hearing the blast, hurriedly turned toward it and shouted, Zed. As time passed, the dust and smoke slowly began to clear. However, when Warden Clark looked again, he only saw a large slash mark on the ground and no sign of the protagonist, which left him puzzled. At the same time, Herna's warning voice rang out, Clark, over there. Hearing that, Clark quickly raised his eyes to the sky. At that moment, he saw the protagonist hovering in midair. His hair had turned golden, his whole body enveloped in a golden thunder. This was the electrified state. Seeing him like this, Clark was stunned. Thunder. But how before he could finish his thought? Zed launched his attack. His body flashed like lightning as he shot forward, delivering a thunder kick aimed straight at Clark, forcing him to raise his sword in front of his chest to block. The clash instantly released a powerful shockwave that rippled outward in all directions. After that, faced with this devastating kick from the protagonist, even Clark felt uneasy. Eventually, his body was both shocked by electricity and shoved backward several meters before he could come to a stop. Clark, feeling his body ache relentlessly from the thunder, roared, How is this possible? No way, is this really thunder? Thunder is a special power that can bypass the 4 elements of water, wind, earth, and fire. It's a power every mage covets. The one power even the legendary first head of the Arahan family did not possess. That legendary power couldn't possibly be in the hands of this fool. The more Clark thought about it, the more incredulous he became. And he wasn't the only one of Rion watching around them gaped, as if they were witnessing a living dinosaur come back to life. Our friend Ryu, seeing this, was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, could this really be the Arahan bloodline's power? Returning to Clark, he stamped the ground so hard that the earth cracked into pieces and shouted, Those who rely only on bloodline power and make a fuss like you are the ones I hate most. As he spoke, he channeled mana into his sword and swung it forward, creating a crescent-shaped blade of energy aimed at the protagonist. But Zed reacted incredibly fast, leaning back to evade the strike so it wouldn't hit. Seeing that, Clark swung his sword twice, producing 2 slashes on horizontal, 1 vertical rushing toward him. But Zed calmly dodged them with no difficulty at all. Then he surged forward to attack. Clark spun at the same time, swinging his sword while thinking, you won't be able to dodge this one. However, contrary to everything he had calculated, his blade couldn't reach Zed. It was halted by a bolt of yellow lightning, preventing the sword from advancing even an inch. While he was still stunned, Zed closed the distance to Clark. Then he gathered force into his fist and delivered a thunder punch lateral straight into Clark's stomach. The blow was so powerful it produced a deafening explosion in the air. Clark writhed in pain until his whole face twisted in agony. Zed himself, in a Super Saiyan-like state, stared at him coldly with not a shred of mercy. After that, the battlefield began to radiate countless wild energies. Golden and purple flashes intertwined and sprayed chaotically in every direction. Perhaps wounded pride drove Warden Clark to attack Zed even more ferociously. His sword slashes whistled through the air, but against a seasoned warrior like Zed, they had no effect at all. Right after Zed stepped back a bit to dodge Clark's attack, he lunged forward. While Clark hadn't yet recovered his sword to defend, he threw a hooking punch straight into the warden's jaw, sending his whole body spinning into the air. The blow was so powerful that Clark's mind went chaotic. What? He was supposed to be a mage, right? Why is he charging in for a straight-up brawl like this? Clark asked himself, and his doubt wasn't unfounded. Normally, mages use spells to keep knights at a distance, while engineers close that gap to engage. That's the law of this world, an unchanging principle through history. so why was this guy fighting up close? Thinking that, Clark hurriedly raised his sword before him to block the thunder punch coming from the protagonist. While blocking, he was jolted by lightning and tried to reassure himself, I can't treat him like an ordinary mage anymore. If possible, I must create distance to swing my sword. No hesitation, Clark leapt back to keep distance, but Zed anticipated this. He didn't give Clark the chance to put space between them. He surged forward at lightning speed. Before Clark could react, Zed's fist smashed into his face. The punch hurt so much Clark's cheeks flushed red. He cursed inwardly, damn it, there's no opening. Unaware of those thoughts, Zed began gathering mana into his fist, then unleashed another thunder punch, striking Clark squarely in the gut. On impact, it produced a destructive thunder explosion, blasting Clark's body backward like a cannonball. Finally, he slammed into a large rock, which finally stopped his momentum. When the dust cleared, Clark began to cough up large gobs of blood, causing the nearby jailers to panic and shout, Warden. Not letting them speak, Clark bellowed, fall back. Then he glared at Zed with sharp eyes and in helpless laughter said, ha ha ha. No wonder you're from the Arahan family. Truly formidable. I lost. Kill me. In response, Zed asked, do you want to know why you lost? Clark, seemingly too ashamed to listen, snarled, I don't want to hear it. Just kill me. Not giving him a chance to say more, Zed answered himself. There's only one reason. I've worked and trained much harder. From Clark's perspective, Zed's words left his eyes blank. Then, a second later, a raging flame of anger welled up in the warden as he challenged, worked and trained. Don't talk nonsense. It's all because you carry the Arahan bloodline. You were born different. That's the only reason. Do you understand the suffering of people like me? Those with no talent, you fool, ruined my life. As he spoke, Clark gripped his sword so hard it trembled. Looking at his pathetic posture, Zed fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he continued, right now, I'm stronger than you. If you had more experience and reacted better, I would have lost. It's your insecurity that blurred your vision, and that's what held you back. Don't look for reasons for your failure elsewhere. The cause lies with you alone. Turning back to Clark, his anger had subsided. Instead, shame began to appear. He told himself, I never thought I'd be lectured on knightly spirit by some brat mage. With that, Clark sighed and said, enough already, just kill me. For Zed, Clark's request genuinely put him in a difficult position. Unsure what to choose, what a hassle. If I kill him here, the Empire will surely put a bounty on me, but I also can't just leave him here. Just as he thought this, the system issued 2 notifications to Zed. Trait Challenger with strong will has been disabled. Skill Transcendence has been removed. As the messages ended, the thunder that had enveloped Zed's body slowly dissipated, leaving him with a touch of regret. So that's as far as it goes. As for Herna, the moment she saw Zed's power vanish, she realized this was a heaven-sent chance to strike, and she shouted to the nearby jailers, what are you waiting for? Now's the time. Kill that Arahan immediately. Isn't that your job? Her sharp voice sliced the air and roused the jailers to awareness. They closed in slowly, surrounding Zed from all sides, but dared not recklessly rush in when they saw Warden Clark still being beaten so badly by Zed. From Zed's point of view, he glanced at the number of opponents and thought, this many enemies could be a big problem. Before our protagonist could devise a counter, a whitening wind suddenly blew in from afar, blurring everyone's vision. With his mana sense, Zed immediately guessed, someone's casting magic. There's a mage nearby. This is bad. Where's the enemy? Damn it, I have to get out of here now. Zed yelled in his head, straining his eyes to spot the caster, but couldn't. The winds were too strong. However, a few seconds later the wind gradually calmed and vanished, which surprised Zed, still on guard. What? The storm stopped already. Thinking that, Zed's eyes widened as he realized the scene ahead. In an incredibly short time, somehow all the jailers lay sprawled in pools of blood. Even Herna did not escape the fate of dying. This sent a chill through Zed, raising the hairs on his neck. He thought, they're all dead without even a cry. Even Herna. Could she have been the one who helped me? No, that's not right. If things go south, I could be blamed for everything. Zed observed. Not only the low-ranking guards, even Warden Clark, who was closest to them, fell silent and was killed. Putting that aside, Zed remembered his friend Ryu and urgently called out, Ryu. Hey Ryu, are you still alive? Where are you? Say something. In response, Ryu poked his head out from a nearby bush. Seeing his blonde friend safe, Zed breathed a sigh of relief. You're safe, thank goodness. Ryu climbed out of the bush and stared at the chaos ahead, then said in alarm, What happened, Zed? Did you make this mess? Zed shook his head in puzzlement. No. I think a high-level mage was nearby. Get out of here now. With that, Zed quickly left. While scanning the ground, Ryu suddenly found a white card and picked it up. Hey Zed, look, there's a card here. It's spotless like it was just dropped. Something's off. The two of them had no time to examine the card before hastily leaving the dangerous area. As Zed suspected, the wind was caused by a mysterious mage who was now watching Zed and Ryu depart. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to somewhere in the forest. Now that Ryu was asleep, Zed looked at the card in his hand and pondered. A white card, if I channel a bit of mana into it. Thinking it, the protagonist began to try putting his energy into the card. Sure enough, the card began to change. Its white outer layer slowly dissolved, revealing an emblem inside that looked like a leaf. Just as I thought, this is a magic card, a type of card used by secret organizations to exchange encrypted messages. And this badge is the Black Flame of the Arahan family. The Black Glass Guard of the Arahan family, they are absolutely loyal only to the Arahan Housemaster. Their scale and missions are hidden behind a veil of secrecy. They are the Empire's largest and most elite secret organization. Saying that, Zed flipped the card over. On the back was a symbol representing the number 4. Seeing it, Zed quickly recalled what he knew. If I remember correctly, 1 means accept or agree, 2 means refuse or reject, 3 means negotiate or propose, and 4 means observe or protect. Arahan is protecting me. They abandoned me because I had no mana, and now they've changed their mind. Thinking that, Zed's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the issue. Ah, right, my mana stat after defeating Clark. Part of the penalty was lifted, and my mana even increased by 2 points. Does this world have an experience system like a game? Skill Transcendence, a magic that enhances physical strength to a superior level while creating a shield. Just as I thought, it's currently disabled. Maybe my stats are still too low. Do I need at least 5 mana points to activate it? Or 10 points stacking 5 tiers would be great. At that moment, Ryu's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Hey Zed. Hearing it, Zed put the white card away and turned to say, Huh, you're still awake. Ryu nodded and replied, Yeah, I can't sleep, Zed. What should we do now? To that, Zed said, What do you mean, what should we do? We'll go to Prilda. You said you lost your comrades there, right? Ryu was still worried when Zed said they'd go to Prilda and voiced his thoughts. But earlier you said they couldn't find the coachman's body. That means the rumor must have spread, and soon the Empire will issue a manhunt. More importantly, we can't get to Prilda without a carriage. Walking is too far. Hearing that, Zed's face involuntarily formed a faint smile. Ah, right, we need to adjust our route a bit. Let's go to Tamia. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the village of Tamia, the southern front outpost. Somewhere inside the village, a magic circle suddenly flared to life. Then several figures abruptly appeared within the magic circle. They were a group of knights from the Bahal family. At the front of the group, a handsome knight issued an order. Then we will begin searching immediately. I, Tors Bahal, will hunt down those shameless Arahans and execute them. To explain why Tors was here, we must go back to a time when he was summoned by the Bahal family head. When called into the great hall, Tors knelt on one knee and said, You summon me, my lord. Hearing that, a tall man at the front replied in a deep voice, Yes, you have a new mission. An Arahan who was imprisoned in Kyrian prison a few years ago has escaped custody and is now hiding. After murdering the warden and many people from the city of Mater, I will have you deal with this matter. As the heir of Bahal, judge for yourself and uphold the family's honor. With those words, the attendant beside him brought forward a scroll of orders to Tors. Seeing this, Tors raised his head, respectfully took the scroll with both hands, and declared, I, Tors Bahal, will give my life to carry out your command. Cut to Zed's location. They were still trudging through mountain passes and streams in the forest. Behind him, Ryu grumbled irritably, Zed, the more I think about it, the crazier this all seems. Not letting him finish complaining, the protagonist ahead sighed and scolded, Hey, you've been saying that for 5 days. How long do we have to keep doing this? Zed's remark only made Ryu more annoyed. He glanced around the ground littered with countless monster skulls and a few unlucky corpses and shouted, Good God, we're definitely the only fools walking straight through the front. To explain, along the Empire's border, there's a front line to block the magical beasts. Each noble house is assigned a sector, and the southern sector belongs to the Bahal family. The place we're heading to is Tamia village right on the front line, where magical beasts frequently appear. The reason we're going to this village that's practically an outpost is because there's a teleport gate there. It's so expensive that most nobles can't afford to use it, but we have plenty of money. Back in the present, Ryu kept walking while still grumbling. You only realize this is crazy after being torn apart by monsters. Zed responded with an amused laugh, haha. You know, this was our best option. Time passed quickly until evening. Ryu tossed Zed a strip of jerky and advised, Hey, you bastard. Eat up. You never know when you'll die. Ah, yeah, you too, hee. Zed replied cheerfully. But before he could take a bite, the ground around them began to tremble continuously. This made both of them panic slightly and scan their surroundings. The shaking grew stronger and stronger. As a reflex, Zed and Ryu hurriedly threw dirt and loose stones onto their fire to snuff it out. Ryu, something's coming, Zed said, frowning. Ryu, annoyed because he hadn't finished eating, snapped, Damn it. No sooner had he finished speaking than, After making sure their fire was fully extinguished, the two of them crawled into the nearby bushes and waited silently. Ryu whispered to Zed, "Don't tell me it's a magical beast." Zed replied with hope in his voice, "I'd rather it be that." Saying this, Zed actually had a theory about the cause of the tremor. The tremors aren't just once or twice, they're many times. There's no way that many magical beasts could slip past the southern front line under the Bahul family's watch. If that's the case, there can only be one cause. Thinking that, Zed focused his gaze ahead. Very soon after, a unit of knights came into view. A white steed with blue eyes. That's a Bahul family knight. I'd guess at least 50 of them. "Please move on, keep going," Zed silently prayed. Unfortunately for him, the knights' noses were extremely keen. As they passed the area where Zed's fire had been, someone in the group spotted it and shouted, "We've found traces of a camp." Hearing that, the protagonist couldn't help cursing them inwardly. Damn it, the Knight Order requires mages to be at least level 5 to join. In other words, there are at least 50 knights at Clark's level here. If we keep hiding like this, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Now run fast. Not only Zed, even Ryu could sense the urgency. He knew how weak he was. If I keep clinging to the protagonist, it'll only increase both our chances of being discovered. So Ryu whispered, "Hey Zed, you run, you can do it. They might spare me, but they'll definitely kill you since you're an heir. Don't worry too much, they won't actually kill us, right?" Ryu said uncertainly, his small body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that, Zed shook his head and said, "You're shaking like a leaf. Don't worry, I have a plan." Saying that, Zed focused his gaze on the group of knights ahead. Time passed quickly. Now the Bahul family knights began to spread out in all directions to scour the area for the two of them. However, before the group had to search much, Zed took the initiative. "Search them. Why so slow? I am Zed Arahan." Of course, Zed wasn't stupid enough to hand over his life. He had a plan in mind. Based on that white card he picked up earlier, it means he was being observed or protected. "I'll verify it myself. If we stay put, we'll just die. Better to act than regret it." With that thought, Zed tried to negotiate. "I want to speak with your commander." Before the words left his mouth, the knight opposite suddenly swung his sword. Luckily, Zed kept some vigilance and leapt back in time to dodge. However, the knight's speed was faster than he expected. "Wait, talk for a moment," Zed shouted, but the knight seemed uninterested. In a second, he lunged beside Zed and swung his sword. Seeing that, Zed hurriedly turned his head. At the same time, a magic circle suddenly appeared at the protagonist's feet. Then, when the knight's sword came down, it seemed to be stopped by an invisible shield, unable to move another inch. This made Zed a bit puzzled. Why did it suddenly stop? Nothis is, it's been blocked. Then a cold voice began to ring out. "Return." The voice carried a terrifying pressure, causing the knight to panic and jump back. He formed up with the other knights and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" At that moment, in their eyes, standing between them and Zed, was the mysterious mage from before. "I thought they were observing from somewhere, but I didn't expect them to be this close. Even with a perception stat of 100, I couldn't sense them. That's the black glass guard of the Arahan family," Zed muttered. Looking ahead, countless cloaked mages in black appeared on all sides, surrounding the knights in the center. Then the lead mage ordered them, "Turn back. If you cooperate, nothing will happen to you." In response, the voice of that knight Tors rang out. "Who dares block the Bahul family's path?" Seeing that, the captain glanced at Tors and said, "You must be Tors, Bahul, descendant of Bahul." As for Zed, seeing the familiar figure before him, his eyes widened. "Tors Bahul. Memories so familiar they feel like part of my body. The person I've been closest to, who stood by me until the end. I know this isn't the time, but seeing him in person really makes me feel nostalgic." Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's heart, the knight Tors looked Zed over and asked, "Are you Zed Arahan?" Before Zed could answer, the chief mage continued, "Knights, turn back. If you leave now, nothing will happen." Hearing that, Zed guessed they were trying to protect him. But why would the black glass guard go this far? On the other side, Tors quickly deduced the identity of the cloaked mages. "So you are the secret organization of Arahan I've only heard rumors about. You know exactly who I am and still dare to pull tricks like this. The Arahan clan has crossed the line. You will pay for provoking the Bahul family with your heads." With that, Tors raised his sword high, gathering a terrifying surge of energy as if preparing to unleash a powerful technique. But there was no way the chief mage would sit idly by and let him use that skill. Not a chance. The mage said calmly, "Enough." Immediately, a huge red magic circle appeared beneath the knights, enclosing everyone. They panicked. It's a formation. When did they prepare this? As for Zed, a single glance at the formation let him deduce its properties and purpose. That formation is a trap. They can't step out or avoid it. Predicting the exact placement and setting it before the situation occurs weighs the case, huh? This mage isn't level 5 or 6, he's a level 7. Up ahead, the mage warned the knights as well. "If any of you lift a foot, it will explode." Tors replied challengingly, "Do the Arahan truly want war with the Bahul family?" The mage answered coolly, "I told you, turn back. Even the head of battle doesn't want that. The chief mage's words were calm, but to Tor's they were a grave insult. He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "You're finished. You dare insult the Bahal family." As he spoke, Tor's body was enveloped in a fierce aura. This made the watching protagonist inwardly alarmed. No, if this is the early stage of the game, Tor's is at best a level 6 knight. This is clearly a battle he cannot win. If an all-out fight breaks out here, Tor's and his knights will be wiped out. At the same time, the blue energy covering Tor's body formed into the image of a giant lion's head. It was the Bahal clan's secret Techniqueth lion's roar. When it manifested, Tor's presence grew even more overpowering, to the point that Zed had to raise his hand to shield his face from the biting gusts. He thought, no, this can't be. That technique requires at least a level 7 mage. Tor's, snap out of it. You're going to get yourself killed. Zed shouted in his mind and quickly turned to the black-robed mage. Black glass guard, cancel the magic now. Don't you hear me? I said destroy them. In response, the captain looked at Zed with cold eyes and informed him, that's impossible. We only follow orders from the family head. The order I received was to protect you, not to obey your commands. Hearing this, Zed retorted, then just protect me. Why do you want to kill them, Bahal unit? That's beyond your authority. With your strength, you can complete the mission without killing him. Cancel the formation immediately. And Tor's too, you should stop. Across from him, Tor's remained steadfast in his conviction. He shouted, "Shut up, Arahan. You killed the wardens and innocent people in the south. I will make you pay for your crimes." "You're wrong, let's talk." Zed's voice was pleading. Unfortunately, it failed to move the knight in the slightest. "Fine, I'll talk to you when you're on your knees." With that, he seized his sword and charged at Zed, heedless of the fact that the formation beneath the knights might be triggered. Yet oddly, after Tor's leapt into the air, the magic formation beneath them still hadn't activated. The protagonist felt a quiet relief. It didn't go off. Could the black glass guard have just followed my order? Hardly had he thought that when Tor's powerful strike arrived, producing a tremendous explosion where everyone stood. Stones and earth scattered everywhere. But just like before, Tor's sword didn't reach Zed's body. It was stopped by a magical barrier. From the protagonist's viewpoint, staring at the sword that had nearly struck him, he broke into a cold sweat and thought inwardly, damn, if not for the black glass guard, I'd be dead now. He shattered 4 layers of the 7-fold wind barrier. It's not even complete, yet it's this powerful. The more Zed thought, the more impressed he became. Then Tor's powerful attack faded after only a few seconds. The knight suddenly collapsed to his knees, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that, the protagonist wasn't too surprised. He thought, that's mana backlash from forcing an incomplete ultimate. To witness the lion's roar would an honor of a lifetime. But was it worth it? With that, Zed slowly stepped toward him and gently asked, feeling any better? "Seriously, why did you use a secret technique when you weren't ready?" Tor's snapped in response. "How do you know my family's secret technique?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Tor's face turned purple, and he fainted outright. This made the knights behind him rush forward in panic to check on him. Sitting nearby, Zed added, "It's mana backlash. If you don't treat it immediately, he'll be in danger." Hearing this, the knights didn't hesitate. They immediately sprang forward, using their healing magic on Tor's and urging, "Lord Tor's, please don't leave us, Lord Tor's." Watching their actions, our protagonist shook his head in exasperation. Inwardly, he thought, it's useless. You can't cure backlash if the healer's level is lower than the victim. If anyone here has a level higher than Tor's, there's only one person. With that thought, Zed glanced at the chief mage standing behind them. Then he spoke up with a request. "Hey, Black Glacial him." Zed's words caused the cold man to betray a flicker of surprise on his face. He immediately asked back, "You really want me to save that knight?" Zed replied, "Tor's is an old friend of mine." This made the black-robed mage even more startled. He challenged nonsense. A knight is an enemy, never a friend. Hearing that, Zed didn't pursue the friendship angle. Instead, he appealed to their interests. "Then I'll ask you mages the pragmatic ones. If Tor's dies here, Arahan cannot avoid an all-out war with the Bahal family. How does that benefit us?" The black-robed mage raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Don't you realize how his death could benefit Arahan? Besides, this is something he brought on himself. It's unrelated to my orders." Nearby, Tor's condition grew more serious, while the knight's cries intensified. This gave Zed a headache. Damn, we don't have much time left. He thought, forced to use his last resort. "You caused this. And now it's connected to your mission. If you don't heal Tor's right now, my protection assignment ends here. I keep my word. You've been watching me, so you know I'm not one to bluff." Saying that, Zed grabbed Tor's sword and pressed it against his own throat. It even cut him, leaving a wound on his neck. Zed's threat made even the cold, black-robed mage hesitate. He growled, "If the family head finds out about this, he will be furious." Zed answered with a casual expression, "That's my burden to bear. Now just heal him." With no other choice, though reluctant, the black-robed mage calmly approached to treat Tor's. but the knights still didn't trust them and intervened. "Stop. Do you dare let a mage touch our young master?" Faced with that, Zed wasn't sure whether to call them fools or to blame them for clinging to their honor. He began to put them straight. "Step back. Right now that mage is the only one who can save Tor. Or do you want your young master to die?" The protagonist's blunt words silenced the knights. At last, they slowly dispersed, making way for the black glass mage. He then used his restorative magic, bringing color back to Tor's face. And his breathing evened out. Seeing this, the knights were so relieved they cried. "The air, thank the heavens, his mana flow is stabilizing." As for Zed, when he glanced around, he realized that, at some point, the entire black glass guard had withdrawn silently. The only thing they left behind was another white token a short distance away. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the outskirts of Tamia village. By then, Zed had followed the knights back to their encampment and examined the white token, which bore the number 9. He thought to himself, "This is magic token number 9. It means abandonment or survival." Beside him, his friend Ryu curiously asked, "Hey Zed, were those mages with the black glass guard? Was the token from before theirs too?" Zed nodded firmly. "Yeah, basically they said I handle things myself now." Hearing that, Ryu shrugged. "Wow, Arahan's going to lose it. Our solid backing just vanished." Putting that aside, Zed shot Ryu a surprised look and asked, "By the way, how do you know about the black glass guard?" Ryu was more surprised. "How could I not know them? Even kids know that name. Maybe they don't know what they do, but they know they exist." Then Ryu cast a wary glance at the knights nearby and whispered, "Anyway, we should stay hidden for a while. Look, they're on high alert. If anything goes wrong, we're done for instant." From Zed's perspective, he looked at the knights and observed, "If they were mages and I a knight, I'd be dead already." Knights value honor above all. No matter how wanted someone is, killing the person who saved you goes against everything they believe in. Knights sacrifice their lives for honor. Mages will kill friends if it benefits them. To me, both extremes are irrational, but that makes them easier to deal with because they're predictable. With knights, you provoke their honor. With mages, you offer them gain. At that moment, a knight approached the two and said, "The young master wants to see you. Please come with me." Scene shift to inside the command tent. Tors had recovered. He invited Zed and Ryu to tea and introduced, "This is Minar tea, grown by my family. Its aroma is truly wonderful." Zed gladly tasted it, not worried about poison. After drinking, he nodded and said, "It is fragrant. By the way, how are you feeling?" Tors replied, "Thanks to you, I feel a lot better." Zed waved his hand and said, "I'm not fond of stiff formalities. Let's speak more casually, shall we? You're 17 this year, right? I want us to be more comfortable with each other." Turning to Tors, Zed's casual remark left the young knight silent for a few seconds before he cautiously asked, "So how old are you?" Zed replied, "This body is about 15. Tors answered, "Then I'm 2 years older than you." Zed raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you want me to call you brother?" Tors hurriedly waved his hand. "No, don't. A mage calling me brother is a bit much. Haha." He burst out laughing, while Zed grinned and said, "I wasn't going to call you that anyway. Haha." Their joking exchange made Ryu curiously think. Arahan and Bahul talking like old friends. Putting the small talk aside, Tors got to the point. "Well then, before we get into it, I should thank you first. Thank you for saving my life." His voice was full of sincerity, confirming to Zed that he hadn't rescued the wrong person. He's actually thanking a mage. If he's the heir of the Bahul family, his pride should be off the charts. I know Tor's personality well, and I like that about him, Zed thought to himself. Tors continued, "Enough pleasantries, get straight to the point. You say the killing of Chief Tor is a misunderstanding. What do you mean?" Hearing that, Zed's expression turned serious. "As I said, I'll explain everything." Next, Zed explained in detail everything from the prison camp to how he ended up here. Of course, he omitted that he'd broken through to awaken mana and gain the Thunder skill. In short, that's the story. As you probably know, the Arahan family never backs down from a fight. They wanted to kill me first, so I only fought in self-defense. Hearing this, Tors nodded, though not entirely convinced. If what you say is true, then it could be considered justified self-defense. But the key question is, are your statements really accurate? Zed crossed his arms and replied confidently, "If I didn't intend to clear up this mistake, I'd have left you there to die. From my position, there's no surer way. Isn't that right?" "That's true. Then I'll look into whether I misunderstood the situation. Please accept this. It's freshly ground Minar powder. A small gift, my apology for the misunderstanding." As he spoke, the young knight set a small pouch on the table. But regarding the gift, Zed's face showed disdain. His expression lengthened as he said, "If you're apologizing, rather than that, I'd prefer you do me a favor instead." Tors raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "You have a request. If it's within my ability, I'll do it." Without hesitation, Zed stated his request plainly. "It's certainly doable. I want you to help find Ryu's lost younger sibling." The remark startled Ryu, while Tors cast a sidelong look and warned Zed, "That brings you no benefit at all. Not very mage-like." Zed shook his head in reply, "I don't care about that. I promise to help Ryu find them. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At that time, Zed was still using the time to train his physique, while Ryu stood silently watching beside him. In his mind, he still remembered last night's events. Who would have thought someone would use the Bahel family's favor just to ask for help finding a lost younger brother of an unknown person? The guy really is strange. After thinking that, Ryu smiled and asked Zed, "Are you hungry? They have birdie beef here. Want me to go get some?" Zed nodded and smiled back. "Haha, let me finish this bout, then we'll go eat together." At that moment, outside the tent, Tors quietly eavesdropped on their conversation and felt very puzzled. What is he doing? A mage training until he sweats. A mage from those types who see sweat as a weakness. I've heard Zed Arahan has no mana. For a mage, no mana is like a knight without a sword. Yet he still didn't give up. He kept coming forward, truly a sight to admire. If I were in his place, could I maintain such dignity? I've made up my mind. That mage has more spirit than any knight. He'll definitely become my friend, Tors said, clenching his fist. Next, to treat the two famished devils, Sir Tors invited them to try his famous beef. Looking at the huge slab of meat steaming in front of him, Ryu could hardly believe it. "Is that birdie beef? You really went all out to prepare such a rare thing." Tors happily boasted in response, "We're hosting the Arahan. This is the least we can do. It's high in protein and great for building muscle." All right, everyone sit down. There's no reason to waste time in front of good food," he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zed sat beside them, sharing some of the joy and thinking to himself, a round table with no special seat for the important guest-free Bahel of them. That only makes me respect him more. On the other side, Ryu quietly warned the protagonist, "But are you sure this is safe to eat? What if it's poison?" Hearing that, Zed turned, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, trust me. Try a bite, it's better than anything we ate at that camp." At that, Ryu didn't hesitate and shoved a piece into his mouth, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, this is amazing. It melts in your mouth." Seeing this, Tors smiled and asked, "How do you two like it?" Zed replied, "Delicious. Does he get to eat like this every day? I'm jealous." Then he reminded himself, "Still, nothing in this world is free. Serving such an expensive dish must be in exchange for something. Kindness lasts only until the last piece of beef is gone." Just then, a knight suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Sir Tors, excuse me, but this makes me uncomfortable. I must take my leave." After he spoke, the other knights also stood up and waved their hands. "Same here, I can't sit here any longer. I've put up with Arahan staying at the outpost, but this is too much. I'm sorry." One by one, the knights left, leaving only the three of them at the large table of food. Seeing his men so displeased, Tors looked embarrassed and said to Zed, "On their behalf, I apologize for their rudeness." Hearing that, Zed understood and wasn't bothered. "Don't worry about it. If you plan to punish them, please don't. It won't help anyone." Tors, surprised, asked, "Offended like that, and you still defend my people?" Zed shook his head slightly and explained, "Since childhood they've seen mages as enemies. Rather than punish them now, we should try to understand and soothe their fear." "Understand, huh? Tonight I learn another lesson," Tors whispered. Turning back to Zed's point of view, the young man didn't want to waste time and went straight to the main issue. "But more importantly, you've wanted to tell us something for a while now, right?" Tor's eyes lit with surprise as he admitted, "So you've noticed. We're planning to leave for Frilda to search for Ryu's sibling. Could we postpone departure by one day?" Zed asked, "Why is that?" Tors explained, "I want people to see that you're a good person. Just one day will be enough." Hearing that, Zed fell into thought for a moment. He turned to his companion and asked, "Hey Ryu, are you okay?" Ryu nodded in response, "Yeah, I'm fine. Besides, we're not the ones actually going to search. No matter how many people go, I suspect it's just a show." Hearing this, Zed didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. "All right, decision made. Fine, let's do it that way." Time passed quick. Cut to the southern front, beyond the Tamia wall. At that moment, a purple lion had just let out a snarl, when it was cleaved in two by a Bahel family knight. Seeing that, he boasted cheerfully, "Just a low-level fiend, no problem, Tors." In response came a voice of praise. "Well done, everyone. We'll continue the search. Move out." "Yes, sir," the group answered in unison. From Zed's perspective, he was a bit pensive, thinking, "What does Tors expect by bringing me here? Oh well, I'll just go along." But Tors had gathered a 20-member team to form the frontline search party. Because the southern and western fronts had unusually intense fiend activity, the search missions were extremely arduous. Thinking that, a sudden suspicion popped into Zed's head. Wait, could all of this be because of that group? In Bahel, there's a tradition of throwing a post-mission feast to celebrate the army's safe return. So is his plan to put me into that warm, encouraging atmosphere where everyone praises each other for a job well done? Such intense emotion, truly, the behavior of a 17-year-old. At that moment, suddenly a knight's voice rang out ahead. "Sir Tors, we've found strange tracks here." Hearing this, everyone rushed to the spot where the voice came from, and sure enough, they saw a large groove in the ground. The tracks were peculiar, causing Tors to narrow his eyes slightly and ask his subordinate, "Look, these prints are strange. Does anyone recognize what creature left them?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Then a knight standing nearby voiced his thought. "It looks like the tracks of an undiscovered beast, not listed in the monster compendium. Also, Tors, by procedure, we should return to headquarters and report this." Hearing that, the blonde knight closed his eyes briefly, thought a moment, and murmured, "But returning now would be a bit premature. We're in Area 1, right? Even if it's an unknown creature, it's probably low rank." Seeing that, another hurriedly objected, "But even if it's low rank, not knowing what it is makes it dangerous." Zed fully agreed with that remark. He thought, "That's right," as the knight said. "The wisest course is to return while we don't know what we're dealing with." Then he offered, "Need any help?" His words surprised Tors a little, who asked, "Wait, you know what this monster is?" Zed explained, "Of course, it's a basilisk. It's a mid-rank fiend, but you're a rank 6 knight with 20 rank 5 knights besides. Handling it shouldn't be a problem." "Really?" Tors asked. However, the mages at the rear began barking like mad dogs. "Sir Tors, will you really trust this mage? We don't even know of a fiend from the south like this, yet a mage from the west claims he knows it." In response to this challenge, Zed smirked and tried to enlighten the group. "Is there proof that it only appears in the south? Maybe Arahan just has more complete monster records than you." Immediately the knights bristled and snarled. "Arrogant bastard. You're just a half-trained wannabe with no real magic. After Arahan, you dare mock Bahl." Zed replied coldly, "You who mock are the ones at fault. A member of a unit would dare speak rudely to the heir of a family." Elsewhere, Tors, unwilling to let the situation escalate, quickly stepped in to restrain them. "Enough, all of you, shut up unless I order otherwise." After saying that, he turned to apologize to the protagonist. "Zed, I apologize on behalf of my knights. Because of their mistake, I hoped we could get along, but things haven't gone as smoothly as I thought." No sooner had he said Theiselmost, as if to prove the protagonist right, when a deafening scream rang out. At the same time, a giant snake burst up from beneath the ground. Seeing that, Tors reacted extremely quickly, drew his weapon, and warned the group, "Everyone, get into battle positions. Spread out immediately." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Cerberus whipped its tail and struck toward his position, cracking the ground into many pieces. Fortunately, Sir Tors reacted quickly and leapt to the side to evade. Then he didn't forget to check, "Zed, are you okay?" Before he could finish, Zed shouted, "Tors, behind you, get out of the way." At that moment, the giant snake opened its huge jaws wide, aiming straight for the blonde man. Thankfully, he had received Zed's warning and was able to dodge in time. "There are actually 2 of them," Tors said irritably. Next, as if to quickly take care of the 2 large monsters, he raised his sword overhead, enveloped his body in a blue radiance, and shouted, "Focus all attacks on the one on the right." Hearing that, the knights simultaneously lifted their swords into the air to prepare a combined strike. Then, once his energy had been fully gathered, Tors swung his sword forward, releasing a crescent-shaped slash that flew with wind-tearing speed. Likewise, the knights began to unleash their attacks, creating countless crescent blades that struck the basilisk on the right, causing it to roar in frenzy. However, despite the pain, their attacks weren't even enough to cut the creature's skin. Seeing this, the knight widened his eyes. "Our attacks have no effect." Not to mention him, even Zed was equally astonished. These knights are perfectly trained, but not even rank 5 or rank 6 sword force can penetrate that creature's hide. Across from them, the snake seemed driven into a rage. It began to swing its tail, covered in sharp spines, forward. Seeing that, Zed immediately knew it was about to attack and warned everyone. "Now it's its turn. Everyone get down," at his shout. The knights hesitated for a moment, but Tors then shouted, "All units, by Zed's order, get down." Only then did the knights not hesitate and hurriedly flattened themselves against the ground. However, within the group, there was still one fool who refused to obey orders. Standing rooted at the front, "Why should we listen to a mage?" he said angrily, which made Zed snap in anger. "I told you to get down, you idiot." Opposite them, the basilisk didn't intend to give the group a chance to react. It whipped its tail forward, firing countless sharp spines like lightning-fast arrows. Luckily, the knights were lying down, so they weren't harmed. If not, they would have been like that tree behind them, pierced into a honeycomb. Looking at the tree, which had turned from brown to dark purple, Tors felt numb all over. The needle spray attack radiated in all directions, yet not a single spike struck the ground. At the most dangerous moment, Zed grabbed the black-haired knight by the head and pulled him down to the ground. "Getting hit by one of those is really painful, you know. I just saved your life." Saying that, he turned to look at Tors and suggested, "Tors, their next attack will aim low, so dodging will be tricky." Tors nodded. "Then we'll just take it down before that happens." Zed continued, "Tors, can I leave the left one to you and the knights?" Tors responded with some skepticism. "What? You expect to fight the other one alone? Do you really know its weakness?" Before he could finish, Zed shouted, "There's no time. Just tell me whether you can do it or not." Seeing the tension on Zed's face, a bead of sweat rolled down the knight's cheek. And he nodded, all right, we'll take care of it quickly. Don't you go dying on us. Hearing that, Zed thought to himself, in this situation, who's actually worried about whom? Honestly, he's a remarkable guy. Smiling faintly, Zed replied, all right, I'm counting on you. With that, the knight led his group to handle the basilisk on the left. Everyone, follow me. We'll deal with the one on the left first. I'll lead the assault. Back with Zed seeing Tor's attack, he had no intention of staying idle. If my favorite character is fighting that hard, there's no way I'm just going to stand by, he thought and began activating his traits. The Challenger trait, empowered by will, has been activated. All stats temporarily increased by 10. Casting Transcendent Humanity. At that moment, Zed transformed into a Super Saiyan state, his whole body enveloped in yellow light. He slowly stepped forward and taunted the basilisk on the right. Hey, who do you think you're looking at? Your opponent is me. With those words, Zed dashed forward at his blinding speed. For Zed, he also noticed the basilisk's belly was slightly swollen, and its movements were somewhat slow. Immediately, he guessed what it was. A basilisk that just finished hunting. Am I that lucky? He thought as he used his dizzying speed, weaving between trunks and finally leaping up into the air. The reason Zed did that was because this monster had only one weak spot in the top of its head, and he had to smash that spot. With that in mind, Zed landed below and unleashed his thunderous fist, striking straight at the giant snake's crown, causing its eyes to roll back. And finally it fainted, collapsing to the ground. Seeing that, Zed silently prayed inwardly. Okay, please it's here. The demon breath. Demon breath is a key ingredient for forging immortal elixirs. Add a bit of holy water, and it can turn into an actual elixir. Normally, elixirs grant random stat boosts, but for me, only mana can increase. So basically, it's a 100% mana potion. Thank you for gifting me this absurd amount of mana for free. All right, time to go help the group on the other side, the protagonist said cheerfully. Cut to the Tor's knight's location. They were still struggling to deal with the giant snake. Tor's raised his sword to block the snake's direct charge. However, his body was shoved backward, trembling as if he could be thrown off at any moment. Damn, I've fallen far behind the other knights. There's no time to waste. Before he could react, from afar a bolt of yellow lightning shot down from above, striking the snake's crown and forcing its mouth to gape wide. And of course, the one who arrived was Zed, looking at the lightning enveloping his entire body. Tor's eyes showed disbelief. What kind of demonic energy is that? Elsewhere, the knights who had rushed to help were equally surprised. How did he get here? Wait a second, is that light actually lightning energy? At this, Tors couldn't hide his curiosity and hesitantly asked, Zed, is that energy really lightning? Yeah, who wouldn't recognize it? Zed shrugged. Those words made Tors even more astonished. How can that be? I thought you had no mana. To answer this, Zed said, I got a mana ring not long ago. Hearing that, Tor's face went blank. What? You finally have a mana ring. The mana ring around the heart is formed at birth. Sometimes the mana channels take a bit to connect, but by age 6 at the latest all channels should be complete. So you mean Zed, about 15 years old, only now has a mana ring. That's like someone born with 9 fingers suddenly growing a 10th. In the Empire's 1,000-year history, nothing like this had ever happened. Even the heavens trembled at Zed's will. Tors thought silent. Meanwhile, Zed quickly grabbed the red orb from inside the giant snake and said to the knight, Tors, can I take this? Tors readily replied, of course, you killed the monster. All the loot is yours. Before he finished speaking, Zed waved his hand. No, this is more than enough for me. But if I flay it and sell the hide, I could at least get a few pounds of premium beef. Saying that, he quietly marveled at his luck. I've been playing this game for over 10 years, and I've never picked up 2 demon breaths at once. Today I hit the jackpot. I haven't eaten, but I already feel full. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the teleportation gate. The knights were still whispering among themselves about what they'd witnessed. Have you heard about Arahan, the one who joined the hunt with the others? Someone asked. Another voice replied, yeah, I heard he defeated an undiscovered monster with his bare hands. I also heard he unlocked lightning energy. Isn't that energy supposed to be just a legend? Is that really lightning energy? I mean, a mage with no mana suddenly using lightning. That must be a mistake. They say everyone who was there saw it. Even Lord Tors admitted it, so it can't be wrong. That Arahan is truly different from other mages. Right, he even flayed the monster he hunted. I also heard he trains so hard he sweats during breaks. A mage who can flay an entire hive. A mage who actually sweats. The more I hear, the more he seems unlike ordinary mages. I wish I could talk to this Arahan. I should have volunteered for today's mission. The murmurs of admiration kept rising. Cut to the celebration party. The black-haired knight whom Zed saved that morning bowed his head in thanks. Zed, thank you for saving me earlier. Hearing that, Zed asked, oh, all right, you're not hurt, are you? He shook his head. No, but I can't believe I hesitated on the battlefield. As a knight, I'll think seriously about this and work harder. His voice was full of resolve. Seeing the knight's attitudes change so suddenly, Ryu asked in puzzlement, haha, what did you do out there to make the knights change their minds so completely in such a short time? Zed boasted in reply, maybe they like me now. I bet tomorrow they'll sincerely help you look for your family member. At that moment, Sir Torres approached. Zed, Ryu, could you two step outside for a moment? The request surprised them, but they quickly followed Torres outside. Torres said, you did very well today, Zed. It seems the knight's attitude toward you has changed a lot. Everyone involved in the mission says they'll go to Frilda tomorrow to help. Hearing this, Zed thought he'd expected it couldn't hide his happiness. They must be exhausted after today, but that's wonderful. Thank you, Torres. Torres shook his head and smiled. For a knight, working while tired is natural. In any case, we owe you a life debt. As comrades, I think tomorrow I need to visit my family. The commander must be horrified to hear about today. Zed teased, you'll get scolded. I mean, for getting close to someone from the Arahan family. Torres had expected this, so he wasn't too worried. I've prepared for that. I'll see the commander first, then head straight to Frilda. Ryu, I'll do my best to help you find your sister. We will definitely find her. Hearing that, Zed was happy for his friend. Great, Ryu. The heir of the Bahal family will personally help you find your relative. This job is safe now, isn't it? At this, Ryu could no longer hold back his emotion and his eyes welled up. Thank you both so much. They waved it off. No need, we're friends. Time flew, and the next day the scene shifted to the city of Frilda. It's a port city, the commercial center of the south. Ryu began to explain about his relative. Her name is Lisa. She's a girl and she's 13 this year. She has long blonde hair down to her waist and is roughly this tall. She's probably grown since then. Ryu said, gauging his sister's height with his hand. But this information made Zed feel a bit uncertain. Is that all? Let's see, she's pretty cute. Torres made that remark, leaving Zed at a loss for words. In the end he turned and said, so let's ask the knights for help. After all, that's all we have. We don't know where she went, but she's definitely somewhere in Frilda. Search among the slaves, among their households, and throughout the city. You can investigate to that extent, can't you? The group nodded firmly in response. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Zed suggested, let's start with the merchant caravan you used to work for. Ryu exclaimed, it's not far from here. Zed nodded, all right. By the way, are there any clothing shops nearby? Time passed quickly, and Ryu led Zed to the merchant guild where he used to work. Zed, it's right there. That's the Hamel Trading Guild where I last worked, but they framed me for theft and kicked me out. Turning to Zed's viewpoint, he warned Ryu, okay, they might recognize you. I'll go alone. As he said it, he straightened his clothes. Seeing Zed's new shiny outfit, Ryu stammered, okay, sorry. Wow, you really do look like a noble. I know you're actually noble, but you look different. Putting that aside, Zed briskly walked toward the trading guild alone. The attendant outside hurriedly bowed as he approached. Oh, welcome, sir. Thank you for visiting. Are you looking for something? Instead of answering, Zed asked, is this the Hamel Trading Guild? The gate guard laughed out loud. Haha, young master, you must be mistaken. This is the slave market. What he didn't know was that Zed had been listening to every word and snapped back. Slave market. Didn't you just ask if I was looking for merchandise? At Zed's words, the guard's face suddenly went cold, and his attitude spun around. Hey, kid, you're not a noble, are you? How dare you pull a con like that, brat? Zed shook his head and continued the act. You're wrong. What if I were a noble? The big man nearly burst out laughing. Haha, you dare scam merchants. Listen, kid, merchants live by sharp instincts. To nobles, slaves are just goods, mere merchandise. And nobles never come alone. The moment I saw you, I knew something was off. This your prank did DeVito send? Zed stared at him coldly and demanded, are you sharp, or are you just stupid? At that, the big man could no longer contain his anger. You little punk, you need to be taught a lesson. He raised his fist as he spoke, but only minutes later his face was swollen, and he was kneeling before Zed. If you don't want to be hurt worse than this, answer my question right now. Accompanying the words, the protagonist delivered a stinging slap to his cheek, then asked, I thought this building belonged to the Hamel Trading Guild. Why are people living here? The big man obediently answered, ah, the previous owner went bankrupt, so we took over. Zed asked, so who is DeVito? Is he also a slave trader? The big man nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's the owner of the largest slave market in the southern lands. Hearing that, Zed identified DeVito as his next target. So before leaving, he asked another question. One more thing, where did everyone here go? The big man hesitated and asked back, everyone, do you mean the merchandise? To reward that answer, Zed slapped him across the face. Merchandise, you bastard. Do you want to say that again? And no, merchandise, the thug shouted. And then a rain of slaps followed, making the big man's head snap left and right repeatedly. After he'd finished beating him, he stopped and began to preach. Slaves are human too. Do you think treating people like objects is right? At the very least, try to be a little decent. It's not hard, is it? Now, show me the way immediately. At that request, the big guy was overjoyed. He hurriedly led Zed inside and pulled the curtain aside. Right here, young master. Looking into the iron cage inside, Zed fell silent. This place was imprisoning people in a place like this, haha. Really, seeing it made him angry all over again. Then he turned back to the thug and asked, "Are there any other prisoners here?" The thug shook his head. "No, these are all the people here." That left Zed somewhat disappointed. No blondes at all, and no sign of child slave. Child slaves are very expensive. Lisa was probably sold or moved somewhere bigger. Next, we need to track that slave trader DeVito. But then, thinking it over, he said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance to act like a human. Bring all the coin from the cellar out here, and the keys to the cells as well." With that order, Zed freed everyone imprisoned inside, and shoved the big man into a cell so he could taste confinement himself. Stay put in there for a while. You need to feel what this is like. Time passed quickly. By evening, all the slaves Zed had rescued were chattering their thanks. "May you be blessed for this, sir. To someone as lowly as me, this kindness is beyond my dreams." A brown-haired man said this while gripping Zed's hand tightly. The protagonist simply shook his head and said, "No need for thanks, just rest easy." He thought to himself, "I distributed all the slave traders' wealth to the freed slaves. The knights have taken them to decent lodgings. While dining with them, I listened to each person's life story. Tales from people who have weathered hardships sometimes hide unexpected information, and that happened again." At that moment, a white-haired old man recounted his story. "My name is Gordon. I used to be an assistant to the Chervil family. After the family fell, somehow I drifted to this place." Hearing his background, Zed was a little surprised and asked further, "You served the Chervil family. I thought they were wiped out. It's good you're still alive." The old man shook his head, saying he survived purely by luck. Then told of the Chervil family. If the Arahan family is famed among mages, the Chervils were revered among smiths. At their peak, people flocked just to own a creation by Gordon. But then they were destroyed by the Empire for treason. Now their name is almost just a whisper in history. This was true not only in history, but also in the game Zed knew. There's no heir left to pass on their glorious craft. For the Empire still fighting monsters, this was a huge loss. Unaware of Zed's thoughts, the old man lamented with regret. "Haha, the golden age is truly gone." Joining the lament, Zed said, "Unfortunately, if the Chervil craft had continued, there'd be countless extraordinary artifacts today." He thought to himself, "That's also a great loss for me." Across from him, the old man suddenly lowered his voice and reminded the protagonist, "Actually, there's something I want to tell you, but only you. Will you promise to keep it secret?" "Of course, I give you my honor," Zed replied. Then, after surveying the surroundings and making sure no one was paying attention to their conversation, Gordon then pulled Zed into the trees and whispered to him, "Actually, the true heir of the Chervil family, Lacto, is still alive." Hearing that, Zed couldn't contain his astonishment and exclaimed, prompting the old man to hurriedly gesture for him to lower his voice. "Please keep your voice down." Embarrassed, Zed rubbed his head and asked, "So where is he now?" The old man began to answer with a sorrowful expression. His closest assistant died in his stead, changed clothes, and burned the body to make sure no one could recognize him. If everything went according to plan, he's currently hiding in Meyer. For Zed, this was earth-shattering news. But even if he is alive, his life on the run makes meeting him almost impossible. Thinking that over, Zed nodded and said loudly, "Thank you for telling me. I hope one day I'll have the chance to speak with him." The old man nodded and added, "I told you because I found you trustworthy. Please don't let anything happen to him. Don't worry, I fully understand his situation." Then he added, "Come on, let's head back inside. It won't do to be gone too long." With that, the two of them returned inside. At that moment, perhaps as a result of the search, Ryu let out a long, weary sigh, which caught Zed's attention as he returned. "Hey, aren't you eating? Have you lost your appetite? Don't be so down. The slaves we found today were just small fry. Tomorrow we'll look for more clues at DeVito's place." "Yeah," Ryu replied, still unable to hide his dejected expression. Meanwhile, the old man Gordon, hearing the name, quickly asked, "Wait a moment, sir. Did you just say DeVito?" "Absolutely not. He's on a completely different level from the place where we were held. Don't you know who's backing him?" In response, Zed folded his arms and smiled with utter confidence. "No matter how powerful his backers are, I have the Knights of Bahel by my side." In turn, Gordon revealed even more astonishing news. "Sir, DeVito's network runs throughout the Empire. There are even rumors that his biggest clients are the Arahan family." At those words, Zed's face went blank. He stammered to the old man, "No way. Why would the Arahan family bother to come all the way down south?" Behind them, another old man overhearing the conversation shouted, "There's an obvious reason. A fallen enemy becomes our advantage. Seizing all the slaves would harm the southern noble houses, including the Bahel family." Hearing this, Zed fell into deep thought. If it's the Arahan family, that actually makes sense. Wait, if that's the case, the Black Sword Army might be protecting DeVito. So this isn't merely about dealing with a slave trader. It could ignite a covert war between the Arahan family and the Bahal family. As for Ryu, with his sharp instincts, he too could see the implications and said, Zed, if what he's saying is true, then. Ryu trailed off there, but he didn't need to say more for Zed to grasp the meaning. He thought to himself, is Ryu worried I'm going to put myself in danger? Then he smiled reassuringly, don't worry too much. This is for you, but it's also for justice. I'm just doing what I believe is right, no matter what. We still have to deal with DeVito. Time quickly passed, and by the next day, the scene shifted to DeVito's slave market. Zed was there to investigate. Outside, a guard saw him and called out a welcome. However, immediately after that, Zed pushed the door open and walked in as if no one were there, prompting the big guy to rush after him. What are you doing? The brat didn't answer. Zed glared at them and asked, where's DeVito? On the other side, of course, the guards wouldn't give it up easily. They growled, do you know where you are? Some noble brat. In a place like this, nobles get their skulls split all the time. Their arrogant words gave Zed a slight headache. Just dealing with the Arahan family really spoiled you lot. As he spoke, he slowly removed his contact lenses, revealing two blazing red eyes. At that sight, the thugs panicked, dropped to their knees, and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. We didn't realize this was a scion of the Arahan family. Farther back, a cloaked figure who had been standing hunched over as if in greeting caught Zed's attention. Is this DeVito? No, judging by his clothes, he's just a lack. But his reaction like that means he's definitely with the Black Sword Army. I hoped it wasn't true, but it is. At the same time, from the second floor came a loud, disgusted click of the tongue. What business does a highborn guest like you have coming to a filthy place like this? I heard you tore up the slave market at the docks yesterday. I thought you wouldn't show your face. Seems you're braver than I thought, or maybe just stupid. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a glass cup from a wooden shelf. Not wanting to waste time, Zed got straight to the point. From today onward, the Arahan family severs all dealings with you. I'm taking every remaining slave. At Zed's words, the slave trader DeVito truly couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Haha, sorry for laughing. His attitude made Zed frown slightly. Who scolded, do I not know my place? You dare look a member of the Arahan family in the eye and hope to survive. A few seconds later, DeVito finally suppressed his smile and replied, ah, right, so when will you kill me? Anyway, enough with the small talk. Since you're an honored guest, I won't kill you. Consider this a life lesson. He said this while signaling his men. Immediately, the hounds drew their weapons and surrounded Zed, cutting off his escape. Even the Black Sword Army man at the side clenched his weapon. This made Zed only sigh inwardly. No choice left. Fortunately, there was only one Black Sword Army member here. I don't know how strong he is, but if he's only level 5, I can probably handle it. If I strike first and take him down, thinking that, Zed clenched his fist. But before he could act, a loud shout rang out. Surround this building. Team 1 and Team 2. Storm the building, kill them all. The one shouting was the knight Tors, leading his men in a raid. On this side, the merchant DeVito, seeing the raiders, finally panicked and shouted, what is the Bahal family doing here? What's going on? He panicked and collapsed to the ground. Then immediately after, the head of the Black Sword Army mage was thrown down in front of him. This terrified the merchant, who stumbled back a few steps. Meanwhile, Tors advanced and said to him, Slave trader DeVito, you are arrested for illegal kidnapping, imprisoning the vulnerable, and besmirching the honor of the Bahal family with your filthy deeds in the southern region. As Lord of Bahal, I will sever your limbs as an example, Tors said, beginning to draw the sword at his side. Meanwhile, DeVito, seeing one blue-eyed man and one red-eyed man staring at him with icy faces, grew even more terrified. Those two eyes should be focused on hatting each other, and now both are fixed on me. It's absurd. Thinking that, he immediately pleaded for his life. Please, sir, spare me. I will never. Before he could finish, Tors' sword sliced across his shoulder, severing one of his arms. For a moment, DeVito stood stunned, not understanding what had happened. Then Tors swung again, and the other arm was forever torn from its owner. Having lost both hands, DeVito realized Tors was not joking at all. Wait, please spare me. Before his plea ended, the sword flashed again, cutting off both his legs. Finally, his head was also delivered to its new home. When it was done, Tors muttered, first floor secure. Beside him, Zed was a little surprised to see them here. Perfect timing. But what about that imperial edict from earlier? In response, Tors sheathed his sword and nodded. Exactly as you heard. The emperor issued a decree to wipe out the slave traders. What a merciful king. Curious about the emperor's decision, Zed asked, so, have they dealt with all the other slave traders? Tors answered, we dispatched night squads to all their locations. This place was the most important, so I came in person. By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you plan to take down DeVito alone. Zed shrugged, well first there are a few things I needed to check. Regarding Zed's risky decision, Tors chided a bit. Opening your mana at your age is impressive, but your rank isn't high enough to handle things like this alone. Don't overdo it. Then he ordered his subordinates, go inside, search, and report if you find slaves. Zed folded his arms, thinking about the emperor's decision, an imperial decree. What perfect timing. Still, the Bahal family won't let this go easily. Then he looked at the head of the Arahan family mage. Unlike the others, this one looks resigned. Did he not resist because he couldn't, or because he didn't want to? If the latter, that's a remarkable loyalty to the Arahan family. One by one, the slaves were freed and led outside, while Ryu anxiously scanned the line of people, searching for his sister among them. A soldier reported, Sir Tors, we estimate about 600 people. Tors nodded and instructed, understood. If there's a blonde girl, bring her to Ryu right away. At that moment, Ryu suddenly spotted someone with blonde hair up ahead. He hurriedly called Lisa. The person in front turned around. However, it was a completely unfamiliar face. The blonde boy could only step back and return to his place. Meanwhile, Zed began to get a bad feeling. About 500 people have already come out, and she still isn't among them. A disgusting possibility. Young girls are valuable and in demand. It's possible she was already sold. Thinking that, he kept it to himself and simply patted Ryu's shoulder in comfort. Ryu, don't give up. Ryu quietly nodded. Down in the detention basement, after the knights finished a thorough sweep, they came back up and reported, shaking their heads. Sir Tors, unfortunately, those slaves were the last of them. At those words, Ryu's face darkened. Time passed quickly. By the afternoon, all the kidnapped people had been gathered outside. A black-haired knight began. Sir Tors, per the imperial decree, we will escort the rescued slaves to the palace. Tors smiled faintly and replied, yes, do that. You both have worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll continue to crack down on the slave traders. Ryu, you'll find her soon. Thank you for your help, Zed added. At the same time, a small figure in a brown cloak approached a white horse, startling it into a frightened neigh, which made the person nearby jump backward. Seeing this, Tors came over, cleared his throat, and warned, ahem, you shouldn't startle it by standing so close like that. Are you all right? Saying that, he was a bit taken aback. Because the girl had blonde hair and was extremely beautiful, Zed noticed and asked, hey Ryu, was there a girl like that earlier? Up ahead, the girl seemed to have heard both of them. So she turned her head and asked dazedly, sir. Seeing the familiar face of the girl, Ryu burst into tears and rushed forward to embrace his little sister in an emotional hug. Zed guessed aloud it must have been the hood. No one noticed her. We almost missed her, but thank the horse for that. The young man said this while looking at Tors, at which point the knight could no longer hold back his tears. Zed teased, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm not crying, Tors said, turning his face aside to hide his emotion. That only encouraged Zed to tease further. Must be something flew into your eye, huh? Tors tried to hide his feelings and snapped back. You cold-blooded bastard. How can you stay so calm after seeing that scene? You're the one crying. Obviously you are, Tors shouted as Zed continued to tease. Time quickly moved on, cutting to a celebration feast for the successful rescue. Tors raised his beer and shouted, tonight, on me. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Hooray, the group shouted in unison. As for the girl Lisa, she stared at the piled platter of beef before her, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing that, Tors handed her a piece and smiled softly. Eat up, help yourself. Lisa bowed tremblingly. Thank you, sir. Tors waved it off. Ryu is my friend, and so are you, so there's no need for such formality. But you can think of that guy as your real brother. He's cold, but he's a good person. Tors said this, glancing subtly at Zed, catching his attention. Zed thought to himself, 40 years old, traveling with a 15-year-old boy and his 13-year-old sister, kind of odd, isn't it? Meanwhile, Ryu tossed his sister a piece of beef and confidently shared, if you want more, just say the word. Your brother will get it for you anytime. My friends are crazy rich, you know. I'm probably the only guy who has friends from both the Arahan and Bahal families. His remark made those around him smile softly. The banter between the two young siblings livened the atmosphere more than ever. Maybe this is the first peaceful day since I entered this world, Zed thought to himself. Unfortunately, the revelry hadn't lasted long when a tall knight suddenly entered the room. Zed looked at his face and immediately recognized, this is Bahal's deputy, Captain Phillips. Seeing him, Tors asked with some curiosity, what are you doing here? The deputy captain, Phillips, replied, he's here because of the Lord's proclamation. This made the knight more curious. A proclamation? I didn't receive any specific orders. What proclamation did the Lord make? Answering that question, the deputy captain immediately drew his sword, pointed it at Zed's face, and said in a low tone, the Lord ordered that the Arahan be escorted to see him immediately. At those words, Zed felt a surge of exasperation. Oh great, I was hoping today would be peaceful, but it seems that won't be the case. Whether he liked it or not, he was forced into a carriage by the knights and escorted to the Bahal family mansion. On the way, Deputy Captain Phillips didn't forget to warn the protagonist, to avoid getting yourself into trouble, I'll make the rules clear first. First, do not look the Lord in the eye. Second, you must kneel when standing before him. Third, absolutely no questions. Before the iron-faced man finished, Zed shot him a cold glare and almost barked, "Hold on. Who are you to give orders like that?" The knight's face twisted with annoyance as he snapped back, reminding Zed of his place. "Don't forget where you stand. This is Bahal territory. Show some respect, or I'll teach you a lesson right now." Inside the carriage, despite the threats, Zed showed no fear. "You should remember your own place. Don't forget I'm from the Arahan family," he replied. By this point they had arrived at the mansion gates. Zed glanced at the flag fluttering above and thought, "This is the Bahal mansion, and the game has begun. I don't know what the head of the Bahal family, Fernando, is plotting, but as the heir of the Arahan family, I must maintain the right posture. Somehow I feel that's the only way to get out of here alive. I feel like I'm walking a tightrope. If I bow too low, they'll despise me, but if I hold my head too high, I'll rile them. I have to act with real subtlety." Hopefully I guessed right, Zed thought to himself. Next, the annoying knights led him to the host's reception room, while Deputy Captain Philip stood guard to the side. Ignoring his sour expression, Zed scanned the room and thought, "This is the 6th-floor reception room, just like in the game. Not the 7th-floor office, but the reception room, so he's receiving me as a guest. That's not bad at all." That's what Zed imagined. But a second later, an overwhelmingly terrible pressure pressed down on him, making him crouch slightly. A stern voice rang out, "You are the first of the Arahan family to set foot in the Bahal mansion." Turning toward the source, Zed didn't need to think long to guess who had spoken. What the hell? He's right here, directly behind me. Just having the lord of the Bahal family in the same space was enough to break my focus. I didn't even dare to look back. He wasn't using any cheat. Otherwise, my foundation would have reacted already. This is simply the pressure of presence. It's the feeling of surpassing a level 10 threshold, a true swordmaster. Ignoring Zed's inner worries, at that moment, a large figure swept past, then calmly sat in the chair reserved for the family head. He was a man with uniformly blonde hair and beard, a massive build like a brown bear. Just sitting there, he radiated a terrifying aura, making our protagonist swallow hard in anxiety. Still, he bit his lip and showed no fear. After a few seconds of observation, Fernando nodded slightly. "I admit you're bold, Arahan, but this is the Bahal mansion. Behave appropriately." With those words, the terrible pressure grew heavier. Yet Zed forced himself to stand, repeatedly reminding himself, "I can't kneel here. Kneeling before the strong is shameful. Any sign of submission and he'll never respect." Thinking that, Zed only bowed his head slightly as a sign of respect. "Thank you for inviting me." "Invited?" Fernando replied, his tone questioning. Zed hastily explained, "Yes, I was brought here by carriage and escorted into the reception room. Isn't that how guests are received? I came here as a guest, but if kneeling and bowing are the Bahal family's rituals, then I will follow your customs." Zed's sharp reply made the host's eyes widen. Zed himself remained anxious, waiting for his reaction. Then after 2 or 3 seconds, the big man suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter. "Haha, you're really bold, aren't you? All right, sit down, can't have a guest standing forever. Minar, bring tea." Only then did our protagonist feel a bit relieved and exhale. Thank God, he truly is treating me like a guest, at least for now. Across from him, the man seemed to read the young man's thoughts and asked, "You seem to be thinking a lot. I called you here out of personal curiosity. Don't overthink it. I heard you visited that trafficker on the Emperor's orders." To that question, Zed shook his head slightly. "I didn't hear anything about that. It's been resolved." That made the host even more curious. "So you acted before receiving orders. Why?" From Zed's perspective, he had to be cautious now, not answering carelessly. Many answers might please Fernando, but here he should tell the truth. After all, one can't lie in front of a swordmaster. "I know," he began to explain his reasons. "Slave trading is against human morality. I acted according to my conscience." At this, Fernando's face grew thoughtful, as if pondering something. Then he asked, "You really didn't know DeVito had ties to your family?" Zed replied, "At first I thought it was just a rumor, but the moment I saw him I knew." Fernando raised an eyebrow. "And yet you didn't retreat." In reply, Zed said, "I only care about right and wrong. Family has nothing to do with it." Fernando warned him that the Arahan clan certainly wouldn't let this go. However, Zed paid no heed to that concern. "It's fine, I'm doing what's right, so I have no regrets." Even the host couldn't help but admire Zed inwardly. He's admirable, clearly understands he's acting against his own people, especially as an Arahan, and now, just out of curiosity, he may have just plunged himself into even greater trouble. Torres was right. He truly is a mage who understands honor. With that thought, he wrapped up the conversation. "That'll do," Zed. "Stay the night. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to breakfast tomorrow morning." Across from him, Zed felt like he'd struck gold at hearing that finally free from the pressure of the meeting. "Thank you for hosting me," he said, and he lightly brought his hand to his chest in salute, surprising Fernando even more. That's a knight's salute, haha. I never expected a mage to greet me like a knight. Today's full of surprises. After that, the protagonist was shown to his room, the guest chamber reserved for honored visitors inside the mansion. As soon as he sat down, the physically built player sighed heavily. Phew, thank God I made it through. He really drained his energy. If Fernando hadn't acted exactly like in the game, I might have fallen apart. It seems being honest instead of evasive helped me survive that mountain of pressure. I'm getting hungry already, the protagonist muttered before a sound came from outside. Next, a servant pushed a lavish tray of food into the room. Enjoy your stay, he said softly, then hurried off, while Zed kept his eyes glued to the spread, praising it. What generous hospitality. His delight didn't last long. His eyes went blank when somehow a white card left by the Arahan family's black glass mages lay on one of the plates. The sight nearly stunned Zed. He hurriedly pushed the door and ran outside to look around. However, the servant who delivered it had vanished into thin air. He just left and already disappeared. How could black glass get in here? Puzzled, Zed quickly returned to his room, clutching the white card, and channeled his mana into it to discern its meaning. Inside the card was a perfectly formed zero symbol, which for a mage meant return or mission cancellation. The message drained some color from Zed's face as he thought, is it the Arahan head's turn now? Time passed on into the pre-dawn hours, but Zed's mood hadn't improved one bit. If anything, it kept worsening. He grabbed his head. I can't believe I just found a magic card from the Arahan family. How far does their influence reach? The protagonist wondered inwardly. Before he could think further, a voice called from outside. Hey Zed, are you there? The familiar voice made Zed get up and go open the door. The visitor was none other than the knight Tors. Tors, is that you? Tors nodded slightly in greeting. Zed then asked about his close friends. What about Ryu and Lisa? Did you come alone? Tors replied, everything, settled. I couldn't just sit still, worried you might be detained. I just heard bits and pieces. Glad to see you're safe. I even heard you were invited to breakfast. His tone was teasing, but Zed wasn't amused. Peace doesn't seem to suit someone in my position. In response, the knight offered the protagonist a calming reassurance. The housemaster has truly figured out what kind of person you are. He's even planning to lift the announced bounty. A flash lit Zed's eyes and he asked, What bounty? Immediately after, Zed used every bit of his brain to think. I never expected that. Everything would have been perfect if that magic card hadn't appeared. If no matter where I go I can't escape the Arahan family. Then the only answer is a direct confrontation. Time passed after the meal at the estate, and Tors was dragging Zed all over, showing him the entire grounds of his family. Scene cuts to where the knights train. The knight pointed ahead as he introduced, this is the artist's area. Over there is the training yard. Hearing this, Zed nodded it off, because his mind was still jittery over the Arahan family's threat. Maybe because my head's a mess. But even seeing it in real life, instead of just in the game, doesn't make me feel much, he thought. Then suddenly, something seemed to catch Zed's attention. He glanced not far away and asked, What's that? Tors followed Zed's direction and said calmly, Ah, that place is a bit special. You've probably heard the story. The Bahal family's white horses choose their own masters. That's where the white horses that haven't yet found owners are kept. To satisfy their curiosity, the two quickly went to the stables. However, Zed found only a single horse inside, which surprised him, as if to demonstrate to Zed why there was only one horse here. The blonde knight reached his hand out directly, but the moment the horse saw his hand, it recoiled as if it had seen a plague, turning its head away to avoid it. Even Tors felt a bit annoyed by the reaction. Normally these bond within 3 months, but this one has resisted for 2 years. It's picky as heck. It's the only one that even refused the housemaster. At this, Zed's eyes widened like a cow's. Where did this horse get the pride to refuse the uncle? How can that happen? I thought they chose the strongest. Tors could only sigh, then explained, it's not always like that. It seems each horse has its own standards. Zed nodded in reply. That's pretty interesting. Turning back to Tors' perspective, he was surprised that Zed seemed intrigued by the horse. You're thinking about other things, yet that white horse attracts you. At that, our protagonist smiled. Bahal's white horses are always cool. That's right, they're not called divine beasts for nothing. Number 80 stake, right? It's not just someone's property. It's a partner, a teammate. That's why we respect its choice. Tors said this while looking toward the horse, while Zed stared straight into the white horse's blue eye. And instinctively, Zed reached his hand forward as if to stroke its face. However, before he could act, a disruptive voice rang out. Well, look who's here. Isn't that the Arahan family heir? The familiar voice made Zed turn his head slightly. Sure enough, the annoying voice belonged to Vice Captain Phillips. Seeing Zed notice him, he added in a taunting tone, I was thinking Tors might be training, so I stopped by to say hello, but it seems you're here with Arahan. His voice dripped with mockery, and someone like Tors who values honor could not hold back his anger. Immediately, Tors demanded sternly, "He's a guest invited by the housemaster. Show some respect." Across from them, Tors' words were like wind in Philip's ears. He verbally agreed, but his contemptuous expression didn't retract at all. Of course. So you, Zed. Why don't you train with us? Right. There's no quiet meditation room here, so that might be a bit much. How about a sparring match? Are you willing to show us a few moves? The vice captain said this with a haughty face and a mocking toss of his chin, his provocative attitude on full display. Hearing the request, Tor's brows knitted as he asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Forgetting that the man was our guest. So the other man had already prepared his justification. "Sir Tors, a friendly match isn't necessarily disrespectful, is it? It'd be a great experience for the team, and for you too, Zed. That's what I think." Tors remained firm in refusal. "Zed isn't ready yet. We'll do it another time." On the other side, the barking Philip seemed not to register Tor's displeasure and continued to taunt while pointing behind him. "Come on, it's just a light match. If you're worried about rank, we have a rookie who just joined a few days ago. And if that's still not enough, the rookie can step aside for you." From Zed's perspective, seeing these stupid knights yapping at him over and over, how could he keep his patience? "Damn it, I'll do it. You want this, right? Fine, let's spar," he said, pointing his finger straight at the blonde rook. With that, the group moved into the open field to prepare to greet each other with some affectionate punches. Meanwhile, the unlucky rookie was quite confident. He said, "Since it's just sparring, I'll use a wooden sword." Opposite him, Zed began warming up and replied, "You'll regret it. Better go all out." The rookie dismissed Zed's warning and responded nonchalantly, "I hope you're not just all talk." As for Tors, he really didn't understand what Zed was thinking. "Zed, what are you thinking? You recruit every year, but you're not even level 1 yet. You know you can't face a level 5 knight." Back to the rookie, he tightened his grip on the wooden sword and said, "Let me ask you this. Do you really think you have a chance?" Zed calmly answered, 50-50, probably. For some reason, that seemed to touch the rookie's pride. His face twisted in anger. "What, 50%? You're optimistic." With that shout, he wrapped himself in an aura. At the same time, our protagonist wrapped himself in storm mana and said through gritted teeth, "I just hope to last long enough to heat things up a bit. Ending too quickly would be boring." Elsewhere, Vice Captain Phillips, despite seeing the lightning mana Zed produced, still trusted his subordinate. "So that's the mana I've heard about. Truly worthy of the dream attribute's name. It feels more intense and chaotic than the others. But even so, the mana he gives off hasn't even reached level 2. Generous as you like, this match will end quick." With that thought standing outside, he loudly shouted, "Match, begin." Right after the command, the rookie drove power into his legs and sprinted forward. However, Zed remained standing completely still, which made the knight a bit curious. What the hell is he doing? He's a mage, but he's not trying to keep his distance. He's not even casting a spell. Wait, could it be that I'm so fast he can't react? If that were the case, that'd be boring as hell. But you can't kill a guest. I guess I'll have to hold back. Thinking that, he eased his power a bit. However, the next moment made everyone's eyes go wide. With a single, simple motion, Zed smoothly dodged to one side, even turning to complain to the rookie, "Say that I can go all out this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Zed gave the new soldier no chance. He coiled his leg and unleashed a powerful kick that sent the Rokuho had barely raised his sword to his chest to block flying backward dozens of meters. In his heart he thought, what demonic strength is this? Before he could even assess the situation, Zed flashed and was instantly standing right in front of him. Seeing this, the knight hurriedly drove his foot into the ground to stop himself from sliding further back, swinging his sword continuously to counterattack. However, with Zed's nimble speed, the knight's blade couldn't even reach the hem of his robe. From the protagonist's perspective, after a few seconds of toying with the knight, he took a deep breath and gathered mana within, enveloping his fist in storm energy. Then Zed delivered a single gut punch to the clueless rookie's midsection, making him gag as if he were about to vomit. Before he could, another punch came flying and struck his face. As a result, the knight couldn't do anything. Zed had already beaten him down to the ground. The outcome was utterly unexpected, leaving both Tors and Phillips standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Nearby, the white horse watched the fight with a strange, attentive gaze. A few seconds later, the other knights snapped back to their senses and rushed over to check the rookie to find him foaming at the mouth, like food poisoning. Someone shouted, "Hey, calm down. I think he's unconscious." "Damn it, get us healer here now." Elsewhere, one knight started getting aggressive, pointing his wooden sword at the protagonist and shouting, "You bastard, fine. This time I'll fight you." Before Zed could respond, Tors stepped forward to shield his new acquaintance. "What are you doing? The match is over, stand down." In response, the foolish knight yelled, "Tors, get out of the way. I'm fighting that damned mage," he shouted, and Tors shouted back even louder, Do you want to spar or do you want to brawl? From Zed's vantage, seeing the knights keep provoking him despite his victory, he felt surprised rather than worried. Are these people all insane? Now they'll drop preconceived notions about distance and adjust their responses. Both Warden Clark and that rookie failed because they were trapped by their own thinking, not because they lacked skill. Objectively, a level 5 knight should have the advantage. But the situation is unstable too. Many knights are boiling over. Thinking this and to avoid being ganged up on, Zed put a hand out to restrain Tors, then turned to the group and said, "One match isn't enough, is it? I thought accepting defeat honorably was part of the knightly code." Opposite him, the knights ignoring Zed's words grew furious and cursed. "You dare lecture us on knightly code? You filthy thing. What the hell does your damned mage know about honor?" In reply, Zed calmly explained, "I agreed to this match at your request, and not somewhere else, but right here in the center of Bahul territory. Do you understand what that means?" He then quietly calculated inwardly. Do they dare duel a mage in the Bahul family's own domain? Right after that, Uncle Fernando suddenly appeared from who knows where and spoke up. Impressive. At Fernando's appearance, the group shouted in unison, "Housemaster." On this side, Fernando widened his eyesold and fierce-seemed barked, "Everyone, sheath your sword." Hearing that order, the knights flipped as if a switch had been thrown, hurriedly dropping to one knee and calling out clearly, "Yes, sir." The only one still standing was Zed. Although he knew this old man was ridiculously powerful, the fact that the man had materialized like a ghost behind him made Zed's scalp tingle. Even with observation at 100, I couldn't sense him until he was right in front of me. So that's the level of a swordmaster. Ignoring Zed's thoughts, Fernando glanced at him briefly and whispered, "An Arahan facing off in Bahul's training yard thighs will go down in the records." In response, Zed quickly placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "I apologize, sir. I know this was rude, but I couldn't refuse the match." Fernando didn't scold him and instead admitted plainly, "Of course not. An Arahan doesn't back down from a challenge." Next, he radiated his presence and began lecturing the knights. "All of you, remember this. This is why you must not neglect training. Climbing the ranks is important, but experience matters more. Learn from it and make those lessons your own, do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the group shouted together. While Zed couldn't quite grasp what Fernando's pointed words were meant to convey. Then, as if reading Zed's curious expression, Fernando gave him a cold look. "Today you taught my knights a lesson. I will not forget today." Though the old man's face remained calm, everyone understood he was seething. Zed didn't realize this was a direct warning and felt like he was lying on a bed of nails. So meekly, Zed bowed his head and accepted, "Yes, sir." Then, just when it seemed everything would settle, nope, somehow the white horse in the stall must have eaten something wrong and suddenly went wild and bolted straight out. It ran circles around the yard nonstop, leaving Zed puzzled about what it was trying to do. But unlike him, the Bahul knights understood perfectly. "No, impossible. Why, are you kidding me?" Zed, curious, asked, "What's going on?" To explain the horse's strange behavior, Tor's serious voice rang out, "This is a ritual. When a white horse chooses its rider, it displays its strength to earn recognition from its master. That means the owner of the white horse is here." After the white horse finished parading its power, it ran up right in front of Zed, as if to submit. Tors was ecstatic. "Zed, the white horse chose you." Beside him, Fernando's face went ashen dark. His hand clenched as he grumbled, "This will leave the former housemaster speechless." From Zed's perspective, he still couldn't believe the untamable horse had picked him and asked, "It really chose me?" From Fernando's viewpoint, clearer than anyone else was how proud the horse was, so he found it hard to believe but was also relieved it had finally found a master. But why someone from the Arahan clan? Is it out of respect for an ally, or some quirk of tradition? Perhaps the answer is right before us. With that, he turned to the protagonist and asked, "Zed Arahan, will you accept Jinju as your companion and stay by its side for life?" At those words, Zed was obviously flustered. "Wait a minute, this is way too sudden." He stammered, thinking to himself, "Together for life? What is this? This isn't a wedding." Behind him, the white horse Jinju brought its face close to Zed's. Each saw their reflection in the other's eyes, and as if sensing its mood, Zed blurted out, "Do you want me to agree?" Jinju gave a soft whicker, taken as assent. At the same time, Uncle Fernando behind them continued to radiate pressure, like he was just waiting for Zed to refuse so he could punch him. With no choice and to save his own skin, Zed bowed his head in acceptance. Mainly, Fernando's stern expression made him too afraid to say no. Jinju, meanwhile, looked pleased. But in that rosy moment, the snarling voice of Phillips cut through. "You cannot allow this, housemaster. This is unacceptable. In our clan's history, only Bahul family members may ride the white horse. We cannot allow such a dangerous precedent." He spoke while kneeling at a 90-degree angle. Even Fernando couldn't refute that and had to concede. exactly until now only clan members have been chosen by the White Horse because there was no other option, so only kin were selected. Hearing that, for some reason Phillips found the courage to lift his head and directly confront his housemaster. Have you forgotten the crimes the Arahan clan committed against the Bahal White Horse? They mauled those horses like pigs. How can you trust our companion to such beasts? Mages lie as easily as they breathe. How can we possibly trust? The more Phillips spoke, the more unhinged he became. To settle the matter, Housemaster Fernando promised. Then I swear to you, Vice Captain, if Zed Arahan does not treat our white horse as a comrade, I will personally take his life. The seriousness in his voice made Zed's hair stand on end. Still, Captain Phillips seemed unsatisfied and tried to speak again, but Fernando cut him off. Phillips Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but on this matter I will hear no more advice. Faced with that, Phillips, though bitter, had no choice but to accept. Understood. And so time quickly passed until evening. Now Zed was riding Jinju to test the warhorse's speed. He thought to himself, I left because I felt it might be dangerous to keep it here, but this is really fun. I like Yao, you've exceeded my expectation. Let's fly Onyx, stop, Frilda, Zed said with exhilaration, and at super speed he soon met Ryu and Lisa, leaving them stunned. What am I seeing? Not only did you survive inside the Bahal territory, you even brought back a white horse. You're truly blessed. It's an honor to be your friend. Hearing that, Zed smiled faintly and replied, let's go inside and talk. There's a lot we need to discuss. After they went into a private room, Zed told them everything that had happened, from the Black Line Army's magic card to the demonic aura and the story of Lacto Chirp. After explaining it all, Zed didn't state his next goal. I have to go to the Arahan clan now. It can't be avoided, so there's no other choice. So Ryu, what I want to say is, before Zed could finish, Ryu interrupted. If you go to the Arahan clan, I'll go with you, Zed. You said last time you would never abandon your comrades. Think about it, it's been a long time since you were exiled. There are probably no close relatives left by your side. And the brothers in the Arahan clan fight dirty. Is there anyone trustworthy in the clan? These words stunned Zed, because after all, he hadn't actually been in the Arahan clan. He'd been thrown into prison as soon as he was transmigrated into this world. Ignoring Zed's somewhat confused expression, Ryu turned to his younger sister and said, Lisa has done a lot of hard work already, so she can shoulder her part. If you hire us as your close aides, we'll help you a lot, just watch. Looking back at Zed, he actually still had some worries in his head. I thought parting ways with Ryu here would be best, given the dangers ahead. Then he glanced at the two in front of him and nodded. Yeah, thanks, let's go to the Arahan clan together. That said, of course Zed wouldn't foolishly charge straight into the Arahan clan unprepared. Even if it's the boss, I can't rush in blindly. We need support. Right now, the last surviving smith of the clan has fallen Lacto Chirp. The demonic aura taken from the basilisk, and the holy water needed to turn that demonic aura into a miraculous cure to resolve the issue. We need to go to Myers. Whether the head of Arahan will help us, that's the real question. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At that moment, Zed's group had packed their gear and officially set out. Time flew by, cut to a dining table. Right then, our buddy Ryu suddenly slammed the table and shouted for no clear reason. What? All gold bars. That's 500 gold coins. What would you need that much money for? Responding to this, Zed even thought it was a bit little. This amount might not even be enough. Saying that, the young protagonist quietly calculated in his head. The spirit pills I plan to craft need both Demonfire's breath and sacred water, and success entirely depends on the divine purity of the sacred water. If it's low grade, pouring in hundreds of bottles won't help. An average bottle of sacred water costs about 10 gold coins, so with this money I'd get around 50 bottles. That's a lot. Imagine spending everything and ending up with nothing. Brutal. That's why I sought out Myers. That priest is reliable. Not guessing Zed's intentions, Ryu didn't try to stop him but nervously reminded him, you're really taking it all. At least leave one gold bar as a backup. Zed turned and replied, no need. Besides, we still have some silver. I'll be out for a while, so I need you to find someone. It's that old man I mentioned yesterday, Lacto. He has one eye and white hair. At Zed's request, Ryu almost froze at so little information. He retorted, this place is full of white-haired people with only one eye. Hearing that, Zed turned back, left some silver, and gave more specific instructions. Tell them there's a reward and gather them in one place for me. Seeing money, Ryu felt the matter was easily solvable. Ah, then we'll find him right away. I mean, we don't need that much money. Explaining the reason, Zed said, no, he's on the run. A few coins won't force him to show his face. Ryu frowned and asked, then how do we find him? Zed answered, that's exactly why I'll watch for those who don't show up. And he won't use his real name, so don't call him Lacto or anything. At this point, our blonde friend didn't ask further and nodded. All right, I'll do my best. So Zed left the search to Ryu, grabbed the suitcase full of gold, and hurried outside. As he walked, he considered the next steps. Originally, I planned to use this money to buy magical components, but after Gordon mentioned Lacto, I changed plan. I'll use this money to make allures and pull Lacto to my side to commission him to craft the artifacts. That's the ideal scenario. If it goes smoothly, it could considerably make up for my pitifully low mana stat. As he thought this, a commotion ahead suddenly drew his attention. Okay, please keep order, no pushing, to the front of the temple. No matter if you're nobility, merchants, or commoners, first come, first served. Hey, I said no pushing. The hurried voice of a guard rang out. Meanwhile, a curious Zed ran over to eavesdrop. What's going on here? This is a church, right? Why is it so crowded? Wait, don't tell me word of Johan's divine power has leaked out already. No way, it's too soon for that. To satisfy his curiosity, Zed asked a brown-haired man at the front, "Excuse me, what's happening here?" Hearing his question, the man kindly replied, "They're selling sacred water at half price, that's why everyone's crowded." At this, Zed's eyes widened and he shouted, "Wait, half price?" Seeing Zed's surprise, the brown-haired fellow seemed to guess something. "Judging by your face, are you a noble's kid? Maybe let the commoners go first." He clicked his tongue, annoyed at nobles scooping up goods, unaware Zed couldn't care less. Instead, Zed panicked, wondering if he could buy enough sacred water to make pills. Oh no, this is big. With that deal I could turn both demon fire breaths into spirit pill. But there's a problem. Sacred water needs to be consecrated, so usually only one bottle can be made per day. Given Johan's laid-back attitude toward money, selling sacred water at half price is plausible, but this many bottles when each takes a whole day to make. Something smells off. Thinking that, Zed began to catch a whiff of something fishy. After a long wait, it was finally Zed's turn to buy sacred water. Inside the temple, a man dressed as a priest greeted him. "Welcome, son." Zed stared at the man and did the math in his head. I only saw him in pictures before, so recognizing him by face alone is hard. Deciding to test whether this guy was real or fake, he said, "Yes, hello, Father Johan." The fake priest, unaware he was being tested, smiled and replied, "Child, how many bottles do you need?" At that, Zed's eyes narrowed, confirmation he was dealing with an imposter. Must be tiring, putting on that act all day, huh? The protagonist's offhand remark flustered the fake Johan. "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." At that point, Zed stopped playing along, slammed his hand on the door, and shouted, "There's only one Father Johan at the Myers Temple, and that's Johan Chris. You're an imposter. Where is the real Father Johan?" In response, the fake shoved his hand into his robe, produced a sharp dagger, and said, "Haha, I truly don't know what you're talking about. I am Johan. If you have nothing else, please move along. There are people waiting behind you." As he said, the unaware townsfolk, annoyed at Zed standing there, snapped, "Hey, the line's stuck. If you have nothing to say, go away. My child is seriously ill. We don't have much time, please hurry." Hearing that, Zed glanced at the pile of sacred water and stacked gold, then said, "You really think you can mess with a temple and get away with it? I'll report this to the provincial army at once." The fake Johan laughed dismissively. "Haha, the provincial army. Go ahead. If I'm guilty, I'll take the blame. So if you don't want trouble, clear off. Don't block busy people." He whispered into Zed's ear. Having no better option, and not wanting to make a scene, he returned to his lodging to plan his next moves. He didn't even flinch at mentioning the royal army. Could the provincial forces be backing them? The central royal army is strict, but the provincial forces are different. They're more susceptible to corruption in local towns. This might not be as easy as I thought. With no evidence, I have to investigate myself. Thinking that, he quickly wrote a note for Ryu and left his room. His goal was to report this to the provincial army in Myers. There's a provincial fortress. It's bound to be there. As he thought, he glanced toward the barracks ahead. And the gate guards, seeing Zed's Jinju horse, immediately guessed which household he belonged to. "Wait, isn't that the family's white steed?" "I think it is." "What brings you here?" The guard saluted. Zed replied, "I'm here to report something. Is the general inside?" The guard didn't immediately comply and instead asked, "Have you made an appointment?" Zed answered, "I haven't." This made the guard uneasy. "Ah, in that case it's a bit difficult. You'll need to book an appointment and come back later." Zed was a little surprised. He's that busy. The guard shook his head slightly and said calmly, "No, that's just the general's rule. He never sees anyone without an appointment." On my side, Zed's tone turned irritable as he questioned, "Isn't the local military responsible for keeping order here? You mean I need an appointment just to report something serious?" The soldier could only stammer, "Sorry, we're just following order." From the protagonist's perspective, his brows knotted as he conceded, "So yelling at the troops won't change a thing. But still, walking away like this doesn't sit right." At the same time, a commanding voice sounded from behind him. The guard snapped to attention and saluted. And when Zed turned, he silently assessed, "So that's the general here. No way he's a knight. Look at that soft, flabby frame." In Zed's eyes, the general looked like a bloated porker, not a shred of generally presence. Across from him, the general calmly approached Zed and asked, "Who are you?" Zed bowed politely and said, "I'm here to file a report." The general then noticed Zed's horse and added, "You don't look like you're from the Bahal house. Why are you riding a Bahal white steed? Did you acquire it?" Zed replied lightly, "It's a gift." Though he said it, inwardly he judged, "This rotten pig of a general is bottomless. He couldn't care less about my report. If not for the horse, he wouldn't have even glanced my way." Unaware of Zed's thoughts, General Paulman was a bit surprised. "A gift? I've never heard of someone gifting a white steed. Which family are you from? You don't look like a knight." Zed shook his head and said, "I'm just a mage from an obscure family." Hearing that, Paulman wasn't foolish enough to buy it. He smirked. "Ha, a mage, not even a knight, yet gifted the family's white steed. You think you can swagger in here and lie like that?" he said, staring at the protagonist as if to intimidate. Still, Zed kept his composure better than ever and replied, "That may be rare, but more importantly, shouldn't you listen to what I'm here to report? Someone is selling fake sacred water at Myers Church and posing as the priest. As you know, sacred water is extremely precious." Before Zed could finish, Paulman suddenly barked at his soldiers, "Seize that bastard at once." "What the? I haven't even finished," Zed thought to himself. But the soldiers had already surrounded him from all sides. The general dismounted and ordered, "Drag Zed into the dungeon and confiscate his white steed." At this, Zed could only sigh. "So you lot really are in cahoots." He muttered a curse inside. "Damn it, my instincts are never wrong." Paulman continued to lecture arrogantly across from him. "You'll regret opening your mouth, kid. What are you waiting for? Drag him away." With that, the soldiers quickly bound Zed's hands behind him and led him off. However, before being taken away, Zed didn't forget to warn him, "You're the one who'll regret this." The idle threat made the general laugh like a grave robber. "Haha, let's see if you still mouth off after we break every bone in you." By then Zed stopped arguing. He merely smiled faintly, as if he'd already prepared a countermeasure. Meanwhile, at the Bahal Manor, the head of the family, Fernando, was speaking with the knight Torres. "The emperor has announced a large reward." Hearing that, Torres asked straight to the point, "Did our family contribute the most?" Fernando produced a list and answered, "Yes, among imperial citizens rescued from slavers, the Bahal family saved 3,720 people. Next is the Arahan family, with 2,580 people. The emperor always values balance and harmony. Knights and mages rarely encourage competition like this, so he really cares about this mission. The Bahal family taking the lead is a meaningful achievement. You'll get a reward too. The journey is long, so don't waste time. Start preparing." Saying that, the head of the house suddenly faltered in his voice. Then his eyes focused intently on the list before him. At that moment, a knight entered from outside to report, "Sir, a boy has come to the manor asking to see you. We were going to turn him away, but he claims to be a friend of Sir Torres and Zed Arahan, so I'm here to confirm." Hearing that, Torres turned and asked, "Is the boy's name Ryu?" The knight nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir. Do you actually know him?" Torres looked a little worried, glanced at his liege, and then replied, "I know him, but why would he come here?" In front, Fernando's face took on a serious expression, prompting Torres to hurry and explain, "My lord, I'll handle it myself. Please don't trouble yourself." Before he could finish, Fernando cut in, "No need, bring him in. It must have been Zed Arahan who sent him. He said he had something to tell me. Better to hear him out." On the paper before Fernando was a note. "The royal court commends Zed Arahan for aiding imperial subjects regardless of status. All noble houses are expected to follow this example." Facing Fernando, Ryu was terrified, trembling as he reported, "I'm just a lowly servant. I pay respects to the great Lord of Bahal." Lord Bahal sat grandly and looked down at Ryu, then asked, "Well, what brings you here?" The blonde youth quickly thanked him for his grace. Then he presented a red letter. "It's like this." Zed left a note. He wrote that if he hadn't returned by dusk, I must deliver it to Lord Bahal. Torres took the letter from Ryu and handed it to Fernando, who accepted it while thinking, "The emperor's edicts end with the name Arahan. Bahal may have won the battle but lost the war." And now a letter from Zed Arahan, once praised by the emperor, even if the content seems trivial, should be read personally. Lord Bahal slowly withdrew the letter from the red envelope. At the very first lines, he couldn't help but show his surprise. This is. The letter detailed crimes by someone in the church. A priest from Myers Cathedral selling fake sacred water in the church's name, exploiting faith to swindle the people, betraying his duties, ignoring warnings, clinging to his position, suspected of collusion with the local military and accepting bribes. Learning this, Lord Bahal was deeply suspicious, so he wrote all this intending me to read it. Does this really come from a 15-year-old's perspective? At the bottom of the letter, Zed had added, "If I don't return by dusk, Ryu must deliver this to Lord Bahal." Fernando nodded after reading and said, "Now I understand why he wrote it that way." Ryu remained kneeling, trembling as he tried to speak. "Yes, I feared something bad had happened to Zed. I know I overstepped my duties, but I still dared to come. I'm so sorry. He sat majestically on the throne, his voice carrying awesome authority. You must have been very frightened, yet you still came for your friend. That is truly a noble act. Hearing this, Ryu looked up in puzzled surprise. Though his words were sharp, their meaning was warm. Lord Bahul gestured toward the rear and said, "It's late, go find something hot to eat. Meanwhile, I'll write you a letter, so eat with peace of mind." Ryu watched his retreating figure and, deeply grateful, bowed repeatedly while shouting, "Thank you, truly thank you so much." He froze for a moment, recalling Fernando's words and pondering, just now, he called someone like me respectable. Knights really are extraordinary people. Soon after, Ryu was treated like an honored guest. A servant brought out a pastry with a smile. "Enjoy your meal." He gratefully replied, "Thank you very much." Ryu bit into the delicious pastry, and suddenly tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Moved, savoring the exquisite taste, he thought, "This tastes even better than vertisan beef." Meanwhile, in a dark, filthy dungeon, the surroundings were pitch black except for a few flickers from a small torch. On the floor, human blood and sweat were splattered. Petty thugs and guards swaggered and crawled about. Zed was hung upside down, his feet bound with thin trails of blood and nasty bruises. His gasping breaths echoed through the cell. It turned out Zed was doing sit-ups while suspended like this. He was utterly composed, diligently training without pause. This even made the guard outside respectingly wary, thinking to himself, "This lunatic, he's been at it for over 2 hours. Hung up for torture, and he's doing this. Feels like I'm the one about to lose my mind." Suddenly, a man approached, complaining, "My nose is about to fall off." Recognizing his superior, the guard quickly saluted, "General Paulman, attention." The purple-faced fat man clutched a cloth to his nose and demanded, "What the hell is he doing?" The man saluted and reported, "We don't really know, but he's been like that the whole time. The previous shift said he was handed over in the exact same state." Paulman grasped the situation and said, "So he's been doing that for hours." The guard glanced at Zed training and continued, "Yes, roughly. He's much tougher than he looks." Paulman then ordered the troops to open the cell door. Zed was lowered and fell to his knees, 2 guards standing behind him. The general's voice rang out, "Depending on your answer, I may release you or escalate the torture." "That white steed won't obey me. Did you curse it?" Zed shot back, "Nonsense, a white steed only obeys the master it chooses." Paulman kept the cloth over his nose, raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Now I must believe a horse chose a damned mage over a knight." He curled a mocking smile, "You'll see soon enough." Provoked, Paulman growled angrily, eyes blazing, "You bastard." He tossed aside his outer armor, rolled up his sleeves, strode forward and declared, "Seems our earlier torture was too gentle. Henceforth, I'll do it myself. No one has lasted past 30 minutes under my hand." Facing the general's fury, Zed merely smiled calmly as if awaiting a show, which made him angrier. "Oh look, he can even grin." Paulman grabbed a long, sharp dagger from the weapon pile and stalked toward him, eyes threatening. "I'm eager to see how long your arrogance lasts. No one survives what I'm about to do. I'll plunge this dagger into your knee and twist it deep into the bone. This is my only chance to talk." As he spoke, he jabbed the dagger into Zed's firm thigh. But that didn't scare him. Instead, he scoffed cockily and barked, "Get lost." Poked for long enough, Paulman lost his patience and shouted, "You little bastard." He summoned all his strength and hurled the long, sharp dagger at Zed's thigh, preparing a gruesome torture. Suddenly, soldiers rushed in from outside to report, stopping the dagger 3 centimeters from his thigh. "Sir, something's happened. A letter has just arrived for Bahul." The interruption ruined Paulman's mood. Angrily, he flung the dagger toward the soldier and barked, "Damn it, what's wrong with you? I told you not to bother me while I'm torturing, didn't I? Didn't I say that?" The guard bowed quickly and pleaded, "Sorry, sir, but it's urgent. It's a letter from the head of the Bahul family." The general angrily snatched the letter from the guard's hand and yelled, "If this isn't important, you're about to die." Paulman opened the letter and read aloud clearly, "What's written here? The one you detained is the owner of the white steed and a friend of Bahul." The gist of the letter read, "The person you are detaining is the owner of the white steed, a friend of Bahul, and a son of the Arahan house. Since you are suspected of involvement in corruption, immediately relinquish command and await investigation by the Central Army." He muttered the final lines, "If you disobey orders, you will face Bahul's judgment." Paulman flew into a rage, tore the letter to pieces and screamed, "What the hell is this? Investigation? Judgment? Do you think he has the right to say that to a general appointed by the emperor? This is all you're doing, isn't it? That arrogant look. This is exactly what you've been waiting for." Still not waking up, even if he's the head of Bahul, he can't just trample a general of the Imperial Army. Zed smirked confidently and replied bluntly, "He can, the reason is obvious." The general twirled the dagger in his hand, eyes cold with murderous intent, and said, "A reason? Ridiculous. If I kill you and that fake priest, there'll be no witnesses, no evidence, no leads left. Suddenly Zed's body erupted with fierce lightning, singeing the ropes binding his hands. Zed said coldly, "People like you learn something once they've felt enough pain." Having said that, he sat up fully, his body crackling with electricity so intense Paulman flinched and shouted, "Huh." He stood dazed, unsure what was happening, when a gust of wind shot in and a chain wrapped around his ankle. What the hell is this? Even Zed stared in amazement at the strange power that had appeared out of nowhere. Despite Paulman's screams of "you bastard," the white chains coiled around his body and slowly began to consume him. Zed watched in shock as the man was crushed amid frantic screams, then sensed another presence and turned to look. It turned out the chains belonged to the mage. He had appeared beside Zed at some point, but he bore no hostile intent. Zed immediately recognized the man in the black cloak and wondered inwardly, a guard infiltrating among these low-ranking soldiers. How deep does this organization run? Lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to attention. "Young master." The commander of the black-clad contingent in the center continued, "The Lord has ordered you to return immediately. We will escort you. Please come with us." Seeing them, Zed was startled and asked, "Since when did they? Damn it, how far does this network reach?" He asked the commander suspiciously, "Why the sudden summon?" The commander replied coldly, "That's irrelevant. Orders are orders. Please hurry." Zed hesitated slightly, thinking to himself, "Not yet. I still don't have the elixir, and I haven't found Larko Chervil." Then he said, "Give me a few more days. I'll return on my own." The commander firmly refused, saying, "No, we are only following the Lord's orders." He looked at Paulman, shackled into a lump on the floor, and thought, "No, I need more time. I have to find a way to delay this." Suddenly an idea struck Zed. "You are the shadow guards and don't know Arahan's situation. Returning now would be a death sentence. The Lord surely knows that." The black-cloaked men fell silent and listened as he continued, "Please convey my message to the Lord. If he wants to survive this storm, I need some time to prepare. If after that he still wants me to return, I will go without a word." The commander used a teleportation spell and immediately went to report to Lord Arahan, returning with the message, "Understood. Please wait here." While waiting for his return, Zed rubbed his chin and calculated. Lord Arahan must have been monitoring my every move through the shadow guards. The real issue is killing that slave trader Di Vito, and when we reach Bahal's territory, I need to have answers ready if they interrogate me about. Very soon the commander returned and bowed, reporting, "Young master, the Lord has agreed to give you more time. Return to the family within 14 days. That is all the time you are granted." At this, Zed's expression turned gray. He pictured the bloody battle at Arahan, with Lord Arahan and those mysterious guards lying in wait for him in a few days' time. Zed's eyes flared with determination. He knew the 14 days began now, so everything had to move quickly to protect himself. Zed propped his hand against his chin, his jade-green eyes staring at the floor. "The clock has started counting down. At least I have an extension. That helps. 14 days. I must act fast." The black-cloaked commander remained bowed respectfully and said in a serious tone, "The case of Paulman and Myers Church has been assigned to you. An investigator will arrive soon. Handle it wisely." Hearing that, Zed replied in surprise, "An investigator? So soon? I thought it would take at least a day." As he said this, Zed looked at the commander and sank into thought. More tricks by the shadow guards. The more I learn, the scarier they become. I want that power. Just when he thought it was over, the commander added, "There's one more thing." Curious, he propped himself up and asked, "What now?" The commander relayed the message. "The Lord wants you to stop hiding the fact that you carry Arahan blood." Zed was baffled and pointed to his eyes, exclaiming, "What the hell? Wait, my contact lens. You mean stop wearing them?" The commander nodded slightly, "Yes." But Zed couldn't understand and, annoyed, demanded why. He wondered inwardly, "They threw me in jail and now they want this." The commander couldn't explain and honestly said, "We were only instructed to deliver that. With your permission, we will take our leave." With that, he and his black-cloaked subordinates used teleportation magic and vanished. Zed leaned on his hand, standing calmly as he watched the remaining dark air dissipate, and said, "Of course they dropped the bomb and disappear like they never existed." About 2 hours later, a silver-haired man named Cox, an Imperial investigator, greeted him warmly upon seeing him and said with a smile, "A young man achieving such feats, exposing corruption within the Imperial Army, what noble family do you come from? The Emperor will surely personally commend your deeds." Without answering, Zed gently removed the contact lens from his eye, revealing the blood-red color of his family's lineage. Recalling the commander's earlier words and thinking, "He told me not to hide my identity anymore." He raised his head and looked at Cox, greeting him formally. "It's an honor to meet you." When Cox saw the true color of Zed's eyes, he flinched. He lifted his head and introduced himself. "I am Zed Arahan, the 7th son of the Arahan family." Cox could hardly believe his ears. After a pause, he asked Zed, Are you really Zed Arahan? Slightly surprised by his expression, Zed still replied, yes, that's right. He stroked his snowy white beard and exclaimed, my goodness, what a surprise. So the name Arahan written in the imperial edict is you. Unlike Cox, Zed had no idea what he meant, tilting his head and wondering inwardly, an imperial edict. What is that? Noticing the confusion on Zed's face, Cox raised his sleeve and said, ah, it seems you don't know. Cox produced a folded sheet of paper and smiled as he explained, your name is listed right at the very end, in an edict personally written by His Majesty. The Emperor praised you lavishly. He then pointed with his aged hand to the neatly written line on the paper, the words reading clearly, the merits of Zed Arahan, who aided the Empire's people, are hereby solemnly commended. Every noble should proactively emulate such conduct. Cox rolled the paper up and tucked it into his sleeve, admitting frankly, I have long hoped to meet you once, and now fate has arranged this encounter. Still puzzled, Zed asked, but how did His Majesty come to know of me? He answered, the Emperor values deeds more than rank or station. I heard that a few of those recently repatriated mentioned you. Hearing that, Zed gasped and realized, wait, Gordon. He said he would repay me, but I never expected it to come so quickly. Gordon's smiling face flickered in Zed's mind, while Cox's voice continued in his ear. His Majesty was pleased to hear of it. This is also a great favor to your family. Zed mouthed the family name to himself, then placed a hand over his heart and said, Investigator Cox, I have a request. I want to resolve the Myers Church case myself to the end, may I? Cox nodded slightly, letting out a long hum before saying, I understand you want to finish what you started. Very well. Hearing that, Zed bowed 90 degrees in respect and replied, thank you for your understanding. He thought to himself, indeed an investigator from the Army's central authority willing to forego potential credit without hesitation. Cox held his hand out and confided, whether you are an Arahan or not, you are the first person in a long time to thank me. Perhaps I have lived too long. Bring the central unit with you. You will confront those who violated imperial law. If they resist, you are authorized to execute them on the spot. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. After saying this, Cox placed a hand on Zed's shoulder and patted it lightly. Slightly puzzled by his words, Zed blurted, your generosity exceeds all expectations. Cox burst out laughing and slapped Zed's shoulder repeatedly, teasing, you really aren't like the other Arahan to polite. I like you already. Zed stared at him in astonishment, wondering to himself as his mouth hung open, are all the other Arahans really a bunch of lunatics? Almost immediately, the Central Army's flag was raised high and fluttered in the wind, radiating authority like an intricately embroidered emblem on the banner. The entire army assembled in full before the church entrance, the two units taking their assigned positions in neat rows, with Zed standing as commander at the front. Seeing the commotion, the surrounding townspeople crowded around to watch and began buzzing with chatter. What's going on between the Central Army and Myers Church? Haven't you heard? General Paulman's been arrested. Rumor has it there was shady business with the church heard that priest's a real con man. Those bastards. The commander at the front stomped his foot loudly. Zed pinned the brilliant gold badge to his chest and called out in a clear, commanding voice, to the frauds who have exploited the Empire's people for personal gain. I will count to 3. If by then you don't come out, you'll rot to death right in your hiding place. After waiting a few seconds, there was still no movement from the church. No one stepped out. Seeing this, a soldier impatiently stepped forward and asked, should we drag them out ourselves? Zed weighed it carefully and replied, weapons and mana aren't allowed inside an imperial church, right? Too dangerous. The soldier nodded, yes, but I don't see any other option. A mage stepped up and suggested, then should we wait for the authorization paper? He flatly dismissed their opinions, stepped forward and declared, no leave this to me. Both of them were stunned and echoed, what? Zed turned back coldly and explained, I don't have much time. I'll handle this myself, so wait here. The soldier anxiously protested, no, what if something happens? He insisted on entering the church but reassured him, it'll be fine. The soldier fretted and asked the mage, but he can't use magic. What does he intend to do? Another added, aren't we supposed to follow him? At that moment, Cox approached, holding a blank sheet of paper. The moment they saw him, everyone shouted, Officer Coxto, you have the authorization paper. Assume you do. At once the soldiers put hands to sword hilts. One of them said, now that we have the order, there's no reason to hesitate. We'll go in immediately and arrest all the criminal. But Cox bluntly refused, Nosten down. Everyone looked back in bewilderment. What? He calmly explained, when I gave the command token to Zed, I entrusted him with full authority to handle this case. That is also what he requested. The authoritative token was the badge Zed had pinned to his chest, that command token, the Imperial Gold Card that can mobilize military forces. The soldiers looked toward him as he stepped lightly into the church and shouted in frustration, but there's an armed group inside the church. We're not intervening. If anything happens, we'll be held responsible. Sir, order us to enter. Zed kicked the church door open with force and entered, while Cox's aged voice rang out. You really know nothing about the Arahan family, do you? Do you know why Arahan is the leading house? Why people fear them? Because they're stronger than other houses. Right, is it just because they're stronger? No, there's something more important. He advanced coldly into the church. In front were the fraudulent priests, each holding a dagger defensively, wary as Zed kicked the door in. Cox continued patiently. Someone of the Arahan line will never go back on their word. No matter what it costs, no matter how dirty the work, they will get it done. That is what makes people terrified. Hearing this, the soldiers and the mage exhaled as if they finally understood. As for Zed, seeing the band of frauds pleased him greatly. A smirk tugged at his lips and he sneered. I told you I could come back, didn't I? You filthy imposter. So open your eyes and watch. The star of the show today is me, Zed Arahan. With that, he advanced empty-handed toward the frauds and began a bloody fight. The Myers church door slammed shut, and screams and the clang of metal rang out loud, so loudly that those outside could hear everything clearly. After a while, a soldier, anxious and thinking things were beyond saving, said, It's quiet now. That was fast. I told you he shouldn't have gone in alone. Moments later, a white figure stepped out of the church. Seeing someone, the whole army obeyed the command and shouted, Someone's coming. Prepare to fight. A few seconds later, every soldier's face went blank, and they stammered, that is. All the fraudulent priests had been subdued and captured by Zed, their faces bruised and bodies bound with ropes as they were led outside, followed by our protagonist. Zed tilted his head slightly. His handsome face broke into a satisfied smile as he stepped out like a true hero. Everyone around erupted, their faces bright with joy as they cheered. Cox stood in the middle, delighted, thinking to himself, I knew it. People gaped and asked in disbelief, You really defeated them all without using mana. How did you win without magic? Zed clenched his fist and smiled, answering, It wasn't that difficult. Cox was overjoyed. He stepped forward, burst into loud laughter, and couldn't stop praising. As expected of an Arahan, I'm amazed again. Truly extraordinary. Zed pointed at the bruised con artists and said, Officer Cox, these people sold fake holy water. There must be many victims. Please take care of them. Cox cheerfully replied, Of course. I will handle it personally. It's my duty as an investigator. Zed tilted his head slightly and sighed. There's more. Now the priest can come out. He called loudly over his shoulder, prompting Cox to look toward the church with great curiosity. A timid figure in a white robe stepped out the priest stand. Someone cried in alarm, Wait, that is. Sunlight fell across the priest's dignified face, and the crowd instantly cried out with joy. It's Father Johan's alive. A woman wept and prayed, Oh Lord, thank you. The ringleader of the con artists, his face battered and bruised, shot an unfriendly glance at the priest. Suddenly, Johan turned and walked toward. Johan gently laid his hand on the ringleader's head, channeling a green healing spiritual energy into him, leaving the man stunned. The ringleader, moved, called out to Johan, Father. Seeing the man's body glow with green spiritual power, Zed thought to himself in awe, That's holy power. Just looking at it makes you feel warm and peaceful, like something safe. After receiving Johan's healing, the bruises on the ringleader's face vanished, causing his subordinates to stare in bewilderment. Johan extended the healing to the entire group of con artists and gently admonished them, Repent your sins and live according to the Lord's will. Then he will always be with you. They all bowed their heads and moved, replied in unison, We're sorry. Thank you, Father. We will never defy the Lord's will again. That day the church was filled with joyous cheers from everyone, and a voice rang out with deep emotion. Father Johan has returned. After things settled, Johan addressed the Central Army and formally introduced himself. Allow me to present myself properly. I am Johan Chris, the 49th priest of the Empire. I am deeply grateful to Zed Arahan for carrying out the Lord's will. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Could you stay a while? He gestured into the church. Zed did not hesitate and replied, Yes, of course. At that moment, Cox called from behind, Zed Arahan, come here a moment. He turned back puzzled, mouth open. Cox opened his hand to reveal something shining and said, If you don't mind, I'd like to give you this. Looking at it, Zed hesitated and asked, This is an investigator's badge, the thing that allows you to mobilize Imperial forces. Cox nodded and added, Yes, just present this anywhere in the Empire and they will immediately support you. He was stunned and asked in bewilderment, Why are you giving this to me? You don't even know how I'll use it. Cox placed it into Zed's hand and said softly, I trust you won't tarnish my name. Just promise me one thing. You will use that badge only for the Empire's benefit. If one day you use it for personal gain, you will have repaid my trust with betrayal. Zed clutched the badge in his hand and replied in a steady voice, Yes, I understand. I will never let that happen. Cox was very pleased and laughed loudly, exclaiming, You really aren't like any Arahan I've ever met before. Saying that, he turned and walked off, thinking, It seems a long life truly brings many surprises. Cox raised his hand to command the Central Army and then bid Zed farewell. Everything's settled. We will take our leave. I hope we meet again. Cox led the way, followed by the steady march of the Central Army. Zed immediately bowed 90 degrees in a respectful farewell from behind. He lifted his head, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, his face full of gratitude as he watched the procession fade from view. Inside the ancient church, a solemn atmosphere settled over the entire scene. At a small wooden table with 2 steaming cups of tea, Johann spoke. "Thank you for saving us. I've heard everyone affected by this will be fully compensated. You truly did something remarkable, Mr. Zed." He replied politely, "Father, you flatter me." Perceiving Zed's intent, Johann cut to the chase and asked, "What do you want from me?" Being seen through like that made him marvel inwardly, indeed sharp and perceptive. He knows I didn't act only out of faith. Then Zed said, "To be honest, I need your holy water, Father." Johann's expression grew serious, filled with wary questioning. "Holy water is meant to heal the sick and vanquish evil. What do you intend to use it for?" Zed answered honestly, "I need it to craft magical implements. I'm not sure that counts as vanquishing evil, but at least it's to save my life." Johann tilted his head and asked, "Your life?" Zed nodded and explained, "Yes, I am an Arahan, but I was expelled from the family because I can't use mana. Now I've been ordered to return home. Do you understand what that means?" Johann immediately understood and said, "Yes, I've heard the struggle among siblings in your clan is brutal." Johann immediately understood and said, "Yes, I've heard the struggle among siblings in your clan is brutal, but do you really think a few magical tools can stop it all and save your life?" Zed continued, "I just want to prepare everything I can with everything I have." He lifted the teacup to his lips and sipped, his mind drifting. "Right now, the maximum stat boost I can get from potions is 2, and if a transcendent skill requires 5 mana points. I only have 3, which makes it insanely precious. Being able to use it freely, versus only when I force myself to the limit, is a world of difference." Father Johann sat in thought, watching his reflection in the tea before speaking. "Actually, I've heard rumors about you, that you were the one who dealt with the notorious slave trader whom House Arahan quietly backed. I believe it was the Lord's will that an Arahan came to Myers to help protect the cathedral. Perhaps even my helping you now is part of his plan." With that he rose from his chair, prompting Zed to start and look on. Johann returned and placed an old black box on the table with both hands. He brushed the dust off the box with his hand and said, "I've kept this for someone who truly needs it. The potency of holy water depends on how much sacred power it contains. These vials were crafted over a long time, infused with all the power I could give. I hope they will help you, Zed." With that, Johann opened the box to reveal 3 brilliant blue vials of potent holy water. Seeing them, Zed sprang up in surprise and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Such precious holy water, thank you sincerely, Father." Johann smiled gently and extended his hand. "And this is a personal gift from Meme, the blessings of the divine be with you." After the meeting ended, Zed was assigned a room in the old church. Sitting in the small room, he took out the items he'd just received and examined them, musing for a while. Staring at the gift in his hands, Zed muttered in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? I can't believe I just received the item I've wanted for so long while playing this game." Priest's badge. This shining badge was Johann's personal gift to him. It's called a priest's badge, in other words, a cleric's approval seal. It may sound insignificant, but in the world of lays it holds enormous power. The church wields its current authority because the emperor poured all resources into building a regime that is morally upright. Thus, a priest's seal is essentially an indirect endorsement from the emperor. With the priest's badge in hand, I won't be hunted or arrested the moment I'm discovered. More importantly, no one can take my life on a whim anymore. Zed thought to himself, just this one badge makes me much safer amid the internal conflict. Johann must understand that, which is why he gave it to me. He looked at the 2 items in his hands and said aloud, "The investigator's badge and the priest's badge. This is probably the best I could have before returning to my clan. Now anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay a very high price. And wherever I go, the Imperial Army can protect me. Just looking at them is enough to put my mind at ease." Zed smiled faintly, his face relaxing into reassurance. Then he turned back to the holy water vials on the floor and continued, "Now, next up." Zed picked up a vial, continually analyzing aloud. In the game, Johann's holy water only has a 20% success rate, but he said this batch was made very carefully. "I have 3 vials of holy water and 2 demon breaths. If it succeeds on the first try, that would be amazing. Let's just try. If it fails, I'll find a way to get more." With that, he bit the cork of the vial to open it. Zed slowly poured the shimmering blue holy water into the blazing red demon breath. The 2 distinct hues gradually blended. He waited for a miracle, a bead of anxious sweat forming on his brow. The holy water was gone. The blue infused the demon breath and emitted a few streams of sacred energy. Sensing the change, Zed let out a soft exclamation of wonder. A few seconds later, the demon breath shattered, revealing an exquisitely carved blue glass bottle, its aura radiating a powerful pressure. Staring at the newly appeared item, Zed's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in astonishment. He was overjoyed and shouted at the created item. Identity actually succeeded on the first try. No more hesitation. Zed tipped the glass bottle and drank it straight, the deep blue liquid flowing into him. Quickly, the system panel flashed a notification. His magic stat increased by +1. Magic rose to level 4. Seeing the message, he exclaimed happily, "All right, just as I hoped, me magic stat has increased." Only 2 vials of holy water remained in the old black box, meaning he could still craft one more. Zed clenched his fist and stared at the system calculations. If the next one succeeds too, I'll reach 5 magic points. I still have 2 holy waters and 1 demon breath. If I succeed once more, I'll still have 1 vial left over. Then he proceeded to craft another power vial. After receiving the holy water, the demon breath glowed crimson like a small sun. Watching it, Zed prayed silently, "Please, please." The crafting succeeded and another deep blue vial appeared before him, radiating a brilliant, sacred glow. He shouted loudly, "Unbelievable, I succeeded again." Zed looked at the empty holy water vial in his hand and calculated, so does that mean an 80% success rate? He really did spend a lot of time making these. With that much sacred power, it's almost like gaining an extra life. Better save one for later. With that, he immediately poured the potent liquid into his mouth. Quickly, the system notified him that his magic stat had increased by +1, bringing his magic to level 5. But this time, the system didn't stop at that message. A new display panel flashed up before Zed. The information basically said a new magic ability was now available. A new skill called Transcendence was added. It greatly enhances the caster's physical capabilities and creates a shield effect proportional to the magic stat. Reading it, Zed could no longer contain his joy. He sat up from the bed, punched the air, and grinned excitedly. His excitement went too far, and his foot caught on the edge of the bed. He happily leaned back, feeling the changes in his body, a faint smile on his lips. Zed sank into the soft bed, glanced up at the ceiling, and exhaled, muttering, "It feels like all the tension is melting away." That was intense early riff. The requirement for Transcendence had been 10 magic points instead of 5. Damn. He chuckled at that, his face full of happiness. Zed's eyes were fixed on the system panel on the ceiling, his lips still smiling as he thought to himself, "Honestly, this is even more fun than when I play the game." Inside the city, tall buildings were built close together, each house painted its own interesting color. Ryu stepped down into the street to stroll, eyes fixed on the paper in his hand as he said, "Oh, by the way, I investigated the white-haired man from the Scario Eve clan you asked about. It turns out there are only about 40, not as many as I thought." Behind them, Lisa listened quietly while Zed said, "Yeah, not that many." Ryu added, "Like you suggested, I used money as bait and gathered them in one place. Exactly 34 showed up. So the person you're looking for must be among the remaining 6. He asked curiously, "Do you have the locations for those 6? Ryu turned and answered, "Of course. To be safe, I recorded the exact coordinates for each. I'll head there right away, you'll find them all." Taking the paper from Ryu, Zed couldn't hide his satisfaction and replied, "I like your style. Thanks, this makes things much smoother." Ryu laughed politely, "It's just basic work. I can handle much more complex and difficult cases too, you know. Pretty capable, right?" Hearing that, Zed gaped and regarded him silently for a few seconds. After a moment he said, "Ryu, I know you're smart, no need to keep proving it." Zed's words left him stunned, his mouth opening in confusion. Zed stood in front of Ryu and declared firmly, "I'll take responsibility for you and your sister to the Endure, the first teammate I've ever had." Hearing that, both of them were so moved they burst into tears, sobbing and calling Zed's name. He coldly reminded them, "Don't get emotional over obvious, thinks it's a sickness." Suddenly a woman approached them cheerfully and said, "Excuse me, with those red eyes are you Zed Arahan?" Zed turned to look at her and asked suspiciously, "How do you know who I am?" The woman, with dark blue-green eyes and a flushed, excited face, blurted out, "What? If someone in Myers doesn't know you, they're definitely a spy. You're the young Arahan who punished the con man and protected Father Johan in the church. The whole city is buzzing about it." Only then did Zed notice the crowd gathering and whispering. He turned to them and realized, "Ah, so that's why everyone has been looking at me. Strangely, I thought it was because of my eyes, but it's for something else." Among the crowd on this side, a young man in a blue coat called out, "That's Zed Arahan." The youth beside him, displeased with the casual address, corrected him, "Hey, that person, it's sir, show some respect. I heard that just locking eyes with an Arahan will kill you. Is it really dangerous to look at him? They say it's fine if he's a messenger of the Lord. Not every Arahan is merciless." Watching the crowd gossip loudly, Ryu asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lisa trembled and clung to his coat, crying, "I'm so scared." At that moment, everyone around them shouted at the three of them, "Thank you for defending Myers Church. Our family will remember your deeds for generations. Thank you." Zed felt a bit awkward and thought, "I thought I'd be used to scenes like this, but honestly it's a little embarrassing." Then he turned to Ryu, pointed to one side, and whispered, "Let's get out of here." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning ran across Zed's mind, making him startled. Sensing a deadly aura, Zed turned and looked toward a man in the crowd and realized, something's wrong with that guy. He looked at the man and quickly recognized him. Scarred eye, white hair. None other than Lacto Churva. Zed's gaze fixed on the figure moving away through the crowd as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, stop there." He quickly followed Lacto, pushing through the packed people. "Hold on, let me through." But after breaking out of the crowd, the man's silhouette had completely vanished. Seeing the street ahead empty except for passers-by, Zed muttered in frustration, "Damn it." Seeing him sprint away, Ryu chased after and asked anxiously, "Zed, what's wrong? What happened?" Zed replied coldly, "It's him." He asked in confusion, "Him? You mean the one we're looking for?" Zed's tone became serious. "He was here, but he ran." "Ryu, tell me the nearest of those 6 places you mentioned. We have to hurry," Zed urged, and Ryu nodded immediately. "Got it." Soon the three of them ran in the direction he indicated. "At the end of this road, turn left." Meanwhile, Zed ran and calculated inwardly. "Maybe he's trying to escape this way. If he's set on hiding, we probably won't find him." Following Ryu's directions, he quickly reached near the end of the alley. Looking at the plain stone building ahead, Ryu shouted, "That building, room 203. Immediately Zed burst into room 203 of that building and flung the door wide open. But inside was a strange old man with a silver beard. He gasped in shock at the sight of Zed, and Zed whispered in disappointment, "This isn't him." Thinking Zed had come to arrest him, the white-haired old man fell to his knees and begged, "I'll pay the rent tomorrow. Just give me a little more time." But Zed paid him no mind and dashed straight out the window. Zed jumped straight from the second-floor window and urgently commanded, "Ryu, next location." Seeing him leap from that height terrified Ryu, who shouted, "Hey, you crazy man." He didn't give up and kept searching other rooms using Ryu's information, opening each door wide to check the occupants thoroughly. Next, they had to go to a place that was dark, dusty, and filthy. In the hallway, Ryu's fearful voice rang out, "Next is over there, basement level 1, the room on the left." Zed gripped the doorknob tightly, feeling an intense oppression emanating from inside the room. Sensing the strangeness, Ryu softly called to Zed, and he ordered in a cold voice without further explanation, "Ryu, you go upstairs." Zed's face grew stern as he fell into thought. "We need to hurry, but what's this uneasy feeling? This opponent is the greatest smith and a deserter. If this really is where Lacto used to be." Thinking that, he couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately used the trap technique. The system announced the casting of thunderfire magic, and electric arcs of power erupted all over Zed's body. His strong hands gently pushed the door open, and suddenly, a blinding light burst from within. What followed was a massive explosion that completely tore the house apart, the ground heaving as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. At that moment, the system announced that Thunderfire magic had been nullified, and the Immortal Challenger talent level 5 activated. Zed's eyes widened in shock as a brilliant blue flame flared up. Feeling the searing heat fill the space, he realized, "This is Sapphire Flame." Hearing the commotion, Ryu rushed over and asked anxiously, "What was that?" "Zed, are you okay?" Zed didn't answer him. Staring straight ahead, he shouted, "Damn it." The ruined scene around him and the dying sapphire flames made him think. Sapphire Flame is a high-tier fire, a tribute to ordinary fire, rarely achieves this kind of destructive power, even with artifacts. But he created Sapphire Flame with just a trap. How is that possible? Zed looked up and muttered in disappointment, "Damn, everything's been blown away." He thought to himself, if not for the Immortal Challenger this time, I would have died on the spot. The Immortal Challenger truly is a trait that can ignore instant death damage. He knew it well, having used it often in the game. Simply put, with this trait, no one can take him down with a single strike. "I thought at worst it would be a level 4 or -5 explosion, yet the Immortal Challenger activated. I believed in this trait, but thinking that I died once just now is unsettling. I must catch him. I have to make him an ally." Later, everyone gathered in Zed's room, and Ryu complained, "This is ridiculous. We suspects. We're victims too. This is so unfair." Zed flopped wearily into a chair and said dejectedly, "Anyway, it was only us at the scene. If we can't prove the explosion was caused by a trap, we'll be the perfect scapegoats. Besides, Arahan belongs to a fire-aligned clan." Recalling the ruined room, he thought to himself, "Just in case, I tried to find evidence among the explosion's wreckage, but everything was burned. There's nothing left." Ryu, deeply worried, looked at Zed and asked, "So what do we do now? Shouldn't we flee before the Imperial troops arrive? Should I ask for help, or go to the Bahal clan? The Lord there seems decent if we explain, he might help. Hearing that, Zed rolled over and sat up straight, replying, it's best not to involve Bahul. Ryu, realizing why, asked, oh, because of the black glass troops. Zed nodded, yeah. They reacted strongly last time too. Outside the room, the flag of the local garrison flew high, rippling in the wind. A small, well-armed squad stood at attention in front of the boarding house, their commander clearing his throat and shouting, Myers local garrison, General Madden here. Zed Arahan, come out immediately. Hearing the order, Zed bolted upright and said, they're here. Ryu next to him jumped and asked Zed, are you just going to go out like that? Lisa, terrified by the tense situation, whimpered, I'm so scared. Contrary to them, he was componing his cleric badge to his chest. He soothed them quietly. It's fine, you two stay here. I'll face them alone. Ryu panicked and shouted, alone? Wait, Zed. Moments later, Zed opened the door and stepped outside. The commander, sighting him, announced, Zed Arahan has come out. This was General Madden of the Myers local garrison. He pointed forward and ordered his soldiers, subdue him immediately. This was General Madden of the Myers local garrison. He pointed forward and ordered his soldiers, subdue him immediately. Seeing the gleaming cleric badge of authority, he hurriedly stopped his men. Wait, everyone hold your positions. Madden approached awkwardly and questioned him. Zed, is that really a cleric's seal? He nodded and replied calmly, yes, it's the seal bestowed by Father Johann of Myers Cathedral. Hearing such a powerful name, Madden cleared his throat a few times and said, I see, sorry I didn't recognize it. Zed smiled and added, it's fine, misunderstandings can be explained. He grew stern, regained his commanding bearing, and announced, I am Madden, successor to General Paulman at Myers. There was a large explosion in town earlier, and your name appeared in witness statements. Were you present at the scene? Zed answered honestly, yes, I was caught up in that explosion. Madden, filled with suspicion, pressed, you were caught up in it, so you're saying you're a victim, not a suspect. He affirmed firmly, that's right, absolutely. He pondered for a moment, then continued, may I ask why you were there? It's just a procedural question, so if you don't wish to answer, that's fine. Zed smiled calmly and recounted, there's no reason I wouldn't answer. I was looking for someone and happened to walk in, but it had been set as a trap. I was quite surprised myself. Madden, half doubtful, breathed out, ah, I see. Seeing his expression, Zed was secretly pleased. Thanks to the cleric's seal, no matter how suspicious I seem, he can't just label me a criminal. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. With the local garrison's support, finding Lacto, who's gone completely into hiding, will be much easier. Thinking of that, Zed asked, General Madden, can you help me? He flatly refused, sorry, but the Imperial Army cannot intervene in personal matters. We cannot abuse public power without legitimate cause. As if expecting that answer, Zed bent to his side, pulled something out and said, legitimate cause, huh? Would this be enough of a cause? Madden cried out in shock when he saw the shiny badge held up in Zed's hand, an investigator's badge. How did you get that, Zed? He replied nonchalantly, I received it from Investigator Cox. I was told that presenting this badge would secure support from Imperial forces, right? He nodded repeatedly and loudly. Of course. Under Imperial law, we are required to fully cooperate with any request from someone bearing an investigator's badge. Yet in Madden's mind a doubt lingered, a cleric's seal and an investigator's badge. What on earth is this Arahan? Zed seized the opportunity and ordered the troops. Good. And this isn't just my personal matter, it's related to capturing the person responsible for the explosion. This is exactly a task the local garrison should carry out. Madden and the soldiers stood at attention and replied respectfully, yes, sir, give the orders. From this moment, Myers Garrison will fully support you, Zed. Seeing that, Zed thought to himself, the investigator's badge carries far more weight. If the cleric's seal grants immunity, the investigator's badge grants command. With that in mind, he said, then first we should sketch a portrait of the culprit. Find someone suitable to do that. Madden agreed, yes, I'll go find someone right away. Then a sound from Ryu upstairs drew Zed's attention upward. He asked him curiously, what's wrong? Ryu shook his head repeatedly to indicate nothing, but inwardly he was thinking, this guy is really scary. The next morning, the suspect's portrait had been drawn and posted on the town bulletin board. The notice read roughly, wanted 50000 gold reward for information. Report to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the culprit is not found within 3 days, the entire town will be sealed and searched. Posted by Zed Arahan. All the townspeople gathered and whispered in turn, wow, how ruthless is this guy to put up 50,000 gold. I should try reporting too. Look at the bomber's face from yesterday. Lacto, disguised as someone else, melted into the noisy crowd and looked at the drawing before him, puzzled. Did he mistake me for someone else? No, that can't be. He knows me well. He deliberately altered the drawing, but why? Could it be? He wants to meet me. Meanwhile, the townspeople kept discussing the fresh poster. These wanted notices are plastered all over the town, seems really determined. Another chimed in wearily. If bad luck hits, we might be in for a bloody showdown. After looking, Lacto lowered his head and slipped away from the crowd, thinking to himself as he walked, once I meet him, I'll see what he's plotting. I can't even remember how many cities I've drifted through. I'm tired of living as a fugitive. Maybe it's time to end it all. I've lived long enough. Now there's nothing left for me to regret. Suddenly Lacto noticed the crowd and thought, so many people gathered. First, I need to blend in and observe. Out of nowhere, Zed appeared right behind him and whispered, you really are a professional at disguises. Startled by the voice, he jumped. Sensing Lacto's panic, he gently reminded him, act natural. If you draw attention, the soldiers will rush in. He glanced back nervously and asked, who are you? Zed replied quickly, I'm Zed Arahan. At last we meet. Lacto asked in puzzlement, why are you looking for me? He scanned the surroundings for a moment, then suggested the man follow him. First, change place scum with me. After they reached a safe spot, Zed removed his hood and said solemnly, this is my first time meeting you. I am the 7th generation heir of the Arahan family, Zed Arahan. Lacto said nothing. He quietly removed the magic mask, revealing his true face. Seeing that, Zed continued, I've known your name beforehand, haven't I? He stiffened and asked sharply, kid, if you already know me, why come after me? Zed smirked enigmatically and answered with a question. Isn't the reason to seek out a legend pretty straightforward? I've come because I want you to be the exclusive smith for the Arahan family. The blunt offer left Lacto stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Games and reality are truly different. The clearest difference is how you equip item. In a game you just double-click, but in real life you have to put the gear on yourself. You not only compare options, you also have to consider comfort and weight. Magical tools sold on the market are made for adults, so there are many factors to consider. No matter how good the choice, if the size doesn't fit its usulesso, I want to recruit Lacto. He can craft magical tools that fit my body perfectly, and I can get new devices whenever my stats increase, plus auxiliary gear for different situations. I must make him an ally. With that in mind, Zed declared confidently, warhorses are born to gallop, and swords are made to be used. As the last bloodline of the Chervil clan, sir, what will you live for? Hearing this, Lacto stared at the ground and fell into thought without answering. Zed placed his hand over his chest and said with conviction, the greatest smith crafts artifacts for the greatest house, so Chervil's craft is passed to future generations and history goes on. I believe that is your appointed mission, sir. Lacto looked at him gravely and, sad and hesitant, said, passing down the craft to the next generation and continuing the flow of history. It sounds like a dream, overwhelming just to imagine, but Zed's next words shocked him. I know those accusations are slander. I, Arahan, will erase the long-standing false charges against Chervil. With Arahan's help, it can become reality. Lacto asked somewhat suspiciously, do you know the whole story about the Chervil massacre? He answered honestly, I'm not clear on the details. Hearing that, the man scoffed coldly and replied incredulously, you intend to help Chervil without knowing the circumstances. How can you be sure it's slander? Zed pondered for a moment, looking at him with blazing red eyes. The Chervil incident is a side story, one that happened long before the game's plot began, so I could only piece things together from NPC conversations. Even in the records, all that said is, they plotted rebellion and were destroyed by the Imperial Army. But still, Zed thought, then smiled and said, even if I don't know the full details, I do understand the Chervil family. Lacto asked skeptically, you know about us? He shrugged, not denying it. Yes, Chervil is a clan dedicated to crafting top-tier magical artifacts. They had no reason to rebel. He thought to himself, besides, the Emperor has reached both the Sword Saint and Grand Mage tier. He is the supreme being perched atop glory. Under him is the Central Legion, made up of knights and mages. At that level, even if Arahan and Bahal joined forces, they couldn't defeat the Emperor. And the Emperor is an immortal existence, the absolute ruler of this world. So there's even less reason for Chervil to rebel. His eyes filled with sympathy as he said firmly, please tell me the whole story about that incident, sir. I'm convinced it was slander. The man squeezed his eyes shut, sighed long and low, and hesitated for a moment. Lacto suddenly remembered something and asked, hey kid, do you know the Martin family? Zed nodded and answered, of course they're the second-ranking family among mages. The man continued, recounting, yes, they're also our major trading partner. Martin has always wanted to surpass Arahan. He held out his hand and said, right, though in reality that's impossible. Lacto nodded. Exactly, Arahan truly is that formidable. Trouble began when the Billy family got involved. Zed muttered the name Billy under his breath, his gaze fixed on empty space as he recalled. At first they were mediocre mages, yet suddenly rose Yupen. By the end they even rivaled Martin. Curious, he asked what happened. Lacto looked down and said sadly, there's no time to explain, and there won't be another chance. Hearing that, Zed finally understood and exhaled. I see. He thought to himself, I have a rough idea of the situation back then. But one thing worries me. Are you sure Arahan had no involvement at all? If they were involved, bringing Lacto along might be a huge mistake. Because Arahan didn't trade with Chervil, they might have viewed Chervil as a thorn. Chervil supplied top-tier artifacts to other houses. If the Black Lens army also intervened, it would be a perfect crime leaving no evidence. Knowing how terrifying the Black Lens army is, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. Don't judge too quick. After lingering in thought, Zed said, if mages were involved, Arahan could definitely handle it. Lacto asked gravely, can you stand by that claim? He nodded resolutely and replied, I will keep that promise. So please come with me. As he spoke, Zed extended his hand forward, lips parted in a sincere invitation. His red eyes flashed, filled with inner determination. Seeing that, Lacto gaped silently for a few seconds, staring at the outstretched hand before him. He hesitated, reached out his hand, and thought to himself, I figured, even if it ends like this, it's fine. But placing my hope one last time isn't so bad. Their hands clasped tightly, sealing a friendly cooperation. Lacto said, as long as Chervil's craft and legacy can continue, I'll come willingly. Zed, delighted to have achieved his goal, turned and said, then let's set off right away. Now Zed was very happy. He was beginning to gather everything his first companions. Next would be Bahal's white steed, the investigator's badge, and the priest's seal, along with the last bloodline of Chervil. Everything had been gathered in Zed's palm. He clenched his hand, looked down, and silently hoped, what I gained in the south, how valuable will it be in Arahan? Just thinking about it excited him. The corner of Zed's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. Soon after, in the western region, the golden city of Nekka. It was a bustling, wealthy city so lavish that one house even gleamed with gold high above. Ryu strolled the streets, marveling at the city's opulence, and exclaimed with delight, what is this? Zed's group had traveled a long way together, and finally arrived here. Ryu looked around in awe and blurted, it's blinding. I can't believe a place like this exists. Seeing his surprise, Zed turned and asked, you've never been to Nekka while working for the trade guilds? Ryu answered honestly, no, Nekka is tightly controlled by the major trade guilds. For the small and mid-sized guilds I've worked for, it's just a pipe dream. Suddenly Lisa's eyes sparkled. She excitedly grabbed her brother and pointed ahead, shouting, oh my, that building is all gold. Over there too, and there. By contrast, old Lacto calmly looked around and said, it's been a long time since I last returned to Nekka. This city is growing at an astonishing pace. Zed bowed his head and asked curiously, you've been here before? Lacto laughed and recalled, I traveled here in my later years. Yet in under 10 years it's changed beyond recognition. Watching everyone's stunned reactions to the Golden City, he started to observe everything more closely. Looking at the glittering buildings, Zed noted to himself, colder than the south but with a lively, relaxed vibe. It's different, but it feels like Gangnam. Suddenly everyone's attention on the street turned to Zed. They whispered about the horse he rode. Isn't that Bahal's white steed? No way, that's impossible. Look closely. Its eyes are blue. He felt uneasy and thought, in any case, Bahal's white steed is far too conspicuous in Arahan. After a moment's thought, Zed decided they should find lodging and asked, should we look for a place to stay first? They soon found a simple, humble inn and stayed there until evening began to fall. Inside the modest room, Ryu set his backpack on the bed and asked Zed, weren't we going straight to Arahan? He changed into fresh clothes and replied, we still have a week before the deadline. We can't afford to waste time. Hearing that, he curiously asked Zed, you're heading out again? Zed nodded. Yes, there's a place I need to go alone. Ryu, puzzled, asked, alone? Zed patted Lacto's shoulder and said, it may take a few days, so don't worry, wait here. And you too, sir. Ryu, briefly surprised, asked, you're not coming back tonight? Zed answered and instructed them, no, a week might not even be enough. Buy food around the inn. Remember to get something for Jinju too. Before opening the door to leave, Zed offered one last reminder. Try not to stray far from this area. You can get lost easily. Ryu nodded. I'm not a child, but this place really is easy to get lost in. He smiled and waved goodbye. Be careful. Lisa bowed respectfully behind. Zed looked at them and smiled in acknowledgement, then opened the door and left the inn. He stepped down into a glittering street, redolent of money and luxury, crowded with people strolling about. He scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, silently murmuring, it feels like the scent of gold and coins is coming from everywhere. But no matter how dazzling a place is, darkness always exists. People arrive in the Golden City hoping to change their fate, and then they fail. I wonder if they end up living in places like that. A short while later, Zed ducked into a small shop. As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper exclaimed, oh my heavens, how did an heir of Arahan end up in my little shop? In any case, it's an honor. Ignoring him, Zed pointed to a pair of contact lenses and said, Give me a pair with black lenses. Startled, the shopkeeper asked, why choose the cheapest, most common color? Isn't that the eye color of ordinary folk? Zed didn't answer, staring at him with a blank look. The shopkeeper immediately took the hint and said, yes, I'll fetch them right away. Zed then entered a clothing store. As soon as he stepped in, he looked around for a while, and the owner rushed over but then froze. Welcome, Zed pointed at a heap of shabby, filthy clothes piled up and implied he wanted to buy them. The owner immediately waved him off. Those are work uniforms, we don't sell them. Before the man could react, Zed had already changed into commoner's clothes and held out the fine outfit in his hand, offering, no problem. I'll pay with this set. Next, Zed went into a shoe shop and said, just sell me a pair of shoes. But the proprietor drove him off with disgust. You miserable beggar, get out of here now. After disguising himself as a wretched beggar, he leaned back satisfied and let out a relieved breath. Zed looked at his reflection on the golden wall and exclaimed, perfect. I look just like a beggar. He thought to himself then, now I'll go meet him right. The king of the dark Alice thinking of that name, Zed dashed forward, brimming with excitement. In a poor, filthy quarter, darkness hung over the area, enhancing its grim and dangerous appearance. In a narrow, foul-smelling alley, where family crests ran rampant and bugs swarmed everywhere, Zed, disguised as a beggar, sat in a corner of the street, quietly plotting something in his mind. He looked up at a dilapidated building, sensing the moment had arrived, and wondered now, should I start acting? No sooner thought than done. Zed immediately strode forward. His eyes were fixed on the ground, brooding, unaware that a bald guy was tailing. That man had an accomplice. The two watched Zed's retreating figure, waiting for the right moment to pounce. But they weren't the only on several more guys had been watching Zed. With his keen senses, he could tell with his eyes closed. These bastards are just standing there, exactly 7 people surrounding me. I can barely see anything beyond a few meters in front of me. Looks like it's time to move. Probably because I'm dressed like a beggar, I'm starving. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have brought some jerky, but then those guys would have swarmed me. As he walked, Zed clutched his rumbling stomach. Suddenly, a burly thug stepped out in front of him and blocked the way. Not only blocked from the front, but surrounded from behind, as well having anticipated this. He thought to himself, at last. The rooster-headed thug immediately cleared his throat and demanded, where did you crawl out of, you bastard? Not answering. If you're a rookie, act like one. Otherwise you won't survive here. Hearing that, Zed felt exasperated with them. What a cheap trick. He showed no fear. Instead, he casually said, got any food? I'm starving. Insulted, these lowlifes ground their teeth in anger, and the bald one bellowed, look at this bastard already begging for food the moment he opens his mouth. Where are you hiding it? Another bald thug appeared, rushing forward and shouting, don't worry, we'll kill you before you starve to death. But as he swung his punch down, Zed ducked quickly and avoided it without even turning his head. The bald man faltered slightly, then cried out excitedly, oh, what's this? This guy's pretty fast. As if on a silent signal, all the lowlifes lunged at Zed at once. The rooster-headed thug charged in, shouting, you damn rat. The bald man was the first to strike again. He leapt up and readied both hands to deliver a crushing blow from behind. Unfazed by these scumbags, Zed merely glanced at them. Then he rushed at the bald man and shoved him back toward his companions. Before he could react, one thug was struck by the bald man's rebound and opened his mouth in pain. The remaining thug naturally couldn't let him act. Zed appeared in front of him and swung an elbow into his head. He screamed in terror, squeezing his eyes shut and throwing his hands up to block his face. But the elbow feint was a ruse. When he was only inches from the face, Zed redirected his hand. His arms flowed out and struck the red-headed thug's neck with a blow he hadn't anticipated. Zed's fluid movements and rapid, powerful strikes left the gutter crew gaping in shock. They recoiled in fear when they realized the demon before them was not to be messed with. But he wasn't about to let them off easily. The corner of Zed's mouth lifted in a pleased smile. The dark alley was filled with the sound of his repeated blows, accompanied by the anguished screams of the gutter crew. After a while, Zed had knocked them all out, their bodies strewn unconscious on the ground. One of them, still conscious, muttered curses. You bastard, damn you. Recalling his stats, he thought to himself, my strength is 70 now. Even light hits hurt them. Then Zed propped himself up and looked down at the rooster-headed thug, asking with concern, you okay? Does it hurt? The man forced himself up and shouted, damn it, what are you, some kind of lunatic? He exhaled and lectured them. That's why I say don't start trouble, give me a piece of bread, and it's settled. Thanks to you, I'm even hungrier now. The bald man helped his comrade up, furious as he threatened, a rookie dares. You think you're safe after that? You won't survive here. Our organization will kill you and no one will know. Hearing that, Zed snorted and declared, oh really? Then I'll just take over that organization. The rooster-headed thug on the ground couldn't believe his ears and blurted, what? What the hell is this crazy bastard talking about? Suddenly, from nowhere, a sharp dagger hurtled forward, striking at Zeb from behind. He was quite surprised by the attack, but was able to dodge it easily. A stranger stepped forward, a malicious curl at his lip as he sneered. He dodged that. This one's not ordinary, huh? The moment they saw the head of the pickers, all the low-life thugs gasped and shouted loudly, "Captain." They all fell back in formation behind the head picker, treating him with obvious reverence. Hearing the words captain, Zeb's mouth curled with interest as he thought to himself, on my first day I already found a big fish. Maybe this will speed up my plan. The rooster-headed guy was extremely smug, sneering contemptuously. Do you know who this is? The legendary assassin who once shook all of Nekka. It's Lord Kinzura. If you want to live, kneel and beg for your life now. Facing the stranger he didn't recognize, Zeb took a defensive stance and retorted sarcastically, a legendary assassin. How is someone like that only the captain of a bunch of beggars? Hearing this, Kinzura flew into a rage, moving like the wind as he slashed with his sharp dagger and screamed, "Arrogant bastard." But with his nimble skills, Zeb dodged him again. As he slashed, Kinzura praised with amusement. He's dodged my strike twice now, young and seems talented. If he lives long enough, he'll become very strong, what a pity. Hearing that, Zeb was thrilled, thinking, a world champion just complimented my talent. Suddenly he changed direction and said, but this attack will be different. Dark blue-green mana flared across Kinzura's body, thickly shrouding the entire alley. Seeing the bluish energy made Zeb briefly startled, as he recognized it as mana. Kinzura braced himself like he was about to unleash a powerful technique. Watching him, he couldn't help but think, he's manipulating mana, at least 4th tier or above. I thought the talk of a legendary assassin was probably just bragging, but it's not entirely nonsense. Assassins outside the official ranks have clear limits. Without a hereditary line, reaching 4th tier under those conditions deserves the name legendary. Noticing his odd expression, Kinzura curled a satisfied smile and asked, you seem pretty surprised. This is what happens when you act recklessly without knowing how vast the world is. With that, he vanished into a blaze of green-blue mana. The air filled with Kinzura's savage laughter as he moved around Zeb, making it impossible for him to pinpoint the attacker's position. When Zeb showed no particular reaction, Kinzura exclaimed, not moved at all. Or frozen in place, we'll see when I check. He finished and delivered a downward strike aimed at the top of Zeb's head. Sensing the killing intent above him, he realized above. But a second later, Zeb gaped in astonishment. No, 3 of them. As he suspected, about 3 Kinzura clones attacked him from all directions at once. Zeb nimbly ducked and lunged forward to evade. Where he had just stood, a small explosion erupted, carrying fierce force. Immediately after came the metallic ring of 3 sharp blades. The 3 of them looked toward Zeb as he landed, bewildered, and asked, you dodged our coordinated attack. The one on the right demanded, who are you? A knight, a mage. Zeb said nothing, thinking to himself, triplets. These were the 3 assassin brothers of Kinzura. The one with a scar was DKI, the one with 2 eye scars was Draw, and the one without any scars was G. After watching them, he thought, looking closely, they resemble each other, but each has distinct mana. They use mana to mask their presence, which is why I didn't notice at once. Damn, having 100 perception but only 5 mana is useless. Thinking that, Zeb brushed his hands, stood up and said, now I have to go all out. No sooner had he finished than all 3 Kinzura brothers lunged to attack. Draw sneered, this guy's just bluffing. G added contemptuously, that was just beginner's luck. He can't dodge a second time. Zeb's face grew serious as he used the lightning transformation spell, his whole body erupting with fierce golden lightning. Immediately the system announced spell use. With the lightning's power, the black contacts were scorched away, revealing the Arahan family's blazing red irises. The black contacts were scorched away, revealing the Arahan family's blazing red irises. Seeing that, the 3 Kinzura brothers panicked and blurted, red eyes. Damn it, why is there an Arahan here? Standing amid Arahan's raging lightning pillar, the low-life thugs shouted urgently, it's a trap, everyone run. Suddenly the system displayed a notification. The challenger trait Unceasing Level S activated, temporarily adding +10 to all stats. Stats rose as the lightning flared, illuminating the once dark, gloomy alley. The system continued to show stats: Strength 100 -30, Agility 100 -30, Stamina 100, Perception 100, Magic 5 +10, Support Magic unlocked, Lightning Transformation, Lightning Strike. Zeb's red eyes scanned the system panel appearing before him. He then reached out and formed a powerful lightning orb in his hand, while the low-life thugs yelled, spread out. Staying here will get you all killed. In no time, the orb in Zeb's hand formed. Most of the low-life crowd had fled, though not far. Zeb clenched his hand, crushed the lightning orb, and the electric currents flashed and shot forward. The three Kinzura brothers fleeing across the rooftops suddenly saw the sky flare bright. Draw turned his head to the sky, mouth agape in shock. Lightning descended from the high sky and struck him directly, the destructive force shattering the rooftop into fragments. Zeb strode forward coldly as Draw was lifted by the lightning, slammed face first into the ground, his body still crackling with a few electric arcs. While walking, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixated on his arm as electric currents surged across his body. Looking at the ruined scene, Zeb wondered oddly, is a level 2 spell really this strong? I only have 15 mana. Is this the power of lightning aura? And the spell activated because I performed the in-game motions correctly. Not needing a separate incantation is a huge advantage. Suddenly someone shouted, over here. Everyone this way. Zeb realized with a jolt, oh no, city guards. With that thought, he risked a dash and sprinted past the approaching guards. Quick thinking, Zeb hoisted Draw onto his back, thinking, the blast power is decent, but the noise is too loud. We need to get out fast. When the guards came to inspect, they didn't even notice a flap of cloth slipping out of the alley. Right after, a magic orb was summoned, illuminating the dark alley. After examining for a moment, a guard exclaimed, there's blood here. At that, Zeb jolted. He looked down at the long streaks of red syrup on the ground and muttered, blood. Don't tell me that bastard left it. Zeb turned to look at Draw on the ground and indeed saw a large wound on his head, oozing blood. The guards were following the blood trail toward where he was. Zeb pressed himself deep into the wall's edge and cursed under his breath, damn it. If possible, I'd like to handle this quietly. Zed hid farther away to watch, thinking to himself that he had planned to resolve this quiet. Then he casually stepped out. Resigned, the strangers jumped and pointed, shouting loudly, who are you? Zed asked sternly, you're not going to clean this up. One man stepped forward and said, you're an Arahan heir, please forgive our rudeness. We heard an explosion while on patrol and were tracking its source. He seemed surprised and said, but you're not young Master Tunda. Hearing that, Zed suddenly remembered and asked, Tunda is the 6th heir of Arahan, right? Then he boldly introduced himself. I'm the 7th heir of Arahan, Zed Arahan. They didn't know him. Zed thought to himself, of course not. I've been imprisoned all this time. The man suddenly shouted, no, we sincerely apologize. Zed quickly pointed and said, if you're looking for the one who caused the explosion, I saw him run that way, chase him. Immediately the group turned and hurried off. Thanks for the tip. We'll pursue them right away. He sighed and said, just a few words and it's settled. My status in Arahan City really carries weight. He looked down at the assassin Kinzura, lying motionless on the ground. Then Zed gently lifted a hand to the man's nose to check for a breath. He exhaled in relief, thankfully. They're still aliver than thought that the lightning had been much stronger than expected. Not long after, he helped the assassin Kinzura disappear down a dark alley. The star-filled night sky was eerily silent, and so Zed led him through the night. Suddenly someone called out, heir of Arahan, you're finally here. Zed looked up and replied directly, come forward. Before him now stood the two brothers of the assassin Kinzura. They bowed their heads in remorse. Please forgive our earlier rudeness. We deeply regret revealing murderous intent toward an Arahan heir. Could you be merciful and spare our brother? Immediately the two dropped their weapons and bowed, begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zed was very surprised and smirked. One of Kinzura's brothers wept and pleaded, please, it won't happen again, spare our brothers. Zed thought in surprise that an assassin could shed tears. He responded, amused, Funyun assassin with such brotherly loyalty, quick to kill others, yet wants to save his brothers' lives. The man retorted, we learned assassination to survive. The other, face filled with tears, shouted, that's right, we only kill wicked beasts who harm common folk like us. We never kill innocent people, I swear. Zed said coldly, but just now you tried to kill me. One stammered an explanation, that was Bikaseth's is our turf. Sometimes others try to take these alleys, and many of our comrades died over it. The other added, so we overreacted. We truly committed a grave sin. Zed fell silent and pondered. Besides me, there must be many others trying to seize the underground power in Neck. He quickly asked again, so what you said earlier is true, you never killed innocent people. They confirmed, yes, we swear on our brothers' lives. Zed praised, if that's true, that's respectable. Those contracts probably didn't pay much anyway. They looked pitiable and replied, what we truly want is for our families and brothers to live in peace. They recalled moments from childhood. Their master had always emphasized this when teaching them the art of assassination. Zed thought killing is evil, but with commoners trampled by nobles, the Kinzura brothers might be the only hope. He cut in, there's one condition. They asked hesitantly, yes. Without further delay, he got straight to the point. Take me to your leader and I'll help treat your brother. They looked stunned, what, that? Then they refused, I'm sorry, but we can't. We won't betray our comrades just to survive. Zed stepped closer and said, I want to meet your leader to buy information. I don't intend to harm him, so don't worry. They gaped in fear. Everyone approaches us with words like that, but our leader has never sold information even once. He replied calmly, I know. They asked in surprise, you know. Zed looked at the Kinzura assassin slumped beneath him and said, even if the deal fails, I won't harm your comrades. I swear on the name of Arahan. He hastily asked, why? You don't trust it because it's not a knight's oath. The other trembled with worry. It's just that people like us find it hard to trust nobles' word. Zed fell silent and thought, fine if they agreed immediately, I doubt their sincerity. He set the Kinzura assassin down. There was no other choice. Then he raised his hand and demanded, tie me up. They were astonished and exclaimed, what? Zed raised both hands as if surrendering and said, you can hold a blade to my throat. Blindfold Methais seems the only way to make you trust me. They hesitated, but seeing it wasn't promising, Zed used his final move. If even then you don't trust me, I won't hand this one over to you. He said seriously, I've trusted Yaoso, you should show a little trust in return. The two watched each other anxiously. They quickly made a decision, understood. We'll lead you to the leader, then blindfold you. No sooner had they spoken than they took a black cloth and covered Zed's face. He was blindfolded, his hands bound, and stood still. Behind that black cloth, Zed's eyes widened. No, it was time to meet the king of the dark alley. 2 hours later, the night grew even darker and more ominous. Zed walked on alert, feeling as if they had been circling around forever. Suddenly he asked, you're looking for the black glasses, right? Zed continued, blocking them. Then don't waste effort, just take me straight there. Do you think the black glasses don't know your leader's location? One of them replied, not even the black glasses can find where our leader is. He responded calmly, you don't seem to know anything about Arahan. The black glasses I've faced not only know your leader's hideout, but also understand the limits of your influence. So lead the way. The man turned back and asked nervously, don't tell me the black glasses are nearby. Zed replied, I don't know, but one thing's certain. No matter what schemes you plot, you can't even come close to the black glasses' heel. He continued bluntly, I'm not belittling you, it's just that the black glasses are on a completely different level. The man sighed, I see. Then the man turned and left, understood. They gradually entered a place dimly lit by scattered lamps. They walked on like that with no one speaking, and so they silently moved forward in the hut. Someone removed Zed's covering and said, we're here. One of the two stepped forward and knelt, calling out, leader. The other casually flipped through pages and asked, who is he? Eddie kept reading intently. Have you forgotten the rules? He's the king of the dark alley, Eddie. Kinzura's brothers bowed and explained, sorry. He said he wanted to deal with the leader. Zed watched from a distance and thought, so he's the king of the dark alley. He seemed angry and ordered, enough nonsense to drag him outside now. Kinzura's brother nervously looked back when he saw Zed take out a small blue vial. He held the vial out to them and said, wait, give him this to drink. Kinzura's brother gaped in shock, what is that? Zed answered calmly, holy water, have him drink it and he'll recover quickly. You kept your word, so I should keep mine. He then thought it a waste but necessary. It was the only way to treat him immediately. The man took the vial, bowed his head, and said, thank you, sir. Zed immediately approached Eddie and said, I want to negotiate. Eddie snapped irritably, don't bother me, get lost. Annoyed, Zed snatched the book from Eddie's hand. He flew into a rage and sprang up, damn it, who the hell? Then Eddie realized in fear, Arahan. He snapped, why isn't Arahan here? Eddie turned to question Kinzura's brother. I trusted Yao, how could you betray me like this? Hearing that, the man flinched and waved his hands, betray. No Wathai's person promised not to harm the leader or our comrades. Eddie ripped the book back from Zed. How many times have we heard that nonsense? Nobles are all bastards. Zed glared at him, king of the dark alley, Eddie, a genius among geniuses, someone who never forgot anything he'd seen once. Eddie looked up annoyed, exhaled sharply, you're young, but not Tunda Arahan, your face looks odd. Eddie asked curiously, so you're the youngest of the Arahan children, one abandoned in that detention area? Zed answered honestly, yes. Surprising you even know that. Eddie smiled wickedly, so you want to negotiate, but how? I don't need anything from you. Zed replied, haven't you heard? How can you be so sure? He sneered, noble minds are so predictable. Offer a pouch of gold or erase a commoner's status, am I wrong? Zed lowered his head sadly and fell silent. Eddie lowered his head to read, I know. Then he fell quiet and read intently. Despite his brilliance, he'd repeatedly tried positions in the administration and been passed over because of his low birth, which twisted him. He grew to hate nobles and to think everyone else in the world was dumber than. Zed smiled lightly, just like the character he'd seen in the game. Then he spoke up, what I will pay for this deal isn't money or a cleared identity. Eddie kept reading as if uninterested. All right, I won't go far. Zed quickly sat down and said calmly, what I give you is information. He sneered cunningly, I'll buy information from you with information. Zed sat up straight, looked directly at him, and said seriously, What I pay you with, as compensation, is information. Eddie half joked, half serious. You're an interesting guy. You are going to use information to buy information. Zed admitted and asked him back. Right, that's the only thing you want, isn't it? Eddie didn't answer directly but countered. How do you know that? Then Zed asked again. You can remember everything after seeing it just once, right? Eddie gave a small smile and answered vaguely. I'm pretty smart, but don't jump to conclusions. Saying that, he turned a page while staring at Zed. Zed nodded once, indicating he understood. Then he noticed the book Eddie was reading, and a few stacked volumes on the table. After mulling it over, Zed concluded, You seem to like reading, but there's only one book here, which means you discard the ones you've finished. Eddie gave a dry chuckle, then asked, Sharp ice, what else can you deduce? Zed made a confident assertion. You're interested in making a deal. Hearing that, Eddie looked at him skeptically. At that point, Zed analyzed Eddie's gestures more closely. From your posture, I can tell you turned toward me. Eddie was briefly stunned, finding it hard to believe. Finally, he raised both hands as if surrendering and smiled in agreement with Zed's proposal. All right, I'll hear what you have to say. Investing that much time seems reasonable. Zed sat up straight. In a low, sly voice, he stated his demand. What I want is everything about Arahan. I need specific information on my brother. Eddie perked up a little and leaned toward him, remarking, Is it an internal conflict? Information can be money, weapons, and sometimes a shield. Then he turned the question back to Zed. But you skipped the most important part. What information will you use to pay? Zed folded his arms, leaned back, and said seriously, Information you don't yet know. Eddie was not satisfied with that answer and stubbornly pressed. I won't know until I hear it, since, as you see, I know almost everything. But Zed's face went cold and he refused to reveal a word. I'm not going to tell you either. Eddie, annoyed, snapped back arrogantly. What kind of deal is this? Your information could be worthless. Zed remained calm and retorted. Likewise when it comes to Arahan, don't I know more than you? Eddie laughed and taunted. Ridiculous, you came to me out of fear. Zed noticed Eddie tapping the armrest, sensing his hesitation between compromise and stubbornness, so he softened his approach. I came here hopping to find something I don't know, but if you won't accept this arrangement, then forget it. After saying that, he fell silent and simply stared at Eddie's increasingly hurried tapping. Zed calculated. Inwardly trading requires knowing what the other wants. I know you well, but you know nothing about me. An oddball obsessed with information. Should I apply more pressure? Thinking that, he said flatly, Seems you aren't interested in the trade, then I'm leaving, and decisively stood up to go. Eddie was quite surprised by Zed's action, but he said nothing, merely stared at Zed's retreating back. Zed walked away slowly, thinking to himself that it's fine if they don't trade right now. Thanks to the three Kinzura brothers, he met Eddie early and saved time. Besides, Eddie would contact him first anyway, so there was no rush. Thinking that, he smirked with quiet confidence. Suddenly someone approached from behind and politely said, Excuse me, young master. It turned out to be the three Kinzura assassin brothers. They all bowed to him. The captain spoke first, grateful. Thanks to the holy water you gave, our youngest recovered instant. Lithis doesn't seem like ordinary holy water. Thank you so much. The man beside him added sincerely, Thank you for keeping your promise. The captain, ashamed, said, I'm sorry I didn't believe you because you're a noble. Zed glanced at them and reminded seriously, There are sometimes good people among the nobles. I am not one to break my word. Hearing this, all three Kinzura brothers were in tears. The captain said emotionally, I've never met a noble like you. Young master, if it were any other noble, I doubt they'd care about our youngest's life. The man beside him, choking up, asked carefully, If it's not too rude, may I ask your name? Zed replied briefly, Zed Arahan. The three Kinzura brothers bowed deeply and earnestly said, Thank you, sir. We'll remember this forever, young master Zed. Zed said nothing as he turned to leave, inwardly stirred, thinking he too may have once held prejudices against assassins. They have deep bonds and loyalties that stop them from betraying their comrades. Maybe they're better people than I thought. At that thought, his eyes grew a little misty. Zed bowed his head slightly and fell silent. Regaining his composure, he turned back to look at them, and seeing the three Kinzura assassin brothers still bowed, was startled, wondered, they're still bowed. Then he finally spoke, You are Kinzura, right? Hearing him, all three looked up. The captain answered honestly, Yes, we are called that. Zed calculated silently. 4 completion-shaving assassins is a notable asset, and 3 of them together could be very useful in future internal conflicts. After thinking that, he tersely told them, You follow me. Not understanding his meaning, the 3 Kinzura brothers instinctively let out puzzled sounds. Back in Eddie's room, Zed sat up straight and stared at him seriously. Eddie crossed his arms and mocked, So you came back. Deep down, he felt confident. Of course, a Somion like you putting on a tough act is pointless. The information about your brothers is your lifeline. Still, outwardly he teased Zed, So what brought you here? You seemed uninterested earlier and walked off. Zed went straight to the point. I want to buy the 3 Kinzura brothers. Eddie, expecting Zed to follow his initial script, quickly replied, "Right, the right person needs my information," but after hearing Zed plainly, he sat up straighter. He slammed the table and shouted, "What?" Zed calmly set the negotiation terms. "I'll pay with information." Eddie waved his hand, adjusted his glasses, and stopped him. "No." Then he pointed at the three Kinzura brothers and asked Zed in surprise, "You came back for those guys, not to get information about your brothers." Zed said coolly, "I don't need information about my brothers. Whatever I thought of that, it would still be a heavy loss." Hearing that, Eddie frowned and asked again, "A loss?" At that, the hand he had on the table tightened into a fist. The room fell into an odd silence, broken only by the fire crackling in the hearth. After a moment, Eddie laughed and said, "All right then." He spoke seriously, "You want those Kinzura guys, but the problem is they're captains in my organization, and I'm their leader." Zed's expression didn't change. He said firmly, "I'm willing to pay any reasonable price." Eddie, challenging, replied, "Well then, the reasonable price I'm thinking of will be much higher than you imagine." Zed asked back nonchalantly, "So what price are you thinking of?" Eddie bluntly stated his demand, "Everything you've experienced since leaving the prison, how you escaped, and what you've done since. I need at least that much information." He thought excitedly that money didn't matter. Satisfying his curiosity would make the information valuable. The return of the young Arahan heir who'd been abandoned in the prison would spark curiosity, but because it would expose shameful parts of himself, he wouldn't easily reveal. Seemingly understanding Eddie's thoughts, Zed sighed softly and commented lightly, "Your tolerance is less than I expected." Insulted by that remark, Eddie leaped up, slammed the table and kicked a chair, shouting, "What? My tolerance is low, me." Regardless of his furious approach, Zed remained calm and taunted him, "I thought you'd ask for something more spectacular. People live within their limits." Eddie stepped up to Zed, grabbed his collar, and through clenched teeth hissed angrily, "You bastard, I've been holding back." He unleashed a torrent of curses at Zed. "Bastard, you think you're so great. You damned son of a noble Familino, real ability, just born with good blood." Zed's expression didn't change. He simply stared at him without a word. Eddie, indignant, wanted to vent everything. "If you keep babbling with that loud mouth." But suddenly, seeing Zed's blazing red eyes fixed on him, he froze mid-sentence. Zed's red eyes seemed to glow. Eddie instinctively loosened his grip, thinking in fear, "What are those eyes?" The three Kinzura assassin brothers, seeing the tension between the two, anxiously shouted to intervene, "Leader, please stop," as the heir of Arahan. After regaining his composure, Eddie let go of Zed, cleared his throat, and politely said, "Sorry, I got a bit worked up." He stepped back, trembling, and asked him, "So what terms will you set, sir?" Zed asked him one question, "Who stands before you?" Eddie answered truthfully, I'm the heir of Arahan." Then he fumbled and babbled awkwardly, "No, you just apologized, sir. I was wrong, wasn't I?" Zed folded his arms and regarded him seriously, delivering a long manipulative spiel. "Right, Arahan. If I were you, I'd be thinking about using nobles to my advantage. Now's the right time for that." Eddie, puzzled by his words, asked blankly, "Use them? How are you telling me to use you?" Zed continued in a low voice, "I know you're obsessed with information, but the info you can pull from the shadows is limited." Eddie sheepishly admitted, That's unavoidable. There's no other way, sir." Seeing he still didn't get it, Zed sighed in frustration, "You still don't understand." Eddie grew more flustered and hurriedly said, "No, you actually haven't told me anything yet, sir." Zed fixed his glowing red eyes on Eddie and commanded manipulatively, "Don't hide in the shadows anymore, step into the light. I'll help." Still, Eddie's will rebelled, and he blurted in a panic, "No way, you don't know what you're talking about." Zed kept manipulating, painting an inviting vision. "I'll provide you a well-located building to open a detective office. Nobles run the world, so you must deal with them to get more information, right?" Hearing that, Eddie quickly objected, "Don't think I can't rise just because I'm short on money. Commoners can't buy and sell buildings." Zed stated the plan seriously, "I will own the building, not you. You'll be the tenant running the business there." Eddie, startled, couldn't help exclaiming, "What?" He added, half as a suggestion and half as a question, "I'll also dispatch Arahan's magic core to secure the placedocent that satisfy the conditions." Note, the magic core are the elite forces of mage houses, equivalent to knightly orders of knight houses. Eddie let out a small ah, and Zed stood up while negotiating with him. "I'm asking you to become my partner. I'll help you achieve what you want in the light, and you'll trade me information. We'll help each other." How wonderful. Eddie's heart stirred. He daydreamed about the future, half excited, half doubtful. Could he both get the information he needed and have members of the magic core? "Can I really trust this?" he wondered, then hesitantly asked Zed, "Really? You'll provide the building and even assign members of the magic core?" Zed asserted confidently, "Yes, I'm not one to break my word," and the three Kinzura assassin brothers behind him nodded in agreement. Eddie mulled it over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Major events happen among the nobility, while beggars' tips are trivial. If the Lord even placed members of the magic corps there, he thought ambitiously, this would be a giant diamond shield. I absolutely can't miss this chance. Eddie immediately changed his attitude. He grabbed Zed's hand and flattered him. All right, I'll cooperate with. Zed smiled slyly, offered a compliment, then turned the question back to him. Good, you have the right mindset, but you know a deal always requires a deposit up front, right? Hearing that, Eddie hazily asked back, a deposit. Zed patiently reminded him, information about my brothers and the 3 Kinzura brothers. Eddie went numb and mumbled, not knowing what to say. He brightened and smiled. His eyes glowed red as he looked straight at him and calmly confirmed, that's the deposit you need to put up. After some travel, Zed breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, before them stood the Arahan mansion. Seeing his complexion pale, Ryu asked with concern, Zed, you didn't sleep last night either, did you? Are you okay? Zed couldn't help teasing, you're no different yourself, Ryu. Ryu laughed sheepishly. I'm just overly excited. Meanwhile, he thought silently that he had stayed up all night, recording every piece of information he got from Eddie. Each entry was shocking enough to stun. A list of his brothers' allied forces in the city, expense ledgers, even personal details about their service. He couldn't grasp where or how Eddie had gathered all this. If he gave him wings, he'd fly even higher. That thought made him truly relieved. For now, the remaining task was to buy time to grow stronger within Arahan territory, while surviving the internal power struggles among his brothers. Zed understood clearly that today was crucial to that goal. How he handled it would completely change his standing. So he gave the order, let's go in. Strange characters were carved all over the inner pillars of the mansion. Guards always stood at the gate to prevent hostile outsiders from storming in. As the group approached, a guard shouted, stop, dismount, and state your name. When the guard saw him clearly, he recognized him. Your young master Zed. We were notified earlier. Zed nodded in confirmation. I return at the master's command, lead the way. However, the guard blocked them. Wait, those people behind you cannot enter. He vouched for them, they're my companions, I will vouch for their status. The guard refused. Sorry, outsiders cannot enter without the master's permission. That attitude left Zed seething inwardly. Damn, trouble already at the first step. There were ways to force entry, but he understood the bigger picture. Breaking the rules on Arahan territory wouldn't be a wise choice. So Zed gave up. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll return right away. The old man warned him, don't worry about us, worry about yourself first. At the same time, the old man fretted. His instincts weren't reliable, but he had a bad feeling. Zed reassured him, don't worry, nothing will happen. Then he entrusted, Kinzura, I'm counting on you. Having arranged things, the guard urged, let's go, young master, the family head is waiting. Zed did not dawdle. He led the way and reminded himself that he was carrying a responsibility. He told himself to stay clear-headed and not get tense. He had prepared as much as possible. Zed understood the core issue. What motivates a mage is pragmatism. Focus only on that. He might have accidentally entered Arahan's body, but from now on, he needed to act meticulously like an Arahan to survive without mistakes. As everyone knew, the 7th youngest son of Arahan was a mage who valued pragmatism. He had to play these roles and win the family head's favor. Finally, though unwilling, Zed had to face it as the family head's chamber door opened. He ordered coldly, enter, youngest son. Before him sat the family head on a high seat, sharply appraising him. Zed knelt, bowed respectfully, and greeted the family head. And he coached himself inwardly, don't tremble, body. He pretended not to notice Zed's trembling and casually asked, how does it feel to return to the family after all this time? Zed promptly reported the situation. It's exactly the same as before. The family head looked puzzled. Exactly the same. What do you mean? Be more specific. Your formidable aura hasn't changed at all, and that bone-chilling cold remains the same. No sooner had he finished than the man laughed heartily. That booming laugh made the surroundings tremble as it rang out. Zed was shaken to the core. A single laugh rattled him. His ears buzzed, and his vision blurred. The family head studied him and said, it sounds like you claim you can sense your father's aura. At that moment, he realized he had been careless to say that. He toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. How could you possibly probe the realm of a great archmage? Zed was so tense he was sweating, staring fixedly at the family head. Before him stood one of the Empire's 2 archmages, the man who had slain his brothers to claim the Arahan name, Zenedin Arahan. Suddenly Zenedin remarked, you've changed a great deal since I last saw you. In my memory, you were a frail child. Zed immediately retorted that frail did not suit an Arahan. That answer pleased him greatly. Exactly, there's no way my son is worthless, unable even to sense mana. I heard you've awakened lightning. He suddenly became on guard, waiting to hear what Zenedin would bring up next. Then he probed, what do you know about that power? Zed hesitated and spoke what he knew. I know it surpasses the 4 main elemental attributes. Indeed, Zenedin was surprised. for in Arahan's history, there had been no precedent for a power outside the fire lineage. How did you obtain lightning? He hadn't expected such a question. Zed considered and replied, I don't think it's entirely surprising Arahan bloodlines hold limitless potential. This made him skeptical. You're not surprised to have awakened lightning. Zed calmly said he'd heard it was a power that might appear once in 100 years. Moreover, Zed believed such a blessed power naturally belonged to Arahan. Upon hearing that, Zenedin once again laughed heartily. He praised with amusement, you only speak things that are right. Inwardly, Zed groaned every time the man laughed. It felt like his insides were being twisted. Please, stop laughing. Zenedin cheerfully instructed, it's been a long time since I laughed. I called you here because of the lightning study and develop it. If you reach a meaningful level, it will be worth more than any accomplishment. Now Zed understood his purpose. He wanted to turn the rare lightning power into part of his own legacy. Even the youngest son who managed to return alive would be exploited lucky to survive. If the Lord wanted something, he wouldn't kill him outright. Zed bowed deeply and vowed, I will obey the family head's order. Just as he exhaled, Zenedin raised the issue Zed had feared. But first, I must address your misconduct. He pressed, tell measurely you know the slave trader DeVito has ties to our house. Zed answered calmly, I do. This attitude drove Zenedin, mad did you really execute that slave trader, and even stoop to using those lowly battles. From that stance, Zed realized this madman was showing his true colors. Yes, the real game begins now. He calmly explained, I did nothing to harm the house. Slave traders are the kind of people who must be eliminated eventually. The man watched intently for Zed to finish. Seeing Zenedin soften, he continued to make his case. They act against the Emperor's aims. I thought they'd be a long-term danger to the family. Hearing that, Zenedin judged, your words are contradictory. Slave traders bring substantial, long-term profit. They'll drain the resources of the South. This was exactly what Zed had hoped for, anticipated this. Now he needed to persuade the Lord with pleasing phrasing. After thinking, he said, Lord, I believe utilitarianism includes both illegitimate profit and legitimate profit. This displeased Zenedin. Are you saying profits from slave trading are illegitimate? Ridiculous profit is profit. Zed steadied himself. He's 15, stubborn like any 15-year-old, so Zenedin might dismiss it as youthful error. Still, he dug in. Why should the Empire's leading house accept filthy coin? Arahan should only have the brightest gold, even if it's the same currency. He was silent for a moment, then concluded, that's sophistry. He probed further. Fine then, why did you accept Bahal's help? No matter how young or foolish, you must know Bahal is an enemy of our house. Zed recounted calmly, Bahal came under imperial command. It was a coincidence our paths crossed. I did not accept his help. Zenedin was losing patience. Do you dare lie to me? You accepted Bahal's invitation and were even gifted a white steed, yet you say you received no help. He clenched his hand, voice tight with indignation. Lord, I don't fully understand this situation. The Lord asked, what did you say? Zed denied it again. I was kidnapped, not invited. I displayed Arahan pride before Bahal's lord and brought back spoils from the enemy's stronghold, not gifts. Bitterly he demanded, so why scold me instead of praising me? He proactively mentioned the present Zenedin had brought up the white steed. They considered their exclusive asset was taken by you. Not only that, Zed argued, but an Arahan riding Bahal's white steed only elevates our house's renown, doesn't it? Inwardly he prayed, believe me, Zed, at 15, sincerely thought this act deserved praise. It seemed a single glance from the Lord saw straight through his intent. So Zenedin warned, youngest son, don't try to fool me with your smooth tongue. Zed's mind went into full panic, damn it. He glared at Zed. Don't try to fool me with that slippery tongue of yours. You looked tense, damn, it has no effect on him. At that, Zenedin added that if you lied one more time, you'd pay for those lies. Seeing your astonished face, he continued that still, you weren't entirely wrong. About being praised rather than reprimanded, you did offer a reasonable point. Here Zed was baffled. He knew he was deceiving him, so why would he let it slide? Finally, he closed the matter. All right, let's end this conversation here. Now tell me what you want. You still stood there stunned, unable to react. Zenedin asked, what is it? Be clear about what you want. Zed thought to himself this was strange, but fine, there are things I need to take from here. Then he said, I want the full operational funds that should have been transferred to my estate by now. He added, also allow the people I brought in earlier to enter the estate, and finally grant me the Mahadan members like my other siblings. Hearing this, he replied that those members would be appointed by you, but from then on managing them would be entirely your responsibility. Zed quickly answered, yes, I understand. He thought the Mahadan members would stay neutral at first, but once assigned to his estate, the siblings would start to intervene. There would also be traitors. I suppose that's what he meant by management being entirely your responsibility to maintain and protect your people. Zenedin said, and the ones you brought you're referring to that old man, the three filthy assassins, and the pair of beggar brothers, correct? Zed replied politely, that's right. As you know, that old man is Lacto-Chervil. The pair will serve as my butlers, and I intend to use the assassins as errand runners. Hearing that, he propped his chin and mused that Chervil would not be allowed and he's a traitor, and would be immediately arrested and taken to the palace. You frowned, thinking he didn't mean that if he truly intended to send the old man to the palace, he would have done the same with the Black Army long ago. He's testing me to see what I'm really capable of. After a moment's thought, you spoke up, Master. I want to ask you something. Is Arahan involved in the Chervil family's rebellion? He looked skeptical when you asked, why do you think that? You calmly explained that you understood Chervil had no dealings with Arahan, trading exclusively with the Martin family. So Zenedin burst out laughing. You think those vermin could bother me? Ridiculous. Martin might be second among the motto, but he's nothing but a failure, no comparison to even a fraction of Arahan's power. There's no reason to be wary of a thrashing worm, you thought to yourself. So Arahan isn't involved after all. Luckily, it seems I didn't bring Lacto into enemy territory, Zed said. Then please accept Lacto-Chervil. Zenedin replied bluntly, I refuse. A traitor to the Empire cannot be admitted into the family's lands. Zed tried to persuade him. Surely you know their innocent plays clear the Chervil family's name. He said, give me a reason to do so. You began explaining that Lacto-Chervil is the greatest master artisan of magical implements. Of course, Arahan would want him. If you take him in and clear his name, you'll gain renown for saving a wrongly accused man and also strengthen the family's power. You thought you didn't know other details, but Zenedin would be pleased that you found and brought Lacto back in the first place. That's obvious. Zenedin, now seemingly satisfied, agreed. Fine, I'll take him in, but I won't erase his charges since you brought him here. Handle this matter yourself. Zed obeyed. Yes, I will follow the master's orders, he thought to himself. Look, Zenedin isn't intervening directly. No, actually this is even better. Because now I can make Lacto completely mine, and this also gives me an excuse to leave the family's territory. Zenedin said, you may withdraw. Zed replied, yes. After that, he slowly turned his back and walked away, while Zenedin's gaze remained on him, thought. At that moment, Kali's appeared at his side. He saluted, Master, Captain of the Mahadin, Kali's rule. Zenedin asked, what do you think of him? He looked toward Zed as he left and said, we're thinking the same thing, he's rather suspicious. He continued, he is indeed suspicious. Outwardly he looks like a child, but inside it's as if. Kali's was taken aback too. Not even the crown prince has ever been this confident. Having guessed Zed's trick, Zenedin asked Kali's, did you see how crafty that brat was when he tried to deceive me? Truly a daring fellow. He wondered, is that why you let him be? I thought you would punish him. He recalled the look in Zed's eyes earlier, and smiled. It was because of that boy's desperate gaze. He thought to himself that the boy's expression showed he would surely get what he wanted. Talent alone isn't enough. In the future, only someone far beyond talent can lead Arahan. I'm eager to see the youngest son's actions to come. Perhaps I'll have to rank him alongside the other siblings. Zenedin continued, I must take the youngest to Yomio, arrange a suitable day. Cut to Zed's estate. The sky was grim, the trees bare, and a flock of crows swirled ominously and menacingly. Zed's group stood before the dark mansion. Jinju seemed afraid to be there. Zed patted his head to comfort him. Ryu looked at the mansion and said, cleaning this place out is going to be exhausting, huh? The three Kinzuru assassin brothers said confidently, sir, please go rest. We'll finish everything here. Zed thought quietly that no matter how many times they called him sir, he still couldn't get used to it. Once inside, everyone set to work, some wiping windows, others sweeping. The three Kinzura brothers worked together to polish the floors until they shone. Outside, while Zed was busy cleaning a window, someone called out, hello, young master. He turned around in surprise. Mahadin members, 20 of them. Very good. He asked them how long they'd been members. One leader replied, we've all just joined Mahadin recently, within the past 3 months. Zed guessed, then you must be Onguwan. He answered, yes, that's right. He looked them over, a bit disappointed they were all rookies, but then it made sense the others had been recruited by his siblings, so only newcomers remained. He glanced at their anxious faces and thought, they all seemed to be thinking, we chose the wrong side. He spoke up anyway, it's good to meet you, let's cooperate well from now on. One answered, yes, but sir, what were you doing just now? Zed replied, cleaning the estate was a mess. The man asked, puzzled, yes, but why would the young master do that himself? Zed answered calmly, I'm cleaning my own house, do you expect me to just sit idly and do nothing? He said yes, but for tasks like this, the young master should order subordinates before the man could finish. Zed thrust the broom into his hands and added, perfect timing, you lot, come help out. They were surprised and said, us too. Zed turned and said, "Of course you are part of this estate now, aren't you?" He frowned. "That's true, but how are we supposed to do it?" He glared at them with contempt. "Oh, so you mean you can't do the work I'm doing? I'm really fed up with this nobles versus commoners act." One stammered, "And no, sir, we'll do it right away." Zed seethed inwardly. "Of course you will, you bastards." He called out loudly, "Who here is a water mage?" Two of them raised their hands. "I am, me too," they said. "Good, wipe the floors with water." They obeyed. "Yes, sir." Zed asked, "Who is a wind mage?" Another raised his hand. "I can use wind magic," he said. "Then you go outside and blow the dust off the roof. Control your power, don't break anything." He used wind magic to blow the dust away, grumbling, "I didn't learn magic to be doing chores like this." Zed snapped, "Shut up, aren't you going to hurry?" They obeyed in fear. "Right, sir." After a while of cleaning, the mansion became spotless and gleamed like new. From the outside, it looked grand and tidy, like a modern building. Zed assigned rooms. "Liu and Lisa, you two can take this room. And Elder, you take that one." Lisa squealed with joy. "Brother, our room is perfect." Lacto Chervil said, "It's too luxurious for an old man like me." Suddenly Ryu asked, "Zed, by the way, is there anything to eat?" He suddenly remembered. "Ah, right, I was so busy cleaning I almost forgot." Ryu said, "I searched the whole kitchen, and as expected there's nothing to eat. Our food supplies are completely insufficient. What should we do?" Zed stood with his arms crossed, pondering. He hadn't expected to worry about meals in a noble household. "Should we go into town? At this hour? Isn't it a bit late?" Ryu said despondently. "What a nuisance, everyone must be hungry." Zed remained with his arms crossed and eyes closed, saying nothing. Then he spoke up. "The nearest place is Tunda's estate, right?" The Mahadan leader replied, "Yes, that's right, but..." The man asked curiously, "Don't tell me you're planning to go to young Master Tunda's place." Zed didn't hesitate and asked, "Why shouldn't I go?" The man said, "Yes, but it's better to find another way. An uninvited brother showing up at another brother's estate is tantamount to declaring war." Zed smiled smugly. "Really? Perfect, I'm planning to confront him anyway." Cut to Tunda's mansion, where his shouting could be heard. "Don't you know I hate the smell of onions?" He shoved a plate of food, which shattered on the floor. "Why do you keep bringing me this trap?" Two maidservants quietly crouched and began cleaning up the broken mess. Tunda continued berating them. "Don't you even answer me when I speak. Should I just have you killed right now?" Grace brought more food and calmly said, "Young master, these are your servants, you must treat them kindly." Grace Monet, Tunda Arahan's housekeeper. He shouted, "It's because you've been too lenient that they've become so insolent." Grace, "Teach them a proper lesson," Tunda Arahan. She replied gently, "Then, young master, you shouldn't be so picky. If you only eat what you like, your health will suffer." Tunda complained, "But I still hate onions. If you bring them again, I'll have those bastards killed." Grace thought helplessly that indulging this brat was a pain. Has the glamour faded? Tonight I'll have to use something stronger. Suddenly a servant ran in, panicked. "Miss Grace, something big has happened." She turned, annoyed, and asked, "What is it?" The servant reported, "Outside young Master Zed is here." Hearing that, Grace slammed her hand on the table in anger. "What? He showed up at this hour without an invitation. This is a declaration of war. Gather all the members immediately." How many came with? The servant hesitated and answered, Young Master Zed came alone." Outside, Zed was riding Jinju toward them with a confident look. The servant panicked and stammered, That is, young Master Zed is alone." She clearly didn't believe it. "Alone, are you sure?" Pressed, the servant grew more flustered. "Yes, he's outside right now." Just then Zed entered, making everyone in the room startled. He put on a friendly expression, having dinner. Then Zed leisurely walked over to the dining area, unconcerned by the many guards gathered around. Suddenly he reproached them. "Look at you seeing me and not even greeting me." A guard mustered his courage and stepped forward. "Good evening, young Master Zed. By the way, what brings you here?" Zed targeted one person. "You must be Grace, the housekeeper here, right?" Seeing her stand dumbfounded, he said coldly, "Aren't you going to greet me?" Although called out, Grace remained silent and did not respond. She thought with contempt, what is he basing his confidence on? He's just an unwashed brat. But Grace quickly noticed the aura this presence. Doubt stirred in her. "Don't tell me they brought him back after awakening his mana." Zed continued calmly, "So it is." She still refused to greet him. Seeing he wouldn't give up, Grace became flustered. Finally, she had to concede outwardly. "I am Grace Monet, housekeeper to young Master Tunda," though inwardly she fumed, "Damn it me. The one who actually runs this household, having to bow to this half-baked fool." That should have settled it. But Zed merely accused her of acting entitled, releasing aura willy-nilly, and so on. As soon as he finished, she froze at what she'd heard. Grace silently realized he was no longer the easy target he once was. What the hell had happened? Questions swirled in her mind. Not only did he come alone, but what's with that attitude? He must have something to back him up. Grace saw a light flash from an emblem, the mark of a cleric. Ignored, Tunda slammed the table in fury. Look at this bastard, greet me, won't you? Aren't you going to salute your elder brother? He raged wildly. Have you lost your mind? Do you know where you are, crawling in here like this? Zed replied with a drawn-out sigh. I have nothing to say to you after all. You're just a pup. Humiliated, Tunda went berserk. What? A puppet? And you just spout nonsense at me like that? Zed dismissed him, so uncomfortable. He admitted, of course I am your brother. Feeling his authority challenged, Tunda threw down a challenge. Fine wasn't coming here, essentially a declaration of war. He boasted, I just learned a new spell, I'll try it on you, and you'll naturally start calling me brother. She intervened, young master, please stop. Tunda snapped, move aside. Grace, I will teach that insolent brother a lesson. But Grace stood firm. I've already told you to stop. He couldn't understand why she acted that way. You heard him spouting nonsense at me, didn't you? He even mocked me, called me a puppet. She still held onto Tunda's hand stubbornly. Young master, please, I'll explain everything later, so for now please stay still. At the same time she bowed to him. I'm sorry on behalf of the young master. I apologize for this rudeness. Zed smiled. At least the housekeeper knew decorum. Grace advised him to restrain himself because she understood that a guarantee from a cleric carried the weight of an imperial guarantee if there were questions about his identity. An investigator would be sent to Arahan under imperial law. More seriously, if an investigator set foot on the family's land, their mana would also be constrained. The Arahan patriarch hated the emperor for reasons like that. So Grace had to find a way to handle it. She couldn't move against him directly, best to escort him out politely. She asked courteously, young Master Zed, may I ask why you've come? He spoke teasingly, interesting an ordinary housekeeper with such grand ambitions. She ignored the jab. Please state your purpose clearly. Zed didn't hesitate to say it. Find my manor has run out of food. I want you to share some supply. Grace, exasperated, ordered, bring out all the remaining meat and bread. The servant took the task. Yes, Miss Grace. Seeing him prepare to leave, she was suspicious. So you're done. He replied nonchalantly, that's it for today. Just when we thought it was over, Zed added, but starting tomorrow, we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. Grace ground her teeth in anger and cursed under her breath. Damn it, just wait, Zed Arahan. The spoils were full of delicious fare, meat, cheeses, and fruit. He assigned tasks. Earth mages dig pits, fire mages tend the flames. They replied in unison, yes, understood. Seeing the golden, fragrant meat made everyone's mouths water. How long had it been since they'd had an outdoor roast? Wasn't this the first since arriving at Arahan? They grilled and chatted. Right, there's some taboo, come on. Building a fire to roast meat is knightly culture, but for us mages it's considered forbidden. Seeing Zed arrive, the captain flinched. Sorry, we misspoke. Who would have thought you'd care about this? Is it true mages are actually forbidden from outdoor roasting? The captain confirmed awkwardly. Knights expend a lot of energy so they can eat meat anywhere. He wondered, so we can't enjoy this simply because it's knightly culture. What nonsense, I've never heard of that. I hardly ever play a mage character. Hearing Zed, the captain was puzzled. Aren't they supposed to be savage? Us noble mages. He didn't answer immediately but reminded them, so, you boys aren't going to eat. They hurriedly replied, what? Oh no, it's not that, but. Their attitude annoyed Zed. Everyone lives such a tired life, eat what you want. Why worry about those silly rules? He also declared, from now on, ignore those unspoken rules and taboos here, at least in my manor. I won't care about. Do what you want, eat what you like as long as you do your job well. I won't nitpick. That liberal attitude left everyone wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Zed just wanted everyone to be happy. That looks done, dig in. Everyone cheered, yes. He calculated inwardly. Riding the momentum since I declared war last night, I must keep pushing forward. Zed acted quickly. The next morning, a man clung desperately to the door. Oh no, you can't, this building is the only property my father left me. He feigned sympathy. I know the papers are in your name, but the real owner is Tunda. Zed made that move because he understood that the Arahan family typically didn't buy property under their own names. Just one simple investigation could reveal things to other siblings, and he intended to exploit that exact point. The knight slammed the table and warned, if we keep the young master waiting any longer, we won't escape his wrath. This isn't just a simple real estate deal. Zed inwardly conceded. Yes, this is not merely an ordinary property sale. This is an alarm signal for a power struggle. The man tried to resist. I don't have the papers. Young Master Tunda will, of course, just wait. I've prepared for that. At the same time he demanded, sign here, as long as there's a purchase contract. Notarization at City Hall will do. I'll pay twice the building's value and guarantee your life. The terms were generous, but if you don't sign, you'll die here. Though tempting, he hesitated. Would his life really be guaranteed? Zed assured him, I keep my promises. I swear by the name Arahan. He sighed deeply, then put pen to paper. I've signed. Zed felt elated inside. Good, starting today, I'm the owner of this building. Shortly after, at the NECA City Hall office, the paperwork was presented. This is the sales contract. The building owner is Warren Beatty, confirmed. Zed waited calmly. Will you process the notarization now? The man decided. Because this is a legal transaction, there should be no problem once the remaining payment is made. Zed praised, the system is wonderful. The person Zed met was NECA's mayor, Douglas Hooper. He highlighted the city hall's advantages, yes, the property certificate too. Because of so many thefts, we need a dual management system so no one is disadvantaged. Hearing the boast, Zed thought to himself that someone would indeed be disadvantaged by this transaction. Douglas Hooper probed, but young Master Zed is rather special. That remark made Zed curious. In what way special? He explained, usually Arahan heirs don't buy property in their own names. Don't you know why? Zed nodded, yes, I know, but that doesn't matter to me. Zed thought there's no reason to create loopholes by using a proxy. At that moment a commotion erupted outside. Let go of me. Do you know who I am blocking your way? Move aside. Just as predicted, here came the one who would suffer the loss. Grace stormed into the mayor's office. Douglas Hooper immediately scolded. Grace, don't you know Mana uses banned here? She retorted, ridiculous, you, the mayor, are the one breaking the law. Zed sprang up with suspicion. Rules. Grace challenged. Are you asking because you don't know? That building belongs to young Master Tunda. She pressed on. Do you expect me to stay silent about this betrayal? He rebuffed her. I don't know what you're talking about. The building owner is listed as Warren Beatty. Grace demanded angrily, you're making a huge mistake. How do you plan to deal with the consequences? Are you so confident? Zed replied calmly, you're the one who's wrong. On what basis do you speak so loudly? Don't you understand the situation? She threatened fiercely, as Tunda's housekeeper and a mage of the Monet family, I promise you this. You will pay for today's action. He sneered with contempt, now you're threatening me. I'll warn you in return. Zed emphasized, whether revenge or gratitude, I will return tenfold what I receive. Don't forget the Arahan family motto, if you mess with me, you'll lose everything. Zed and Eddie, along with 3 henchmen, stopped in front of a large villa. Eddie adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, is this really your house? Zed stood behind, smiling helplessly. Yes, and from now on it will also be your base of operation. Eddie suddenly spun around and laughed with delight. To be honest, I had some doubts, but I didn't expect things to be resolved so quickly. Your resolve is more impressive than I thought. He held out a piece of paper right in front of you. Here, take it. Zed took it and studied it closely, then asked, what's this? Eddie immediately explained, this is a list of mages currently hiding out in Nek. You looked at him surprised. Mages, why the sudden interest? Eddie replied nonchalantly, don't you need a master? His expression suddenly grew pensive, as if the matter were serious. Becoming greater has always been Arahan's life goal. Or am I mistaken? Eddie then got straight to his point. As far as I know, you still don't have a suitable master. Zed stared at the paper, rubbing his chin in thought. A master it's not that I haven't considered. He then smiled amicably and waved the paper. Thanks for the concern. Eddie remained calm. No need, the stronger you get, the better for me. We're business partners, right? Zed scanned the list and realized something. By the way, there aren't any names I recognize here, of course. Then he probed, so among these, which one do you think I should pick? Eddie's face went cold as he pointed to a name and asserted, definitely number 1. Zed was a bit surprised. Krangutra. Eddie had a book tucked under his arm as he assessed calmly. Actually, you don't need to read further. Haven't you heard of the Gutra clan? You paid attention, so Zed kept studying the paper. No, this is the first time I've heard of the powerful figures in the shadows Eddie mentioned. The Gutra clan used to be very famous mercenaries in the West. He only hummed coldly. That was a long time ago. Zed looked straight at him and asked, a mage working as a mercenary? That arrogant type of mage. Eddie patiently explained. Honestly, for a medium or small clan, there's no better way to make money than mercenary work. It's just that their reputation among people is pretty wild. Suddenly, the lead henchman standing behind chimed into their conversation. I've heard of the Gutra clan too. There are even rumors that one Gutra is worth more than hearing a whole band of ordinary mercenaries. Right. Eddie caught the cue from behind and agreed. Exactly, their strength is great, and so their rates are exorbitant. Only wealthy nobles can afford them. Zed rubbed his chin with one hand and stared thoughtfully at the paper. A mage, but a mercenary. Suddenly, a thick old stack of documents thudded onto the table. You learn a lot from the Gutra. Honestly, they're not ordinary mages. Eddie lounged, tapping his leg on the chair as he said loudly. The beggar said it, these days they fight extremely well. His face showed some doubt and hesitation. If they've worked as mercenaries, they'd have amassed all kinds of experience. Eddie, acting scholarly, affirmed. Of course, maybe they're skilled in reconnaissance and assassination, and in survival techniques forged by enduring hardship. Eddie propped his elbows on the table, crossed his legs, and smiled calmly. In my view, they'd be the perfect choice as your master. No need to look beyond Kranga. Zed held up the paper and raised the question. Why did you list so many candidates? He sounded a bit hesitant, stammering, actually. From elsewhere came a loud punch as a fist hit the wall. Tunda appeared, eyes blazing with fury, grinding his teeth. That bastard, I will kill him. How dare he touch my building without knowing who he messes with? Then he saw Grace standing to one side and vented at her immediately. Grace, what did you do to cause this situation? Tunda's anger kept pouring out loudly. Do you know how much revenue that building brings in? Weren't you the one who said we needed money to expand our influence? She winced, clutching her head. Young Master Tunda. He continued to angrily blame her as Grace rose to her feet. You said that yourself, Grace. Grace, dressed elegantly with a serious gaze and lethal aura surrounding her, stepped closer. Young Master Tunda, look me in the eye. Her pupils turned purple, emitting a wisp of violet smoke into the air. Dark purple vapors seeped from her chest just outside her clothing. Her hands spread as if shaping and holding those currents of energy. Grace pressed her two hands, riding the dark currents, against Tunda's temples, causing him to abruptly halt. His eyes gradually dimmed. He lost awareness, and his eyelids began to close. Grace kept her palms on his face, stared fiercely, and issued a warning. Be quiet for a while, you brat. His expression suddenly shifted sorrowful, then obedient. I'm sorry. At that, Grace turned and left with jet-black eyes, thinking to herself. She looked exhausted as she leaned back in a chair and sighed. How can I kill Zed? Teasingly, she glanced at the puppet-like, unconscious Tunda moving near her. We'll have to use the young master's slush fund. You'll hand it over to us, right? Tunda, as if enchanted, obediently agreed to the proposal. Take as much as you want, Grace. She raised her hands into the air and laughed wickedly. Good, I'll buy some extremely pricey assets. If I'm caught, I'll use illusions to seal my mouth. Tunda, standing nearby, slowly spoke. Yes, fine, I trust you, Grace. Grace happily reached up to pat his head and praised. Tunda, you're so cute. Her eyes suddenly went dark. Grace gave a sinister, sly smile. See, when you're obedient, you're adorable, aren't you? In front of a grand, towering palace, a polite butler bowed to welcome them. Welcome to the Rivera Hotel, the finest in NECA. It's an honor to host you here. Zed struck up a conversation and asked directly, I'm here looking for someone. The butler responded warmly. If you go to the information desk, they'll assist you thoroughly. So Zed walked in, but when Eddie tried to follow, a hand stopped. It was the butler who blocked him, insisting, sorry, you can't go in. Surprised, Eddie turned and asked, I'm with them too. The servants were firm. Only nobility may enter our hotel. The butler returned to his courteous demeanor and apologized. It's the hotel's policy, please understand. Zed went back to the two of them and could only say helplessly, there's nothing we can do. Eddie, you'll have to wait here. Hearing that, Eddie ruffled his hair in frustration. I can't stand this injustice, a rotten world where only nobles are treated like people. Zed sympathized. I think the same. The hotel's grand hall was spacious and decorated all in gold. Zed stood inside looking up with delight. They really didn't spare any expense. He then approached the front desk, placed his hand down, and demanded decisively, I want to see the list of current guests. The receptionist, following policy, replied, I can give you the standard room list, but by regulation we cannot disclose the guest list for special suites. Zed felt bothered. Another rule. Zed kept staring at the receptionist as she hurried. Sorry, I'll bring you the standard room list right away. He stood there silently, contemplative maybe, because he'd just exercised Arahan's safe conduct. He felt a bit uneasy. No, nothing to be done. The receptionist hurriedly searched through information to fulfill his request. The fact that Arahan didn't make people in NECA fear him meant that one of his brothers was the real owner of this hotel. But something behind caught his attention, and Zed instinctively turned his head to look back. Behind him was a wide staircase and the hotel's second-floor railing. Zed looked around and thought that with this level of financial backing, it must belong to one of the top lords, so he couldn't force anything using Arahan's reputation. While he was still dazed, the receptionist put a stack of lists on the counter. This was the list of guests in the standard room. Zed picked up the list and flipped through it. He wasn't in the standard rooms, and word was that he was a famous mercenary, so he must have a lot of money. His eyes focused intently on the paper as he rubbed his chin in thought. Eddie probably couldn't learn anything more beyond Krangatra staying at this hotel. Somehow I have to find him. While he concentrated in silence, a loud voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Have you ever seen a stupider hotel? The voice grew louder. I ordered Birdie Mountain beef, so why are you serving this garbage? Up on the upper floor, the staff member tried to speak politely. Sir, is there something you are dissatisfied with? An older-looking man was making a scene up there. What? Dissatisfied? Bring me quality beef. This is supposed to be Birdie Mountain beef. You nameless fools dare to cheat me. Hearing that, the staff above became embarrassed. Sir, what do you mean? All the beef in our hotel comes from Mount Birdie. There must be some misunderstanding. Krangatra persisted. Shut up, do you think I've only been eating beef for a day or two? Do you think I can't tell the difference? Zed heard the voice, clicked his tongue, and cursed under his breath. What a psychotic tyrant. Then suddenly his eyes widened. Zed seemed to recognize a familiar figure. No, wait, a gaunt body and a bald head. Zed recalled Eddie's nonchalant, bullish expression and the words he'd said. Because of his eccentric personality, if I can't recruit him, there must be an alternative, right? Zed slowly climbed the stairs from behind as the man continued to make a fuss. If you don't bring me real Birdie Mountain beef, I won't pay the hotel. Figure it out yourselves. In Zed's mind he hesitated. That's not eccentricity, that's arrogance. Krangutra turned back in confusion when he heard the voice from behind. Sir. He recognized Zed and with a serious but unsurprised expression said, I felt a strange aura. So it's you, Krangutra. So it was you. At first Zed was puzzled to hear that. Krangutra showed no welcome. He turned cold, rose and brushed past, while grumbling that seeing Arahan's face so early meant today would be terribly unlucky. Zed was left standing awkwardly on the second floor, looking down at the old man's cold face and puzzled. What is that old man saying? No matter how mad he is, how dare he speak disrespectfully of Arahan? Zed glanced down and hesitantly wondered to himself, could it be that he hates Arahan? As he stepped down into the grand hall, Eddie came rushing over, running and talking. Zed, did you see just now that old man was Krangutra? Zed replied at once, I already knew. Eddie saw Zed's exasperated sigh and guessed. So you met him. I've told you his personality is eccentric. Zed then clarified Krangutra's nature. That's not eccentricity, just grouchiness. He spoke awkwardly. Reclusive masters often have odd tempers, right? So is he completely unsuitable? If you don't like him, you can find another candidate. Zed put his hand to his forehead and sighed in frustration. The other candidates are all reclusive mages around rank 5 or 6. Eddie agreed. Yeah, they're just ordinary, run-of-the-mill mages. Zed squeezed his eyes shut with difficulty. Deep lines furrowed his brow. He felt uneasy. He trained and dieted, yet his magic stat remained stuck at level 5. I have to find a way, he thought, but he's not the sort to just sit and meditate to raise the quality and power of his mana. Then suddenly Zed spun around and sprinted forward. I'm going crazy. Seriously, where did he go? Dusk was falling as Zed, appearing to be moving, suddenly asked, Hey, he doesn't have a grudge against Arahan, right? Eddie's voice answered next. What do you mean? Eddie chased hard behind, gasping as he replied, he's a mysterious figure. If it weren't for the tattoo, I wouldn't know he's from the Gutra clan. Zed looked surprised at one thing, the tattoo on his forehead. He ran, breathing heavily, his face contorted with fatigue. Right, the claws and fangs are the Gutra emblem. There he is. After a while, he finally stopped. Earlier, he'd complained about birdie beef, yet in the end, he went to eat meat. Suddenly, Tors and the images of red cuts of beef flashed through his head. Wait, Tors said he'd give me premium birdie beef that's only supplied to the Bahal clan. If I use that to break the mood then. At that moment, Krangutra was enjoying his meal with the server beside him. I'm not the kind of mage who trains by meditating, and of course the master I need won't be a conventional mage. Zed's expression fell. He looked displeased. So I'll try talking to him one more time. I'm furious, but... Zed stepped forward and stopped in place. He then approached the table where the old man sat and spoke gently. Excuse me, sir, but the old man, clearly displeased, slammed the table in anger. Damn it, you keep ruining my meal. Krangutra spun to glare and shouted, Why are you poking your nose in? Did someone send you to collect the hotel bill or what? He continued to curse and hurl insults. Bastards, you scum. Zed's expression shifted. He found the old man's attitude distasteful, ruining the atmosphere like some monkey. His personality really is trapped. Zed fell silent, turned to leave, then glanced back. Fine, your so-called master, I'm done with it. His gaze suddenly grew pensive and highly alert. Zed stood frozen as something white came hurtling at them, like a rocket from another direction. In an instant, both his and the old man's eyes widened abruptly. With seasoned reflexes, Krangutra grimly lunged and delivered a counterstrike, blocking the attack aimed at Zed. Sharp throwing knives clinked as they fell to the floor. Krangutra looked angry but calmly brushed dust from his hands. What are these things? At first Zed was bewildered. Then he slowly turned to the man with admiration. A voice from behind him spoke up. Did you block them by focusing mana into your fingers? Krangutra in front flinched at the remark. You're pretty sharp-eyed, so you can dodge too, huh? Zed kept speaking, excitement still in his eyes as he recalled the man's earlier posture. Yes, but you struck first. He couldn't help dwelling on that. What impressed him most was that Krangutra defended without even looking at the dagger, moving in that split second. But Krangutra's attitude remained cold. He warned, don't get the wrong idea, I only did that because if you died while with me, it would be trouble for me. He raised an eyebrow and swept his gaze elsewhere. This wasn't a time for small talk, was it? Zed stayed on guard, watching sharply as the murderous intent in the air thickened. Outside, a mob of commoners and hooded figures had erupted into chaos. Fight, run for your lives. A group of sword-wielding, black-cloaked soldiers surrounded him and the old man. It seemed grace had made her move. Yet Krangatra turned to him and smiled calmly as if unfazed. I was right, wasn't I? I told you they were after you. You wouldn't yield and were so stubborn I knew it all along. Hearing that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Let me help. Zed rested one hand on his shoulder and swung the other to limber up for the fight. No matter how many punks there were, they were still punks. The old man merely glanced over and offered a grudging compliment. An Arahan full of confidence. He privately calculated that if an Arahan died before his eyes, it would be troublesome. He stood back and watched Zed's back as he strode up to fight the group, deciding he'd only observe for now and step in if things got dangerous. As he brushed past, some of the soldiers tried to threaten him. Old man, don't interfere, get out of the way. Krangatra only chuckled and passed them by. Don't mind me, do your job. I won't miss this entertaining show. One of the two soldiers scowled angrily. Has he gone senile? Can't he understand what we're saying? Krangatra raised an eye and suddenly grew serious. The Gutra clan. The soldiers stammered in surprise at the word. Gutra legendary, Krangatra. He remained standing nonchalantly while the black-cloaked soldiers hurriedly dropped to their knees, pleading, we didn't recognize you. Great senior, please spare us. But he showed no interest. I've never had disciples like. The whole company of soldiers stared at Krangatra with eyes bright as headlights. We are the Atma Mercenary Company. It's an honor to meet the legendary elder of the mercenaries. Zed, lost among them, could only stare. Look at these guys, they really underestimate. The old man's expression lit up a little as he registered the three words. Mercenaries, you are mercenary. Krangatra glared at them with rage, his whole body radiating killing intent. When did mercenaries start taking assassination contracts? You're not mercenaries, you're trash, unable to tell excrement from urine. The soldiers looked ashamed and contrite. Sorry, business has been slow. A big job came up, we had to eat. But he wouldn't let it go. Krangatra rolled his eyes and shouted harshly. That's no excuse, even mercenaries must weigh reason and justice. Hired thugs who take money and solve things carelessly are not mercenaries. The men listened obediently. Sorry, we'll engrave your words in our hearts, senior. Zed stood at the back, mentally assessing. My God, what a ridiculous situation. Krangatra turned and wore a smug smile. At least you know your manners. Anyway, since you've accepted the job, you should finish it. Zed looked up and saw something that puzzled him and felt slightly odd. Krangatra put his hands behind his back and spoke sternly, each word decisive. Once you accept something, pursuing it to the end is the attitude of a mercenary. I see, understood. After this job, we absolutely won't take assassination contracts anymore. He then sat down by the road and waved casually. Of course not, carry on with your work, I won't interfere. The black-cloaked men, fired up by that, raised their swords toward Zed. Zed stood at the center of their circle, looking around and chuckling inwardly. This was absurd. His gaze flicked to the old man sitting there, radiating a bitter aura. He didn't even bother to mock. Then his body erupted, lines of lightning energy crackling around Zed. A blue system screen appeared, using thunder conversion magic. Even Krangatra, sitting in the back, had to shift and was surprised to see that form of his. It's not peaceful mana, but lightning mana. Someone in Arahan awakened lightning mana. The mercenaries seemed to falter. What the hell is that? His pupils kept fixed on him. It's a rather unusual kind of energy. Late afternoon approached, and a loud voice called from the large building, Sir. Out of nowhere, three men with crested helmets suddenly appeared and stood directly in front of him. One of them spun around and asked anxiously, Sir, are you all right? Zed calmly questioned them instead. How did you know to come here? The rooster-crested leader with a mustache answered at once. The request was originally passed to us through the beggars. They probably didn't know we were following you. The leader with a scar on his forehead added, we rushed over as soon as we heard. Zed stood there, resting a hand on his grip and smirking in understanding. So they hired you. The pay must have been decent, must have driven them mad. One of the crested men asked, do you know who that person is? His bloodshot eyes sharpened, detecting a powerful aura. You'll find out exactly who he is. The mercenaries in front paled with worry. Tell us, who is he? A mercenary scowled and replied firmly, revealing the client is against mercenary principles. Zed nonchalantly used his trump card. Really, if I drag them here and rough them up, they'll talk. He'd already planned it in his head, he was certain. Zed just stood and ordered, make those bastards kneel before me. Right away, the three crested men dashed toward them like lightning, sir. They were outnumbered, but all three crested leaders attacked fiercely. Each of the three had a weapon in hand, but their aura was pushed back. Krangatra stepped forward to block the mercenaries. He gave a slight, wry smile. These juniors are doomed. Better for you to retreat than recklessly attack. At your current level, you can't handle them. Watching from the side, Zed spoke up directly. Are you going to intervene? He stood casually and taunted. No matter how you torture them, you won't extract anything from their mouths. His brow creased and his face grew serious. Let me handle that, Krangutra interjected calmly. Those guys are under a spell. Until it's broken, their mouths won't open even if they want to speak. Realizing this, Krangutra teased him openly. Seems you're still too green to even see through such a crude spell. Zed fixed his gaze and asserted, if it's magic, I can dispel it. Krangutra kept his indifferent air and offered, so want to strike a deal with me? In his lightning attuned form, Zed looked at him, a bit surprised. A deal. Krangutra's face turned avaricious as he admitted, I'm interested in both your lightning aura and your true strength. Zed's features twisted. Disbelief flashed in his eyes at the old man's offer. If you spar with me and I defeat you, you'll grant me what I want. Dusk was approaching in front of the Grand Hotel. Krangutra understood and murmured, I don't mean you truly have to beat me, that's impossible. He spread his hands smugly and laughed. Instead, just touch me and I'll count that as your victory, fair enough. Zed stood there and calmly sought confirmation of the key point. If I win, you'll really give me what I want. Of course he'd keep his word. So do you want to make the deal? A sly grin tugged at his lips. Of course, let's do it right now. Zed clasped his hands in front of him, took a ready stance, and fixed his gaze on Krangutra. He needed to confirm one more thing. Zed's expression grew more serious, his brow furrowing. Does Krang have the qualifications to be my master or not? The old man's foot twitched. He lifted a leg and said with relish, exhilarating, I'm pleased. In an instant, he closed the distance to stand right by Zed's face and whispered, isn't this place too cramped to use as a fighting ring? Zed was startled and confused by the words he had just heard. Then suddenly there was a powerful explosive blast right there, and the three crested men hurried over, sir. He was abruptly displaced, leaving him bewildered and his expression slack. When he stopped, Krangutra stepped ahead, reading his face. This is your first time teleporting. He calmly looked back at him and explained, this is outside the city, so don't worry, it's a place I often come to when I'm bored. Krangutra cocked an eyebrow, smiled, and said, well then, let's begin. Since being teleported, Zed hadn't said a word. Now he grew tense and pensive as he prepared to fight. Krangutra stood motionless, observing Zed. He realized the atmosphere had shifted in an instant. Zed spoke, I know only high-ranked mages at least 7th Circle can use instant teleport. Are you 7th Circle? The old man laughed loudly and replied, so you're obsessed with mundane things like rank, whether mage or knight. They use it as a measure of strength, not knowing it's useless. Zed challenged him, are you saying rank doesn't matter? He answered, many things are far more important. Krangutra said, in a real battle, victory isn't determined by rank alone, countless factors influence the outcome. He spread his hands and explained, for example, experience from life or death fights, etching those instincts deep into the mind, things like that. Zed thought to himself, he's right. He reflected that both Clark and Battle's youngest knight had much higher circles than he did, so circles merely classify power, they can't be the absolute measure. He smirked inwardly, surprised that Krang shared his view. He might be the first in this world to recognize something beyond circle. Krangutra demanded, what are you staring at? He asked, what's the matter? Do you disagree with what I said? He sneered, I suppose that's the limit of those called orthodox. They think only their way is right. Zed objected, no, I agree, because that's what I've sensed facing many different opponents. Krangutra laughed loudly, many different opponents. This brat talks nonsense. Zed clenched his fists and said, I'll show you. He raised his hands into a fighting stance and added, I'm not lying. Golden lightning crackled all over his body, the power so great the ground began to crack. Krangutra gasped in astonishment, looking on. Indeed, an astonishing surge of energy truly fitting the dream attribute. Zed stared at him and declared, you'll have to give it your all, I don't want to hear any excuses later. He calculated inwardly. First I'll target his prejudice. I'll exploit the notion that mages keep their distance no matter how formidable a 7th Circle mage he is. If I close in fast during a lapse, I can strike. Krangutra laughed heartily. Don't worry, as a predator, even when catching a rabbit you give it your all. Then, let's begin. Immediately, Zed lunged straight at Krangutra. The ground shattered under his immense power. Zed narrowed his brow and aimed directly for the old man. Zed told himself he could do it, he was within reach, just as predicted. Prejudices aren't so easy to discard. Krangutra suddenly smiled. Zed swung his arm, and an invisible wall abruptly halted his attack. Zed froze, eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, a volley of beams streaked toward Zed, forcing him to fall back and evade. He leaped back and silently observed Krangutra. The old man laughed loudly. Indeed, you have sharp senses. If you'd hesitated even a second, your body would have been pierced. Zed wondered in astonishment if he'd been a mere millisecond slower, it would have happened. He'd mentioned a predator. Was he really going to give his all? He gritted his teeth, thinking, by the way, I didn't see him cast any chance. As if reading Zed's thoughts, Krangutra laughed and explained, The more you use something, the more familiar it becomes. It's natural, and once familiar, you can deploy it instantly at any moment. He looked at him and said, "Come to think of it, you said lightning excels in burst power. Did you exploit speed after grasping my energy trait? Impressive. You're smarter than you look." Zed cursed inwardly in anger, "Damn it," then hesitated. "You don't look surprised at all." Krangutra laughed heartily and replied, "How could I not be surprised that a mage punches and kicks? I just anticipated it." "You ask, you anticipated it." He reached toward him and said, "I'm talking about the stance you used from the start." He asked, "It's a stance I've never seen before, but seems specialized for close combat, am I right?" Zed, astonished, asked, "How are you sure you've never seen this stance before?" Krangutra smirked. He pictured Zed and said, "Chin, temple, hip, it's a stance that shields all the human pressure point." He analyzed, "It's a stance ready to launch a kick at any time, not something a typical mage would use." Zed thought in amazement that it's surprising how much the old man deduced from a single glance at his stance. His observational skill is astonishing. Krangutra bent slightly and said, "If that's all you've got, I'm truly disappointed." He sat down and continued, "Let's see if you have any more tricks." Zed thought angrily, "Damn it, he completely underestimates me." Furrowing his brow, he calculated inwardly, "I'll approach very carefully. His observational ability is deadly, so the moment I activate my trait he'll notice immediately." Then he moved repeatedly at high speed, creating afterimages around Krangutra to distract him, planning to activate his trait and strike. The old man laughed and asked, "Interesting, do you intend to stun this old man?" Zed thought to himself, this might be his final move, so he had to be as careful as possible. Krangutra opened his mouth wide. He stretched and let out a huge yawn. Zed realized it was blatant provocation. Damn, he nearly rushed in. The old man laughed loudly and taunted, "Can you stand it?" Too scared to try. Zed darted behind Krangutra. He cursed inwardly in anger, "You crazy old bastard." The system displayed, trait resolute challenger activated. Zed told himself, "This time I'll definitely succeed." He reached his hand toward the old man. System notification, all stats temporarily increased by +10. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the old man's shoulder. Zed felt a thrill inwardly got him. He froze and looked closely, then realized it was a clone. Suddenly, Krangutra invisibly grabbed the collar of his shirt, laughing, "Look at this foolish kid." Zed was stunned. The old man continued, "You're so absorbed in your own move you never considered the opponent's actions." Silver, glittering dust particles appeared around him. Zed was held in place. He thought in amazement, a magic circle. He recalled the time Krangutra had been sitting on the ground and wondered could it be from earlier. White chains materialized from the air. Krangutra spoke, "A predator crouches before it lunges to hunt." Zed gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it." Krangutra stood outside the cage of chains, studying it and laughing. "You've fallen into the trap perfectly." He said, "Admit defeat, and I'll let you go." Inside the chains, Zed thought irritably that it was hard to breathe. He hadn't expected such a big gap between them. Krangutra advised, "Drop your stubbornness. If you keep resisting, you'll die." Zed struggled for breath and clenched his teeth, thinking, "Damn, is this the end?" He froze as the system suddenly popped up. Trait Resolute Challenger has been deactivated. Zed looked at the chains and remembered, "I'm a challenger since arriving in this world. I've always been this way. It's the life I want. Yes, this is what I want." He thought of the people he'd met and told himself he loved this world. A place full of the strong, where he could live his whole life as a challenger. Zed recalled Krangutra's face and wondered why he was like this now, as the old man had said. He remembered the old man's words that a predator gives everything even when catching a rabbit, and mused that maybe he'd treated himself like the rabbit before the fight even began, forgetting the 50% win rate and the spirit of a challenger, forgetting that victory starts with believing in yourself. It can't end like this. Zed vowed inwardly that until his last breath he'd be a predator. The system kept announcing, "Trait Resolute Challenger activated. All stats temporarily increased by +10. A usable spell was added, Lightning Strike." Small bolts of lightning suddenly crackled around the chains. Krangutra asked in surprise, "You still have strength." System notification, Trait Lightning Strike activated. The sky turned pitch black as a barrage of lightning aimed straight at Krangutra. He froze in panic as the bolts descended. Then lightning struck the chain cocoon that held Zed. A blinding flash of light erupted. A blinding flash of light erupted. The system window displayed, casting spell Lightning Strike. A voice yelled, "You madman, are you trying to kill yourself?" Hearing the system repeatedly announce casting spell Lightning Strike, he shouted anxiously, "Reckless fool, you crazy, stop right now." Lightning continued to surge from the iron chain. Above them, a light flared up like a flame. At this point, the voice rang out again, "I admit you are extremely strong and have much to teach." His face still showed astonishment. I've never seen someone so stubborn. With a resolute tone, lightning continued to radiate, but I will win. The chains around Zed Arahan immediately snapped into pieces. I'll win. He smiled confidently, certain he'd make you his master. Krangutra bristled at that. What master? You want me to teach some brat Arahan? I'd rather die than do that at my age. Zed Arahan's expression didn't change. He said resolutely, I will win. I have no intention of giving up, never. He clicked his tongue at that. No matter how much this madman thrashes, he still can't touch my collar. Krangutra stretched out his hand and shouted, end this game here. Krangutra looked straight at Zed Arahan and said, now I understand your intention. I must crush you completely. You then bargained, if I win, you'll comply even if you don't want to. His voice dripping with contempt. Do you really think you can win? Zed Arahan paid him no mind and moved straight into a fighting stance. 50%. Hearing that, he sneered. 50%, huh? How arrogant. Zed calmly replied, I'm simply going all out. Krangutra's hand gradually gathered energy. If you rush again, I will truly kill you. I don't care if you're Arahan or whatever. Zed Arahan continued smiling. Go ahead and try. If you really must kill me, then do it. He glared at him. It seems your mind has truly gone mad. Immediately, a whirlwind of white energy began to well up. Then a massive spear gradually formed above Krangutra's head. At the sight of it, Zed Arahan realized in shock. That is the 8-orb spell Judgment Spear. He thought to himself, I know that spell. The spell skill had attracted countless players to choose the mage class, so Zed Arahan exclaimed, Judgment Spear, you hid that identity well within the 8-orb. Hearing that, his voice turned astonished. What, how do you know that? It swelled and roared, Krangutra's voice growing grim. This is getting troublesome. Looks like you'll really have to die here. Zed Arahan smiled and replied, all the more reason I can't give up. Now take my final strike. He tensed slightly and looked ahead, thinking, can I survive after being hit by the Judgment Spear? Unspoken, Zed Arahan answered himself, no, the chance is 0, but that terrifying probability becomes my opportunity. On the other side, Krangutra said, then die. Then the blade shot straight toward him with tremendous force. Krangutra exclaimed across, foolish, sometimes you have to know when to give up. At that moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing something strange. Zed Arahan thrust out his hand to block that powerful stream of magic. The system notification chimed. Trait Immortal Challenger S activated. Immediately a blinding light flared, obscuring vision. Seeing that, Krangutra shouted in alarm, what is that? As the light faded, Zed Arahan had suddenly closed in on him. Krangutra cried in astonishment, how could this happen? Zed Arahan was now right in front of him, smiling as he lunged forward. He gritted his teeth and instantly stood beside Krangutra. The old man's face froze in stunned surprise. Krangutra's arm had been seized tightly by Zed Arahan. Then there was a tremendous, earth-shaking sound. After a while, the dust cleared, and Krangutra lay motionless on the ground, his face still stunned. He lay there beside Zed Arahan and couldn't help but remark that living long enough lets you witness all sorts of things. I lost to a kid like this. By then he was sleeping soundly next to Krangutra at his age. Must he suffer this humiliation? Then a laugh rang out, asking, did you think you'd be any different? How do you plan to take down this stubborn fellow? Krangutra looked over and complained, my clothes are all torn. It's been 7 years since I left that boring mercenary life. I once thought I had no goals left. He recalled some past and enigmatic power capable of nullifying magic, and a will to win that used every ounce of his strength. Krangutra sat up and looked at Zed Arahan lying on the ground and sighed softly. Had they really abandoned a child like this in the prison camp? Zenidin, that bastard has gone senile. Watching him sleep, he thought further. I heard his mana was only recently unlocked, and yet his rate of growth is astonishing. Krangutra affirmed to himself that in a few years he could dominate the entire empire. No, he could become a new absolute ruler like that Talmud fellow. If someone like that rose again, this empire would surely face upheaval. At that thought he smiled. If the kid would obediently follow, it wouldn't be impossible. Then Krangutra shoved Zed Arahan roughly and barked, stop sprawled there and get up, every minute counts. But the boy was utterly exhausted and unconscious. How much energy had he drained? Placing his hand on Zed Arahan, he checked, hoping the youth's mana channels hadn't been twisted. The moment he felt it, Krangutra's eyes widened in surprise. He probed deeper. What, he hasn't even reached first circle yet. Krangutra looked at the sleeping boy in amazement. His mana quality was genius level, but his conduits were like those of an idiot. It was unbelievable. Could this be real, whether he's foolish or a prodigy? Then suddenly he craned his head up, mouth agape in shock. Krangutra sensed someone approaching in the distance. Who could it be? This was a secret spot only he knew. Then he realized the boy's lightning strike, and his own trade judgment must have drawn too much attention. Looking up, armored figures appeared, crying out, "Lord." His face showed both fear and astonishment. "Lord." The soldiers rushed over, terrified, staring at Zed Arahan. "You wretched old man, what have you done to our lord?" Krangatra snapped, "Shut up if you don't want to die, get lost." The soldiers bristled with anger at his words. What, this old man? From afar, mysterious black-hooded figures appeared, the damn Black Glass Legion, emerging everywhere. They hid their faces and radiated a gloomy magic. Such trouble. One of them spoke, "Are you Krangatra?" Hearing that, he answered, "It seems you know me, your rank must be fairly high." At that, the man's footsteps advanced. The man introduced himself. "I am Robin, commander of the Black Glass Legion. Greetings, hero of the great magical war." He remained outwardly calm and said nothing. Robin continued, "We were ordered to watch over young Master Zed. May we examine his condition?" Powerful magic surged from him. "If you intend to take him, go ahead and try." Krangatra calmly launched a whirlwind assault forward, and the man in front, hooded, narrowed his eyes. "He's the Arahan heir." Someone said, "Are you saying you'll oppose Arahan?" He flexed his muscles in an instant, eyes furious and fixed on the other. "I won't kill my own disciple myself. He only fainted for a moment, so don't bother me now and get out." The Black Glass Legion braced together to resist. "Disciple." He grew angrier. "I've told you to leave." Behind the purple barrier wall, he was being pressed down, barely visible through strained eyes. He had exceeded the Black Glass Legion's capacity to handle at minimum. Martial collies of the Magic Corps would need to arrive. His eyes narrowed and the wrinkles on his brow deepened. "But we can't just turn back like this." The Black Glass Legion retaliated fiercely, striking hard at Krangatra. "We're only checking his condition. We'll leave as soon as we're done, so cooperate." Yet he still stood there stubbornly, refusing. He put all his strength into confronting the old man, insisting loudly that no matter how great he was, "Krang, you cannot survive if you offend Arahan, you know that well. So why suddenly appear and interfere?" He tilted his head, staring at the old man. "I thought you'd been content with a reclusive life." Krangatra scowled, his eyes narrowing, then barked, "I have a goal in my old age, you're the ones interfering." No sooner had he finished than both sides poured their strength into each other, producing a blinding clash. Members of the Black Glass Legion exchanged troubled looks. "Captain." The man in front kept straining, saying, "The family head ordered us to withdraw for now." But the old man opposite remained defiant, fighting with one hand while the other rested on his hip as he should, if he didn't plan to come personally. His eyes went pitch black, and his face bowed low, yet he warned that today's events would have consequences later. The wrinkles on his face bunched together, his eyes flared with a white murderous intent. "Don't prattle on, get lost. If you keep yammering, I'll rip your mouth open." Through his shaved head, a Black Glass Legionnaire spoke in a low tone. "When Arahan speaks, he keeps his word. I don't know when that day will come, but wait here." Krangatra stood motionless as the Black Glass Legion dissolved into a swirl of black ether. "We'll meet again soon." When they had vanished, leaving only a wisp of black smoke, he tutted, "Arahan, Arahan," at the end of every sentence, "those troublesome bastards. I really don't like." Alone, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Such stubborn behavior will exact a harsh price. A man's old age should be at peace. Krangatra then noticed and turned to look at the people behind him. "I knew my disciple wasn't an ordinary mage. That's why they've kept me alive until now." He saw Zed with his eyes closed and thought, this child had to be born in Araha. If he'd been born elsewhere, he could have had a much easier life. He finished the bitter thought and trudged closer, an old clan that encouraged brother-killing. Krangatra calmly lowered his careful gaze and muttered to himself, "Well, maybe this is for the best. I will guide him well so he doesn't become such a monster." Zed still had his eyes tightly shut, as if oblivious to the world. What a heavy responsibility. Cut to a gloomy place lit by a single oil lamp, the hideout of Eddie. Zed had just woken. As he opened his eyes, something moved. Curious, he looked around and saw a high ceiling and wondered, is this Eddie's hideout? Realizing it, he bolted upright in alarm. Then a voice from elsewhere called out, "You're finally awake." Krangatra appeared, sitting imperiously in midair, a young man sleeping so long. Two soldiers below rushed to him. "Sir, are you all right?" One of the soldiers sighed in relief when he saw him. "Thank goodness." Zed sat on the bed, looked at them, and asked, "What happened?" Krangatra sat fanning his arm while the two soldiers vied to speak. "Don't you remember? I heard he is your master." Zed looked at the old man with a sad expression. "Master?" Then the battle flashed through his mind, and he recalled, "Ah, right, I won." Three crested hair soldiers sat by his sickbed. Krangatra sat across from him, and another group of troops stood nearby. He glanced at the people kneeling and bowing beside him and asked, "Why are Zatma's mercenaries here?" The crested soldiers explained. Krang dispelled the illusion. "We were about to question them to find out who was behind this." He looked seriously at his master and said, "Krang, you just said you wouldn't get involved." The old man sat with his arms crossed and replied slowly, "Did I say that? I don't remember at all. Old age makes one forgetful." Hearing that, he just hummed noncommittally, "Oh, right." Suddenly, the chair that had been standing still made a noise, as it was shoved and rocked. Zed quickly flopped onto the rocking chair, then leaned in close to a kneeling soldier. "No need to ask. I know who's behind this, the steward of Tunda, Grace." He looked down at the man with a sharp gaze, thinking, "You were clearly shocked. Can you still play your part with that expression?" Then he said aloud, "However, I will not punish you." The middle-aged man leading the group was surprised and blurted out anxiously, "Really? So you will spare us?" He adopted a serious tone and the atmosphere grew tense, but on one condition: tell Grace that the situation went bad and the mission failed. The group stammered in confusion. "Don't tell me you want us to be double agents." Zed sat with his legs spread on the chair, looking at them with approval. "Smart, and moreover, when that woman gives the order, inform me." He arrogantly lifted his eyes and ordered them. "You must continue taking contracts from Grace to the end, understood?" The man in front closed his eyes and responded promptly, "Yes, of course." Zed received the expected answer and had a plan in mind. "It's too early to take Grace now. I am waiting for the right moment to remove her and absorb all of Tunda's forces." He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Now go, act carefully." He then stood up after watching them leave one by one. "They might betray us." Zed looked at Krangatra, who yawned tiredly, and thought of Grace. "If Krang doesn't side with me, between Krang, the legendary mercenaries, and Tunda's steward, they'll know which side to choose." As the space settled, a crested soldier ran in to report, "Sir, Liu insisted that I tell you this." Hearing that, a thought nagged at him. Since Liu is his steward now, is this family news? He looked at the serious-faced crested soldier and asked, "What's happened?" Krangatra seemed unconcerned, yawning. "At the start of next month there will be a tomb ritual. The steward's meeting must prepare thoroughly." Hearing that, Zed found it odd. Tomb. The crested soldier explained in detail, his face tense. "Yes, they will perform some kind of certification ritual there, and before departure, there's a meeting with the family head." Zed seemed to recall it and grew somewhat troubled. The tomb is to certify pure lineage and to perform the rite to obtain heir status. Still feeling it strange, he calmly asked, "Why, I'm not even 20 yet. Why so soon? Who is the target, me and Tunda?" The three crested soldiers lined up and answered in unison. "Yes, that's what they said." His expression turned pensive and his brows furrowed. "What is the family head thinking?" An old man with bloodshot eyes sat on the throne before many people. "Becoming the heir has advantages, but certainly also harm. The advantage is being able to leave the clan lands and go anywhere in the empire. Like Tor's case, before he'd typically be given tasks to handle the family's affairs. But implied within are those with vicious animalistic natures lurking in the shadows. During that process, brothers' interventions will begin, and internal struggle will follow." Papers on the table were being torn and embers drifted nearby. "If you fail the mission, it means you're incompetent. And incompetent children will lose the family's favor and the elders' support." Zed stood there with his hand on his chin, thinking through many things. The start of next month, less than 10 days away, there is a lot to prepare. Krangatra sat sternly with his arms crossed on a bench. He looked at him and said the training will have to be postponed until after the tomb visitation. He was a little startled, but replied carefully, "Ah, right, things will be hectic for a while." With a bright, hopeful, energetic expression, he turned to him. "Yes, I'll teach you as promised, but there's one condition." Without hesitation, he stated the price. "A monthly payment of 100 gold coins, then I'll allow you to call me master." He was slightly taken aback, but accepted. "I've heard you have plenty of money." Time shifted a bit. 2 days later, at Eddie's hideout, the curly-haired leader suddenly bowed his head and sobbed. That madman ruthlessly killed 5 of his men, saying it was the price of a failed mission. Zed stood with Eddie, his face likewise sorrowful as the man recounted the anguish. "The Legion members were protecting the young master, so we were forced to withdraw. We only ask for a little more time." He stood there and pleaded earnestly, "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." The man still knelt trembling at his feet. "No, young master did nothing wrong." The black man suddenly looked up and cried out loudly, "Lord Gutra is right, the madman disdained us. Young master, please help us take revenge." Seeing the man collapse, he put a hand on his shoulder to offer some consolation. Zed crouched down on one knee, face to face with the man, and said firmly, "Grace will die by your hand, I swear it by Arahan's name and by my own." The black man's face went hollow. His eyes welled with tears as he choked and sobbed. Then he respectfully prostrated himself on the ground to thank him. "Thank you, sir, truly thank you." In the dim glow of the dungeon's oil lamp, a voice suddenly asked, "Eddie, how many of Tunda's forces remain?" Eddie lounged with his legs crossed and reported, 2 buildings in the city's outskirts and a pathetic intelligence outfit. Arahan listened, slightly unsettled. An intelligence organization. Wearing clear glasses, Eddie confirmed confidently and added more details. "Yes, a group posing as a trade guild. They move freely around the city gathering all kinds of information." Hearing that, he replied coldly, I understand. Zed smiled with calculated intent, then asked a favor. Eddie Kinzura, I have a job for you. Both named men perked up. Oh, anything yes, please assign it to us, sir. Sitting beside the black man, he turned to settle things for him. As for Zatma's mercenaries, I'll handle them. Temporarily stay at the building where Eddie is, and don't worry about money. The black man looked at him with bright, grateful eyes. Truly, thank you, sir. How can we ever repay you? After his gaze left Zed, the black man suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly looked at him and warned, Young Master Zed, watch that woman, those are not human eyes. Hearing this, Zed asked to be sure, you mean Grace. The memory of Grace's eyes blazing with purple murderous intent appeared in the black man's mind. Yes, her aura then was full of killing intent. She felt like someone who could bring disaster at any moment. His expression suddenly darkened upon hearing the man's final words. So please, be extremely careful. Krangutra stood calmly looking at the night sky with Zed. It's tomorrow, right, the tomb ritual. He responded politely as soon as he heard. Yes, master. His gaze sharpened and his face grew serious. Prepare everything from A to Z time really fly. His brows furrowed. He tilted his head upward with a bit of worry. The item I had lactocraft finished today, and I've been tracking Grace's movements. She will definitely cause trouble at tomorrow's tomb ritual. Krangutra suddenly turned with a bright expression. Do you see my new hideout? From here you can see the whole of Nekka in an instant, right? Zed stood beside his master and replied teasingly but politely. You didn't call me here just to show off the night view, did you? I'm really busy. The old man tutted and joked back. This kid has no sense of taste at all. What are you thinking in that head of yours? Deeper in the forest, pink heart-shaped targets for arrow shooting were set up in neat rows. A small dagger, a coiled rope, and a red pouch lay scattered on the floor. In the darkness, 4 tables were arranged, each with a white cloth and a differently colored spherical orb. Zed and his master stood before the 4 tables. He looked over with a smile. You've prepared quite a lot. The old man folded his arms, serious. Once I start something, I do it properly. When you return from that tomb, you'd best brace yourself. He studied the old man's face and laughed with delight. That's what I've been hopping for. Krangutra suddenly burst out laughing. This kid is all bluff. Then he pointed his index finger at the table with the glowing yellow orb. Anyway, try breaking this one first. Zed followed and approached the table, a little lightning forming in his hand. You want me to use a lightning strike? That would reveal this place. Before he could act, the old man stopped him. Don't use a lightning strike or any chaotic magic. Break it with your fist. Krangutra watched as he dispelled the lightning in his hand and teased. You, how dare you act like that toward your master? Suddenly, a green system panel appeared with the words, Use lightning magic. The yellow orb on the table glowed, casting his silhouette with hair standing on end and a clenched fist. Zed focused as hard as he could. His hair bristled. He hesitated. By size, it looked easy to shatter, but it was a mana orb that required at least 1 complete magic cycle to break. It might still be beyond. Krangutra stared to one side and urged him on. Hurry up. Arahan likewise quickly took position. Yes, yes. Immediately, he delivered a powerful punch that released yellow lightning energy. His 2 blood-red eyes flared, and suddenly he felt something strange. As Zed drew his fist back, with lightning still crackling, the orb shattered into many pieces across the table. Krangutra watched with visible pleasure and satisfaction. As expected, try the next orb. He obeyed his master and replied, yes. Next, he concentrated his strength on the purple orb at another table. He used astonishing speed to deliver a lightning punch straight down onto the purple orb. But when he looked back, the purple orb had only been split into 2 large pieces, with 2 small fragments beside them. No, how come? Zed paused and stared at the stone. Only then did he realize this mana orb was for second cycle user. Krangutra, imagining it as he spoke, patiently explained. Mana manipulators have cycles located in the heart. 1 cycle is first cycle, 2 cycles is second cycle. Zed placed a hand on his chest and absorbed the lesson. Yes, I understand. But the old man's face darkened. You haven't completed even 1 cycle. You're only about halfway there. He stood there, hand on his chest, closed his eyes and slowly felt inward. Since the maximum stat for mana is 100, every 10 units equals 1 cycle, so with a mana stat of 5, then Krangutra stood with his arms crossed and seriously instructed him. In other words, you're only at 0.5 cycles, not even a full first cycle. He continued slowly, asking him to consider. Normally when mana awakens, a cycle forms simultaneously. What do you think that means? But Zed answered immediately and flatly, I don't know. Krangutra glanced to one side, and sure enough he immediately spat an insult at him. You idiot, what that means is you're basically retarded. The circle that everyone else can't fully form has appeared inside you. He could only harbor resentment inwardly. Oh, this old man, really. Suddenly the white brow in his shoe came down near his eye, his gaze sharpening. But you know what's funny? A half-cycle fool just managed to break a second-cycle mana orb. The purple orb split in two, lay motionless on the white cloth. Zed blurted out insolently without thinking, so what, and immediately took a crushing cuff from his master. So what? While he was still holding his sore head, the old man urged him. Think, you fool, imagine if you reached 10 cycles. Smoke seemed to pour from his head. His expression turned serious the more he listened to his master speak. Even gaining 10 cycles would put someone on a whole different level. Above others, the human body's limit is 10 cycles. The old man laughed with excitement and then declared firmly, so you're a prodigy, perhaps a genius, who could even surpass Temud. Long ago, there was a powerful figure in the shadows, standing atop tens of thousands of corpses. Temud Arahan could be considered the origin figure of the ultimate savior. One a monarch, the other a black-cloaked overlord back-to-back, the game's official world was born after Temud's death. He once stood shoulder to shoulder with emperors in human form, the strongest figure in that world's history. One day, the black-cloaked leader's body was found motionless on the ground. His mysterious death is the main storyline running through the entire game. Zed suddenly thought of Temud's masked face and called his name, Temud. Krangutra, puzzled by the expression, asked, "What's wrong, are you surprised?" His face brightened enthusiastically at the mention of Temud. He was a unique existence in the Empire's history. I think you could reach that level too. Still standing before the table with the purple orb, Zed startled, "Do you really think that highly of me?" He looked thoughtful, then called up the system screen. Breaking a second cycle mana orb with a mana stat of 5 is definitely unusual. Maybe it's due to that trait. The system's blue screen displayed only a short line. The great mage's blessing at. He leaned in to stare at the screen, rubbing his chin in thought. Indeed, if it's a continuous type rather than an activated one, that explains how 0.5 cycles could break a second cycle mana orb. He rummaged through his memory to the scene of defeating the giant red bull. Come to think of it, it's a bit coincidental. Immunity to all toxins and the pseudo-immortality challenge were things he gained in the game. And even as a boxer, one punch could twist an opponent's face. The relentless challenger trait and the champion's noble soul seemed to be properties applied through synchronization with this world. His gaze sharpened. He fell silent in thought, thinking more and more that it didn't really relate to him. He rarely plays spellcaster characters, so this doesn't seem to be a trait that simply increases mana. Krangutra saw him like that and scolded angrily. "Hey, kid, how dare you daydream while your master is talking?" Startled by the rebuke, Zed apologized. "I'm sorry." But the old man, irritated, suddenly turned to leave. "Go on, have a good trip tomorrow." Zed bowed 90 degrees from behind and said respectfully, "Yes, thank you for today's lesson." The old man turned and left without looking back. What kind of teaching was that? Be ready from now on. I will be. Hearing that, his lowered face jolted in surprise. Then he suddenly called out. Master Krangutra was surprised and asked, "What?" Night had returned. The tall trees were stripped bare, their branches skeletal and dry. "Tomorrow will you be free." Cut to a grand, majestic mansion, with a gate gilded in gold the next day at the Arahan estate. Inside that vast mansion, two men knelt below while another sat arrogantly above. Zed glanced at the man beside him, who still trembled with fear. The illusion had been broken. He couldn't show that state in front of the head of the house. Zenadin propped his chin with a hand, then fixed a stern gaze on the two and asked, "Do you know what the tomb rite is?" Kneeling below, he quickly answered, "Yes, sir, that's the ceremony that verifies pure Arahan blood." The man beside him still trembled. "That's right." From his high seat, the man said coldly, "Pathetic fool Tunda, don't answer. I wasn't asking you." Hearing that, he trembled in fear and replied, "Understood." Seeing Tunda's face growing worse, he told himself to finish this quickly. Only then did Zenadin pay attention to him. Calling him by name, he said, "Zed, tell me what you received from the tomb rite." Zed answered carefully, "Yes, I received the right of succession and the ability to wear the Arahan cloak." He recalled the black cloak in the red smoke and thought to himself, "The Arahan cloak is a superb magical item. It doesn't burn and can block most swords and arrows. Being able to wear the cloak means more than simply being the heir." Zenadin's face showed hauteur and displeasure as he continued in a voice cold as the underworld. "The Arahan cloak is an heirloom passed down from the founding lord, Lord Temud. Wearing that cloak means becoming an official member of the Arahan line." He looked down at the two kneeling below and proclaimed, "Therefore you may not bring bodyguards to the tomb rite. Prove yourself worthy of wearing the Arahan cloak, and then I will judge you by the same standards as the other brothers." Hearing those words, Zed inwardly grasped the implied warning that his youthful mistakes would no longer be overlooked, but outwardly he remained calm and replied, "I will remember that." Zenadin then added finally, "It will be a hard day, now go." Zed obeyed and answered yes. As Zed stood to leave, he was drawn to Tunda's still shaking figure kneeling below. He remained on his knees. Zed could only glance at him and think, pathetic. From above, the man said nothing further, but watched below with an authoritative eye. Seeing Zed slowly help Tunda limp toward the door, Zenidin thought, so the boy doesn't even regard Tunda as a rival and interesting fellow. In that room, a red-black smoke appeared, and a voice spoke. My lord. Kali's suddenly appeared beside him, one hand to his chest as he carefully reported, we've detected movement from Grace, please give the order. Zenidin stepped back a pace and stopped him. Don't deploy the Black Spectre troops, I want to see how the youngest reacts. Kali's eyes widened in shock, then the youngest won't survive the return. He still tilted his head in puzzlement and leaned in towards Zenidin, whispering, don't you care about the youngest? The room fell suddenly silent except for a low, chilling voice. If the boy doesn't survive today, then that is the full measure of his ability we shall see. Kali's had no choice but to obey. I will follow your orders, my lord. Outside the Arahan manor, the male and female guards were assembled. Seeing Zed approach, Michael moved toward. He stood at attention and introduced himself politely. I am Michael Kedden, captain of the escort guard in charge of this assignment. An honor to serve you, young master. Zed stared at Michael for a moment and thought to himself that the guards assigned to the tomb right couldn't wield mana. They were only capable of handling third-rate mercenaries, or, at worst, common bandits. Snapping out of his thoughts, he respectfully introduced himself. Yes, hello, I am Zed Arahan, pleased to meet you. Then Zed seriously told Michael, this journey won't be easy, let's get going. Michael replied curtly, yes, understood. At that moment, a plaintive cry drew their attention. Nearby, Tunda clutched Grace and sobbed, Grace, I'm so scared. Grace patted him and soothed him with questions. It's okay, the interrogation's over, right? Seeing this, Zed couldn't help but sigh in helpless exasperation. Then he marched up to them and loudly admonished Tunda, hey, aren't you coming? Can't you see everyone's waiting? You should be leading the escort, he added as he pried Tunda's hands off Grace. Seeing that, Grace worriedly snapped back at him. What are you doing, sir? Zed lowered his voice and explained seriously. Can't you see how many people are waiting because of you too? Aren't you ashamed of causing trouble? Climbing Triman takes at least half a day no matter how fast we go. The sun will set. Grace, indignant like a hen defending her chicks, hastily pulled Tunda away from Zed and hissed at him. Do you think I don't know that? In any case, behaving like this in front of the servants is unacceptable. Zed kept a straight face and half-mockingly said, servants. They aren't servants. They're staff officially hired by Arahan. Who says you're the Arahan heir? Understanding his last remark, both Tunda and Grace scowled in anger and braced to argue, but Zed paid them no mind and turned to leave, leaving one final warning. That's enough if you understand. Stand up and get going at once. Grace's face contorted in an ugly scowl as she cursed Zed silently. That bastard. Wondering how long he'd stay so arrogant, she glared after his retreating back and vowed inwardly, I'll make you kneel and beg for your life before I let you die a painful death. On Mount Triman the path wound sharply, the ground strewn with jagged rocks. The clear blue sky contrasted with the barren landscape, leafless branches lifeless, the rocky slopes cracked in part. Zed led the way, his steps steady as he planted his feet on the ground. Behind him, thousands of soldiers followed in a long line, trudging over the rocky, winding ascent, each one exhausted and panting. By then Tunda, already weak from the climb, had reached his limit and clung to a rock face, gasping and groaning, how can people climb this? After regaining a little strength, he turned to look at Grace behind him and shouted reproachfully, Grace, we should have brought a carriage just in case. Is asking me to climb this reasonable? Zed heard his shout and stopped to look back. He clicked his tongue softly and muttered to himself, what's so hard about this? Then he scanned everyone and saw that they were drenched in sweat and out of breath. So he decided inwardly that since everyone looked tired, they should rest a bit. With that in mind, Zed announced to the troops, let's take a short break. Hearing him, the men cheered in unison. Obeying his order, the soldiers didn't hesitate and immediately sat down on the ground. Michael, out of formality, asked after him, are you all right, young master? Zed glanced around and replied nonchalantly, yeah, this is nothing to me. Seeing he truly wasn't fazed by the climb, Michael couldn't help but admire him. Amazing, I'm out of breath myself. I didn't expect a mage to have such stamina. Even young Master Rondo couldn't do this. Catching that unfamiliar name, Zed turned his head slightly to look at him and thought to himself, Rondo, this name sounds familiar. After a moment of vague recognition, Zed suddenly remembered a face. Rondo Arahan, the firstborn of the family and a mage of Lays. Thinking that, he wondered curiously whether Rondo was now his rival, and if he might be around 25 years old. The sky was clear and white clouds drifted by. After a short rest, Zed stood and ordered Michael, the captain of the guards, let's move on, resting too long will make the body lazy. Michael replied, yes, understood, then turned to the troops and announced, we're departing again, everyone keep it up. As everyone rose to continue, Grace in the crowd snapped and shouted, what are you doing? Our young master isn't ready yet. Tunda grumbled as well, already moving on, I wanted to rest more. Fearing Zed's displeasure, Michael softened and negotiated with him. I'll pacify him and bring him along, young master. Please lead the procession. Saying that, he resignedly pushed through the crowd toward Tunda, inwardly sighing that even one immature person was enough to wear everyone out. The day cooled and shadows lengthened as the troop's footsteps fell steadily along the perilous mountain trail. On this stretch, Zed felt a bit tired too, but he perked himself up, perhaps because he hadn't done cardio in a long time. His body felt full of energy. He then wondered aloud, we've climbed pretty high already, why is it so quiet? Acting on instinct, Zed turned to look back. Seeing the scene before him, he paused and frowned. Spotting Michael carrying Tunda, he grew angry and shouted, that thoughtless jerk. Then Zed pivoted and sprinted toward them. He quickly ran up to where Michael and Tunda were. He decisively pulled Tunda off Michael. Then he coldly scolded him to his face. If you can't help, at least don't cause trouble, you bastard. Is that so hard? He said, his eyes flaring as he stared at Tunda. Though Zed's terrifying stare made him a bit fearful, he still retorted loudly, why would you do that to me? You volunteered to carry me earlier. Zed snapped back aggressively, accusing him of having no other options because he fussed like a child. Didn't he know he had to climb to the tomb himself? Tunda shoved his hand away and, acting defiantly, snapped back at Zed. Whether I get carried or not is none of your business, mind your own affair. Zed had no patience for more words and coldly warned the others. From now on, anyone who helps Tunda will be held accountable. At his words, everyone turned to look, and Zed continued loudly. Climbing the tomb yourself is part of the rite of verification. Anyone who interferes will not be safe. Startled, Tunda blurted out, what? Having said that, he resumed leading and issued a new rule. From now on, we will march to the leader's pace. Anyone who falls behind will be left. Understood. The troops answered in unison, yes, understood, and quickly fell in step behind Zed, leaving Tunda and Grace sulking in the rear. They reached the summit of Triman just as the sun was about to set. Everyone was exhausted, some sprawled on the ground. Others stood catching their breath, lamenting that they had nearly died of fatigue. We'd climbed astonishingly fast. The women's contingent had arrived as well. Zed stood calmly with his arms crossed, watching Ryu and the resting soldiers with a faint smile. Dusk was falling. The chief steward worriedly whispered that young Master Tunda was too slow. Zed noticed this too and worried inwardly. Tunda, Grace, and the captain of the guard still haven't appeared. The sun was nearly down. We can't keep waiting like this, he said as he watched the last rays die behind the ridge, the sky a mix of light and dark. Zed couldn't help but let out a sigh. A few seconds later, he said to the chief steward, start the verification ritual with me first. The chief steward hesitated and worried, but young Master Tunda is the sixth heir and you are the youngest. Hearing this, Zed calmly reasoned, is there any rule about order? We'll just go with whoever arrives first, no need to waste time unnecessarily. At that, the chief steward still paused, looked back down the path, and seeing no one, agreed to his request, all right. Seeing her continued hesitation, Zed persuaded her further. This is the steward's first time participating in the joint verification, right? There is no law saying Tunda must go first. In the end, the chief steward, unsure what else to say, reluctantly accepted. I understand, follow me. Arahan's tomb lay inside a dark cave that was hard to spot at a glance. The chief steward pointed at the cave entrance and carefully admonished him. When you step inside, there will be a large altar. Magic is forbidden there, and you must not touch anything except the altar. Having said that, she respectfully invited him in. Zed stared into the pitch-black cave, a little uneasy, thinking to himself that now, standing here, he was finally starting to feel nervous. But then he resolutely took a step forward into it. His arm passed through a thin veiling barrier, one hand, then the other. Feeling the energy from that veil, Zed silently marveled at how warm it was. After his whole body passed through the veil, he found not darkness but a place of tranquility. Looking at the scene before him, Zed's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Arahan's tomb. The sky was clear blue and the grass lush, with strange pillars floating in the air. Standing in that vast, silent place, Zed thought to himself how expansive it was, as if it connected to another dimension. Just then the chief steward entered as well. Seeing her, Zed felt a bit bewildered. The steward immediately explained that only those of Arahan bloodline or the chosen may enter, and among the attendants only she could step inside. Then she pointed to a nearby box and seriously instructed him, you see the altar ahead. You will receive the proof of pure bloodline there. The two of them approached the altar. Tense, Zed slowly reached out his hand. Touching the altar, he couldn't help but worry and thought, wait, what if they discover I'm not really Zed Arahan? The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became, sweating profusely. But then the seal on the altar suddenly lit up, and he feared that since this was Temud's tomb, that possibility was entirely real. Thinking that, he vaguely recalled his true form and frightened himself What if it recognized that the soul in this body came from another world? What the hell would happen to me then? Suddenly, thinking that, Zed trembled slightly, his eyes glazed and flared. Zed worried that if they discovered he wasn't truly Zed Arahan, and that this body housed the soul of someone from another world. He panicked and wondered what on earth would happen to him. He looked at his hands and told himself that, after all, this body still belonged to an Arahan. The chief steward lifted a dagger from a finely carved wooden box and said, "Slash a line across your palm with this dagger. When the blood flows, place your hand on the altar. After the verification ritual, you will be granted the family's cloak and insignia." Seeing Zed frozen, she called out, "Young Master Zed." The chief steward asked, "Is there a problem?" He immediately replied, "No." She reassured him, "You don't need to be afraid, the wound will heal immediately after the verification." Zed hesitated, "Not so." "You ask, has there ever been a verification failure?" The chief steward paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Zed replied, "I'm just curious what happens when the verification succeeds." She thought to herself, "Right." Then the chief steward answered, A light will enter the altar." Zed smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." He pondered that she made it sound simple, but for him right now this was absolutely not a simple matter. He wondered, if the pure bloodline verification ritual fails, what will happen to me? Zed told himself that having come this far, there was no turning back. He gripped the dagger and thought, "Whatever, I'm not going to worry about it anymore." Zed cut a line across his palm with the dagger to calm himself. "It'll be fine somehow." Looking at his bleeding hand, he muttered in wonder, "Amazing." He thought, "It doesn't hurt at all." At that moment, the chief steward nodded to signal him. Zed exhaled. He placed his bloodied hand on the stone altar. He murmured that he didn't know, when suddenly the stone flashed a pale red light and complex patterns appeared. The black slab trembled abruptly. Zed's blood flowed inward, and a voice rang in his mind, "Finally you have arrived, you who answered the call." Startled, Zed quickly pulled his hand away. The chief steward reminded him, "Young master, you must keep your hand on it until the verification ritual is complete." Zed asked in surprise, "Wait, didn't you hear that voice?" She looked at him questioningly and then said, "Keep your hand there until it's finished. It will be over soon." Zed wondered, didn't the chief steward hear it? She urged, "Young master, hurry." Zed worried that this was making him electrostatic. He placed his hand back on the altar. The slab trembled again, and the strange voice echoed in Zed's mind, "I have waited for you a long time." He frowned, wondering how he was supposed to converse with this thing. "First, in your mind, who are you?" The voice answered immediately, "I am the one who invited you, the origin of this world." Zed was inwardly astonished that communication worked. He pondered what the voice meant by "invited the origin of this world." "Don't tell me it is." "The origin of this world, don't tell me." Zed affirmed, "You are Temud Arahan." He asked, "You actually summoned me of all people, why me?" Temud said, "One who yearns for power, but does not let himself be ensnared by the temptation of corruption." Zed demanded, "What was your purpose in summoning me?" Temud replied, "There's not enough time to explain everything. The stronger you become, the more you will sense my presence." Zed shouted in panic, "No, you have to tell me why." Temud spoke, "Remember this. To the one who answered the call, I will always watch over you." A soft light emanated from the stone slab. Then a burst of golden light flared outward. The chief steward murmured in amazement, "Golden light." After a while, the light gradually faded. The chief steward muttered in confusion, "Why is it golden? It should have been red." Zed asked if the verification ritual was over. She hesitated, "Strange, it's never been a different color before, why gold?" Zed asked, "The other brothers had fire alignment, right? I have thunder alignment, so maybe that's why the light turned gold." He added, "In any case the light appeared, so hasn't the verification ritual been completed?" The chief steward hesitated, "Maybe, no, it must be right." She told herself, "I absolutely cannot let anyone discover this golden light secret." Zed sighed inwardly. If others learned Temud's soul was dwelling within him, they'd go mad to devour him. Just the thought made his skin crawl. The chief steward was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Young Master Zed's pure bloodline verification ritual is complete. I will now present the cloak and insignia." She then handed Zed a red cloak and the insignia. He took them and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The chief steward declared that with this, young Master Zed has secured heir status. From now on, he is the 7th generation heir of Arahan. That night, Zed stared thoughtfully at the attribute panel that appeared. He frowned in thought, stats and skills unchanged. People say he's extraordinary, yet nothing's different. I had hoped for more. He sighed anyway. Tunda still hasn't shown up. It's midnight already, that miserable bastard. In the distance, 2 servants sneaked glances at Zed. A moment later, Tunda arrived and immediately argued with his retainer. "Take your hand off me, you lowborn." Zed stepped forward and said, "You're here, don't make trouble. Hurry up and do your verification ritual." "I already finished long ago," he said. Tunda looked at him in shock and shouted, "You what's with that cloak?" He yelled in anger, "You're done. How dare you go ahead of me?" Zed retorted, "Of course did you think I'd just sit around waiting for you?" Tunda arrogantly bellowed, "You heartless fool, I'm the sixth-generation heir. I should naturally go first." Zed shot back, "Think before you speak, then you should have climbed faster." He threatened, "And if you piss me off more, I'll leave you behind, so shut up and get on with your verification." Seeing the chief steward standing off in the distance, Tunda lashed out angrily, "How could you do this to me? Why does the youngest get verified first? How dare a lowly steward act on their own?" She sighed and replied, "Very well, I will carry out the verification in my capacity as chief steward." She added that she must report everything that happened today to the master, leaving nothing out. Hearing that, Tunda panicked and muttered, "The master." He ran after the chief steward pleading, "I'm sorry, please don't report this to the master." The chief steward coldly said, "Please come inside quickly. Since we're on the mountain, the temperature will keep dropping." Zed watched silently as the two of them went inside. Michael approached and bowed to Zed. "Excuse me, seventh heir, I have something to discuss. Please come over there for a moment." Not far off, he said he sensed a strange presence. Mid-mountain Triman is normally utterly deserted. He went on that what worried him most was the chief steward Grace's reaction. She showed no response at all. An advanced sixth circle mage couldn't fail to sense what I felt. Michael sighed, "I think she's pretending not to know." Zed asked, "Are you saying Grace has other motives?" He immediately answered, "Yes, exactly." Zed reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that." Michael exclaimed in surprise, "What? I heard you and the sixth heir were not on good terms." He panicked and asked, "Don't tell me you already know." Zed nodded, "Yes. In any case, I was going to inform the captain of the guard." He recalled Grace's sinister face and said, "There will be an ambush on the way down the mountain." Zed added, "Prepare for the attack." In a corner of the forest, there was a warning, "Take this." When he took it, the curious one asked, "What is this?" Zed explained, "It's a device that creates a barrier. There are 4 in total, and when all are deployed, a shield will form." At the same time, he thought to himself, "That's the invisible barrier I had lactomate." The invisible barrier blocks the use of mana from inside, which is poison to mages but useful to me. It's the highest level barrier concept, and yet he made it so easily. Zed also said he'd made them easy to stick in the ground, so when the battle starts, deploy them as widely as possible. That way the shield will cover a large area. Understood. Yes, got it. Just then a commotion rose. He guessed the certification ceremony must have ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ryu was quietly complaining, "It's freezing." He felt the atmosphere tighten. Did that woman really dare try to kill Zed? Sensing someone's gaze, the pink-haired girl turned, narrowing her eyes coldly. She was annoyed. "Why have you been staring like that?" Ryu flinched. "It's nothing." Seeing her turn away, he breathed out. At the same time, he reassured himself, "Everything will really be fine, right?" Hopefully Zed prepared thoroughly. After a moment of daze, Ryu looked up, bewildered. He panicked and scanned around. "What?" She suddenly vanished. Ryu hurriedly thought of what to do. The ambush is about to start. I should tell Zed. At that moment, a man in front of him was struck by an arrow and collapsed. Then a loud shout warned ambush. The captain responded immediately. Everyone scattered. Guards, prepare to face the ambush. Ryu also ran quickly, trying to find a place to hide. In his mind, only one name came to him. Zed. Tearful, Ryu wondered, "Zed, where are you?" Just then, a dazzling streak appeared in the sky. He stood frozen, watching it fall straight toward him. Now Ryu had only one thought, "Am I going to die like this?" In the blink of an eye, it fell right in front of him. In that boiling moment, an arrow timely stopped it. He scolded tensely, "I told you to stay in the back line. Why did you run all the way here?" Ryu, eyes wet, called out, "Zed, now's not the time for feelings." Zed snapped, "Stay alert and get to the other side quickly." Seeing him leave, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful, don't get hurt, hear me." Annoyed, he said, instead of babbling, "Just go." Looking toward the enemies, Zed keenly realized this was support magic. He vigilantly scanned around for clues. Zed guessed these weren't ordinary bandits. They were being aided by mages, so handle them not one-on-one but in groups of 3. The brave guards stepped forward to attack in turn. The bandits showed no fear. Instead, they sneered contemptuously. When the clash began, the bandits quickly gained the upper hand. He stayed outside, watching the two sides fight. Hiding, Ryu thought to himself, "I heard support magic starts at 6th circle and up." Recalling the earlier remark he guessed, as Zed said, this really does mean another family is interfering. At the same time, the bandits had their sights set on Zed. He nimbly dodged. Ryu cheered, "Yes, dodge the first strike." Not only that, he shouted, "Yes, right there, use your fist." One bandit spun a flail in his hand. Then he launched it straight at Zed. Zed focused intently to read the weapon's trajectory. He then deftly evaded and moved with lightning speed and aimed right at the attacker's face to knock him out. Ryu excitedly, good once more. The bandit was down in a matter of seconds. Sensing danger, the remaining bandits surged forward together. Even so, Zed remained unflinching, smiling as he waited. They seemed to pour all their support magic into attacking. Yet Zed felled each one with a single punch. He watched with satisfaction as each man fell. Seeing this, the maid doubted, is young Master Zed always this strong? Standing beside her, the head butler scolded, young master. Nowadays, he's the seventh heir of the Arahan family. Use the proper title. The maid panicked. I'm sorry, head butler. After dealing with the bandits, the night fell quiet again. Below the mountain, the wind whistled past. The captain of the guards was grateful. Thanks to the air, we survived the ambush with no casualties. Thank you very much. He added, you're truly amazing. When did you learn this martial art? I'm really impressed. Whenever you're free. However, Zed signaled for silence and signaled to everyone, the important part is about to begin. Everyone, stand back. He also warned, the mages are about to act. Everyone head to that slope. The guards were stunned. What, stand back how? Obviously they disagreed. What, we can't leave the heir alone. We'll fight to the end. He firmly refused. No, please go check on the other teammates. From now on I must go all out, so I won't be able to protect you anymore. They still worried, but the captain stepped forward to reassure them. This was discussed with the heir beforehand. Now we'll go protect the other comrades. The guards hesitated. Captain, still, he reminded them, we just won without casualties thanks to the seventh heir's orders. He even warned, if we're not careful, we'll become a burden to the heir. Am I wrong? Therefore the captain was resolute. He is not someone we dare to protect. Everyone follow orders without objection. After arrangements were made, Zed silently went deeper into the forest alone. By instinct, I can't sense a mage's aura, but something is coming. He chuckled at one possibility that crossed his mind. Then Zed used lightning magic, thunder transformation. Instantly, the sky began to turn and rain. Gradually, the rain poured down like a torrent. At the same time, a six-circle water magic appeared, tidal water steeds, followed by a tsunami that drowned wherever it passed. He was quite surprised, an area-wide water attack, starting this strong already. As Zed knew, tidal water steeds cover a wide area and hit with instant power, but there are counters. The problem is using it now is a bit wasteful, yet I have no other choice. He gave the order, Captain. Install the barriers I gave you immediately. The captain acknowledged, understood, and in an instant moved to draw up a protective fence. As soon as it was done, the rushing tsunami came, sweeping everything in its path clean away. The night fell silent, empty of people. All around, only the trickle of a stream flowing down from the ravine could be heard. The gloomy, eerie mountain scene kept people from approaching. Zed hovered in the air, surrounded by a halo of power. He thought to himself, destroying Triman Mountain like that, do they have two lives or what? Zed landed and, seeing everyone safe behind the barrier, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everyone's fine. He looked around and thought, this is where the Arahan tomb lies. If damage to the mountain is discovered, we'll pay a terrible price. The reason they used Widaria magic was just to kill me. Suddenly, Zed noticed something behind them. Grace sat on a branch and complained, damn it, this is nothing like what we promised. Were you planning to kill us all from the start? He turned to look at her. So that's it. I thought you had some sense, but you're disgustingly stupid. Grace shouted angrily, what? Zed continued, if you're alive, there's still a witness. So why did they spare you? Pathetic. Her face darkened. Shut up. What do you know? They're trying to kill an Arahan heir, so adding someone like you doesn't matter. At that moment, Luker approached them. He asked Grace arrogantly, did you block my magic? Luker said in a taunting tone, looks like you've trained fairly well, huh? Grace's expression fell when she saw him. You bastard, how dare you betray me? She warned Luker, but all she got was his sneer. I'm your sister, remember, Luker Monet. Luker said coldly, since when did we care about that? Our sisterhood ended the moment you joined Arahan. Grace tried to explain, I told you, I joined Arahan to destroy this whole family. He cut her off, the conversation ends here. When I kill you, the rest will be nothing but crumbs. With that, Luker raised his hand, and an ice crystal condensed in his palm. Don't hate me too much. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Luker had to form a shield to protect himself from the strike. Zed used his power to attack. Luker sneered as the lightning hit him. Thunder energy, pathetic levels. What a waste of power. He said coldly, sorry, but that woman cannot die here, I promised. Luker laughed with contempt at Zed, and a ranger struggling. What can some brat do? Zed looked at him and replied coldly, that magic was noisy enough to call someone over. Suddenly, Luker noticed a sound and stiffened. What? Don't tell me it's the Black Glass Army. Zed smiled even more smugly. Wait and see. The Black Glass Army is everywhere, but not today. Besides, the one I called is an even greater existence. After a while, everything returned to calm and stillness. Luker's henchmen stared at each other in confusion. Nobody's coming. Are you lying? Zed swore he clearly said he'd come when he heard the lightning signal. Damn it. I'm stupid for trusting that old man. He exhaled in relief, smirking with satisfaction. Interesting, truly Arahan bloodline material. Their actions are so petty. Zed watched Luker's army, incredulous. Weren't the Gutra known for keeping promises? Punctual lives for mercenaries. Their disciples are about to die. Where are you hiding, old man? He condensed the freezing power in his hand. Stop kidding around. Then hurled an ice crystal toward him. Suddenly, something left Luker dumbfounded. The ice crystal fell and shattered into pieces. A man appeared and used a shield to block the ice for Zed. Another man swung a sword to slay the ice fragments. The three kinds of assassin brothers formed up to protect Zed. My lord, are you all right? They clamored, but his expression remained indifferent. Good thing we weren't late. We'll protect you, don't worry, my lord. We're really dozens strong. But we'll do our best to guard you, Zed thought. Right, at least you showed up. Luker sighed at the sight. Grace turned and tucked her legs up to flee. He leapt up to confront him, and before leaving barked orders to his men. Cowardice to the end. You handle those ordinary lot, I'll take Grace. With that, Luker charged straight at Zed with his usual sneer. He showed no fear. Every cloud has a silver lining. While Luker was away, he must thin their numbers. A mage's weakness is distance. Disperse their spells and break their chants so we can close in. The three assassin brothers shouted, Heard, my lord. Zed enveloped his body in thunder power. Golden bolts of lightning kept striking the ground. The assassin brothers rode the lightning and lunged to attack Luker. Very quickly, Zed and the three assassins blocked the path of his henchmen. The henchmen were astonished at the sight. The lightning kept striking the ground without pause. One of Zed's men grabbed a henchman of Luker's, who screamed in fear, they're too fast. Lightning struck down in a relentless barrage. Luker's henchmen recoiled in terror. Don't let them get close. Zed's face was expressionless, close in on them. The three Kinzura brothers charged forward fiercely as well. Luker's henchmen hurriedly leaped up trying to flee. They fired magic back at the three assassins. No way. The others joined forces to attack them in unison. The three Kinzura brothers were slightly taken aback. The Kinzura captain shouted, Impossible. Another assassin sneered in contempt. The last one smirked, dismissing the strength of Luker's henchmen. In the blink of an eye, Luker's troops were dealt with by the three assassin brothers. Zed's thunder power still radiated outward in all directions. He curled a mocking smile. Then Zed clenched his fist. He launched himself up, hands ready to strike. His eyes glowed red with resolute determination. Following Zed's movement, a colossal bolt of lightning descended. Luker's henchmen were instantly defeated, were shattered to pieces by his attack. Zed grew more and more ferocious as he struck, his thunder power erupting ever more violent. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment. The captain of the assassin group spoke up, My lord, they're being overwhelmed to the point of helplessness. He laughed in delight. The tactic is working perfectly. Truly worthy of our lord, extraordinary. Zed said nothing, only emanated his imposing presence in all directions, and Luker's forces were immediately blown back. Suddenly, he noticed something. Luker's army simultaneously began casting magic. He thought that's, don't tell me, linked spellcasting. Zed rose into the air. Linked spellcasting lets lower-level mages channel higher-level spells. Most of them were only 4th tier, but with training and numbers, they could even reach 9th. The three assassin brothers charged forward, knives slashing at the barrier. They turned back in amazement to report to Zed, Damn it, my lord, the barrier won't break. After the three brothers' attack, the barrier still glowed unscathed. Zed suddenly panicked. He shouted, Get out of the way, move as far away as you can. What? Zed shouted at the top of his lungs, Just dodge, hurry. Suddenly Luker's henchman's barrier exploded. A stream of blue, water-like power poured down below. Luker's men laughed triumphantly. Too late now. They said smugly, This is a secret technique honed to defeat Arahan. You absolutely can't dodge it. Suddenly, a sharp claw emerged from the dust. A pair of sky-blue wings flapped in the smoke and dust. Zed was astonished to see it, that is, before anyone knew when. A gigantic blue dragon had appeared from within the green waters. Electric sparks danced across Zed's body. He looked up at the sight of it and exclaimed in awe, It is a water dragon. The water dragon's eyes flashed a cerulean light as it stared at him. The three mages kept channeling mana into the magic formation, grinning smugly. Seeing you panic like this is delightful. Rays of blue light continuously swirled around the water dragon's body. Zed turned to the Kinzura assassin brothers and barked, You guys, get far away now. The Kinzura were startled and looked back. My lord, what do you mean? His eyes flashed bright red as he stared ahead and replied, after all, their target is me. Don't stand close and die for nothing. Get far away. He saw Zed rushing toward the water dragon and cried out anxiously, my lord. The electric sparks on his body kept clashing with the dragon's water light. He hurried closer and thought, against an immortal challenger, I can take one hit, but a summoned dragon will keep acting until the mage stops channeling mana. Calculations raced through Zed's mind. The immortal challenger's cooldown is 5 seconds. The crucial point is if I'm struck again before 5 seconds pass, I'll die. The electric light on him quickly gathered as he decided. The best way is to break that linked formation, but with the barrier it's not easy. Zed stared at the water dragon, thinking, yet for mere 4th-tier mages to dare summon a 9th-tier dragon, outwardly it may not show, but their mana must be severely depleted. On the other side, those mages were continuously channeling mana into the magic formation. Zed frowned, staring that way, thinking if I can hold out 5 seconds each time and prolong the fight, there's still a chance. The system screen popped up a reminder. Use Thunder Transmutation magic, he thought seriously. Right now I only have endurance left. The system voice kept chiming, Challenger trait nonstop activated. Zed clenched his fist, lightning sparks flashing. First, use Thunder Strike. He sent a bolt of lightning straight at the water dragon's head. Take this. Zed stood still, watching its body writhe and twist. The water dragon opened its huge mouth and let out a roaring sound toward. Then it lunged swiftly toward Zed from afar. His eyes widened, staring in shock at the figure before him, too fast. Right in front of Zed, the water dragon gaped and snapped. He let it bite him, and the system immediately notified. Novice battle trait reduced immortality activated. The mages, disbelieving, shouted, what? How is he unharmed? That was a killing blow. Strike him again. Everyone be alert. The water dragon's eyes flashed. It opened its mouth wide and stared intently at Zed. He immediately leapt forward at speed. The system sound rang out. Use Thunder Transmutation magic. Zed's whole body sparked with electric light as he shouted, I'm not getting hit by the same trick twice. A loud explosion followed, a white flash obscuring vision. He gently touched down, watching the blue electric glow appear. Zed raised a hand to shield the dust, thinking where did it go? Suddenly he realized, behind him, just as the water dragon gaped and attacked from the rear, the system voice sounded, Challenger trait immortal activated. The system kept popping up that Thunder Transmutation was released. Zed jumped back to dodge, muttering a curse, damn it. I predicted this but still couldn't dodge in time. He looked up at the water dragon as the system chimed, use Thunder Transmutation magic. Moments later, Zed raised both hands to shield himself, thinking, dust clouds again. Just as the water dragon dove to attack him, the screen showed, post-battle trait immortal activated. The system kept announcing Thunder Transmutation release. Zed clicked his tongue. At least that attack had a long prep time. His brows knitted. If this keeps up, there's a chance. The system also notified, use Thunder Transmutation magic. The water dragon surged forward relentlessly at Zed. The screen reminded, Super Challenger trait immortal activated. The mages, furious, shouted, damn it, what's wrong with that bastard? Why is he fine? Damn it, this won't do, finish this now. Immediately, they all funneled mana non-stop into their magic formation. The water dragon's eyes flashed greenish-blue as its mana burst out in blinding light. It threw its head back and quickly gathered magic. Then a stream of blue light poured from the water dragon's mouth. Within its emerald eyes was the image of Zed. He gasped in shock at the enormous blue energy radiating from it. Zed flinched as a strong gust blew past and cursed under his breath, damn it. He saw blue energy flicker around himself and shouted in alarm, no way, it's attacking with a breath. Zed raised his hand to block the continuous attack the water dragon unleashed. Those bastards are insane. How much have they trained? His eyes widened as he looked up over there, thinking. Indeed, the Billy clan is sharpening their blades. When Zed saw it glance at him, he thought, a blade meant to pierce Arahan's heart. The water dragon gaped, gathering fierce magic, thinking your little rat run ends here. The mages frowned and whispered, this isn't a spell you can dodge. If that hits, we're dead. Over there, Zed looked up at the water dragon as it kept gathering energy. He watched rocks and earth being swept away by the wind energy and thought, the Challenger Immortal can block damage once, but not sustain continuous hits. Zed frowned, staring at it and murmured, is this the end? The water dragon kept gathering magic and shot him a sidelong glance. Zed grit his teeth, steeling himself. Then he raised both hands to gather lightning and cursed aloud. Damn it. Zed unleashed continuous bolts of lightning at the water dragon, causing the system to repeatedly alert. Use Thunderstrike magic. After a long while his mana was drained and his knees slammed to the ground. Zed gripped them and cursed under his breath, damn it, I can't feel any mana left. I can't continue. He bowed his head to the ground, thinking that after continuous casting, he began to feel the dual strain, but realizing that feeling it right before dying is useless. Zed looked up to see the water dragon opening its mouth to gather a water orb again, and wondered what would happen if he died. Could he return to his original world? He opened his eyes wide as the light drew near, wondering if he'd simply vanish. A blinding light flared, exploding repeatedly. Ryu looked up and saw the scene, and began to cry out, Zed. The three Kinzura assassin brothers immediately raised their hands to stop him. Don't go. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted excitedly, Let go, Zed, The knight beside him gasped and cried out, The successor is still alive. Hearing that, Ryu immediately stopped, looked up toward that direction, and instantly saw Zed's figure. Rondo's form appeared, reaching out to embrace his body from behind, his entire body radiating a bright blood-red light. In the dark space, Zed's whole body suddenly erupted with powerful mana. His face was expressionless, while mana continued to emanate. Suddenly, a giant water dragon appeared before Zed. Its blue eyes lit up, staring at him without turning away. It suddenly moved its head a little closer to Zed, while keeping its gaze fixed on him. The water dragon then silently hovered beside Zed, without attacking or touching him. This sight left the people inside the protective screen bewildered. What's happening? Why aren't they moving? They murmured suspiciously at one another. Is everyone still channeling mana? Are you even focusing? I'm doing it then. Meanwhile, toward Zed, he remained expressionless and radiated mana around his body. The water dragon now looked puzzled, facing Zed as if waiting for something. He suddenly issued a command, turn around. The dragon's eyes immediately widened in shock when it heard those two words from Zed. The next instant, it spun around and stared at the people hiding behind the barrier. What? The huge dragon lunged powerfully toward the barrier before it. It's coming. It suddenly dove headfirst into the layers upon layers of magic circles below. They began self-destructing, and the spells were being dispelled. Amid the angry shouts of the group, Zed casually raised a hand and said, What are you trying to do? How did you break our spell chain? He looked down at his palm and remarked, Impressive physique. At that moment, a volley of spells of various elements was hurled at Zed. Even as they closed in, he stood there unmoving. But the next second, a bolt of lightning streaked through and shattered the entire attack in an instant. What the hell? Those inside the barrier widened their eyes at the sight. Spell nullified, no way. We just awakened mana. Calm down. That was just luck. With that, they launched another barrage of spells at Zed, continuing the assault. He narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, Vermin. Those attacking spells were again dispelled by Zed in the blink of an eye. Everyone inside the barrier panicked. The spells were completely ineffective, impossible. This can't be happening. One of them gasped, eyes wide, Is this Araham's power? But looking at the figure before him, he denied it. No, impossible. It can't be like that. If it's bloodline power, then our clan's ambitions are an illusion. Even all of us attacking at once couldn't beat even our weakest. Then the blonde one turned and ordered, There must be a trick attack again. Channel your mana. They all raised their hands in unison to open magic circles, pouring in their full strength. A whirlpool suddenly formed directly above Zed's head. He looked at them and whispered softly, The insects are desperate. At that moment, the water above him coalesced more and more, as if it could crash down at any second. Zed remained indifferent and glanced up at the matrix above. Immediately, the attack, not even fully unleashed, was once again nullified by him in an instant. Watching droplets splash in all directions, they loudly wondered what was happening. They panicked openly. Damn it, it's mana interference, not a trick. This kind of mana is even higher than spell nullification. We'll never win. Saying that, they spun and fled for their lives. Run, we have to get out of here now. At that moment, Zed suddenly said aloud, Pathetic. A powerful pressure shot toward them from behind. They all abruptly stopped mid-run, though they had been fleeing moments before. One of them trembled and raised both hands. My mana, I can't control my mana. The person behind immediately agreed. Me too. Why all of a sudden? One of them suddenly widened his eye. The three of them turned around trembling to look behind. A mana-infused form of Zed was slowly stepping toward. His expressionless face was surrounded by mana. Is this Arahan? Are we really targeting a clan like this? A man in a gray cloak was so terrified, he dropped to his knees. They all cried out in fear, Spare me, please spare me. They all knelt at Zed's feet, begging, Please spare us just this once. We will never oppose Arahan again. Please, at least leave our mana lines, Zed looked down at them and coldly said, Arahan does not know mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle instantly appeared in their chest. They all clutched their breasts in agony, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few seconds later, one of them suddenly raised both hands, my mana. He stared at his hands in shock. My mana, I can't feel it anymore. Screams of agony rang out one after another. Somewhere mana channels linked and then severed mana disruption. Mana disruption means intentionally manipulating the mana channels flowing in a body. You can bend, cut, or even destroy another's channels, and if a mana channel is destroyed, it becomes absolute void. For those who live by magic, the gray-cloaked ones fell one by one. It's even more painful than losing any natural part of your body. A moment later, someone appeared and stepped into a puddle. What is this? Luker walked on, thinking to himself, what happened while I was gone? He looked at the carnage before him and guessed inwardly, a large-scale illusion. How could that be? Luker suddenly widened his eyes and stared ahead. He looked at Zed's imposing back and wondered, could it be him? Luker extended a hand to cast a spell if I take him out. The next second, he thrust his arm forward and launched a spell at Zed. A volley of offensive spells shot toward Zed's back in the blink of an eye. Luker couldn't help but smile smugly, but he suddenly went wide-eyed as syrup shot up onto his face from somewhere. Luker trembled as he saw 3 ice arrows lodged in him. What? Then the 3 ice arrows twisted and drove deep into Luker's body. No. One after another, a barrage of returning arrows pierced him in an instant. His hand then fell limply to the ground. Zed's entire body continued to radiate powerful mana and dominance. He stood in place, looking up at the one who had answered the call. Zed's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You will pay the price for that power. Under the night sky, the afterglow of Zed's magic kept spreading. Night had fallen, stars glittered, hiding and showing behind a veil of dark clouds. Zed lay collapsed on the ground, his body exhausted after the entity Temud departed. He stared blankly at the sky. His eyes still gleamed red, shocked and unsettled. He wondered whether Temud had returned deep inside his body. Zed raised his hand to inspect it. The sensation earlier was strange, like a soul leaving its body, mind clear while limbs moved on instinct. An overwhelming surge of power had washed through him, making him feel as if his whole body were about to burst into flames. It took him a long while to force himself up and sit against the rubble. A system panel suddenly appeared, announcing significant changes that had just occurred to his body. The price of the power was steep. Physical stats like strength and agility were each cut by 10 points due to reduced growth and excessive strain. In return, his resonance with the unidentified entity had risen a rank, causing his mana to spike. His mana, which had languished for so long, suddenly jumped from 5 to 15 points. The system also unlocked a series of powerful new lightning-based skills. Zed couldn't help but be astonished at the glowing green notifications floating before him. He thought to himself, the stat that never budged no matter how much I trained suddenly skyrockets. Temud is truly astonishing. Even though his physique had declined, gaining 10 mana points was still a huge bargain. He recalled the grueling days of training stats that led nowhere. A smug smile crossed his face. All in all, he hadn't lost anything in this deal. Zed hatched a crazy idea. If he repeated this, wouldn't his mana grow infinite? However, he froze when he looked at the hovering penalty warnings. If the penalties were worse, like soul damage or reversed mana deductions, that would be a disaster. At least he now had a reliable trump card, even though he still didn't know how to summon it proactively. While he was lost in thought, a distant cry of "Master" shattered the quiet. The escort team hurried to Zed, each face etched with worry. They kept apologizing for being unable to help. Zed waved them off, telling them to stay calm. He was fine. Contrary to everyone's concern, Zed felt invigorated. His mana was full. For a mage, mana was everything. Suddenly Liu dashed toward him like an arrow, screaming his name through tears. Seeing her about to crash into him, Zed panicked and tried to stop her, but it seemed too late. Liu threw her arms around him and wept like rain. She had clearly been terrified seeing him in danger. Zed sighed and patted her back to comfort her, while the soldiers stood awkwardly by. At that moment, a gentle green light enveloped Zed's body. It was advanced healing magic. His wounds began to mend rapidly. Zed recognized this level of recovery as top tier. Behind him, Master Krang appeared with his hands glowing. The old master casually scratched his head, admitting he was late because he had gone to take a bath. Hearing that ridiculous excuse, Zed shot him a fiery glare, reminding him that his disciple had nearly died. Master Krang cleared his throat and apologized, saying it was only a minor mistake. He then launched into the old man routine about forgetting things to excuse his delay. Zed refused to argue further. His face still showed clear displeasure. Seeing his disciple tense, Krang hastily offered to waive Zed's tuition for the month as an apology. But Zed wasn't easily fooled. he shouted at the old man, asking if his life was worth only that. He held up 3 fingers before his master with a resolute expression. Zed set his terms, no tuition for the next 3 months. Krang's face twisted. He muttered that Zed was a petty thief. He stared at Zed's cheeky expression and, begrudgingly, accepted the law. Master Krang scanned the ruined battlefield, asking what had happened. Zed calmly replied he'd explain everything after they returned. Krang's foot stepped into a pool of blood, right beside the pale hand of the fallen man. Krang recognized the corpse as Lucre Monet, Billy family's vice-captain. He wondered why such a prominent figure lay dead here. Zed confirmed his identity and noted he was almost a level 7 mage. Krang skeptically asked whether the Black Mirror Legion had come and gone. Before Krang arrived, Zed had instructed his companions to keep quiet about what had happened. He didn't want anyone to know about Temud's existence. He worried the head steward might report back to Zenodin, but in any case, they would never learn that Temud's spirit had aided. Suddenly, from the rubble, the betrayer witch Grace struggled to her feet, her face twisted with hatred. Grace stared at Zed's group, muttering curses of resentment. Krang frowned and turned back. She screamed Zed Arahan's name, blaming him for ruining all her plans. Krang scoffed, glancing at the madwoman, and asked Zed if this was the person he mentioned. Zed confirmed coldly. Looking into Grace's burning eyes of hatred, Krang remarked she resembled a true demon. She continued to scream wildly, but before she could do anything, Grace suddenly froze as an immense invisible pressure pressed down on her body. She was pinned to the ground, unable to move even a finger. The crushing force cracked the earth beneath her. It was spatial control magic, gravity field. Grace managed a horrified gasp before being completely subdued. Normally this spell affects a wide area, but Krang displayed supreme skill by applying it only to Grace. Zed couldn't help but be amazed. He silently marveled. The more he learned, the more formidable his master seemed. A mage who controls space was no ordinary foe. Krang chuckled, his smile now looking both sly and commanding. He coldly declared that excessive greed had brought her to this state, and her crimes would not go lightly. Grace groaned under the suffocating pressure. Krang reminded Zed to hurry home. Surely his father was eager for the battle's outcome. Zed asked if they could teleport back for speed. At the mention of teleportation, Krang immediately demanded 100 gold coins as a fee. Zed was speechless and decided he'd rather walk than be fleeced. The next morning, bright sunlight shone down, marking a turbulent new beginning. The Arahan Manor rose majestically amid the rugged mountains, exuding a solemn, oppressive atmosphere. Inside the great hall, Lord Arahan sat on the throne, a menacing aura of crimson mana radiating around him. Close-up of the Lord's face, his eyes burned red, drilling into whoever faced him as if to see their very soul. The black plumes on his robe trembled with each authoritative breath. Zed knelt low at his father's feet to pay homage. The Lord nodded slightly and said, "You have returned." A simple greeting, yet heavy with meaning. He said he had heard about what happened at the docks. Zed bowed respectfully to confirm. The room was deathly silent, save for wind whistling through the windows. Lord Arahan praised Zed for his hard work. Zed flinched slightly at the rare compliment from his ruthless father. He asserted that Zed had proven himself worthy to don the family's robe. The gossipy elders would no longer have cause to complain. Zed was inwardly surprised. He had not expected praise from his father. Lord Arahan waved his hand, ordering the traitors to be brought forth to receive punishment. Zed remained kneeling, waiting for the right moment to speak. Heavy footsteps echoed on the great hall's red carpet. The traitors were being escorted in. Tunda Arahan and Grace, along with the others, were brought out in tight shackles. Zed thought to himself how fortunate it was that they were still alive. Lord Arahan said he had received a strange request to postpone their punishment. He looked at Zed and asked why he wanted that. Zed lifted his head and boldly asked his father to give Tunda Arahan a chance. He argued that the Arahan bloodline held boundless potential, which would benefit the family. Lord Arahan raised a skeptical brow, wondering how a weakling controlled by a common steward could possibly help the family. He found the proposal laughable. Zed stared straight into his father's eyes and reminded him that he had once been the same. Hadn't his father abandoned him in solitary confinement for lacking mana? Lord Arahan fell silent, studying Zed for a long moment. The great hall tensed to the breaking point. Everyone seemed to hold their breath awaiting his reaction. Zed continued to persuade, saying Tunda was still very young, and youth meant limitless capacity to change and grow. Tunda stood there, his face drained of color. He emphasized that Tunda carried the Arahan blood, and that a father killing his child or siblings killing one another was not normal. He had thought this through carefully all night. Lord Arahan coldly retorted, asking if Zed had discarded that weak, compassionate side of him. Zed calmly replied that he had never been weak. He affirmed he did not pity Tunda. Zed's gaze was sharper and more resolute than ever. He was making a bold political move. Zed loudly announced his plan before his father and everyone present. He would turn Tunda Arahan into a vassal, his own loyal subordinate. Zed's shocking declaration made the hall explode into stunned silence. Tunda Arahan, Grace, and those present gaped in disbelief. A surprising new future opened for the defeated. Zed insisted he felt no pity whatsoever for Tunda. His real intention was to turn his brother into a useful pawn within his own faction. The head of the Arahan family seemed surprised and asked back whether his son was rambling about using his own blood to make servants. He reminded him that brothers were the greatest threat, those who could take Zed's life at any moment. Zed responded with a resolute look, declaring he would become so strong that such threats would no longer be a problem. The two faced each other in the vast hall, the air thick with calculation. Hearing his son's ambition, the old man suddenly let out a guttural laugh. Then the laugh exploded, echoing through the room like mockery mixed with approval. He saw that this kid truly had confidence on an entirely different level. He nodded in agreement, sentencing Tunda to a year in the dungeon, but still allowing him to continue training. The family head looked at his son with a sharp gaze and asked if that would be enough for him. Zed bowed to accept the order. The first step of his plan to win over followers had succeeded. Incidentally, Zed demanded to personally deal with the traitorous steward, Grace Monet. "Do as you wish," the old man replied cold. But then he added an ominous however. He raised his hand, and a terrifying crimson mana began to gather. To him, vermin like Grace were not allowed to walk out of here freely. He clenched his fist and activated a brutal spell aimed straight at the betrayer. A burst of magical light flared violently, engulfing Grace's body. The family head explained that mana was a precious gift, far too noble for a worm to possess. Grace moaned in agony as her entire mana network was utterly crushed. Her body convulsed on the floor, blood pouring from her mouth, reduced to a pathetic cripple. The old man waved and ordered the guards to drag that trash away. Zed watched the guards haul Grace off, unmoved. He realized he no longer trembled when looking directly into his father's eyes. He wondered whether this calm was because Temud's soul was gradually merging into him. Seeing his father in high spirits, Zed decided to bring up the matter of the Billy family. Silence fell over the throne. The old man waited in silence for the next word. Zed challenged why his father had not acted despite surely being furious. "What did you just say?" the family head asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. He added that he didn't understand why his father tolerated the Billy family after what they had done. But the old man sent him away, saying it was not a matter he should interfere in. Zed laid his cards on the table. He knew Arahan was a leading house, but refused to swear fealty to the emperor. Outwardly they appeared conciliatory, but in truth, his father always regarded the empire as something to be surpassed one day. He pointed out the harsh truth that if they annihilated the Billy house now, the imperial army would surely converge. For the head of Arahan, letting the enemy set foot on ancestral land was an unacceptable humiliation. The head of the Arahan family asked challengingly why he still stood there and had not yet withdrawn. Zed stood firm, meeting his father's gaze head-on. He reiterated the family's iron creed: Arahan knows no mercy. A flash of crimson lit the old man's eyes. Anger mixed with a grim delight flared up. Zed recalled the moment the Billies attacked him at his ancestor's tomb. Temud's spirit was present. Those words still echoed in his mind even now. Zed's eyes flamed red as he repeated, in a steel voice, "Arahan knows no mercy." The head of Arahan looked at his son and said that one day he would understand the rules of the world and politics. Zed wondered whether this change was due to Temud watching over his descendants. Sitting on the throne, the Arahan patriarch felt a pang of sorrow at seeing his son's loneliness for the first time. Zed suddenly asked whether his father intended to use the Black Glass Army. The patriarch frowned coldly and asked back if he had not already told him to step back. Zed knew the Black Glass Army existed to resolve matters quietly, without giving the Empire any pretext to intervene. He clenched his fist, insisting that such methods would never be enough to soothe the fury inside him. Kneeling before his father, Zed swore he would not allow a single Imperial soldier to set foot on Arahan territory. The Arahan head looked at him sternly, his presence pressed down on the entire hall. Zed wanted his father to show the entire Empire the true might of House Arahan. He emphasized that they could not let the Billies go unpunished, those who had slandered Chervil and tried to kill him. The patriarch reminded him that Zed spoke as an heir and would be judged by the same standards as others. "Can you take responsibility for your words?" he asked in a deep voice. Zed affirmed that if even one Imperial soldier was left alive, he would accept the harshest punishments. The patriarch regarded his son and quietly addressed him as "my lord," with authoritative tone. Zed turned and walked away, his gaze still burning with unwavering resolve and ruthlessness. He left the mansion and stepped out into the open expanse of the estate. Suddenly he froze when he saw someone waiting for him. Tunda Arahan stood there awkwardly, unsure how to begin the conversation. He mumbled his thanks, admitting he owed his survival entirely to Zed. Zed smiled faintly and said he was rather surprised to see Tunda be the one to start the conversation. He advised Tunda to make the most of his year in the dungeon, to train instead of wasting time foolishly. Zed hoped the harsh experiences ahead would help his brother mature. He patted Tunda's shoulder, a rare gesture of closeness between the rival brothers. "See you in a year," Zed said, asserting that from now on Tunda would have to start serving him. He glanced toward Grace, who knelt far off, trembling in despair. Grace Monet realized with horror that having her mana stripped was only the beginning of her nightmare. Zed coldly declared she would die in the same manner she had dealt to others. Back in the main hall, the head of Arahan still sat there, lethal intent enveloping the throne. He called out for Callie's Leal, a trusted subordinate standing nearby. The patriarch's eyes flashed a deadly crimson light. He ordered the summoning circle to be prepared immediately, leaving Callie stunned. Before the sun rises tomorrow, the Billy family will be wiped from the map. In the silent Great Hall, Lord Arahan called out to Callie's Leal. Callie's, commander of the Mage Corps, bowed respectfully and awaited orders. He swore absolute obedience, but still reminded the Lord to act with caution. Zenedin glanced over and bluntly asked whether Callies felt ashamed of himself. His eyes were distant, as he admitted that he too felt ashamed. For his youngest son treated cruelty as a given, something a head of house like him had failed to do. It had been too long since House Arahan had truly displayed its power to the world. Their position was built on fear, but what goes unseen for long is gradually taken light. If they did not act now, the Empire's faith in their strength would waver. And if that happened, future heirs would inherit a house beset by enemies within and without. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier than ever. Callie's worried whether the seventh heir could stand against the Imperial army. Zenedin laughed. He intended to teach his youngest a lesson about the weight of words with this opportunity. He silently thanked Master Krang that the tomb ceremony had gone smoothly. A deep red mana flared around his feet as he walked. Lord Arahan advanced toward the space gate, his body dissolving into a red mist. A cold proclamation echoed. By dawn tomorrow, the Billy house would be wiped out. Outside, thunder began to roll through the pitch-black clouds. At the Billy mansion, Robert Billy stood in the rain grumbling about the weather these days. He suddenly halted, sensing a terrifying murderous aura approaching. Zenedin emerged from the darkness, his whole body radiating a blazing red halo. Robert was astonished, not understanding what had brought Lord Arahan here. Zenedin wasted no words, declaring he had come simply to exterminate vermin. Robert was furious at the abrupt appearance and this arrogant attitude. Zenedin told him to consider the Lord's personal presence there a great honor. Robert recalled Vice Commander Luker having died in Nekka and vowed to find the mastermind. But inwardly he grew uneasy, puzzled why the man dared to come alone. Why not the Mage Corps? Could it be that Lord Arahan no longer feared the Emperor? Robert's men began to form ranks, ready to retaliate. He believed that Zenedin alone could not stand against his large force. Zenedin coldly advised them to leave before things got worse. The thunder rolled as if to underscore their foolishness. He warned that if he stepped forward, Robert would witness the fall of the Billy house. Robert sneered, calling the Lord's solo declaration of war the most absurd thing he'd heard. He mocked Zenedin as a fool unaware of how terrifying the world could be. Ignoring the insults, Zenedin listed their crimes, beginning with desecrating the sacred mountain where the tomb stood. Robert Billy gaped, not understanding what the old man was babbling about. The next crime, daring to target Arahan's heir and plotting to murder his son. The smile on Robert's face suddenly died, and the atmosphere grew unusually tense. A deep red mana burst forth when he mentioned events from long ago, and the final crime was slandering the Chervil family. Zenedin's eyes blazed, and a blue fire began to erupt. A scornful laugh rang out in the stormy night, signaling that the Billy family's true nightmare was only beginning. Zenedin realized Robert knew of the Black Mirror Legion's existence, another reason to finish him here. Robert Billy panicked and screamed orders for his men to make Lord Arahan kneel at his feet. Zenedin remained unmoving, reminding them that Robert struck first, so no one could later fault his actions. Gigantic magical dragons began to materialize from the blue flames, encircling the entire area. A close-up of dragon heads filled with killing intent, their eyes shining bright blue in the night. Zenedin laughed with contempt, asking Robert how he felt about this unexpected gift. Robert refused to yield, he shouted that this was the power he had long prepared to overthrow House Arahan. He poured everything into a final strike, roaring for Zenedin to die. Zenedin's red eyes remained cold and motionless as the opponent's attack hurtled toward him. A terrifying magical explosion erupted, blue light engulfing a swath of sky. The blast's aftershock was so fierce it made the ground tremble violently. Robert laughed triumphantly, convinced his foe had been reduced to ashes by the blow. But his smile faded when he saw Zenedin's figure gradually emerge from the smoke. The Lord still stood tall, not a scratch on him. He began to speak in a voice full of killing intent. Robert stammered, unable to believe his power had had no effect. Zenedin walked through the flames, while Robert frantically ordered his troops to prepare the next attack. He screamed at his subordinates to move faster before it was too late. A gigantic magical sphere began to gather in Zenedin's hands, radiating terrifying energy. The Billy soldiers could only stand frozen in terror before the opponent's might. A brilliant blue beam erupted, scorching everything in its path. Wretched screams filled the night as the Billy army was incinerated in an instant. Robert Billy was flung aside, his body painfully consumed by the blue flame. The magical fire showed no sign of stopping, continuing to ravage everything left. He stood dazed as his lifelong career turned to smoke after a single strike. Robert Billy realized the vast gulf in rank between himself and Lord Arahan. The once arrogant man now collapsed to his knees amid the rubble, utterly despondent. Zenedin stood there like a god of destruction, coldly looking down at the defeated. Robert began to beg for mercy, admitting he had been foolish to oppose him. He swore to give his unwavering loyalty to House Arahan until death if spared. Zenedin coldly choked Robert. To him, the words of an insect held no value. Blue flames flared up and burned Robert Billy's throat as Zenedin's hand tightened. Robert writhed in pain, eyes wide, still secretly hoping for a miracle that would never come. Zenedin kept a cold, impassive expression, resolved to end this family's existence here. A final magical explosion ended everything, signaling the complete collapse of the Billy family. The scene at Billy's mansion remained hot even after a week. Blue magical flames still burned amid the wreckage, defying the heavy rain pouring down. A cautious soldier reported to the emperor that the city's mages had tried to extinguish the fire all week but failed, and 5 of them had even died burned. The emperor was silent, his cold gaze studying the ashes of a once powerful family. He walked slowly through the rain, moving deeper into the center where the blue flames still danced wild. His foot stepped into a pool of magical water that emitted a mysterious light. He reached out, feeling the residual power swirling in the air. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the mana core on his breastplate. The gem radiated strong energy, ready for a large-scale trace. The emperor stood tall, his body wreathed in a golden aura that sharply contrasted with the gloomy blue around him. His eyes changed, activating a high-level investigative spell to probe the past of this scene. He ordered all investigators sent to the Arahan family, demanding clarification of every detail before and after the incident. Behind him, a magical screen displayed recovery rate, showing the scene had been over 32% reconstructed. The truth was about to be exposed. The recovery progress continued to rise over time, directly threatening ZC. For a week, the entire mage world buzzed, conversations erupting in every corner. If 2 people gathered, they would mention the horrific fall of the Billy household. In a single night, a great family had turned to smoke, leaving not a single ember behind. In Nekka, under the Arahan family's control, the townspeople's reaction was extremely positive. The stronger the ruling family's power, the greater the city's chance to rise and develop. Eddie was excitedly calculating how to acquire more houses in Nekka, thanks to this upward momentum. Zed crushed Eddie's delusions with a blunt reminder. This building belonged to him, and Eddie was merely a tenant. Worried, Eddie asked Zed if he was truly okay after promising the Arahan head. Zed only urged him to hurry and find the documents. Eddie complained that digging through records was useless. There could be no precedent for someone wiping out an entire family with impunity. As Eddie unfolded the cloth, he trembled. Each time he recalled the event, he shuddered at the Arahan family's brutality. Zed focused on the keyword war between families. He needed to find how previous emperors handled the aftermath. Eddie warned that under imperial law, murder was extremely serious, and if the Arahan family fell, Zed would be doomed. Zed bluntly threatened to throw Eddie back into the slums if he didn't work. Immediately, Eddie promised to search everything back 500 years. Zed had checked records himself up to 120 years back, but still found no similar case. He believed that in the Empire's 1,000-year history, there had to be a legal loophole related to justifiable self-defense. At that moment, Ralph entered the room, reporting that he had completed the assigned task. Ralph recounted that when they arrived, Tunda Arahan had been imprisoned, and his followers immediately surrendered because Zed's reputation had spread far. Ralph handed Zed the property transfer contract he had just collected. Zed was pleased to have acquired 2 buildings and a trading company from Tunda. His personal income now reached 300 gold coins a month. He ordered Ralph's group to move into the new buildings to operate and instructed them to keep things discreet to avoid attracting attention. While he was at it, Zed asked about the mercenaries who had accompanied Ralph. He confirmed he had handed Grace over to the other side as agreed, regardless of whether she was sold into slavery or killed. Eddie was surprised because he'd never heard Zed mention this before. Eddie suddenly realized Zed had officially recruited the Jatma mercenary band as his own to build a private army. He wondered why Zed would pay to hire them again when he already held leverage over Tunda's trading company. Zed explained that investing in additional manpower was necessary to obtain high-quality intelligence from other cities. He shot a sharp glance that made Eddie fall silent, too startled to ask anything more. Zed sighed. He understood Eddie's weak nature and didn't want to be overly harsh. Turning to the mercenary leader, Zed asked his name. The man loudly introduced himself as Ralph. Zed proposed they cooperate amicably now that matters were settled, and he apologized to the mercenaries for the earlier trouble. Ralph bowed deeply, expressing gratitude that Zed had kept his promise and brought solace to the souls of his fallen comrades. Zed declared that from now on the Jatma mercenaries were his comrades, but he also issued a stern warning about the price of betrayal. He emphasized that no matter the temptation, they should never betray their comrades. The mercenaries responded in unison with fervor, pleasing Zed. Ralph surveyed the pile of books on the table and asked how they could assist Zed. Zed asked if they could read. Ralph confidently asserted that he not only could read, but also knew 5 languages of the border tribes. Zed was quite surprised by the unexpected scholarly ability of a mercenary like Ralph. He handed each of them a chronicle and instructed them to search for any records with events similar to the Billy case. One member of the group suddenly mentioned Master Krang, which briefly surprised Zed. Ralph slapped his head, remembering an important piece of information he'd once overheard from a tribal chief. Zed immediately stood up and demanded Ralph explain in detail the similar case he had just referred to. Ralph began to tell the story of the Gutra family, a fiercely warlike clan that once wielded formidable power. He mentioned their long-standing rival, a family whose name began with Ju. The 2 sides clashed relentlessly until Gutra launched a sudden, blood-soaked strike to finish off their opponent. Ralph said the opposing family's bloodline was completely cut off, but that event turned the once-renowned Gutra clan into mercenaries. Zed pressed to know when this happened. Ralph looked embarrassed because he couldn't recall the exact time of that ancient tale. Zed ordered everyone to search records about the family Ralph mentioned, even if it meant ripping through the Empire's 1,000-year history that very day. The group obeyed in unison and began the tedious search through the pile of ancient documents. The library fell into silence, broken only by the rustle of pages from those racing against time. Eddie concentrated intensely as well, scanning each old page for the name Gutra. Time passed and sunlight began to stream through the library's high windows. Suddenly, a shout shattered the silence. A team member had found an important clue in the chronicle. Zed took the book, his eyes widening in astonishment as he read the recorded account inside. Meanwhile, in a deserted forest, Master Krang was grumbling that Zed still hadn't come to report back after the ritual. He sat on a wooden chair under the night sky, ruefully thinking he should have used that money to buy beef instead of fussing over those kids. Beside him lay a purse of gold glittering and gleaming, a not insignificant sum. It was 2,000 yang left, with the implication that he should properly train Zed, but Krang felt it was a burden. He muttered that he didn't want to touch a single coin from those people, yet old age seemed to deny him peace. Krang clicked his tongue and lamented his hard fate. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Seeing a familiar figure sprinting up, he snorted, immediately recognizing his pupil's impulsive nature. Zed arrived out of breath, drenched in sweat but with eyes full of urgency. Before his master could scold him, Zed bluntly asked about the Gutra family's secret from 540 years ago, leaving Krang stunned. In the silent night, Zed Arahan suddenly broke the quiet. "What do you mean, master?" You stood facing him, asking directly about what happened to the Gutra clan 540 years ago. Master Krang stared at him. He hadn't expected him to come all this way just to ask about that old matter. Zed remained silent and listened. Krang wondered if his concern came from family bloodline. He recalled how Genadin had abandoned him at the training camp, a man unworthy of being called a father. Zed denied that. Krang snorted. He'd assumed Zed hated Genadin or wanted to leave the Arahan house entirely. Zed's gaze was cold. He insisted he neither resented nor longed for that family. However, if Arahan fell now, the Empire's balance of power would shift, which wouldn't benefit. In the long run, this is for the Empire's benefit, he added with grave seriousness. Zed looked straight at his master, demanding that he tell him the whole truth. Krang sighed heavily, telling him he spoke in lofty terms that the old man couldn't fathom. The truth, he began, drifting into painful recollection. It all began 540 years ago when the Gutra clan was ambushed while the main army was at the northern border. The chieftain and heirs were wiped out, almost severing the bloodline. Krang realized Zed was curious about what happened afterward, since historical records contained no further information. He lowered his head and began to tell of the three brutal punishments the Empire had imposed on his house. The first punishment was confiscation of all military forces. The second was a permanent ban on owning troops. Zed understood why his master had to live as a mercenary. And the third punishment, the air suddenly grew chilling as crimson demonic images rose in the tail. A giant fiend with blue-green eyes appeared, menacing. They were forced to always serve as the vanguard in the Great Demon War. Not only conscripted, the Gutra were pushed to the front lines to face death in every battle. Zed muttered about the phenomenon called the Dead Front, where demon beasts conspired to breach human defenses. The scale of the attacks shook the Empire's stability, and the monsters grew ever stronger. And Krang's clan were the ones always placed on that horrific front line. The result was that no children in the clan lived past 30. Now Krang was the last survivor. The Gutra gradually withered away because of those three punishments, he concluded bitterly. He clicked his tongue and continued. At the time, people thought the Empire merciful for sparing them immediately. But in truth, his house was being erased quietly, slowly, and painfully. Zed mused that the Emperor of that year was indeed cunning and terrifying. Krang's eyes suddenly flashed. Still, there's one way. Zed asked in surprise, one way. Krang flew into a rage seeing him remain so calm after hearing everything. He scolded that Genadin had made a terrible move. The Emperor would eliminate all of Arahan's retainers, a fate worse than death. Contrary to his master's worry, Zed remained composed and told him not to fret. A confident, mysterious smile spread across the young man's face. The next morning, imperial banners fluttered proudly before the Arahan house gates. The investigative force thundered into the territory with an overwhelmingly imposing momentum. A subordinate hurriedly asked Zed if he was okay. He told him to keep a steady face and not let them see any waver. Staring straight at the force, he asserted they would not be able to cross the Arahan boundary even an inch. The subordinate thought to himself that Zed was too young to know how fearsome the imperial army was. No one could disobey the Emperor's order. Suddenly he jolted, noticing something off about the investigator's face. He began counting the people advancing. 1, 2, 3. 41, he cried, horrified to realize the entire royal investigative contingent was present. He panicked, about to alert the mages and the Lord immediately, but Zed coldly stopped. Do not advance, let me handle this. Two soldiers could only stand rooted, watching his back. Zed strode forward alone, boldly approaching the investigative force closing in on the territory. Standing right at the territory gate, Zed Arahan loudly announced himself as the seventh heir of the Arahan clan. The royal investigators showed no deference, saying they were here by the Emperor's secret order and demanding he clear off. But Zed did not waver. He coldly replied that would be impossible. The accompanying soldiers began to get angry at being blocked and moved, as if to use force to clear the way. Zed stood firm like a mountain, his sharp gaze making those opposite him hesitate. Just as tensions escalated, a commanding voice rang out ordering everyone to remain calm. An old man with silver hair stepped forward, addressed by subordinates as Lord Cox. He insisted their intent was not to start a war. Lord Cox snapped at the soldier beside him, asking if he couldn't see the sigil on Zed's chest and how he dared to be insolent. The subordinate stared in bewilderment, not understanding what power that sigil held that made the Lord so cautious. On Zed's chest, a gem shone brightly. The entire group froze, recognizing, isn't that the priest's sigil? Murmurs began to spread through the investigative force. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Lord Cox explained further that by law no one could lay hands on a person bearing the priest's sigil on mere words alone. He smiled, greeted Zed, and asked if he had kept the gift the Lord had given him earlier. Zed immediately produced a green, glowing warrant card, proving his identity. The investigators nearby were further shocked when Lord Cox casually confirmed that he himself had given Zed the investigative token. He added that the Emperor had once mentioned Zed by name, and that he was fully qualified to possess this special warrant. One soldier still argued, saying that whether priest or warrant aside, no one was allowed to oppose the emperor's order. Lord Cox brushed him off, believing Zed had his reasons for stopping the army and wanting to hear him explain first. Zed got straight to the point, asking instead what their true purpose was in bringing troops into Arahan territory. Lord Cox replied that they were there to arrest Genadin Arahan for the massacre of the Billy clan, to bring the matter to light. Zed only curled a lip, saying his father had merely made the Billy clan pay for what they had done, and there was no reason to call it a crime. Lord Cox bellowed, telling him not to excuse such brutal slaughter with baseless words. Zed calmly recalled a principle of imperial law: if it is legitimate self-defense, it is not a crime. He cited how the Billy household had desecrated the sanctuary and attempted murder during the ceremony. Old Cox shouted back that killing 50 mages in self-defense might be defensible, but slaughtering an entire family could never be considered legitimate self-defense. Without further words, Zed produced a mysteriously purple magical orb and told everyone to look at it. Before the contingent's bewildered faces, he explained that the orb recorded the entire process of punishing the Billy clan. With a challenging smile, Zed invited them all to watch and render their own final judgment. All evidence of self-defense was contained within. The list of crimes attributed to the Billy house appeared in stark detail, from desecrating sacred sites to slaughtering the Chervil bloodline. Behind the violet mist, a triumphant voice sounded, as if they had found another reason to target. Lord Cox, the head of the investigative party, held a brilliantly glowing crystal orb, preparing to deliver the final verdict. The soldiers standing behind him panicked at the heavy magical pressure emanating from the orb. He explained that the orb had recorded everything from its owner's perspective, and now only awaited verification of authenticity. Zed remained extremely calm, asserting that if this evidence was genuine, then Robert Billy's confession must also be acknowledged. Lord Cox pondered thoughtfully, and the surrounding space fell into an unusual silence. Zed continued to argue that the Billy house's actions had harmed master craftsmen and inflicted great losses on the empire. He clenched his hand, as if everything was still going according to his plan. Suddenly, he produced another crystal orb that emitted a soothing greenish light. He introduced it as the testimony of Lacto Chervil, the last surviving member of the clan that had been massacred years ago. News that a Chervil descendant still lived sent the entire expedition into a flurry of discussion. Lord Cox took the green orb, and his expression gradually shifted to astonishment. A light flared up, revealing the imposing figure of Lacto Chervil. The old man in the orb appeared austere yet resolute, the very image of a noble wrong. A close-up of his sinewy arm proved the hard years he had endured. An official immediately recognized the Chervil family's formal insignia on the elderly man. Lacto cried out his innocence and expressed gratitude that the Arahan family had stood up to seek justice. He affirmed that Arahan had helped erase the long-standing shame and hatred imposed on his line. Lacto begged the emperor to render the fairest judgment based on this truth. Lord Cox stared intently into the orb, unable to believe that someone like Lacto still existed. Zed proposed that he rely on this newest evidence to reassess the entire matter. The head of the party nodded, admitting that Zed's argument was persuasive and well-founded. But he emphasized that Arahan's unilateral action, without reporting it, violated imperial law. Lord Cox pressed to know why such important news had been kept hidden for so long. He retorted sharply that there had not yet been fully verified evidence at the time. While praising Zed's spirit, he insisted that investigating his father was unavoidable. Zed challenged back, asking what crime his father could still possibly have committed now that the truth was clear. Lord Cox declared that anyone who judged in the emperor's stead would have to pay the price. Suddenly, Zed cited an ancient statute, demanding an imperial replacement order be issued to carry out the mission. The officials were stunned, unable to understand how a child could be so versed in history and law. He invoked the case of the Gutra house from over 500 years ago to support his point. Zed invited the investigative party to withdraw, assuring that the Arahan household would submit to punishment through proper procedure. Onlookers couldn't help but admire his boldness in facing an entire army. Lord Cox sneered, recognizing that the child's effort to defend his family's lands was commendable. At last he conceded, admitting the Arahan patriarch must indeed be proud. But he issued a final warning, urging the boy to be more cautious in the future. Zed looked the head of the party straight in the eye and vowed he would always remember that. Lord Cox laughed heartily and ordered the investigative party to withdraw. He also told Zed to have his father invite him to a proper meal instead of standing outside the gate like this. Zed replied coldly that an investigator should not accept private invitations that lack impartiality. The head of the party looked back with a meaningful glance, as if he'd found a highly promising rival. Lord Cox waved farewell as the party departed, not forgetting to promise Zed they'd meet again next time. Zed stood frozen, watching, his face showing satisfied relief after the tense showdown. Tears fell onto the report, marking a new chapter of hope for the Chervil family. Lacto Chervil sobbed with joy. At last the day he'd longed for had come. Eddie sat beside him, looking a bit weary at the old man's overwhelming emotion. The elder kept sniffling from being too moved, forcing Eddie to repeatedly urge him to calm down. Lacto choked as he recalled his long-held desire to restore his family's honor. Eddie excitedly showed off chests overflowing with gold, his face lighting up at the sight of the vast treasure. The bespectacled young man still couldn't believe his eyes, wondering quietly if it truly was 100,000 gold. Eddie couldn't help himself and reached out to count, grinning with glee at the thought of touching the gold. Zed suddenly appeared from behind and teased whether Eddie planned to pilfer a few coins while counting. Caught red-handed, Eddie forced a laugh and denied it, saying he was only checking to be sure. Lacto hurriedly grabbed Zed's hands, gratitude plain on his wrinkled face. The old man thanked Zed for restoring the family's honor, and Zed was simply glad he'd kept his promise. Zed generously told Lacto to keep all the gold, leaving Eddie frozen in shock. But the elder refused, saying an old man like him didn't need much money, and it would be better for Zed to use it to expand his influence. Zed nodded in agreement, since he indeed needed funds for his upcoming grand plans. Eddie shouted for his due share for caring for Grandpa, but Lacto threatened to smash him with a hammer if he touched a single coin. Zed gave a small smile, as if everything were going perfectly according to his plan. He pulled out the replacement mission order he'd just received from the Empire's investigative party. The red seal was torn off, revealing the court's challenge requirements for him. The document stated, Zed Arahan must complete 5 missions to earn full pardon for his family. The preparation period lasted until February next year, when the missions would officially begin. The substitute mission order for Zed Arahan was finally issued. 5 tasks sounded a bit excessive for the mistake made, but for Zed, it was a perfect opportunity. Since it was a royal assignment, he would have a legitimate reason to leave the family that his siblings could neither interfere with nor restrain. Everything was running smoothly according to the plan he had laid out. Suddenly, a sound rang out that made Zed pay attention. Above him was the imposing silhouette of a man seated on the throne. An invisible pressure weighed down the surrounding space. Zenedin, head of the Arahan household, called his name across the silent hall. Zenedin's blazing red eyes and cold expression could strike fear into anyone. He unexpectedly praised him, saying he had accomplished something truly great. Zed flinched slightly, wondering if he was genuinely being complimented. Zenedin said he was impressed by his finesse in extracting a confession from the head of the Billy household. Seeing Zenedin's expression now, Zed thought to himself that he looked like a benign father, an aspect he'd never seen before. He bowed humbly, replying that it was all thanks to his lord. Zenedin began recounting the recent meeting with the Council of Elders. He explained that the elders were the family's latent strength, yet they were also the ones who directly checked the Lord's power. The entire room fell silent under Zenedin's towering presence above. He asked Zed what he should do with them, be cautious or try to exploit them. Zed respectfully promised to engrave those teachings in his mind. Zenedin signaled for him to step back, but Zed stood motionless. He reminded the Lord that it seemed he had forgotten something important. Surprise flashed across Zenedin's face at his somewhat abrupt manner. Zed casually said he still hadn't received any encouragement. Zenedin asked skeptically whether he was demanding more praise. Zed quickly clarified that for him encouragement wasn't words, but tangible rewards. Zenedin's face suddenly went blank. He fell silent for a few seconds at this bold request. Then a burst of laughter echoed throughout the hall. He laughed heartily, admitting he had been wrong to regard him as a child. Zenedin declared that Zed was a true heir, though Zed found his laughter somewhat absurd. He squinted and asked what exactly he wanted as a reward. Zed bowed to accept the order, preparing for the next step in his plan. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Zed was certain he knew what he needed. A faint light spilled from behind the newly opened door. The old captain led Zed into a room filled with glittering treasures. This was the Arahan family's secret vault, a place only successive heads of the household were meant to see. Everywhere were gemstones and relics, so radiant they dazzled the eye. Zed couldn't help but be astonished by the countless artifacts and rare magical potions lining the shelves. The old captain reiterated the rule that Zed was allowed to choose only one item, making him click his tongue in regret. Instead of rushing to pick, Zed turned and asked whether there was a time limit here. When he heard there wasn't, a sly smile flickered across his face. He told the old captain that he had plenty of time today and intended to inspect each of the tens of thousands of treasures thoroughly. A few hours passed since the search began. Zed kept examining items diligently, from Nuruk's bracelet to Diak's ring. His footsteps continued to echo rhythmically in the silent vault. Despite being surrounded by valuable items, Zed still felt that something was off. He thought to himself, could the Arahan Lord's vault be filled only with such low-quality things? The old captain grew impatient and reminded him that 5 hours had passed, while Zed felt utterly disappointed. He turned to ask who managed the place, then bluntly called the pile of treasures rubbish. The old captain forced a smile, saying Zed spoke as if he knew everything, and insisted that everything here was rare. Zed demanded the captain take him to the real area, still wondering if he was missing something. The captain's awkward reaction only deepened his suspicion. Seeing the captain become flustered, Zed smugly knew his smokescreen had worked. He insisted he wouldn't leave until he had seen everything the vault was hiding. Zed told him not to waste each other's time, because he was certain the Lord's vault was more than it appeared. The old captain finally gave in and silently led him down a dark passage. They stopped before a stone wall. The captain raised his hand to open the secret passage. An ancient red magic circle flared to life beneath his hand. The wall began to shift with loud grinding sounds, revealing a blinding light behind it. A completely new space appeared, more magnificent and overwhelming than anything Zed had seen before. Zed's red eyes lit up when he spotted something extremely special. A true treasure lay revealed as expected, leaving him in awe. He strolled into the lavish room, smiling and saying he never intended to deceive the captain from the start. Suddenly, an item emitted a strange radiance that drew Zed's attention. The old captain watched, thinking only someone who knew how to appraise could reveal the relic's true value. Zed reached out and touched the artifact, feeling a powerful energy emanating from it. He decisively took a bracelet and removed it from its display. The old captain froze in astonishment, not expecting him to find the most well-hidden treasure. Zed slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, silently affirming that compared to this piece, the outside pile was indeed rubbish. The system confirmed he had equipped the Lick bracelet. The Lick bracelet was not only beautiful, but also directly increased Zed's mana by 5 points. Only expensive pieces of jewelry were laid out on silk cushions, from Goat's bracelet to Uma's ring. Even Jahat's belt was part of the collection, plus Basil's summoning ring. Each was a top-tier magical artifact. But next to the Lick bracelet, Zed Arahan found those pieces pale in comparison. He decided to put the Lick bracelet on his own wrist. A notification popped up. His magic power immediately increased by 5 points. Along with that came a series of new unlocked skills like Electromorph, Lightning Strike, and Discharge. Zed smiled smugly at the new powers he'd gained. Seeing Zed staring at the bracelet and smiling to himself, Ralph across from him wondered if he'd eaten something odd. Zed only replied that he'd just acquired a very good item. Although he regretted passing up Basil's summoning ring, the bracelet was the optimal choice for him now. This item not only advanced his magic circle level, but also raised his magic stat to 20, unlocking new skills, 2 birds with 1 stone. At Zed's elated expression, Ralph asked if it was really that good. He insisted it was something money couldn't buy. Master Krang stepped forward, astonished, unsure where Zed had found such a rare relic. One look made it clear it wasn't ordinary. Zed deftly praised his eye for talent and lamented that his current magical gear was still lacking. Master Krang handed Zed the new items he'd requested earlier, including a belt and a necklace. He lavishly praised Krang as the greatest craftsman in the Empire, which made the old man very pleased. He gave Zed the new set and told him to inspect it carefully. The belt bore the Chervil family's emblem, gleaming with a brilliant metallic light under the lamps. Zed studied the new equipment closely, a look of satisfaction clear on his face. Master Krang urged him to try it on to see if it fit so he could make adjustments. As soon as he picked it up, Zed was surprised by how unbelievably light and soft it felt, like wearing a feather. Master Krang explained that for fighters who rely on their bodies like him, comfort in movement mattered more than magical efficiency. He began fastening the new belt on to test it. The system immediately logged it, adding a mana storage function with a capacity of 100 points. The stats that appeared made Zed exclaim in amazement at its superiority. He recalled that in previous games, even the highest tier items only performed at about 60–70%, whereas this was 100%, a truly cheating item. Master Krang watched and asked how it felt and whether the size was right. Zed affirmed it was perfect. He couldn't help but admire the Chervil craftsman's talent. though Krang wondered why he praised it so much before even trying. Zed waved it off with a smile, saying the way it felt on him was enough. For a craftsman like Krang, nothing was more satisfying than a pleased customer. He then handed over the necklace and told him to put that on as well. Zed picked up the necklace with a gleaming emerald pendant. He slowly placed it around his neck. A notification popped up. Magic power stats now grant an additional 50% bonus experience. Zed was at a loss for words from sheer joy. In the game, such a modifier would only reach about 20% at most. He mentally crowned Krang a master of masters. He thought that if he posted this item on the forum, everyone would call it fake because the stats were so outrageous. Master Krang scratched his head and explained that the requests for a mana circulation device were tricky, so he described it as a function supporting mana flow to make it easier to understand since ordinary people don't grasp the concept of experience. Zed bowed his head and thanked him again. Krang assured him that any future requests of his would be given top priority. Zed's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he gazed at the new necklace. But just as he finished feeling grateful, the scene cut to Zed sweating profusely, running through the night and silently cursing the old man as the work. Standing behind him, Master Krang shouted that his endurance was pitiful and threatened to make him run until morning if he complained again. Hearing Zed's mutter, the old man paused, wondering if he'd heard something wrong, then dismissed it as an auditory illusion. Watching Zed's back as he strained through the night, Master Krang secretly admitted that this kid truly was a genius. Master Krang observed, astonished to see Zed beginning to break even level 4 mana stone. He thought the boy seemed to grow stronger just by breathing. Surely he'd make imperial history, even rivaling the legend Tema. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck, tearing open the air in the training yard. Master Krang barked that Zed must drain every last drop of mana from himself before he could stop. The old man lectured that casting more spells wouldn't make him stronger. What mattered was mastering what he had right now. Zed gasped for air, drenched in sweat, while Krang demanded he train until it became instinctual like breathing. The streak of lightning slashed across the night sky and exploded with force. From above, seeing his exhausted pupil, Krang ordered Zed that after draining his mana, he had to climb back up the mountain. Zed collapsed, hands on his knees, struggling to gulp air and recover after the brutal exercise. Obeying the order, he gritted his teeth, replied, "Yes, master," and plunged back into running. Zed's will was pushed to its limit. His mana was depleted, but he refused to let himself stop. Master Krang wouldn't relent, saying he still had to learn to cast spells with absolute precision. He ordered him to control both the target and the power level, and announced he'd raise the difficulty of the exercise to a new level. Immediately, a swarm of Master Krang's clones appeared, surrounding Zed thick. Zed startled to a halt, surprised the old man would pull such a cruel trick while he was exhausted. Krang shouted for him not to stop, to destroy all the clones to reach the peak. Zed could only curse the mad old master in his head. A lightning clone hurtled in to attack, a burst of electricity exploding right beside Zed. He ran while desperately dodging the successive strikes from the surrounding clone. Exhaustion made Zed want to tap the mana stored in his new belt to escape this situation. But he froze, realizing that using it would render all his hard training up to now meaningless. Thunder cracked the sky again, ripping the silent night once more. Zed broke free of the encirclement and panted, wondering if he'd eliminated all the troublesome clones. But just as hope flickered, a swarm of other clones appeared to block his path. He could only cry out in helplessness. Fed up with the endless drills, Zed yelled at the old man, calling him terrible, while Master Krang calmly called his name. Zed glared at the clones surrounding him, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. His strength had run dry while the enemies still loomed. He panted, clearly feeling his mana hit rock bottom. This helplessness was exactly like his encounter with the water dragon. Zed's eyes narrowed. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He realized his long-standing mistake. He had always poured all his power into each strike, but did these clones really require so little mana? The image of old Krang yelling at him surfaced in his mind. The old man had told him to control both the target and the power level. A confident smile appeared on Zed's sweat-drenched face. He now understood the real intent behind his master's grueling training. Instead of unleashing one massive explosion, he needed to learn how to split his mana into suitable portions. Once he could do that, adjusting the force would become much easier. Zed muttered, retracting the curse he'd aimed at the old man earlier. It turned out there was a reason for everything. He gave a small hop, ready for a new experiment in the middle of battle. First, Zed needed to buy time for his mana to recover. He leaped back, dodging the relentless attacks. The clones wouldn't leave him alone. they immediately followed like shadows. Zed weaved through the gaps, trying to keep a safe distance. Sweat streamed down as he glanced back with an expression full of pressure. Krang's army rushed forward at a terrifying speed, giving him no moment's respite. Zed vaulted high, escaping the closing ring of foes. He landed on a precarious rock outcrop and drew a deep breath to steady himself. His current mana was only enough to cast Heavenly Thunder once. His task now was to split that meager energy. Zed stretched both hands forward, focusing his mind on the orb of energy crackling with electricity. He growled softly, trying to control each spark wildly dancing in his palm. One orb split in two, then dissipated. Zed clicked his tongue at his instability. He reminded himself to concentrate more. Sweat dripped to his chin, but Zed paid it no mind. The energy began to condense, radiating brilliant golden rays. Zed squinted, sensing the vibration of mana. Just a bit more and he'd succeed. His eyes lit up as he saw a clear transformation in the energy flow. "All right," Zed cried out as two mana spheres settled neatly in his hand. Standing at the high point, he looked down at the clones surging like a waterfall. Two became four. Zed was gradually mastering mana division. The charged spheres began to multiply, surrounding his hands like luminous gems. But the pressure of time pressed down. The clones had closed in right beneath the rock. Zed worried that the number of splits still wasn't enough to deal with all the enemy. Part of him wanted to console himself that doing this on the first try was already great and failure was normal. But he clenched his teeth, brushing that weak thought from his head. Zed roared with pride. He would never accept giving up so easily. His whole body blazed with dazzling lightning. The energy explosion enveloped the space. He focused all his will into this decisive strike. The technique chain Heavenly Thunder was officially activated, sweeping everything around with merciless bolts of lightning. Krang stood at the foot of the mountain, eyes wide with astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A colossal pillar of light struck the mountaintop, producing a earth-shattering explosion. Krang gaped, trembling. This kid hadn't even learned dual casting yet, and now he was already using multi-techniques. Seeing the gray smoke rising from the summit, Krang silently called him a monster. The boy was running before he could even walk. Night fell silent again after the violent shock. Krang stood motionless, his gaze still stunned by the prodigious progress of his student. Exhausted, Zed called for Master Krang, begging to end the training session immediately. He could no longer stand steady, drenched in sweat, breathing in ragged gasps from fatigue. With that, Zed collapsed to the ground like a log. He lay flat on the training floor, while white smoke still rose from his body after the thunder strike. Master Krang watched his pupil, inwardly marveling at the boy's uncanny power. He suddenly realized something unusual and softly exclaimed in surprise. A satisfied, slightly smug smile flickered across Krang's face. Looking at Zed unconscious, he knew the boy had begun to grasp his true strength. The scene shifted to the lavish, power-filled interior of the Arahan family mansion. In a closed meeting room, a woman with fiery red hair, Rachel, began to recap the previous report. The full council of elders was gathered. Rachel mentioned that Tunda and Zed had officially become heirs, causing considerable uproar. The elders whispered among themselves with disdain. Some were surprised, having assumed Zed had long since rotted to bones in prison. They looked down on Zed, believing he was just the worthless seventh son who could achieve nothing without assistance. An old man clicked his tongue in irritation upon hearing that Zenodin seemed to be showing special favor to this youngest son. Those in charge did not want matters to become increasingly complicated and slip beyond their control. A hand clenched on the table, signaling that a hard decision was about to be made. Rachel stood before the council with an imposing silhouette, declaring they must act to stop Zed before he grew too arrogant. Zed flipped through the documents, seeming quite satisfied with the information Eddie had just extracted. He told Eddie to keep close tabs on their siblings and not to miss any small detail. While they were discussing matters, Liu burst into the room in a panic, shouting Zed's name and startling Eddie. From Liu's wheezing appearance, it was clear something was wrong. Zed signaled for her to calm down before speaking. Liu stammered out that an elderly woman had just stopped by the mansion, and it was his grandmother. Zed's face hardened for a moment. Matissa Kindle had come all the way here. Honestly, he didn't even know what she looked like. Liu explained that because Zed wasn't home, the woman had arranged to return for lunch the next day and then leave. He wondered whether this was the opening move by the boy elders that the group had discussed earlier. It seemed things were unfolding much faster than Zed had anticipated. He fell into thought, worried that he'd been overreaching lately, and so had attracted attention sooner than expected. Liu anxiously asked what to prepare for tomorrow's lunch. Zed told her to stay at the mansion to make the arrangements. Inwardly, Zed knew the boy elders of the Arahan family were actually maternal relatives. Although they didn't have pure bloodlines and couldn't use the Arahan name, their power and wealth were considerable. The influence of those old men had seeped into every corner, and even the current head of the Arahan household had owed his position to. Zed sighed in resignation and told Liu to prepare some Burdesan beef and potato soup, just dignified enough. Given the task, Liu cheerfully ran off to prepare immediately. Eddie sat nearby, watching and smirking, teasing Zed that he'd finally been drawn into the whirl of political infight. Zed shot him a sharp glare. Eddie's face showed he was thoroughly excited. Eddie launched into a speech about the importance of information when political war breaks out, and even demanded Zed not raise his rent later. Zed ignored his ramblings and urged Eddie to hand over the documents on the boy elders. Eddie slapped the stack of papers down on the table with a thud, acting as if he'd worked hard to obtain them. Zed flipped through them and gave a wry smile, not forgetting to praise his friend's sharpness. Receiving praise from Zed for the first time, Eddie froze for a few seconds, thinking he'd misheard. Zed told Eddie to dig deeper, since the boy elders seemed to be the next target before he dealt with the sibling. The next noon at the mansion, Zed and his subordinates were waiting early. Liu worriedly warned that the meat would get cold and was about to run off to reheat it. Zed checked his watch. Clearly, she was far later than the agreed time. His gaze hardened, feeling as if the old woman was leading him by the nose to test his patience. At that moment, Madisa Kindle strolled up, apologizing verbally but with no hint of remorse in her tone. Zed offered a faint smile, silently recognizing this as her opening move against. Madisa arrived with a contingent of soldiers in black cloaks, claiming she was delayed by urgent matter. Zed bowed politely, fully aware she had brought her own troops instead of the family guards to intimidate her grandson. She laughed heartily, remarking that Zed had grown much since they last met. Zed wasn't interested in the pleasantries and invited her inside to dine. Entering the main hall, she kept praising his maturity. They sat at opposite ends of the long table, the room heavy with tension. A premium steak was quickly brought out to be served. Madisa Kindle refused to eat, claiming she wasn't hungry and telling Zed to eat since he was still young and growing. Zed kept his manners, offering her a taste so as not to waste the servant's effort. She chuckled wickedly, saying only this grandson truly cared for the old woman. Then a guard casually speared a piece with his fork and ate it in front of them both. Madisa watched him finish the bite, as if it were the obvious way to test for poison. She gave a knowing smile, sarcastically remarking that her subordinate reported the dish was delicious. Zed, seated at the other end, hardened his gaze and said he fully understood the intentions she was showing. Inside, Zed felt disgusted. Someone called a boy elder who couldn't even observe the most basic etiquette. Staring at the steaming feast, he wondered whether she refused to eat because it was cold or because she feared poison. Either way, it was clearly an insult. Not wanting to prolong the charade, Zed told Lisa to clear the table and bring up tea. Lisa obeyed sullenly, her face slightly sad. The vast room was reduced to the clinking of dishes, the tension suffocating. Madisa rolled her eyes and snidely asked how, with such a large mansion, Zed only had 2 servants. He must feel lonely. Feigning concern, she offered to personally recruit a few proper and capable servants to send his way. Zed flatly refused, saying he had no need to take on more staff at this time. Madisa persisted, arguing that a home needed bustle to be lively and to attract good fortune. Zed's eyes went cold as he affirmed that even if she sent people, he'd throw them out. He knew she only wanted to plant spies in his house. Hearing that, she scoffed, calling Zed blunt and unyielding, yet continued to play the worried grandmother after so many years apart. Madisa resorted to familial ties to attack him, scolding Zed for bearing Arahan blood, yet treating his own grandmother cold. Zed ignored the hypocritical words, looked her straight in the eye, and demanded they get to the main issue. Zed's decisiveness surprised Madisa. She paused for a beat, but a crafty smile soon crept across her aged face. She seemed to realize they could talk in a more practical manner. Madisa turned and ordered her soldiers to leave, so she could speak privately with Zed. She didn't forget to warn them not to pick a fight with the Mahadan team guarding outside the mansion. Zed watched the private soldiers, wondering if they were truly level 5 mages as rumored, or if she was just creating a show. When the room was down to the 2 of them, Zed got straight to the point, asking her what her real purpose in coming was. Madisa didn't bother with restraint either. She leaned back and agreed that there was no need to waste each other's time. She bluntly declared that she was there to persuade Zed today, and if persuasion failed, she'd move on to threats. Before that gunpowder-scented declaration, Zed's face didn't change at all. He insisted that neither persuasion nor threats would have any effect on him. Madisa laughed heartily, praising Zed as truly brave, just as recent rumors had claimed. But immediately her eyes flashed with a lethal glint. She hissed through her teeth that Zed should know his place and live in obscurity like someone already dead, because what he was doing made her furious. Madissa Kindle sat perched on a chair, her manner haughty. She said the name Zed had been popping up everywhere lately, and it annoyed her. She wondered why Zed's father had sent him to the tomb when he was so young. But now that he's the heir, she wanted to teach him how this family operates. A direct question was put forward. Did Zed also want to become head of the family? Sitting opposite, Zed kept a calm expression. He thought to himself that the old vixen had finally shown her true face. Zed's hand tightened slightly on the table. Madissa continued, advising him to have loftier ambitions. She nonchalantly ate her meal, sneering that those fanciful dreams only get people killed. In the spacious dining room, Zed interrupted and told her to get to the point. Madissa then presented an opportunity for him to survive longer within the Arahan family. With a sly smile, she demanded he abandon his delusion of becoming head and know his place. A clear threat was issued. If he dared ignore his kindly grandmother's advice, his measly life wouldn't be worth keeping. Zed coldly asked what would happen if he refused. Zed looked her straight in the eye. Deep down, he fully understood this was no counsel, but an outright threat. Madissa smiled complacently, unaware that her grandson mentally called her a poisonous snake. He bluntly asked whether she supported the first heir, and whether there was any way to sway the elders to his side. From above, the long banquet table separated the two strategists. Madissa asserted that by tradition, the eldest son always had the highest chance. When asked what promises she'd received from the first heir, she only snorted and pretended not to know. Zed leaned forward and made a bold offer. If he became head, he'd pay double whatever the other had promised. Those words left Madissa momentarily stunned, surprise showing in her eye. But then she burst into mocking laughter. The laughter exploded, echoing throughout the luxurious room. Madissa guffawed at Zed's naivety. Meanwhile, he knew the elders cared only about tangible benefits, not the family's grand ambitions. Amidst the smell of food and contempt, Zed asked again what she thought of his proposal. The old woman couldn't stop laughing, deriding the idea that someone like Zed could dream of the head's position. Zed silently observed her hearty laughter. Madissa said the matter was so amusing she couldn't hold it in. She challenged whether Zed could surpass Rondo Arahan, given he'd only just awakened his mana. Zed's gaze hardened, full of determination. He affirmed he had more than enough ability to do it. Madissa's laughter hadn't quite died away, echoing up to the high ceiling. She propped her chin and recounted the past. The only reason Zed's father ascended despite not being the eldest was because she backed. To Madissa, whichever side the elders supported was the winning side. She was living proof of that history. Zed countered, asking why she supported his father instead of the firstborn. Madissa casually replied that Genadin was the most outstanding of her 5 children. According to her, the elders simply backed the strongest to maintain absolute power for the family. Hearing that, Zed bowed his head to think. If the elders always follow the current strong, then when he grows stronger, they will naturally submit. The image of Rondo loomed authoritatively behind Madissa. She asserted that among the grandchildren, no bloodline surpassed Rondo. The pressure radiating from her was heavy. Madissa advised Zed to abandon that useless dream before it got him killed. Zed told himself Rondo was indeed stronger right now, but with Temud's soul and the Grand Mage's blessing, his rate of advancement was unmatched. All I need is time, Zed silently affirmed as he scanned the room. He looked her straight in the eye and asked for more time. He argued the eldest's advantage was simply that he had more time. Madissa folded her arms and leaned back in her chair, pressing him on why she should agree to that request. Zed's answer cooled the atmosphere. Because you arrived late to our appointment today. Madissa blinked in surprise. Zed only asked her to sit still and watch him for a while. He promised that as long as she didn't provoke him first, he wouldn't be a threat. But crushing a talent before it has a chance to bloom is simply unfair. Madissa's eyes flashed dangerously at the word danger. She inwardly cursed this insolent grandson in a fury. The scene cut to the Arahan mansion, majestic under the sunset. Zed sat meditating on a distant hillock. Madissa watched his retreating back with an unreadable expression. Zed felt her looking at him with nothing but pity. Back in the present, Zed sat brooding alone after the meeting with his grandmother. Lately, something had been making him restless and uneasy. Master Krang ambled over. Zed said he'd told him not to come unless called, but Krang worried he'd overtrain and become crippled. Zed explained he had just come out to breathe and clear his head. Seeing Krang sit down beside him, Zed curiously asked why the old man had come all the way. He admitted he was feeling stuck and anxious. Master Krang unexpectedly mentioned he'd heard Zed had just met his grandmother. Zed asked in surprise how he knew. It turned out Lacto had tattled. Krang joked that since the two were the same age, they'd become fast friends. Zed was speechless at the thought of those two old men becoming bosom buddies after only a few meetings. Thanks to the illusory space magic set up around the training ground, Zed could unleash techniques freely without fear of being detected, a hugely useful tool in recent sessions. Staring toward the city beneath the sunset, Krang noted that the elders of the family were beginning to make new moves. Zed regretted blurting out his desire to behead Tomatisa. If he'd pretended not to care, he might have bought more time. Krang advised him not to overthink. He told Zed to follow his instincts, because that's the only way to unsettle those crafty elders. According to Krang, the Arahan elders never go against the current of power. They'll do anything to maintain their positions. Zed wondered why an outsider like Krang knew so much about his family. The old man casually replied that he was a comrade-in-arms of Dennis. Gazing into the distance, Krang said he had personally witnessed Dennis win the succession struggle to claim the head seat. Zed was stunned to realize the Dennis Krang mentioned was the venerable former head of his family. He could hardly believe his ears. His face showed clear shock at the staggering revelation about his grandfather. Zed pressed, asking if he truly knew his grandfather. Krang explained the mercenary world had wide networks, and that Kid Dennis had once been a very gentle child. He thought to himself the old man was probably bragging again. Zed curiously asked what had happened to his grandfather afterward. Krang's tone grew serious. He said slaughtering your own siblings for the throne wasn't normal. He called those people madmen, willing to dive into hell to reach their goal. Looking toward the Grand Palace, Krang asserted that after years roaming the Empire, he had never seen a family as rotten as the Arahans. That's why he utterly despised that house. He observed that their obsession with power had become distorted. Zed fell into thoughtful silence. He wondered if there was some secret behind the drive to become the strongest, even surpassing the Emperor. Krang reiterated that the elders only cared about elevating the most superior bloodline to the throne to consolidate the family's power. Zed recognized that these words were exactly what Matissa had said. He suspiciously asked whether the old man was truly a friend of the former head. Krang flew into a rage, pounding the ground and scolding Zed as an insolent brat for daring to doubt him. He told the boy to go and die alone, prompting Zed to hurriedly apologize. Night fell and stars began to twinkle in the high sky. In Zed's private manor, silence enveloped every corner. Inside the dining room's gloom, a strange purple smoke silently crept out from beneath the table. A mysterious scroll was trapped in the web of magic, emanating a menacing dark energy. Zed Arahan called after his master, but Krang Gutra, irritated, told him to get lost out of sight. The kid knelt and apologized profusely, promising from now on he'd believe whatever his master said, and begged him to finish the story. Seeing his master still tense, Zed played his last card, offered to buy the information for 100 gold coins. He thought the old man was probably mad and wasn't sure it would work. Krang snorted coldly. Zed bumped the offer to 200. Immediately, Krang changed his tune and agreed at once. Money can even buy a ferry, it seems. The old man sat down and asked back whether Zed understood what never go against the current meant. Zed wondered if that meant he had no chance to beat Rondo, since everything was clearly in Rondo's favor. Hearing that, Krang gave him a thwack that left a bump. He scolded him as an idiot for not thinking about taking control of the game himself and turning the tables. The kid clutched his head and yelped. The master sighed, saying kids these days really have problems. Zed suppressed the pain and took a deep breath to calm himself. He held up 3 fingers. Krang looked on, puzzled as hell. Turns out Zed had just raised the price to a full 300 gold coin. Krang's attitude did a full 180. He sweetly called him beloved disciple and said to listen carefully. This part's the most important. The master explained that acting on instinct meant showing the elders through actions what kind of person you are. Zed wondered how he should demonstrate that. Krang added that the so-called noble bloodline the old men kept talking about wasn't just about muscle power. It encompassed every ability, cold reason, clairvoyance, and leadership skills. Zed listened and thought it over carefully, because those are the qualities a future house head needs. Zed froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Krang said he had to make the elders picture him sitting in the house head's chair. That's how he'd buy more time. And if, in the meantime, he showed growth far beyond Rondo, then flipping the outcome would only be a matter of time. Zed nodded, realizing he had to make them expect his rise rather than just try to curry favor. Krang stood up, putting on the air of an experienced elder. He advised Zed to move his residence immediately for safety. Zed was a bit complacent and asked whether they'd dare make a move while he had a sigil and a special mission. Krang warned there were 10,000 ways to assassinate someone without leaving a trace, so being careful is never too much. Finally, he reminded him to bring the promised gold tomorrow. Reputation is everything. Zed was left speechless. Cut to dawn at Zed Arahan's private mansion. The two guards at the main gate were nodding off, blissfully unaware. Inside, the grand pendulum clock marked the hour in the silent room. A mysterious black smoke began to creep out from under the long dining table. A scroll of parchment suddenly dropped to the floor amid the thick black mist. The scroll unfurled itself, revealing a magic circle glowing with brilliant purple light. Magic surged to life, black smoke spiraling up around the formation. Suddenly, the space changed completely. Zed found himself in the octagonal ring of DX2 Arena, surrounded by the roar of thousands of spectators. The crowd was ecstatic, some cheering, others jeering, creating a feverish atmosphere. A lone figure stood in the center of the ring, under the dazzling stage lights. It was Zed, or rather his past life. He woke in the illusion with a dazed look. Looking around the vast arena, he wondered where on earth he was. Zed quickly realized this was definitely a dream. A crooked smile tugged at his lip. Seeing tens of thousands screaming his name, he told himself it had been ages since he'd felt this alive. He raised a fist to the sky, still wondering why he'd randomly dream of being an MMA fighter in a past life. Across the ring, his opponent was ready. Zed thought this fight was a long overdue rematch. He took a defensive stance, feeling the excitement surge. This feeling was genuinely fun. Zed was calculating how to finish his opponent today in the coolest way possible. He stepped forward, determined to end the match quickly and cleanly. About to strike, he suddenly froze, sensing something off. Zed's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what was happening. A white towel unexpectedly flew into the ring. He gaped. A white towel here, had his corner just thrown in the towel. The referee declared the opponent the winner. The match ended abruptly because the champion suddenly quit. Zed stood frozen, muscles bulging with anger. The humiliation left him speechless. The crowd began to boo. Zed screamed in fury, cursing whoever ruined his career-defining fight. Rage peaked. He vowed to kill whoever had thrown that towel. Zed knew only a coach could throw in a towel. He felt stabbed in the back. His career vanished in an instant. He scanned the stands for the perpetrator. Then he froze, spotting a familiar face. Amid the modern crowd stood Matissa Kindle, grinning wickedly. That glitch made him realize it was all an illusion. Back in reality, Zed lay in bed, sharp pains flaring across his body. It turned out a swarm of venomous snakes was crawling over him and biting his leg. System alert, thanks to poison resistance, Zed's body was fighting the black snake's venom. He was shocked to realize he'd been assassinated. Without hesitation, Zed activated magic to defend himself. Thunder body shift activated. A brilliant golden electricity began to envelop his body. In the dark, dozens of snakes with blazing eyes writhed throughout the room, ready to tear into their prey. Zed rose amid the snake ring, his eyes burning red. He growled, demanding who had the nerve to pull this stunt. The black snakes, unafraid of death, bared their fangs and lunged at him in unison. Zed took a fighting stance, channeling all the thunder power into his fist. A blinding white light engulfed the entire room. The move lightning discharge exploded, incinerating all the black snakes in an instant. Elsewhere, Matissa Kindle leisurely hummed in her rose garden. She reached out and lightly touched a blooming red rose. On that aged face was a smile of satisfaction and malice. She held pruning shears and slowly brought them to the stem of the flower. A rose petal drifted down through the misty haze. The cut blossom fell to the ground, a cold metaphor for her casually removing the thorns in her way. Matissa Arahan's rose garden mansion appeared under blue skies and white clouds, serene-looking enough, though the smell of gunpowder was fast approaching. Inside, paintings of crimson roses hung on the walls, accompanied by the homeowner's cheerful humming. Matissa strolled leisurely through her beloved garden, in a surprisingly good mood after pulling off the assassination. The old butler came running over in a panic, clutching an extremely fancy wrapped box. At the sight of him, Matissa immediately asked if that matter had been handled smoothly, making the butler break into a sweat. The butler stammered, about to deliver bad news, when she whirled and demanded to know what the hell was in the box he was holding. She grew irritable, threatening to turn him into fertilizer for the roses if he dared report a failure. Trembling like a leaf, he reported that the brat Zed and his crew had left the mansion at the crack of dawn. Hearing that the kid was still grinning and alive, Matissa flew into a rage and crushed the rose she was holding. The poor flower was mangled to bits, much like the old woman's boiling fury. Petals fluttered to the ground, as she couldn't believe Zed had survived an attack by a whole nest of venomous snakes. Matissa ordered the butler to find and kill whoever summoned the snakes and whoever made that magic scroll, and to get her money back. The butler bowed and obeyed, though inside he was terrified. probably already plotting to resign early to avoid shortening his lifespan. Only then did Madasa notice the gaudy golden box in his hands and ask again what it was. He said he'd found it in the garden. It looked like a gift for the mistress, so he'd taken the liberty of bringing it in to show her. Thinking someone was trying to butter her up, she ordered the box brought closer for inspection. Madasa began unwrapping the paper to reveal a black box stamped with a strange-looking emblem. She squinted at the logo. It looked fancy enough, but she had no idea what was inside. The emblem, an anvil-shaped symbol, seemed vaguely familiar, but she didn't care much. Her ego was sky-high. With a click, the lid was opened amid the curiosity of both mistress and manservant. Alas, there was no treasure inside, only a pristine white bath towel. Madasa slapped the table and shouted, intent on finding whoever had the nerve to mock this old woman. Emblazoned on the towel was a taunting line, "Take this towel and I will spare you." Seeing the word spare nearly made her eyes pop out. Before she could collect herself, the box emitted a flicker of blue light, an omen of a not-so-pleasant ending. The light brightened, shining straight into the butler's face and freezing him in place for a few seconds. Then boom, a catastrophic explosion ripped through, blowing off a corner of Madisa's luxurious mansion. Cut to evening at Krang's training ground, where Zed was directing his men to move gear aside. A young man ran up and called to Zed, as if some important news had just arrived. He confirmed the explosion at Madisa's mansion had gone off exactly as planned this afternoon, making Zed breathe a relieved sigh. Zed grinned triumphantly, saying the elders' council would convene soon, and this was the moment to teach her some manners for daring to mess with. Zed's eyes burned red with resolve. He knew full well she'd meant to kill him from the start. Mid-conversation, Zed sensed something odd behind him and turned to look. Under the castle's pale moonlight, Zed silently vowed to repay her tenfold for what she'd done. It turned out a spy girl was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on the whole thing. Big trouble for Zed now. Seeing Zed standing dazed, Eddie rushed over to check, and when he spotted the bite marks on his boss, he freaked out too. Zed calmly pointed to the puncture wounds, saying he'd only been lightly bitten, and his poison resistance kept him alive and well. In truth, Zed had used the lightning discharge spell to wipe the snakes. He'd just accidentally vaporized his own house in the process. Eddie looked at Zed with pity, assuming their boss was downcast over losing his home, so he kept quiet. Zed pointed ahead, saying staying with Master Krang now was the safest place for the crew. In the distance, old Krang sat drinking with friends, chuckling as he complained about his stubborn, unruly disciple. Krang glanced at Zed and went on with the story, seemingly unconcerned about the kids. But at that moment, the shadow of a stranger slipped away, signaling a new storm was about to hit Zed Arahan. Zed turned to his men, sounding a bit guilty for dragging the whole team into this mess in the middle of the night. The crew didn't mind at all. They laughed that the air was fresh and the scenery nice, so everything was fine. Zed nodded in thanks and promised to duly compensate everyone later, as long as they hung in there a bit longer. Eddie the blonde kid grinned broadly and shouted, "Yes, boss," while the girl next to him looked a bit more pensive. Zed turned and walked off, reminding them he was counting on them, and the team answered back in full spirit. As they left, Eddie sidled up and whispered into Zed's ear, asking if this was really okay, his worry plain on his face. Behind them, the soldiers were still hustling to clear gear, their calls and shoves filling the forest corner. Eddie whispered that yesterday's guest was a high-ranking elder. He feared they'd be in deep trouble if the matter leaked. But Zed was unfazed, saying she certainly didn't know he was the culprit, which left Eddie wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Zed explained that in Madasa Arahan's eyes, heirs like him were just bratty kids, pawns she could twist however she wanted. He confidently asserted she'd never suspect the youngest son like him would dare pull off such a scandalous stunt. The problem was they were discussing secrets, while a female soldier hid behind a tree eavesdropping, her face blanching at the revelation. She smiled slyly to herself, knowing she'd just secured a priceless piece of information that could fast-track her promotion if reported to the council. At the same time, in the castle of the Arahan elders, tension rose to a fever pitch under the pale moon. Rachel Arahan, Zed's mother, quietly contemplated that she would surely become the prime suspect in the recent catastrophic explosion. The elders around the round table began to interrogate her, wanting to know if Rachel was behind it and demanding she tell the truth. With calm poise, Rachel denied everything and retorted sarcastically why on earth she would harm her own mother. Rachel appeared noble and enigmatic. She was not only Zed's mother, but also the leader of the moderates in the clan. One elder worried this was serious. He'd heard Madasa was enraged and could storm in at any moment. Rachel remained composed, saying the misunderstanding just needed clearing up and she would personally handle everything smoothly. The sharp clack of heels on the floor warned that someone was approaching the council chamber with considerable fury. Matisa's butler at the door panicked, trying to stop her because the meeting was in session, but no one seemed to pay him any mind. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Matisa Arahan stormed in, shouting Rachel's name with hate-slicked venom. Everyone in the chamber flinched. Rachel looked up and called out "Mother," though her expression hardly changed. Rachel was about to ask why she'd come so abruptly, but before she could finish, disaster struck. Matisa hissed through her teeth, calling Rachel a wicked woman, then suddenly lashed out and slapped her across the face. She screamed like a lunatic, lamenting the sculptures and priceless paintings reduced to ashes by the flame. Rachel cradled her reddened cheek in silence, listening as Matisa wailed about her beloved rose garden, now nothing but rubble. The image of roaring flames in the mansion replayed, mirroring the blazing rage inside Matisa. Killing intent surged. Matisa threatened Rachel to brace herself for the consequences of what she'd done. Rachel looked up at her with a deep, enduring gaze, while Matisa continued to shout her name in frenzied fury. In the Arahan Council Hall, the tension was palpable. Elders surrounded Lady Matisa, demanding a proper apology or they'd bring the matter before the council. Heavy footsteps stamped into the center of the chamber, signaling an intervention that would not be gentle. Another group of elders blocked the way, their faces thunderous as if a storm was about to break. The hardliners and the moderates began trading barbed arguments. An old man spat accusations, calling them bastards and insisting their actions were far worse. Slam! A hand smashed down on the wooden table, cutting off all fruitless bickering. Rachel radiated an awful pressure, her gaze razor-sharp as she stared down the crowd and asked if they really wanted to spark a war right. She barked for everyone to withdraw their magic immediately. The force of her command made the air seem viscous. Matisa Kindle gritted her teeth, calling Rachel a wicked bitch and bitterly asking if Rachel thought she'd get away with trying to kill her. She kept ranting, ordering Rachel to shut up and insisting only Rachel would dare cook up such a dangerous stunt. But Matisa's smile died when a deep blue mana began to flare around Rachel. Rachel pressed her hand to the table. Frost crept from her palm. She coldly declared she could endure much, but mess with her people and there'd be no peace. Rachel's eyes were now as cold as northern ice. She ordered Matisa to sit down in a tone that brooked no refusal. Matisa trembled before the bone-chilling magic. She suddenly realized she'd lost her temper and forgotten Rachel was an 8th-rank sorceress, teetering on the threshold of the 9th. Rachel stood as mana exploded like a blizzard. This was the renown of the Northern Witch, who could make the world quake with raw power. The mana eased, but the dominance remained. If Rachel had truly wanted, the balance between factions in the clan would have long since shattered. The elders around went pale, only now grasping the truth behind the woman's witch title. Matisa had no choice but to slump into a chair. Her earlier ferocity had vanished. Seeing things calm down, Rachel asked a servant to bring up hot tea and casually suggested Matisa's entourage move to the annex so the two could speak privately. The council hall was left with just the two most powerful women, silence so complete you could hear the wind. 2 steaming cups of tea sat on the table. Rachel opened by saying Matisa must have had quite a scare. She lowered her voice to apologize for not being more careful, for letting things go too far. Matisa could only sigh in exasperation. Rachel asked her to recount the explosion in detail, hopping to find any clue or evidence. At the mention, Matisa slammed the table again in disbelief. She couldn't fathom Rachel wanted her to believe Matisa's faction was entirely innocent. Rachel calmly pointed out that precisely because Matisa's side was the prime suspect, she'd have no reason to stage something so obvious. She reasoned someone was clearly trying to pit them against one another, and now they needed to cooperate or fall into the instigator's trap. Matisa snorted coldly. Still resentful, she nonetheless began to yield to Rachel's logic. She began to tell the tale. At first, a luxurious golden-wrapped box had been left in her garden. In Matisa's memory, the butler had carefully carried that box inside the manor. Rachel interrupted to ask whether that butler might have been bribed. Then she dismissed the idea. If he'd known about a trap, he wouldn't have perished in that fire. Rachel pressed for any other odd details. Matisa recalled that inside the box was a white handkerchief and a taunting message. The note read, "Take this handkerchief, and I will forgive you." Rachel pondered, glancing up at the ornate chandelier, and murmured, "So that's it." She concluded the perpetrator was highly skilled. Matisa looked puzzled, not understanding what technique Rachel meant. Rachel explained the explosion used blue fire, a sophisticated magic so subtle even a senior mage like Matisa didn't notice the trap. In the Nekka region, artisans with that level of craftsmanship were few and far between. Matisa agreed they could question local craftsmen for leads. Rachel's gaze sharpened. She said there was one more thing to clarify. Rachel stared into Matisa's eyes, and asked if she'd recently made any enemies who would seek such a vicious revenge. She added that the forgiveness note suggested the attacker targeted Madisa over an old grudge. Madisa scoffed, confident no lunatic would dare target an Arahan elder. She insisted that aside from that incident, she'd lately only been occupied with carving and tending her gardens, harming no one. Madisa Kindle told herself Rachel didn't know she'd secretly met Jade, so she could just invent an excuse to cover it up. After all, a 15-year-old like Jade couldn't possibly have devised such a clever trap. Her eyes darted nervously as she tried to hide the truth behind her wrinkled face. Sitting opposite the formidable Rachel, Madisa realized that telling the truth would only enrage the northern witch further. Rachel Arahan tilted her head slightly and asked once more if Madisa could recall any suspicious detail. The old woman still insisted, lying without blinking, that she'd been holed up in the garden lately, not stepping foot outside. "Oh, really?" Rachel said, loaded with meaning. Rachel narrowed her eyes, seeing through the act. She pressed about whether Tunda and Jade had officially become heirs. Rachel asked bluntly, "You really did nothing." Her glare made the room feel like it had frozen. Madisa Kindle stammered to deny it, but Rachel cut her off coldly, calling her a terrible liar to her face. The deep blue mana flared again. Rachel declared with certainty that Jade was behind this. Tunda was already in the dungeon. Rachel roared in fury. She told Madisa not to interfere in her children's succession fight, and that was the only thing she demanded of her. Sharp ice shards materialized thickly around, aimed straight at Madisa. The old woman screamed that it was all a misunderstanding, and she hadn't so much as touched Jade's hair. But explanations were meaningless now. Rachel declared Madisa had broken her oath and dared touch her son, so she shouldn't expect to leave intact. Rachel's eyes burned with killing intent. She ordered that Madisa pay with her life. Terrified, Madisa howled pitifully, begging forgiveness from her daughter-in-law, but it was too late. Frost magic began sweeping the room. At the brink of doom, a mysterious shadow appeared, shielding Madisa from the deadly ice spear. The shadow faded to reveal a mysterious man kneeling at Rachel's feet. Her mana still churned, threatening. He introduced himself as Robin, captain of the Black Whale, the clan's elite covert guard. He stood like a bulwark against the witch's wrath. Robin relayed the house head's order. Rachel must restrain herself and not cause an internal catastrophe. Rachel ground her teeth, repeating the word restrain with contempt. Her anger seemed to have outgrown any obedience. She shouted at Robin, asking which parent could stay calm knowing their child was being targeted for assassination. Robin tried to reason, reminding her that Madisa was not only the house head's mother, but also a high-ranking elder of House Arahan. But status meant nothing to Rachel. She insisted that right now Madisa was just a despicable woman who'd broken her oath and attempted to murder her son. Rachel's gaze was as cold as hoarfrost. She delivered her final iron statement: "I will kill her." Any intervention was now useless. The man was being squeezed to the point of suffocation, only able to groan in pain. Rachel stood, blue mana seething as if to devour the room. Behind her, Robin knelt, begging her to calm down. Robin implored Rachel to heed the house head's message. He reminded her that she was the one who understood the house head's intentions best. A plea for her to stop, while the mana pressure showed no sign of easing. Rachel kept her cold expression, but the mana around her began to ripple violently. She clicked her tongue, her face showing clear annoyance. The subordinate collapsed to the floor, gasping under the pressure of the high-ranking witch. Robin continued, "Madisa would be disciplined and banned from all clan activities after this incident." Spared, the man awkwardly thanked them and then ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. Rachel sat down while Robin remained standing, awaiting further order. She looked at Robin and said he truly was now a man of the house head. Robin admitted that since joining House Arahan, he'd been loyal to the house head. But the memories from the north with Rachel remained etched in his heart. Rachel didn't care about that. She wanted the full truth about Zed's accident. She demanded Robin speak honestly if he still had any loyalty left to his former master. As a mother, she had the right to know anything related to her son. Robin sighed softly, thinking this should have been reported to the house head. But in the end, he decided to reveal it, treating it as repayment for the favor from years ago when she saved his life. He asserted that Madisa had plotted to assassinate Zed, and her manor lay in ruins after the explosion. Worse still, the one who bombed Madisa's manor was Zed, the son Rachel had always thought weak. Hearing that, Rachel sprang up and demanded to know where Zed was. Robin bowed his head, saying he didn't know Zed's exact location for certain. Rachel snapped, unable to believe the Black Glass Force didn't track an heir's whereabouts. Robin explained they had several suspects, but since Zed was with Krang Gutra, he was hard to trace. Rachel froze at that name, Why was her son with a legend like Krang? Robin confirmed that Krang was now Zed's master. Rachel sat in silence for a long moment, repeating the names Krang and Zed in her head. To her, Zed had always been the small, fragile child who needed protection. But Robin stressed that the seventh young master wasn't fragile at all now. Rachel recalled the terrible reports she'd received about her son long ago. The image of the poor child born, without mana, overlapped with the strong figure Zed had become. Tears rolled down her face, part joy, part grief for her son's hard-earned growth. The child who'd once been weak could now stand on his own 2 feet. Rachel insisted she wanted to meet Zed immediately. Her eyes steely, she demanded Robin provide all possible locations so she could find her son herself. A few days later, at Krang's hideout deep in the forest. Training ended, Zed, exhausted, bowed his head to thank his master. Krang beamed at his disciple, saying teaching Zed was a pleasure because the kid learned so fast. Heavy sacks were unstrapped and dropped to the ground with loud thuds. The soldiers whispered from afar about Krang Gutra, the hero of the Great Demon War. They thought both master and disciple had to be mad to endure such training. As dusk fell, training ended, and everyone prepared for a special roasted dinner. The soldiers cheered like they were about to have a feast, eagerly gathering wood and lighting fire. Tents were set up, and the hideout felt like a proper camping trip. Meat sizzled over the flames, the aroma making everyone hungry after a hard day's training. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, Dimmer sat in a corner with a face full of disdain and annoyance. Watching the camp from afar, he muttered that this miserable life was no better than a bunch of street beggars. Watching his comrades gorge themselves, Dimmer felt nauseous and just wanted to vanish from this wilderness immediately. He timed it, planning to slip away and report the news once everyone had eaten and rolled into a drunk sleep. Lost in his escape scheme, he flinched when someone called out asking why he wasn't eating. Dimmer awkwardly declined and cursed the soldiers under his breath as idiots. Go ahead and enjoy this shabby life. Late at night, with stars twinkling, the covert operation began. Dimmer cautiously poked his head out of the tent, surveying the area to be sure no one was watching. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief when he saw everyone finally asleep after the feast. His footsteps were stealthy on the ground as he tried not to make a sound. Dimmer began to sprint for his life into the woods, secretly bidding farewell to these savages as he headed back to luxury. Hasty footsteps cut across the dark trail through the deep forest. He panted with exhaustion, telling himself that once he crossed this protective barrier, he'd be free. A malicious grin appeared as Dimmer dreamed of reporting to Lady Matissa that Zed was the bombing mastermind. He was sure he'd rocket up the ranks after pulling off such a feat, but suddenly his legs froze as if turned to stone. No matter how he strained, he couldn't move. From the darkness, Zed and Krang had been standing there waiting, staring at him with ice-cold eyes. Krang clicked his tongue at the little rat caught in the trap, while Zed looked nonchalant. Turns out there was only one traitor. Dimmer went pale with terror, realizing his escape plan had completely failed. Krang reached out and began to deploy a powerful suppressive spell. The crushing magical pressure floored Dimmer, leaving him utterly unable to resist. Zed stepped forward, repeating the stern warning he'd given the first day the man set foot in the manor. He asserted he would never tolerate traitors, no matter how desperately Dimmer begged. Zed signaled his master. Krang grunted about having to use the Black Glass Force's curse technique, but acted anyway. A purple mana surge enveloped Dimmer, making him cry out in agony under the night sky. A rose-shaped sigil appeared on his back with a curse. If he dared reveal the secret, his body would swell and explode. Krang added that unless someone stronger than him lifted the curse, the mark would stay with the traitor until death. Dimmer wailed for mercy, but his betrayal had exacted a terrible price. Everything returned to quiet under the starry night once the punishment ended. Zed thanked his master. Krang clicked his tongue in a sour mood and told Zed to carry the traitor back to camp himself. Zed obeyed, watching his master's retreating figure fade into the dark. But Krang suddenly halted, sensing a strange, powerful presence breaching the barrier. He took a defensive stance as mana trembled around him. The barrier breaker had revealed themselves. A cloaked stranger stood in the rift of the broken barrier, heralding a dramatic visit. A mysterious figure shadowed the barrier and charged straight into the hideout. Krang Gutra jolted and looked up, at first thinking one of his own had botched things. But feeling that immense pressure, Krang realized the intruder's power matched his own. The old man growled, asking the newcomer's name. From the bearing, Krang was sure this wasn't some lackey from the Black Mirror organization. The stranger remained silent, standing opposite the Master Mage's high alert. Suddenly, the person withdrew all their aura, a clear sign they didn't intend to fight. Slender hands lifted and pulled the hood down, revealing their true identity. Krang froze when he recognized the person before him as his former student. Rachel Arahan appeared, face drawn, and after years apart she greeted him with master. Rachel asked after his well-being. Krang replied coldly that it had been over 20 years since they last met. He demanded she drop that title. Their bond ended the day she became Mrs. Arahan. Krang's gaze was razor-sharp as he bluntly asked why she had come to such a remote place. He wondered why someone who hated House Arahan would care that he'd taken on the family's youngest as a pupil. Rachel looked away and admitted she'd traveled here only to see Zed. "Will you allow it, master?" Rachel pleaded, but Krang only stared suspicious. She asked if he was still as harsh as when he trained her, begging him to go easy because Zed was still a child. Krang clicked his tongue, insisting he was far stricter now than before. Still, he admitted the kid was enduring and doing very well. Krang said he cared about the kid, too, so he wanted to hear her whole reason. He couldn't just let her meet Zed without understanding her true motive. Rachel clenched her hands, her voice breaking as she asked whether a mother needs a reason to see her child. Krang growled, reminding her she'd abandoned the child once, then suddenly wanted to return. Rachel looked at him with a pained expression, as if an old wound had been touched. She explained it was the house head's decision to spare Zed's life, the stern image of his father flashing through her mind. Krang sneered in contempt. He didn't believe such excuses. He asked if she still harbored hatred for House Arahan. Rachel didn't hesitate to confirm it as true. Krang growled that he had no intention of harming Zed, so she could rest assured. Rachel looked toward the manor, remarking that Zed was very different from the Arahan kin she once knew. To her, Zed was the only key to ending the family's dirty history, so the boy must not be allowed any harm. Krang still wondered why meeting his mother was treated by her as a scar or wound. Rachel bowed her head, begging for just a single minute to see her son, to touch his head and stroke the cheeks of the son she longed for. Before her tearful play, Krang resolutely refused. He feared that at her level Rachel could use illusion to deceive him in ways he couldn't undo. To prove her sincerity, Rachel made a shocking offer: lock away her mana channel. Krang was stunned. He couldn't believe his former pupil would be so reckless. Looking into Rachel's determined eyes, Krang thought to himself she'd truly lost her mind. Krang raised a hand and asked if she really thought he wouldn't do it. The air instantly thickened, with tension between the two master mages. A voice from behind cut through the suffocating silence. Zed strolled out and asked what was happening, prompting Rachel to gasp her son's name in shock. Zed looked at the woman before him, while Krang remained wary. Rachel stood there, eyes full of feeling, staring at the son she hadn't seen in years. Zed told his master he'd wanted to meet her for a long time, despite Krang's repeated reminders of the complications. The old master warned that Rachel was a true elder. She could cast illusions on him without his knowing. Zed thanked Krang for his concern, but stressed this meeting was necessary to quell the rogue elder. Krang sighed in resignation, recognizing that both Zed and Rachel possessed extremely strong will. Before leaving, he told Zed to alert him at once if anything happened. He'd be close by. Krang turned his back and left, leaving the mother and son facing each other in the still night. Rachel burst into tears, choking out a belated apology for the suffering her son had endured. Zed stood silently, a flicker of confusion crossing his face at her tears. Rachel stepped forward, her hands trembling uncontrollably with emotion. She hugged Zed tight, repeatedly offering heartfelt apologies from the depths of her soul. In his mother's arms, Zed wondered if this body, or his soul, retained any memory of such warmth. Seeing his mother sobbing on his shoulder, a strange mix of unfamiliarity and awkwardness rose in him. After a moment's hesitation, Zed softly called out, "Mother," making Rachel tremble with joy. Zed calmly asked why she had come all this way. Rachel replied she had no other purpose than to see his face. But Zed sensed something else. He said there was one thing he wanted from her. He bluntly asked if she'd come, because she already knew he was behind the recent terrorist attack. Rachel froze. She hadn't expected her son to be so direct. She admitted she knew, and asked what on earth he had been thinking to cause such a catastrophe. Rachel warned that the elders would never let it go. She urged him to apologize and promised to use her power to protect. But Zed coldly refused, insisting he had nothing to beg forgiveness for. Everything had been calculated. Rachel was stunned to learn her son had planned in advance to eliminate the elders' interference in the succession. With eyes blazing with authority, Zed declared he would force Madassa to surrender and never back down. Zed Arahan resolved he wouldn't stop until Madassa Kindle yielded unconditionally. Rachel looked worried, warning this was too dangerous because the elder's power was far greater than he imagined. Standing across from her in the dark garden, Zed wanted to set a new precedent so the elders could no longer manipulate air. Rachel, still uneasy, asked how he could face half the Council of Elders alone. Zed replied confidently that it was entirely feasible if he had her support. Zed's plan was simple. Rachel only needed to pretend ignorance and publicly back him at the decisive moment. Zed wanted her to stay neutral so he could deal with the hardliner elders, and he'd handle the old hag Matissa himself. Seeing Rachel silent, Zed reassured her he'd only threaten the woman, not kill her. Rachel sighed and shook her head, admitting she cared about no one else, only the safety of her son. Zed laughed smugly, reminding her he had an outrageously powerful master at his side, so what was there to fear? Watching his retreating back, Rachel marveled that Zed had changed so much. He seemed like a completely different person. Before the conversation ended, Zed suddenly asked about something that had puzzled him for a long time. He couldn't understand why the house head let the elders run rampant when he had the strength to wipe them out anytime. Rachel smiled faintly and said perhaps her son was misunderstanding his father. She revealed the surprising truth that house head Arahan wasn't as cold-blooded as people thought. Zed was stunned. He couldn't believe a father who watched his children slaughter each other could be considered not cold-hearted. Rachel snorted. She realized Zed was still too green to grasp his father's scheme. She looked up at the night sky, as if recalling some long-held secret. Rachel hinted that the Arahan family harbored a great secret. When Zed was worthy, he'd be told. She advised him not to hate his father too much, and to ask him directly when the time came. Zed regretted inwardly that if he'd focused more on mages before, he might have uncovered the secret by now. Rachel nodded in support, promising to cheer him on from afar and warning him to be very careful. She squeezed Zed's hand tightly as a final encouragement. Rachel looked at Zed fondly, proud that even if she'd done nothing for him, he'd grown strong and upright. The two parted ways, while old Master Krang Gutra still perched on a rock watching the whole time. Zed walked decisively through the wards, beginning the next step of his plan. His gaze was icy as he looked ahead. The real battle was only just beginning. The next morning, the meeting room of the hardliner elders was unusually gloomy. The elders sat around the round table with funeral faces. No one dared so much as peep. One old man began to regret siding with Matissa, thinking he should have joined Rachel from the start. Matissa Kindle slammed the table hard, furious at the terrifying silence. The hag shouted why everyone looked so dejected, while the elders furtively plotted ways to save themselves. Someone snapped back, asking about the outcome of yesterday's talk with Rachel, since they still hadn't found the saboteur. Matissa flew into a rage, saying there was no need to listen to or even mention Rachel. The old woman continued to yell, insisting everyone was in the same boat, and she was the captain, so obey her order. But her domineering attitude only deepened the elders' dismay. At that point Samed, the faction's deputy commander, spoke up, asking her to present a concrete plan to catch the culprit. The room fell into deadly silence. Samed knew full well the old woman was out of ideas, hence the pointed question. Matissa was momentarily speechless. She glared at Samed and shouted, asking if everyone's tongues had fallen out. Samed remained calm, assuring them he would use every means to hunt down whoever was behind this. Using the excuse that the evidence had been burned and they needed time, Samed advised Matissa to return to her private villa to rest while monitoring from afar. The deputy commander feigned outrage to gain her trust, making Matissa think Samed was still her most loyal subordinate. Samed respectfully accepted the order, promising to marshal every resource and only asking Matissa for a little more time. Matissa Kindle asked how long he needed. Samed confidently asserted he would wrap everything up smoothly within 3 days. Old Matissa snorted skeptically, but Samed remained decisive, telling her to trust and entrust the matter to him. Matissa agreed to trust him once more, saying she'd be watching to see how this deputy commander performed. The meeting ended. She ordered everyone to concentrate all efforts on uncovering the true identity of the saboteur. After Matissa left, another elder anxiously asked Samed whether he could really deliver on his promise. Samed said nothing. Privately, he thought it was time for them all to make their final decision. The others stared at one another, puzzled by what Samed might be implying. Samed's gaze hardened. He knew sometimes jumping into the sea offered a better chance of survival than clinging to a sinking ship. The scene shifted to Matissa Kindle's lavish villa near the Arahan territory. No sooner had she arrived than Matissa ordered the guards to tighten security, not allowing even an ant to slip through. Inside the mansion, it was eerily quiet, a false tranquility settling over every corner. Matissa started to enjoy a relaxing soak in the hot bath after a tense day of meeting. She breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that once Samed moved, the culprit would inevitably be caught. The image of Zed Arahan flitted through her mind, full of contempt. Matissa sneered, thinking that brat, seventh in line no less, was just a tiny pest not worth her worry. Rage welled up. She muttered that once she caught him, she'd flay the whelp to embarrass Rachel. Then a sudden chill swept through the bathroom, making Madissa feel unsettled. She called out, but there was not a single reply outside. The silence was bone-chilling. Madissa angrily muttered curses at her useless subordinates for neglecting their post. The mansion's hallways were now deserted. Only the wind whistled through the door cracks. Madissa threw on her cloak and hurried out to search for her guards. She pushed open the main door with a foreboding rising in her chest. As she opened it, Madissa shouted, ready to scold the sentries for dereliction of duty. But then she froze, eyes bulging in horror at the scene before her. All the elite guards lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing in streams, though not a single sound had been made. Amid the wreckage, flickers of blue magical flame signaled an impending destruction. Madissa realized in terror that she had walked into a deadly trap without knowing. A massive burst of blue energy exploded, engulfing the entire mansion in an instant. From a distance, a hand rose to watch the blast, mocking the stubborn brat Zed. Krang Gutra sat leisurely on the rock, grumbling about the nerve of his pupil, exploiting this old man's labor. Watching Madissa's villa sink into a sea of blue fire, the old master couldn't help but be pleased. The flames were just too pretty.